Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
On first down and a 2nd and 6, Prescott a deep strike to Lamb over the middle, makes a cut inside, gets to the pylon, and it's a touchdown for C.D. Lamb. 49 yards on a catch and run for the first touchdown of the game.
That was about as good as it got.
It was great.
It was great then. That moment, oh, baby. It is Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. Sean is out for the week. I am back.
And better than ever.
Picked a good day to come back, man. Oh, yeah. Day after Christmas. Cows lose. Cows stink.
I've got a bone to pick with the future Hall of Famer, Brad Sham.
Oh, no. Listen, I can attest, this is a dangerous road to go down.
No. Just I was listening to the snacks there that we were playing, and he was saying, look, this is a hard-fought game, nothing to hang your hat in shame about, nothing to be down about. Strong disagree. There is a lot to answer for in terms of how the F do you go 2.5 quarters without looking the direction of your best player.
That was troubling. I'll tell you this. That's Star Down at 6 o'clock, and that is one of mine. How does C.D. Lamb?
Spoiler alert, Star Down. The Cowboys ignoring their best player on offense for 2.5 quarters is going to be a star down.
Did you watch the tape?
I did, actually.
Okay.
I went back and watched some of it, yeah.
All right, so we'll get into this, but was he completely blanketed by
Nope.
either corner?
Nope.
Was he open?
Yeah, it's not even that. It's they could pick and choose their matchup. The Dolphins were not traveling their corners. If they wanted to put CD on Xavier Howard, they could. If they wanted him on Jalen Ramsey, they could. If they wanted him on Kahoo in the slot, they could. They could just, because the Dolphins were just playing sides, and whatever matchup you wanted, you could have found it, and they didn't get it. They chose to just neglect it for some reason. I don't know why he wasn't a bigger part of the progression. Now, they had their pass protection problems at times, but man, he was not nearly enough of a priority in this game.
No, he wasn't. I mean, this is a dud. This is a dud of an offensive performance. I mean, you go silent for 2 quarters. It wasn't quite the Raiders, where they didn't complete a pass after the first quarter yesterday. Still somehow won a football game. Don't know how that happened.
Maybe because Patty Mahomes
stinks.
Maybe he's not the guy you thought he was.
Maybe he's not. Maybe he's not. Hey, look, maybe my guy Manning still is ahead of him, but not for long. But that was a dud of a game on Saturday afternoon. I don't think there's any other way to put it. That was bad.
I mean, there were things about it that you liked. There were.
Yeah, I like that they took a lead with 4 minutes to go.
Sure,
That's cool.
You know what was so coincidental about that? That drive, you threw the ball to C.D. Lamb again.
Oh my God!
And you moved the ball down the field. And you actually scored.
What happened?
It's amazing what happens when you put the ball in the hands of the best players. Boy, we got Jerry Jones at 8:30 today. And
what's your first question, old Jer?
Why don't you guys throw the ball to your best player consistently? I mean, honestly, this feels like it's going to have to take another come to Jesus meeting like it was after San Francisco, where CeeDee Lamb is going to have to pitch a little bit of a fit and say, I need to be more of a priority. The hell is y'all's problem? That was my biggest takeaway coming out of this game. I was so dumbfounded by how little of a priority it felt like CeeDee Lamb was. And I think it cost him. Now, there were great things about this that, we'll get into throughout the day, but the defense was impressive. I honestly thought they were going to get run over a lot more than they were. The run defense was not as bad as it could have been. Now they couldn't get a stop late. They had trouble on third downs at times, but this was a game that when the defense plays like that, given what you've gotten from your offense, you expect to win. Now what you've done is you've put yourself in a position to say you are going to have to go on the road, and there's absolutely no guarantee that you even win a playoff game at this point, especially with the way a team like Tampa's playing.
Tampa's playing good. And we'll get into the playoff scenarios coming up at 7:20, and if the Cowboys still have a chance at and what their chances are for even getting the number 2 seed, and helped out a little bit by San Francisco yesterday.
Boy, that game, we were talking about this at the end of last week. To me, it was clear San Francisco, Baltimore, those were the top 2 teams in football. Like, I think everybody had agreed on that. And I was talking to Sean. Sean was like, all right, San Francisco's clearly 1. Baltimore's kind of down a step at 2, which I think we all kind of felt like. And they go into Santa Clara last night and absolutely beat the snot out of the 49ers. Brock Purdy, 0 touchdowns, 4 picks. He lost the MVP last night. You know how we talked about losing the MVP? That MVP is probably Lamar Jackson's now.
You think so?
Yeah, he was the number 2. You go into Santa Clara, you beat the best team in football.
Was he second on the odds?
Yeah, it was Purdy, Lamar, McCaffrey. And so that's probably Lamar's award now. I haven't looked at the odds yet. I would bet you Lamar is minus money now.
All right, that would make sense. Because they're gonna get, like, they were always gonna give it to a 1 seed, I think, or a division winner. But the history shows you gotta be a 2 seed at least. Like 15 of the last 16 quarterbacks to win were either a 1 or a 2 seed.
Updated odds from BetMGM. Lamar Jackson is minus 160 now to win MVP. Christian McCaffrey's plus 325. Brock Purdy plus 850. So he went from minus 225 to plus 850.
I still hate that. I still hate the up and down. Like, you can't be the favorite and then all of a sudden you're 8-1 after that was bad.
Dak is out of the top 5 now. Tua is number 4 at plus 1,000 and Josh Allen's plus 1,300.
Man, Josh Allen's an interesting bet. That's interesting. And now they still have an outside chance, right, of winning the East?
Yeah, but I mean, this definitely feels like a Lamar Jackson award. Now, you do that on Christmas, standalone game, that you're the only show in town, and you go in there and just thump the 49ers.
Yeah.
And that's what I asked Sean. I said, okay, if they come out there and they beat the 49ers, are you going to view that as fluky, or are you going to view them completely different? Because Sean said, I'm still not totally buying them as contenders. He was like, yeah, if they go out there and, like, beat the crap out of the 49ers, that's gonna mean something. That's gonna be the best team of football, and that's what you're looking at now. And sorry to spoil power rankings, we're just spoiling all our segments in advance a little bit, but the Baltimore Ravens are now, they've got to stake the claim as the best team in football. I think that what you saw last night just gave you confidence that that Super Bowl between the 49ers and the Ravens here in a month and a half will be a good game at least. Like, you now know that, because I don't think the 49ers lay a dud like that again.
I don't think they do either, but I don't know. I mean, it's going to be hard for them to beat the Browns in the Super Bowl.
Oh, is that what's coming?
Could you imagine a Browns-Lions Super Bowl? Oh. The world would come to an end. You'd have that's both teams making their first Super Bowl appearance. I wonder when the last time that happened was. Super Bowl 1. where both teams are making their first one. That'd be interesting.
Now you're gonna make me go look.
Now, let's see. I mean, there's probably plenty of them.
No, of course, but I got to see what the last one was. Carry on.
The last one were both. If I think about this, I bet you I can figure this one out. But Cowboys have a terrible game on Saturday. Not terrible, but just bad. It was uninspiring.
Super Bowl 20, Bears Patriots, 1986.
Yep,
that was the last time.
That'll do it. It was a very uninspiring football game. Not as bad as Buffalo, not nearly as bad as Buffalo, but bad enough to. I'm going to ask Jerry. Like, are we at the point where you can't win games on the road against good teams? And
then he'll throw you the settle down a little bit.
Settle down. Now.
That's what you'll get. Look, he's going to. I anticipate Jerry's going to come out and Jerry's going to try and put a positive spin on everything. But the fact of the matter is, the fans are restless, and with good reason.
Are you embarrassed?
You can't win games. You've gotten to a point where you just can't win games on the road. Every single time that games are close late, they will lose, and they will lose because of small details,
like a fumble at the goal line.
Yeah, where you just can't get the handoff exchange right. Have you ever seen in your life somebody get their entire lower body in the end zone without the football?
Oh, that was difficult. I've not seen that. I know people were calling Pollard out, but that was just a good play. I mean, that was a good defensive play.
Why did he cut back, though?
Why did he or why
didn't he?
Why
did he? He cut back.
Yeah, he could have gone to the pylon.
The pylon.
Yeah, he could have gone there. I don't know.
It's details. Again, it's details. They always lose on details.
He panicked. He wanted to get into the end zone. He panicked. He was like, I want to show the world that I'm a number one. I'm going to lower my head in an aggressive manner, Al Bundy style. I'm going to go right into the defensive players.
There's a zero chance he knows who Al Bundy is, by the way.
Peyton? Well, I mean, Peyton didn't even know who somebody else. He barely knew who. My gosh.
Should I?
Think about it.
We're in the safe harbor.
We gotta, yeah. I mean, before 6 a.m. I can talk about it, but man, I've got to find out if we can talk about this a little bit later. Just how much I realized.
I mean,
Brock
look,
Purdy,
if he actually looks like the guy, which he does, it's okay. You just don't post it on social.
I mean, Brock Purdy does look in this photo looks just like the Lee Harvey Oswald.
Right, because you're not really showing a photo of
mugshot.
anybody because he didn't do it. So you're just showing a guy.
That looks so much like him, right?
It looks a lot. And I've thought that for a while. Like it does look a lot like him.
One's dry.
It's wild. One's wet, one's dry. It's absolutely wild. It's the same facial expression. I'm just saying, if you're a believer in reincarnation.
I mean, it could be. It could be. And Peyton has no idea who that guy is.
No, he doesn't.
He had to think about it for quite a while. All right. What did everybody get for Christmas? Yes, sir. It's the day after Christmas. It's Sean and
Cereal,
RJ.
baby.
But Sean's out. What's that?
Cereal, baby.
Cereal bit. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We know what Bobby got. What did Peyton get? We'll talk about our little Christmas gifts next to the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
Doncic going for 50, and he's got it. Luka Doncic on this Christmas night.
Oh, that is ESPN with a call of Luka putting in 50. 50! Fitty and the Mavericks. That was a pretty good win. That's a pretty good win, 128-114 over Phoenix. I have no idea. No idea what is going on with the Suns.
That man punks the Suns every single time.
Yes, he does. He's their daddy. He is their puppy, as they would say.
Big puppy.
I have no idea. I don't know how that Phoenix team loses games. Like, to be honest with you, like, they've got tremendous players. There's some injuries, but they're thin too.
They have trouble getting everybody healthy at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
That's their biggest problem. Which apparently, I guess there's like reports now that Kevin Durant is restless. Like, why can't you guys get guys healthy? Which for years that was Phoenix's MO, was that was the fountain of youth over there. Like Grant Hill, it was like, wow, nobody could get Grant Hill healthy until he went to Phoenix.
Yeah,
and so
it's the desert, man. Nobody gets the flu over there.
Yeah,
nobody gets sick.
Now they can't keep anybody healthy.
They can't. That's true. It happens, and
Thanks,
that's
Fauci.
part of the problem. But they've got talent still. When you got KD and Booker, you think that you should win some games, but they don't.
Except against the Mavs.
Except against the Mavs. Durant not great last night at all. Luka was, and there is the difference in the game.
Boy, you didn't expect it was going to be a shootout between Luka and Grayson Allen.
No, you did not. No, you did not. That happens every now and then when you chucking threes left and right, and you're down near 50% from them. You'll have a good game. That's what Grayson did. All right, what did you get for Christmas, boys and girls, or Hanukkah, whatever?
The wife and I went stockings this year.
You wore stockings?
Yeah, stockings and stirrups and whatever else.
Yeah.
But no, we had made the agreement that all right, we're just gonna get each other. We'll fill up each other's stockings and then we'll go do the family trip thing. So kids got their Christmas presents. Kristen and I just did the filled up the stocking with like little like candy and gift cards and stuff like that.
That's
so
pretty cool.
That was all we did. That's all I got. And then we had the flu bug for Christmas. That came into the home. So the two girls got the flu over Christmas. So we ended up having to scramble and just do everything on Christmas Eve.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So we had to do everything on Christmas Eve because we were not certain that Christmas would be healthy enough. And sure enough, Christmas Day rolled around. It was like, yep, good thing we did this last night because they are all really sick today.
How are you?
I'm good. Now,
okay.
Does that mean I'm going to be good Friday or Saturday or whatever else? Is the bug going to come get me? I don't know. But I mean, Kristen's response is always to, as she says, she's like, hey, we just need 2 weeks to flatten the curve. So like, let's put you guys. Yeah. So she puts us on these lockdowns and she isolates us. And so we genuinely get all separated in different parts of the house. And so we're all like, Jacob's in his room, Addison's in hers, Kristen, Laura in the back, and then like I'm up front in the living room. So she separates us all out to try and keep us as
flatten the curve,
isolated as possible.
Good for her. That's pretty good. Did you get the key?
Now watch, we're not going to be able to actually leave for 6 months. We're not going to be able to be in the same room together for 6 months.
Absolutely. It happens like that. It's not just 2 weeks.
I mean, look, history tells us we'll be locked down for 6 weeks or 6 months.
See, we did like 4 different days of that's why I said it was like, it felt like Hanukkah for us because it was like we did presents on the 23rd.
Shout out
and
to
the 24th and the 25th. So we did like 3 or 4 days of presents in a row, just different families going around. But did the kids like? Did you get anything great? Where they're like, oh my god!
Yeah, I mean, we got them. So like we had told them, we were like, you can have big Christmas, or you can have moderate Christmas with a trip, and we'll take a trip in February.
Well,
and they were like, so they said they wanted the trip, and we came away from it. Kristen and I didn't. We're not giving them the option anymore. We're not doing this again because it just completely felt like it had killed the entire like Christmas vibe for us.
Yeah.
Like where it was like, it doesn't feel like we're doing as much shopping. We were a little more flippant with the season. I don't totally love this, but yeah, they got stuff that they like, I mean, little stuff that they had on their list and everything else. Like Laura got these dolls she had wanted. And but see, the problem is I didn't do my shopping till Sunday. That's when I shopped.
You shopped on Sunday?
Yeah, I went to the Target right around the corner.
After the pregame show?
Yeah, we literally, as soon as I left the pregame show, I went to the Target over here and shopped. And then I came back to finish watching the game over here. But I ended up, the problem is I end up splurge spending. So I either spend too much or I start throwing money at things where it's like, why did you buy this? And so like I bought an air hockey table and Kristen's like, why did you do this?
Do you have room for an air hockey table?
Not really.
Oh my God.
So she was like, why did you do this? I was like, because I had no plan. I went in there and was just like, what can I throw money at? And so we got them the things they wanted, but then I felt like, I feel like we still don't have enough. So I'm just going to let me get a big thing like an air hockey table. And you end up just.
Yeah.
It was a bad idea. It was a bad plan. Okay. I screwed it up. I completely flubbed it.
I got a lot of clothes. Which I'm fine with. I need a new wardrobe. I have like 3 shirts I just kind of rotate around. And if I get past the third one, I feel like I can't match anything. I have to match my hats.
Yes. It does match. It's a nice match today.
This is an old throwback hat. I haven't washed anything yet. Can't wear it before you wash, according to...
Are they just like plain things? Or are they like graphic tees? Or what'd you get?
No, they're not graphic tees. I'm not like on that Ed Hardy kick. They're just like, some baseball shirts.
I love pop culture t-shirts, though.
I do too. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. I got the kids an Xbox.
Oh,
the Xbox X.
Team Xbox.
Xbox X. They wanted. I don't know. My kid wants an Oculus. Have you heard of those things?
It's called the Xbox Twitter.
Yeah, the Xbox Twitter. Because they had a PS4. And they wanted a 5, and I'm like, all right, well, I don't want to get another one. So I found this on sale, like half off. So I got it. Wow. I got this one. It was a great deal. So it's sitting in my house. We tried to set it up last night.
Like, you have no clue, do you?
No, it was fine. It was just, it took forever because they couldn't pair something together. I don't know. And I had to create sign-ins. All the sign-ins for the PS4 don't work on the Xbox.
Boy, my kids... They are getting way too much screen time right now.
Yeah.
Jacob's playing at because they're all separated. So Kristen's like, all right, well, just, I guess, like, I don't want you to just be in there bored with nothing to do. So it's like Jacob's playing a bunch of Xbox. Addison's playing her Nintendo DS. Laura has a TV set up and her iPad and everything else. And I just felt awful that we spent Christmas doing all that.
Yeah.
But Peyton, what'd you get?
So I'm in the phase where I'm just give me some clothes. Give me some clothes, give me some gear, So, and I cheated a little bit because when the Rangers won the World Series, I just stocked up on World Series stuff and I just said, all right, parents,
already cheating. Wow.
Yeah, I know, right? And so I just put the Ranger stuff that I bought back in November towards Christmas already. So my parents just wrapped it. I got some nice Cole Haan shoes.
Well,
yeah, I needed something to go with jeans, some khakis instead of just wearing these boring tennis shoes. So I got some nice tennis shoes, or some shoes in general I could wear with some jeans.
What'd you get Mackenzie?
I got her some Kinder Scott jewelry, and then I got her
you're a bold man to buy jewelry. Yeah. I refuse to guess on jewelry.
Really?
Jewelry is such a dangerous play to me because you.
I just try to make it look like what hers is, but different. Because I know
that's a risky play.
Is it though?
That is because
you can tell me what she wants, so I just say, you know what? I'll just buy you something.
I feel like whenever I tried to buy jewelry in the past, I'm like, this looks like something she'd wear. I find out later on, no, that's not something she would wear at all. I'm not guessing on this ever again.
I got her a bracelet last year, and she loved it. This year, I tried to go other stuff like not cliche jewelry.
I got her a necklace this year.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Stop it. Stop it. I think I struck out. I
got yeah. Did she give you the fake oh yeah?
No, she gave me. Oh, I'm gonna take this back. I got her I found out the perfume she likes, and apparently there's different scents within that same one. It was like that Chance Chanel one. I didn't realize there was 4 different scents. I thought it was just one, so I just grabbed whatever one I could find. And then I thought I got her a jacket. And that was it just doesn't fit right.
So then she took the jacket off. You were like, take the jacket off. Jacket off. Okay.
Jacket off.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
By the way, 903 did the trip thing for our kids too. I agree. It didn't feel like Christmas for the kids.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got
we did a couple years ago. It didn't feel like
we ultimately, we're just like, okay, we're not doing this anymore because it kind of ruined the whole season. I felt like so.
Yeah, because they want something open. They want something open. You can't open a present. You can't open a trip.
I mean, they seem excited. So I just felt like for us, it killed the whole family vibe of Christmas.
I get you. All right, let's do a little round. Let's see, star up, star down. Did anybody have player star ups that weren't on the defense? Did anyone? We're gonna find that.
Mike McCarthy.
Star up, star down. Sean and RJ next to the Fan.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more, name your device. The Odyssey app is there. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
29 yards on the right hash. Here's the kick, and it's good as time expires. And the Dolphins have finally beaten a team with a winning record. They hadn't either. And they win the game 22-20.
All right, there's the call. Brad Sham right here, 105 through the Fan. Cows lose, cows stink. They get beat.
Cows lose, cows stink.
Yes, sir, Mr. Randy.
22-20 to Miami over the weekend. Just a very uninspiring football game, an uninspiring way to lose a game. They had it. They were up with 4 minutes to go, as if anybody in this room thought they were going to hold that lead.
Oh, zero. You know what? The only thing that made me think they were going to hold the lead was, didn't it feel so much like the Chargers game?
Where they had, Miami had
they had no business winning the game, Dallas.
Yeah, no,
they get bailed out by like a ridiculous penalty on the drive that keeps the drive going. They then get the Brandon Cooks touchdown. I believe that was the same route they threw to Cooks for the touchdown against the Chargers. They do the same thing here against the Dolphins. Puts them, gives them 20 for the day, just like they were up 20-17 on the Chargers. There was a little bit of a feel of like, oh, they might just like sneak out of here with this, which would be kind of ridiculous because they honestly didn't deserve to win because of the biggest star down of the day, which was star down. You can't get CeeDee Lamb involved. But like we talked on the pregame show, the biggest challenge for the Cowboys was going to be getting CeeDee Lamb matched up on Kahoo in the slot. If you could do that, then you could pick on them and have a bit. Yeah, Kahoo. Exactly. Kahoo? That's the same question. Who?
Kahoo?
Yeah, exactly. And so if you needed to seek out that matchup, you needed to create that matchup. If you could do that, you could have a lot of success. They didn't have to create the matchup. The Dolphins just told you can have it. You can get anybody you want. If you want to put, Lamb against Howard, great. Line him up to the right side of the offense. You want to line him up to the left side of the offense, you can get Ramsey. You want to put him in the slot, you can get Kahoo. Pick and choose your matchup. And they did early on. They got CeeDee Lamb, it was 4 catches, 98 yards, and a touchdown in the first 2 drives, and you were moving the ball effectively. And then after that touchdown that he scored, that 49-yard touchdown, he doesn't see the ball again until the 4th quarter. And it's absolutely maddening that they just refuse to get him involved.
That star down, whatever the hell they were trying to do with CeeDee Lamb. I don't know what that was, but that was troubling. Like, great teams find ways to get the ball to their playmakers.
You didn't even have to find it.
No, I know.
It felt like it was just there for you, and you didn't. And I know there's some people who pushed back on that on social media when I said that, like, oh, you think they just completely ignored it? Well, no, I don't think they completely ignored it. But what I do think happened was I think that they didn't make him enough of a priority. And a lot of times it didn't look like he was early enough in the progression. Yeah. It felt like the progression didn't include him. They didn't seek out that matchup. It doesn't take much to just, even with the pass protection, snap the ball, throw a slant to CeeDee coming out of the slot. That takes a second.
It does. And look, I mean, and the offensive line did not hold up at all. Big star down to the offensive line.
9-7-2, star down to left tackle. Yeah, there were some problems out there for Chuma Edoga stepping in for Tyron Smith for sure.
Dude, like he's blocking the wrong guy half the time.
That was the biggest problem, is that when we were talking about this, Brian and I, when he
would just go help out.
When he got the right read, when he knew, when he was blocking the guy he was supposed to block, he wasn't bad. He was okay. The biggest problem was there were like 3 or 4 times where it's like, hey, that's your guy, right? Like Bradley Chubb, somebody's supposed to block him, dude.
Block, please. He's a good player.
Star down for miscommunication on the offensive line, for sure.
It happens. It doesn't have to happen every game. And that's what happens when you throw a backup in there. You're gonna have issues like that. Who knows how the game is different without Tyron? And it's just another game where the Cowboys can't win.
It does like happen whenever you have backups in there, but the Cowboys are in a unique position because they've been giving Tyron Smith Wednesdays, a lot of Thursdays off. Like Edoga's taken first team snaps at practice all year during the week because Tyron sits out on Wednesdays. So that should not be nearly as much of a problem as it has been. That's something where he should be better prepared to step in there, and the communication should be better than it was.
Yeah, it should be. It wasn't, and that's a problem. This is a troubling stat I saw. This is a star down to Dak playing without a lead. This was late in the game when leading or tied. This statistic was thrown out there on the TV. I'm sure you saw it. 8.2 yards per attempt, 22 TDs, 2 picks, 71% completion percentage. When trailing, 64%, 60 yards an attempt, 6.3, 6 TDs, 5 picks. That's a troubling stat.
Yeah, I mean, when they're tied, look, when they're tied this year, he has 8 touchdowns, no interceptions. Like, he's played really great when those margins are thin. But yeah, when trailing this year, it's just not been very good. And which is funny because what does he always get hit with? Garbage time. You're just throwing a bunch of stats up while you're trailing by 20. You're just filling up the stat sheet. That's not the case this year.
He's pretty bad. He's pretty awful when they're
year.
trailing. It's a troubling stat. Now all those are on the road, by the way. Like he doesn't lose games at home. He doesn't play poorly at games at home. It was just, and I'll tell you this. I got to give him credit in one thing. You did notice like late in the game. Did it feel like they went under center in the fourth quarter? And they started to do their "here we go" cadence. I noticed that late in the game, and I was like, "Ooh, is that a change?" I don't remember them. I don't remember hearing that at all during the early parts of the game. And then all of a sudden, the offense clicks.
It may be that you couldn't hear it. Period. I don't know. It may have just been the crowd, and you were taking the crowd out as you were moving the ball down the field. I hadn't noticed it, but man, it's just the communication was not great within the offensive line. Part of that may be the cadence. Part of that may be why they have trouble on the road is because the cadence and everything else. But
listen, man, if you can't play on the road in the NFL because you can't do your "here we go," that's a problem.
972 star up Brandon Aubrey continues to be perfect.
Yes.
RJ Choppy. No, look, I think
both kickers are really good in this game.
Gosh, Sanders made his 3 50-yard field goals.
Yeah,
looking like a regular Pete Stoyanovich out there for the Dolphins.
Peyton, know who that is?
Yeah, he's a kicker.
No, this was the biggest thing to me. Star down, and Dak wasn't great in this game. I actually thought for the most part Dak was good. I don't think he was great. Star down to me on just what the hell that game plan was. It should have been the easiest thing in the world to say CD should have gotten 20 targets in this game. Just get him the ball.
Yeah.
And they absolutely, this was an issue in the Arizona game. I feel like when they're missing Tyron, they tighten up their passing game plan. And it's like, you need to just trust the guys that you have. You can't just completely reserved and conservative without Tyron in there.
Yeah, like this game's set up.
Are you going to do that in the playoffs? If you lose Tyron, which you could always lose Tyron at any moment.
At any moment.
Is your plan in the playoffs if you lose him, just go, we'll just pack it in on offense today?
Yeah, I mean, look, there was, because they had a chance to win. There's no doubt. And this is one of those games where it was ripe to be stolen. You had them settle for field goals left and right. They couldn't punch it in either. Well, they get 1 touchdown. They couldn't punch it in. You had them. You had them with a chance on the ropes to win this game, and you couldn't do it because your offense couldn't take advantage. Like that was because your red zone offense stunk again.
Or not just your red zone offense.
Not stunk, but
not just your red zone offense, your goal-to-go offense.
First down and goal. Lipke behind Prescott. Fumble as he tried the handoff to Lipke, and the Dolphins have recovered the fumble. Safety Brandon Jones recovered the fumble, and the Cowboys go all the way to the lip of the cup and hit the ball in the lake.
Boy, that was as demoralizing a play as you're going to find.
It was, and that's the fan replay presented by Ciroc Vodka there.
And you know what? And people were getting on Pollard for not getting in. Like, okay, I get it. Like, he didn't get in.
Get to the pylon though. I have no idea what the cut, but that was what in the Trent Richardson was that decision to just cut back into
it's
traffic.
Very odd. He had it. I mean, he had the pylon. I get it. Go there. But I mean, look, you can't execute a handoff. Like, and it's not like it was a handoff. It was in his breadbasket, and like that wasn't even close.
It felt
that
like
was bad.
It felt like it was going to be on that first drive. It felt like it was going to be the Hunter Lipke game, Like
Yeah,
they gave
there's
him
a lot of
they
it.
gave him a couple carries.
Yeah.
They threw a pass to him in the flat, and then as soon as that fumble happened, they're like, "We're not doing this again."
Did he play the rest of the?
No, he played. He played, but yeah, he had a catch on that first drive, and he had I think 2 carries, and I don't know that he touched the ball again the rest of the day. But man, that's star down Hunter Lipke, star down Dak Prescott for that. Whoever it is, I don't know who's more to blame on that exchange, but you've got to be able to just get the exchange. How different is this game, Chop, if Pollard just scores there though?
Well, they win.
You think?
So I think,
does it
I
change,
think it's quite a bit different.
Obviously, it's a point difference. But does it change the tenor of the game? Does it change the approach of the game?
Of course, because and they may not win because Miami doesn't kneel at the end to settle for the field goal. Miami, so you give the Cowboys. I mean, look, if even they got a field goal, out of it.
Yeah.
So they would have gotten 7 more points. It would have been 27. So the Miami would have had a chance to tie at the end if they scored a touchdown. But if they got a field goal out of it, Miami would have had to get a touchdown at the end. So, yeah, I think it changed the entire tenor of the game. Now, maybe Miami decides to go for it on 4th more and not settle for those long field goals. I mean, who knows how they change their game plan as a whole as well. So everything changed on that one. But, I mean, that was crippling. You get the opening kick. You take the kick. You elect to receive, which it is the way to go now. I like that. If this offense plays better from ahead than behind, so get the lead. The defense plays better from ahead than behind. Get the lead. I'm totally fine with that.
I play better from the front than from behind.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Typically.
interesting.
Yeah. I just mean in games, like when we're playing or whatever.
Okay. All right. I mean, I would have disagreed either way.
No.
But I think that it's of course that changed the game.
Absolutely. Star up, star down, presented by the Big Green Egg. Star up to the run defense, which I honestly didn't think there was any chance they were going to be able to slow down Miami's rushing attack, but they did it, Chop. I mean, 91 rushing yards for the Dolphins. Raheem Mostert goes out of this game early. You have, injury issues with Jalen Waddle in this game. This is a game that when you're presented with the run defense playing the way they did, you hold them to 1 touchdown. You have to win that football game.
Yeah.
And so this is we gave so much credit the first 8 weeks of the year to the Cowboys offense. The Cowboys offense really, I think, needs to shoulder, and the Cowboys coaching staff really needs to shoulder this game.
They do, but I'm not gonna and Chosen goes down too. I'm not gonna let the defense off the hook here. I never would say, well, they forced 18 field goals. Like, they still got into field goal range. They still let Miami move the ball.
There was some bend but don't break. I mean, look, you got to be better than 6 of 13 on 3rd down. You want your 3rd down defense to be better than that. Durham Smythe can't kill you with 5 receptions that all feel like massive conversions.
Yeah, and Tua wasn't even like his normal self. He wasn't like great. He was good. He was fine.
Tua cannot throw outside the numbers is one of the things that I'm finding.
Then that's not their offense too is a lot of inside stuff anyway.
You could see it on tape leading up to the game, but even in this one, he is just not accurate throwing to the outside.
No.
Whenever he throws to the outside, that is skipped. It's wide. How many times did we see a guy just like stretching out, trying to get fingertips on the ball?
He's incredibly accurate over the middle.
Yeah.
And they're touch passes too. Like, he will just float balls out there. Like, it really is. When he is on, it's a treat to watch because it's so surgical. But yeah, he doesn't throw outside the numbers very well at all.
Star down to, and I'm not going to be one to hammer this as an excuse, but to me, star down to the fact that Micah Parsons still can't get a holding call.
Oh, dang it! No, I was going with Micah playing off the ball.
They did okay. Now that is definitely
bothered me.
And Mike McCarthy, it felt like, gave us a little bit of a hint that was coming when we talked to him on Friday. That he's like, well, yeah, that's one of the things you consider. That's one of the things you look at. One of the things you do. But man, Micah at off-ball linebackers is not nearly as impactful as him rushing the passer.
Oh, are you mean to tell me that a linebacker doesn't impact the game? Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, it's just he doesn't play as well.
Look.
The linebackers were going to be massively important in this game.
Yes.
Because what Miami does with their offensive concepts is, if you don't get good linebacker play, they can attack you in the run game. And if you're not getting good linebacker play and you're not reading things the right way, they like to draw the linebackers in and free up the middle of the field for some of their pitch and catch stuff. And so the linebackers have to be really good and really disciplined. And Micah is not typically that when he's playing linebacker. He has his problems with his reads when he's playing linebacker, and there's some more of that on Sunday.
That touchdown to Mostert, that was a sick play.
That single touchdown that they scored?
The one they scored, that and that's what you're talking about, though. They find ways to draw linebackers in, get guys open. I mean, that he was wide the hell open over there. And he made a nice little catch on that one, but yeah, he can't get a holding call. It's you're approaching 40 quarters. That's 10 games, guys.
There's zero chance that one of the best pass rushers in the NFL, and I don't mean this is like the Cowboys are getting screwed. Please do not misunderstand me on that. This is not official blaming. I don't think it makes a difference in the game, but I am saying that they're missing calls because there's zero chance Micah, as one of the best pass rushers in the NFL, has gone 10 games without being held. We see it every week. We see he's getting held.
Those calls, though, they want to make me get off Twitter during a game. It's just frustrating.
There's a little bit of it's convenient criticism. There's a little bit.
It really is, because and then you see the I thought both teams got screwed on the roughing the passer calls. We can get into the officials coming up here because I thought both teams got screwed on some of those roughing the passers. But let's continue with star up, star down, and a statement, an absolute statement was made over the weekend. Yes. A statement was made last night even. A statement was made in the National Football League. We'll do that coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. But let's get you
Fakes the toss to the right, throws across the middle. Touchdown! Zay Flowers! And the Ravens strike on back-to-back drives.
Statement victory by the Baltimore Ravens. Best team in the National Football League? Well, find out, I guess, tomorrow in Power Rankings at 8 o'clock here on 105 through the Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt.
Got you down.
Peyton Russell. Ryan is in studio as well. Sean is out this week. He will be back on Tuesday of next week.
Yes, he will.
For?
Because Peyton loves to just jump in my ear whenever I'm sitting here.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good, does it?
No, it doesn't. Because he'll hit me with just like random credits that I don't need. Like, for instance, we
Ravens
just played
Radio.
that. And he goes, Ravens Radio. Or he'll just like hit me and go like, Ciroc Vodka.
Yes.
Big green egg. And
See,
I'll drop it in my ear. I don't like it.
I guess it doesn't work to my ear because he's probably supposed to.
No. He's hitting it on one. He's only hitting it on one. So watch, hit him with it. You should have heard that.
Nothing.
You're hearing
Yeah,
nothing?
nothing.
You're nothing.
So I think that thing's busted over there, but
Has
it's
to be
not my
broken.
problem.
So
Trade me headphones.
I
Just
can't.
you can take mine and
I
I'll
don't
take.
want your
we'll
headphones.
leave yours
I
plugged
don't want
in
your
here.
disgusting headphones. I don't want that at all. It's not the headphones. It's the system. But the Ravens Radio with the call is they have a very, very tough stranglehold on the 1 seed. It's either them or Miami in the AFC. Miami's got to win out. Baltimore's going to have to lose at least one game.
Nah, Baltimore's got that 1 seed. Look, I'm sorry. We're heading for a Baltimore-San Francisco Super Bowl. That's what we're heading for.
Again?
Yep.
Seen it already. It was in New Orleans. We were there.
Yeah, that's when the power went out.
Well, yeah, but we were there that Radio Row week. And it was just that was a boring Super Bowl to talk about, like leading up to it. Leading up to it, because you had a chance. You could have had Brady, you could have had Manning, you could have had.
You got the Harbaugh brothers angle.
Yeah,
the brothers Super Bowl.
Yeah, it was great. It's awesome. And then I just hate bad quarterback play. And anytime Joe Flacco's in it, at least back then. Now Joe's elite. Joe's about to go to the Hall of Fame when the Browns win the Super Bowl this year.
Stop
it. Seriously.
Who was the other quarterback in that game?
It was Kaepernick, right?
Oh, okay. I couldn't remember.
Right, San Fran.
Yep.
Would have been Kaepernick at that point.
Yep.
It wasn't. When you're used to having Brady or Manning in, you see Joe Flacco and Collins. It's not the same thing. But what a game by Baltimore. Here's the question: can they repeat that performance though?
Yeah.
I mean, tip ball interceptions like that, you're not going to get those. You're not going to get Brock Purdy to throw 4 picks. And to get tip ball interceptions, what they have 3 tip ball. You're gonna get lucky again.
Okay, but what you had overall was the tip balls were part of that's luck. But what you had overall was
they caused the havoc.
They caused a lot of confusion.
They caused the
for Brock
havoc
Purdy.
that led to the tip ball interceptions. I get it. You're right.
They will still be able to. That's one of the reasons why I've been high on Baltimore all year. Is that defense is pretty clearly the best one in the NFL. That defense is. The Baltimore defense is the best one in the NFL. And the kind of problems they cause for Shanahan, that offense, everything else, it's exciting. Now, that's why I say...
Is this a styles make fights thing? Because I think the Cowboys versus Niners, it's a styles make fights, right? It's not like San Fran's like just more talented, which they are. But like the Cowboys are extremely talented, but the score of the game is not necessarily like on the level of the talent. The disparity in talent between San Fran and the Cowboys is not as big as 42-10. But was this a similar situation, like the Baltimore style? I think
if they play again, that's a really close game. I think Baltimore just punched them in the mouth. I think Baltimore came out with a really great game plan and attacked them.
Like they did on the road.
It's very impressive what they did, and they deserve a ton of credit. And they are you can't say today, again, sorry to spoil power rankings. You can't say today that they're not the best team in football after what they did.
I'll put the Chiefs is still number 1. I'm still putting them in there.
I'm sure you are. Boy, that Taylor Swift Yoko Ono curse, man.
Man, it was at the beginning. It was Liddy. Like those two teams. I mean, those two. That pairing couldn't be beat.
Have you ever seen Travis Kelce lose it on the sideline before he was dating Taylor Swift?
Well, no.
Now you have.
She's gonna write a song about him soon.
Oh gosh, can you imagine?
It's gonna happen.
Boy, this is I would have loved to have seen his mentions yesterday, just to see what people would like. This is the Taylor Swift curse. How about you focus on football instead of girls?
Yeah.
How about you do that?
Yeah. Focus on that football, man. But the Ravens, 86 QBR for Lamar Jackson.
He's going to win MVP now.
Brock
That's
Purdy's
settled.
QBR was an 8. An 8.
Not very good.
Sam Darnold, when he played, almost a 70. Far more effective. That happens when you just don't throw 4 picks. But an 8 QBR for Lamar Jackson in this one. I'm sorry, for Brock Purdy in this one.
Yeah, I mean, look, this was turnovers. That's what this came down to. Turnovers and some penalties. San Francisco, pretty much if you go down the list, San Francisco beat Baltimore in every respect in the stat sheet, except they had 5 turnovers to Baltimore's none, and they had 10 penalties for 102 yards to Baltimore's 6 for 67. Ooh. That's the difference right there.
What were you doing in 1993?
Mullins takes the shotgun snap. He's back. Mullins looking. Pressure comes. Stepping up. Looking. Throwing deep downfield. It is picked up by the Lions. Intercepted. Coming back the other way. Ifatu Melifonwu. This is going to be over. Lions are going to win it. Lions are bringing the NFC North title back to Detroit.
That is Lions radio with the goal. I thought he said Lions are friggin', not bringing. I thought he said they're friggin' the NFC North champs. I was like, what is that? The Lions win the NFC North for the first time since 1993. I got a list of things that were happening in 1993.
What's happening?
Czechoslovakia was still a country. Okay. Still.
Peyton, you know what Czechoslovakia is?
Yeah, it's some country.
It was so long ago that a serial killer was executed by hanging.
Oh.
In Washington State. That's how long ago this was. That was still a form of capital punishment.
Peyton was still it wasn't even a zygote.
That was the siege of the Branch Davidians happened in Waco.
Wait, oh, damn it. You spoiled it. I was going to ask him where the Branch Davidians were.
The Rodney King trial began.
Oh, my gosh. Began? Ooh, that was a long time ago. That's been a minute.
The song of the year...
1993. The Right Stuff by NKOTB.
No.
That's more
It was a
80s.
soundtrack to a movie.
Oh, that's I Will Always Love You,
There
Whitney
you go.
Houston. How many people know this is a remake, that song? How many people know that Dolly Parton did it initially?
I think maybe because of the internet they know. I didn't know at the time.
I think more people know it now thanks to Thanksgiving, because that was something that came up during the Dolly Parton Thanksgiving performance.
Yeah, could have been. It was so long ago. Women were not allowed to fly warplanes when the year started.
Better time.
Jurassic Park and Sleepless in Seattle were released within 2 weeks of each other. The Unabomber was wreaking havoc. Pablo Escobar was killed.
Kidding when I say better time, by the way.
No time for jokes, Batgirl.
And
good drop, Peyton.
And Snoop-a-Loop dropped his debut album.
What was the name of that album?
It was Doggy Style.
That's the name of it.
That's the name of the
we
album.
can say the name of it.
What was the first song? This one.
This one?
This is the first song. This is the first single that was released. What a jam. That's what happened last time the Lions won the NFC North.
Great album.
It is. Ain't No Fun's the best song on that one, though, and you can never hear it. It never gets played.
Boy, he dropped this masterpiece, was obviously on the Chronic, and really after that, kind of became a meme. Kind of became a meme rapper. I mean, the original meme rapper to me, anyway. I mean, Murder was just in terms of like those are two classics. He essentially gets credit to me for the Chronic. So he's so heavily tied to the Chronic, and then what he did with Doggy Style. Those are two classics.
Chronic the album or Chronic the Chronic?
They're no, well, both. There were no like it was two classics, and then after that it was just a bunch of and like kind of leaning into the Snoop Dogg character. I felt like for the rest of his work after that.
That's, I mean, this was his best work. This album, I think.
Yeah,
that's my favorite.
Yeah, I mean, Murder Was the Case was a great song.
Yeah. But. So that was the Lions win the NFC North. That was what happened last time that happened. I still don't know that they're a threat.
302. So long ago, the Cowboys were in NFC title games.
Yes, they were. Seahawks stay alive 20-17 over the Titans.
Man, and that was just an ugly game. That was not an enjoyable game to watch at all in this one. But Geno Smith back doing his thing. 227 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. This was a game, though, that it felt like was going to slip out of their grasp for most of it until they take the lead in the fourth quarter. But just an ugly football game to watch.
It was. There was quite a bit of ugly games over the weekend. The Raiders with the one of the great upset, 20-14. They snapped their slide against the Chiefs, and they win the game at Arrowhead.
What is wrong with Patrick Mahomes?
I don't know. This is beyond not having wide receivers. It's past that because he didn't have wide receivers last year either. Unless you're going to tell me that Juju was some amazing wide receiver to rely on. There's something going on.
Patrick Mahomes this year, what does his stat line look like now? 26 touchdowns, 14 interceptions.
26 and 14. Well, he's got to get benched now. I mean, it's so many interceptions.
He needs the Mike McCarthy treatment.
It's too many picks.
He needs Mike McCarthy to go in there. In fact, that would be my recommendation. The Chiefs should trade the Cowboys a first-round pick for Mike McCarthy so that he can go in there and fix Patrick Mahomes.
There you go.
That's what I'd be in favor of.
Tommy DeVito gets benched.
Tommy Cutlets. Boy, there's not going to be anything I'm more right about than Philadelphia was a bad football team. I nailed this one that they were the Vikings from last year.
Eagles win 33-25. I had to watch this game with 2 Giant fans. My sister and her son, my nephew, Nick.
It was pretty enjoyable, I bet, though.
Yeah, they're fine. They're not obnoxious. They just watch the game. They don't say anything.
You wanted to see the Giants win, though. You want them to get further away from a good pick, and you want the Eagles to lose.
Sure.
So I mean that was probably not so bad to watch the game with them.
No, it was fine. It was fine.
Tommy Cutlets was just not very good in this one. Tyrod Taylor coming here. I genuinely thought, I was like, they are going to come back and win this. I really felt like.
You thought they were?
Now, do you have a problem with and this is something that came up on social media, do you have a problem with the we're just going to ignore pass interference on Hail Marys? Because somebody with the Giants, I can't remember if it was Waller or somebody, just got pulled down and tackled in the end zone before the ball got there. They just refused to throw the flag.
I mean, look, call it like you're going to call a regular play, I guess. But when everybody's jumping up, my thought period generally is if both guys are going for the ball and one person doesn't throw their hands out in front, let them go, right?
It was A.J. Brown last night was in the locker room and they went up to get come from him. He refused to talk. He said, I have nothing nice to say. So
really?
That locker room, they snapped their 3-game losing streak, 6 catches, 80 yards.
It's not terrible.
No, I think he's a malcontent, and Philadelphia is not very good right now.
Is he a pain in the butt?
Yeah.
Hasn't
he developed that reputation since he got to Philly?
I suppose.
This is just, look, there is nothing scary about that football team. There's absolutely
doesn't know how to lose.
There is nothing terrifying about that team. And the 2022 Minnesota Vikings vibe coming off of that football team.
Yeah, they're in trouble.
I don't know that team wins a playoff game.
Yeah, I'm with you there, man. The Brownies 36-22 over the Texans. And that Texans loss really magnified by the Jaguars loss to Tampa 30-12. But Joe Flacco, dude.
It's nice when you can throw to Amari Cooper, isn't it? 11 catches, 265 yards, 2 touchdowns. He now has the NFL record for the most games with 10 catches, 200 yards, and a touchdown. He passes a tie that was with Jerry Rice, Calvin Johnson, Tyreek Hill. It's Amari Cooper all alone with 4 games.
So he's in the Hall of Fame. He's the best. He's the GOAT.
He's
goated.
Boy, no, because as we know, he'll either put up 10 or 11, 265 and 2, or he'll put up 1 for 9.
Yeah.
It kind of. I loved Amari Cooper. It just magnified again that he should be here, and it's distressing that he isn't. They went all in on the Michael Gallup train.
Yeah, that one they did. That's.
Aren't you glad? Aren't you really happy that they traded Amari Cooper for a 5th rounder?
I mean, it's huge.
Went all in on paying Michael Gallup.
No doubt.
All group project Gallup.
Oh, no doubt about that. Maybe to talk about that coming up next. Along with our best and worst of the weekend. It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3. The Fans get you over to Platinum.
By Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Oh, it's one of the staples of Sean and RJ here on 105 The Fan. Normally we do it on a Monday, but since the weekend is... look, let's be fair. The weekend's still going on for everybody out there. A majority of people are going to be off this week.
This is the year's weekend. Like, this is the weekend for the year.
Yeah.
I feel like. And so these last 2 weeks of the year, I mean, we don't have the blinds open. I should have the blinds open to check.
You should.
I'm sure that's rather empty. Here, one sec. You fill time.
I think the roads are going to be rather empty today, at least in the morning. Nobody's getting up unless you have to be, and most people don't have to be. Look at that. It's dead. It's dead. Dead out there. Anyway, we like that. We like when nobody. We like when
really cold.
What's that?
I don't like that. It's really cold out there.
Dude, I had to start the car and let it run for like 20 minutes this morning before the layer of freeze would leave the windshield.
You know, I didn't have any freeze on my windshield. I had it on the roof, on the hood, the roof. The windshield was fine.
We'll just get a garage, Bobby.
817. I'm at work. Appreciate you listening.
Yeah. I mean, you've got to be a essential worker. Remember that phrase? You got to be an essential worker.
I didn't have I worked throughout the entire pandemic. I did not have a single day, like a normal day, where I didn't go into the office. I went into the office like normal the entire time. They actually gave me one of these little sheets because I worked in radio. I was an essential worker. I was given one of these sheets of paper from Homeland Security that basically said, if somebody tries to tell you you're not supposed to be out past this curfew or whatever, show them this paper that you're an essential worker.
Essential worker. I remember that. I remember having those. But what did everybody do? How was everybody's weekend? Anything good? Anything new happen?
Flu bug hit our house, which is not great. It's flu A. Flu is out there right now, dude. Like, everybody is getting hit by illness, it feels like, at the moment. But it was a weekend of a lot of sleep, a lot of last-minute shopping, obviously taking in the Cowboys game. But, man, I'll tell you what, my eyes have been opened in the last week or so. Chop, you were out when this happened. My eyes have been open, though, to the greatness of Screwball peanut butter whiskey.
You're just now figuring this out.
Holy S.
It's dangerous, man.
It's so good.
So dangerous. But it's like you finish a bottle of that, you've got pre-diabetes.
Our marketing consultant, Cody, gave me a bottle of this and told me, he's like, this is incredible.
Dangerous.
I'm telling you, it's going to change your life. Throw that up there in the freezer. You pour a shot of that. It tastes like a peanut butter milkshake.
It does. It's like you could have 10 of those because like if you take a shot of whiskey, it is what it is, right? It's gonna burn a little bit.
Yep.
There's no burn with that. None.
No, there's a little bit of obviously the alcohol taste on the back end of it, but man, it is really smooth.
Yes.
Really good. The only problem obviously is it's 35% alcohol, which that's rookie numbers
like
right there.
18-year-old numbers.
Yeah.
Is it only 35%?
It's only 35.
It's only 70 proof?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, there's a lot of just sugar in it. And
yeah, it's nothing but sugar.
it does. It tastes like a treat. Like, I bet if
the drink tastes good, it's generally high sugar.
Typically, yeah. Now, I don't know. So I had this, damn it, I'm trying to remember what it was, Chop. I'd sent you a picture of it, I think. I bought some whiskey recently that was 100 proof or maybe like 110 proof, and it was sweet. And I have no idea how that's the case, but it was, holy cow, it was
What
good.
was it?
I got to look it up.
You got to look that one up.
I got to figure it out. You guys fill time as I figure this out.
That's what we do here. Yeah, it's if you get into some good whiskey that tastes good, like Screwball, it is dangerous.
It was this 114 proof Barrel Armida.
Oh, Barrel. Yeah.
This
now
was
that
was pretty sweet for being, this is bourbon whiskey finished in pear, brandy, rum, and something.
Those casks, yeah.
Casks.
Yeah.
So 57% alcohol. That was pretty good. But I did spend my weekend polishing off that bottle of Screwball. It was pretty good.
We got caught by the bug. My youngest, Julian, was sick to start vacation like on Saturday of last week. And Monday rolls around, and all of a sudden I'm like, ugh, I feel like crap. So I started to get bit by the flu bug a little bit as well. But I was over it in about 48 hours. Poor Sarah is still sick.
When did she get sick?
Tuesday.
She's going on a week?
Yeah. Yeah. And then she was sick about 3 weeks ago, too, with very similar symptoms. And it's like she just got it again. I don't know. It's not very good.
What is it like sinusy or is it
for her?
feverish?
It's sinusy. It's not. I had a fever.
See, we've got the girls have fevers right now.
She didn't have a fever. I had a fever last week.
Boy, we got
Julian had like 103 fever.
We've got a lot of people here. 903, I'm at work as well. 908, I'm heading into work. We got a lot of people listening from work today. 940 heading to work from Wise County to Dallas and listening. Appreciate all you guys who are listening. And appreciate all you guys who are sitting at home listening like the 903 and still listening.
Yes, sir. Boy, Wise County to Dallas. That's a drive. It's further than me.
I just saying it's going around. By the way, I realize, how they say the older you get, you start saying things like when it rains, you're like, we needed this. Like that's something that like you say as you age. I do feel like that's going around. Like, bug's been going around. Like that's something you also say the older.
We played a game over the weekend. It was called "You're Getting Old," and it's got like that. Like you lose a point if you've ever said the phrase, "We need the rain."
Oh yeah.
But you can redeem your point, and because you don't want any points, that's like the object is to have. So you can redeem it if you've also said.
You want to be like the Cowboys on the road, no points.
Right, absolutely. You can redeem yourself if you also said like, something. If you use the phrase, it's booty, cheeks out there.
Yeah, it's cheeks. Yeah,
it's cheek. Right. If you've used some kind of hip phrase, you could redeem yourself. I don't know. It made me feel like I was really old because I've used a lot of those phrases. But then again, I've got kids, so I have used those other ones.
817, I like this. Mixed screwball with Bailey's and a lightly salted rim. Calls it a peanut buttery nipple. Sounds good.
Yeah. Boy, you will have, like, that is 5,000 grams of sugar.
Sounds good,
That's insane. That's insane.
You got to watch your sugar, Chop.
I do. Well,
now, I was going to say, are we allowed to talk about the phone call you had this weekend?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's talk about it right now.
Okay.
I got a phone call. Sean texted me. And he said he asked me questions about, what they put me on at the cardiologist. They put me on like a blood pressure medicine, and then he asked if I was also on this other medicine, a blood thinner. I was like, no, they didn't. And he was like, do you have time for a quick call with my dad? And I was like, yeah, of course. So Dr. Sharif gets on the phone. And I talked to him for about 30 minutes. He's like, man, you really need to get on blood thinners. You need to get on cholesterol meds. You got to get on all this and get this under control. Because I'm cutting back on my drinking.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I did drink at Christmas Day and Christmas Eve.
Despite the rule from your cardiologist that you were not to have a drink for the next 90 days.
Yeah, and I basically said, it was the GI that told me that. And I basically said, look, I'm going to have drinks on Christmas Eve and on New Year's and Christmas Day. And then when I go to Vegas, I'll drink. And I'm not going to go and drink in excess. I'm not going to be like Denzel. I drank Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday in excess. I'm not going to do that. But I'll have a beverage or two.
Crappy 80s band in excess.
Good one. But for the most part, it's been no alcohol. And let me tell you something. That's very, very boring. Peyton, what happened to you?
I had last Thursday and Friday off, so I went golfing with the homies on Friday. Went to Buffalo Creek and Heath. So it was nice, but it not good. Not
what
good.
Was
it was about a 120.
A 120?
Yeah, well, so it poured the day before. The night before, greens were, running a little slow. So, there were puddles. The balls were getting wet. So, after we got through like 12, I was like, you know what? I'm just trying to put the ball in the hole at this point. Get out of here. It wasn't cold or anything.
So, hang on. You're just trying to put the ball in the hole after the 12th hole. Yeah. What was your goal in the first 12 holes where the goal of golf is to literally put the ball in the hole?
Yeah, to make it competitive. But no, but it was just like, I get to the green by a six stroke, and I was just like, let's just move on. I was just ready to get my shots in. Had some Jim Beam, and that was it.
Yeah. How many holes did you pick up on?
How many holes did I pick up on? Oh, no, we finished all of them. No, we finished all of them.
No, so you didn't you hadn't gotten to a situation where you were like you weren't on the green yet in like 7 shots. You were still playing.
Yeah.
I'd have killed you. I'd have hit any of you.
So Sean,
I'd have hit it. If I was with the group behind you, I'd have hit in.
Sean was claiming that last week, as I continue to talk about the fact that, because we talked about this, I had something in my prep the last couple weeks, Chop, that said half of men believe they could land a commercial airplane. And I was saying you would be one who would think that.
I have.
You have not landed a commercial airplane. When?
I went Southwest Airlines. Our old, hang on. I don't want to out.
I knew he would be the one. I knew he would be one of the 50% that would say, I can land an airplane.
So
yeah.
I don't want to out him. I don't want to say who it was that let me in, but they let me use their simulator that they train on. And I had an hour in this simulator. It is very easy. No. Every single one of you guys could absolutely do it.
So
if somebody told you where the flaps were and the landing gear, it is super easy.
Zero chance. I think any of us we're gonna hear that whoop whoop pull up.
Nope.
Whoop whoop.
I landed on
terrain.
my first try. I landed. It's the exact same because that's what they use to train you.
So we
first flight. I go and I fly under the Golden Gate Bridge. It is so easy.
Under Bonte.
It's so easy.
It's so easy. You're just pulling off tricks in the simulator.
No,
we're like, I'm gonna go into the bridge.
They told me. They said try to fly to the Golden Gate Bridge. That's like my third flight.
So you do think you could land a plane?
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it.
So we're talking about the.
It's really not that difficult.
The irrational beliefs you have that you think you could do, and I said, look, again, I do think that I'm not only do I think I could hit 80, but like. With certainty, there's no question in my mind. I'm not hitting, like, when people say you're going to hit 120, there's zero chance I hit 120 the first time out.
Right.
Like,
you hit
Peyton hit
140.
120, whatever else. So, Sean said if you played left-handed, you would beat me by, like, 30 strokes. So,
me?
Yeah. He said if you played left-handed my first time, you would still beat me by 30 strokes.
I don't know. I don't know.
Zero chance.
I don't know. I don't know about that one.
My floor is, like, 110 the first time I go out.
Yeah, how many mulligans though?
Bobby Belt.
Yeah. No mulligans. This isn't Madden 2004 or whatever.
Bobby freaking Belt. Cowboys lose 22-20 to Miami. How did it happen? You don't want to know, but we're going to tell you how it happened next to the fan.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from two-time Stanley Cup champion Greg Ludwig and NHL reporter Sean Shapiro. It's Spits and Suds, 3 times weekly on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools and Autoflex Leasing.
This is John Marks with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment.
fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Snap is back, third down. Throwing it left side of the end zone for Cooks. Leaping up. Cooks. Did he catch it? Yes! Touchdown, Cowboys! What a throw and catch from Prescott to Cooks with 3:27 left in the game.
And then they won, Chop.
Yeah, they won. No, they lost. Brad Shea with the
damn
call
it.
on a game you heard right here on 105 through the Fan. Sean and RJ, 105 through the Fan. I'm RJ. He is Bobby. Sean's out all week.
Got you down.
So it's RJ and Bobby, Choppy and Belt, Choppy and Bobby, RJ's Belt, whatever it is. Peyton and Ryan alongside. Cowboys lose 22-20 to the Miami Dolphins. Merry Christmas, boys and girls.
No, it wasn't very merry.
No.
It was pretty disappointing. And have we just reached a point where we say that what's going on with this team on the road is strictly psychological?
I don't know. I mean, it's probably a lot of things. It's not just psychological.
Because even when they're competitive, they're going to lose.
Look, there's a grass issue.
Yeah.
Right? They don't play well on grass. That's evident. I mean, they lost what now? 9 of 11 on grass, something like that. It's bad. It's a bad number. They play very well on turf outside of Buffalo. But yeah, I think it's evident that this team just does not play well on the road for whatever reason. I don't know if it's mental. I don't know if it's something to do with their system, their process that they do, their protection. Look, teams can't get the Dak on the road when they're at home, when the Cowboys are at home.
Yeah.
But on the road, it seems like he is running for his life on every play.
Well, yeah, and missing Tyron Smith will do that too.
Yeah, but they weren't
missing
him against Buffalo.
No, I know. I'm just saying that'll get to some of it there. I think some of it is just the communication with the offensive line is really not very good when they're on the road. That's some of the big problem. And some of their communication on offense just isn't very good. When the defense allows one touchdown to Miami, with Miami at home, by the way, Miami usually puts up a ton. They're similar to Dallas in that they put up a ton of points at home. When you hold Miami to a single touchdown at home, you need to win the game.
You do. You do need to win that game. They didn't. They didn't win the game. They came close. It was a come close, which you get no points for that. I don't care that you're. I don't feel good about this one. I know. You know, some people were talking that you feel good. You had a lead late. What are you gonna do? No, man. I mean, like that was a fraudulent lead late. You guys got really beat up in this game. Not beat up, but I mean, you allowed like 18 scoring drives. Now, yeah, do you want to say that the defense was bend but don't break? Okay, that's one way to look at it, and that's good. You're giving up field goals, not touchdowns, but you're still letting Miami get into field goal range on what 6, 7 possessions? 6 possessions?
Yeah, you're letting them move the ball too efficiently between the 20s. Now, look, the fact that you had 3 50-yard field goal attempts means that you were keeping them out of the red zone. The fact that they had to kick those field goals, you need to win that game, though. You need to have...
Especially when Miami had injuries within the game.
Yeah, because Mostert went out. Waddle was missing for a lot of this game. Waddle had just one catch. He had that one catch on the opening drive, the 50-yard reception. But, man, they have got to figure out a way to win these close games on the road, or else they are going to lose in the first round.
Yeah, because look, this is they've beaten one team with a winning record, Philadelphia, right?
Mm-hmm.
They'll probably get another one here this week. They got Detroit in town.
You would hope.
You would hope, but I gotta say, when you're a team like Detroit, you haven't won a division in 30 years. You're probably mentally taking your week off.
Have you seen the spread for this one?
Is it a 5?
Dallas opened, according to DraftKings, as 6-point favorites yesterday.
Yeah. The Lions are taking this. This is like one of those scheduled wins.
Win it for Jimmy.
That's right. It's Ring of Honor.
You're going to be there.
I'll be there.
Win it for Chop.
Me and the great Bennett Glazer will be there. But the Lions, I have no doubt the Lions are going to take a mental week off.
They need a recharge.
They won the division. To them, that's their Super Bowl. To me, I think, okay, this is probably, as a gambler, I'm thinking, all right, team just clinches They know they're probably not getting the 1 or the 2 seed if things happen. They're pretty much are what they are. They're going to be the 3. They're probably taking a mental week off.
I don't think the Cowboys should take anything for granted.
I don't think they should either. I'm just thinking this from my perspective, from a gambler's perspective. I'm assuming Detroit takes a mental week off. And the Cowboys have a very mentally strong week because they know they're playing at home. And that's dangerous because they're not going to get a home playoff game.
Nope, that's not happening now.
You know, because the Eagles have, what, Washington and the Giants left?
Yep. Although, who knows what the way the Eagles play.
Who knows with them? There's no doubt. But
bunch of frauds.
Yeah, they're not that good. You know, let's do Philadelphia right now. The Eagles they did. They sneaked by the Giants 33-25.
Taylor is looking. He steps up. He starts to pump. He starts to run. He is diving around. He is loading up. He is firing, and it is intercepted by the Eagles, and the game is over. It is intercepted by Keely Ringo, and the Eagles finally have buried their 3-game losing streak, and they have their 11th win of the season.
That is the Eagles radio with the goal.
Keely Ringo.
Man, there was a point in this game. I thought the Giants were going to steal this one. That third quarter the Giants had, and the Eagles were just terrible in that third quarter. They outscored with 15-zip. I was like, dude, they're going to wind up winning this game.
When it was a 2-point game and the Eagles were facing 3rd and 20 early in the fourth quarter, I was like, they're going to get the ball back. They're going to do their methodical offense bit, and they're going to beat the Eagles. Holy crap. This is a pathetic football team right now. That Eagles team right now, look at that playoff picture right there, Chop. You got the 49ers, Eagles, Lions, Buccaneers, Cowboys, Rams, Seahawks. Nobody's tooting the Cowboys horn right now after 2 losses in a row to tough games. But those other 6 playoff teams right now, I don't care if they have to go to Philly. All 6 of those teams, I think, are beating Philadelphia right now.
So every other team currently in the playoffs?
I think Seahawks, Rams, Cowboys, Lions, Buccaneers, and 49ers, if they go to Philly and have to play a game, they all beat them next week, if that was...
It wouldn't stun me.
That's just they're not playing great right now. And they are broken. They are not... You missed this last week. There was Nick Sirianni was trying to say that the last throw against Seattle was he was like, we were trying to draw pass interference. Then they asked Jalen Hurts later in the week. He goes, we were not. No, that's not true. And you have A.J. Brown not wanting to talk to reporters. A.J. Brown saying, we should get rid of Monday Night Football games. The turnaround's too tough. This is ridiculous. And it's just, man, there is a lot of just turmoil seeming to just kind of float around that football team right now.
Vikings, Falcons, Packers, Saints, all 7-8, all a game back. Rams, Seahawks are the 6 and 7 seed. So today it would be Rams, Lions, Cowboys, Tampa, Seattle, Philly.
And I
with the Niners having the bye.
I might pick all the road teams.
Yeah, that's interesting. That'd be really, really interesting. Now, the Cowboys would love that because that means the Cowboys would host the Rams.
Yep, that'd be great
in the divisional round.
Yep, and you'd get Seahawks, 49ers if that were the case. I might pick all the road teams if that were the case.
That's it. That'd be really, really, really interesting. Because the Rams are. I don't know. I'm going. I know everybody's like, the Rams are dangerous. I don't know. Maybe they are.
They played really, really well lately.
Yeah, I'm gonna go see who they've beaten. I'm gonna go take a little deeper dive into this one. That would be from a story standpoint. Stafford going back to Detroit on the road against the guy that he replaced, and the guy who replaced him in Detroit.
Drama. Be some good drama.
When they made that trade, both teams actually are doing pretty well since the trade. I mean, the Rams won the Super Bowl and the Lions won a division title for the first time in 30 years. San Francisco, they had been exposed.
Ravens stretch 3 receivers to the right. Lamar Jackson fakes the toss to the right, throws across the middle. Touchdown, Zay Flowers! And the Ravens strike on back-to-back drives.
Ravens radio with the call. Holy cow. They put it to San Fran. 33-19 in San Fran. Is Bonte and Joe, Morning Cup of Joe, are they working in the morning roast this week?
I would hope so.
I mean, the way they talk, they never take days off. So
maybe we spy on San Fran later, Peyton. Maybe we give you extra work.
What is it, 5 o'clock out there right now?
Yeah, not yet, but you know.
Well, I don't know what time they start. 6?
6, I think. Something
6?
Like that.
All right, so do that in 50 minutes, Peyton. McCaffrey gets 100 yards on the ground. Kittle 126 yards receiving. But 4 interceptions by Brock Purdy. Another one by Sam Darnold. And the Ravens put it on the San Fran 49ers. 33-19. This was 33-12 going into the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and that's in Santa Clara, too. That was the 49ers were at home, and they don't lose at home really ever. In fact, when they have
a couple this year, right?
Yeah, but that's one where when they have Brock Purdy and Trent Williams in the game, playing at least half the snaps, I think they were 19-1 heading into this game overall, and I don't think they had lost at home, is what it was. But yeah, they get absolutely rocked in this one, and that's going to happen when you turn the ball over 5 times and the opponent doesn't turn it over at all, and when you have twice as many penalties as the other team, you're going to lose that football game. That's exactly what happened. I would not expect a repeat of this if Baltimore and San Francisco played again next week. I think it'd be a lot closer, but it does give you some confidence that, there's somebody out there who can really challenge the 49ers. This isn't going to just be a cakewalk. And, I mean, I think we've solidified at this point now Lamar Jackson's probably going to win the MVP.
Yes, he is.
And I don't think he would in most years. I think it's just kind of a barren wasteland, and it's kind of the default. But he had a great game last night.
Yeah, and look, that's what happens, though, right? When the MVP, and everybody who thought Dak was going to win it, kept forgetting the MVP was going to go to, even if the Cowboys won these last 2 games, that performance may have put Lamar over anyway with just the win.
Yeah.
The win.
Yep.
The MVP was always going to go to the 1 or the 2 seed. It's the way it is.
Yep.
It always was. Now, the Cowboys would have been the 2 seed if they had won these last 2 games. Actually, they'd be the 1 seed right now, right?
Yeah.
If they had won those last 2 games and then won out. But that was always going to be the problem. The MVP was going to go to the 1 or the 2 seed. And Brock Purdy joins the list of Tom Brady, Kurt Warner twice, and Jim Kelly as the last 5 quarterbacks with 4 interceptions in the game, entering the game as the passer rating leader.
Well, great company to be in, Brock.
So he's going to the Hall of Fame.
That's what I heard.
Brock Purdy will enter the Hall of Fame. That's what the numbers show. Ravens 33-19 over San Francisco. We got some Rangers news. Rangers signing somebody or losing somebody over the weekend.
Losing. Old Garv sauce. Mitch Garver. We've lost him. He goes over to the Seattle Mariners. 2 years, $24 million. That's a bummer, but I mean, your thought process at this point is what? Wyatt Langford, Justin Foscue, like you're going to have DH options that you didn't have last year, and you've got Jonah Heim at catcher already. So how much of a spot really was there for Mitch Garver? But I mean, a guy who played a big role, had some big hits in the postseason for the Rangers on the way to the World Series.
He did. He had a lot of big hits, and that's a bummer. We knew this was going to happen, though.
Yep.
This is what happens when you win a title. You get your role guys, your bench guys purged. That's what happens when you're a good team. You're going to have that. They knew it going in. They weren't going to be able to keep everybody. The moment they lost their Diamond Sports Bally thing, they knew what was going to happen. They weren't going to be able to keep everybody. And that's the situation we're in right now.
Yep.
It's a tough spot to be in. It really is. Because there are guys that are out there. And the problem is, the moment Yamamoto signed with the Dodgers, everybody else has all this money left over because every other team missed on Shohei and Yamamoto but the Dodgers. Red Sox, Blue Jays, Yankees, Mariners, Giants, Cubs.
Yep.
Atlanta. You want to get in a bidding war with those teams? And those teams have a lot of them do. Like Boston, New York, they have TV contracts they don't have to worry about. So that's going to be tough. It's going to be a real big problem to deal with. There you go. That's a little bit around the sports world in the morning. Oh, boy. We got a little Ask Reddit coming up, but there is still a way. Is there still a way for the Cowboys to get the 2 seed?
There is.
Yes, there is. We'll tell you how the Cowboys can still get the 2 seed, win the NFC East, and a little bit of Ask Reddit. Coming up next on Sean and RJ on 105. All right, how can the Cowboys still win the NFC East? How can they get the 2 seed in the NFC? Can they get the 1 seed?
Not likely. Not very likely.
But is it possible?
I mean,
is it possible,
if the 49ers lose both their last games and the Cowboys win out, and
it's possible.
The Giants beat the Eagles, yeah, sure, we can have all that.
I mean, they play Washington. I mean, they're looking to get rid of Sam Howell. And then who else they play?
He was so bad.
They play the Rams.
Sam Howell was so bad in this game. The game that the Commanders played against the Jets, where he goes 6 for 22, 56 yards, no touchdowns, 2 interceptions. He gets benched for Jacoby Brissett, who has to come in and almost brings them all the way back. Actually took the lead with 4 minutes left before our old friend Greg Zuerlein knocks through a field goal.
Greg the leg?
Mm-hmm.
Very nice. All right, so let's run through the scenario. The playoff scenarios, how the Cowboys get to what seed, what needs to happen, and just do the rest of the league, too. Let's go through all this.
Yeah, so when we look at the rest of the stretch here for the Cowboys, they are in a unfavorable position, obviously, because they need a ton of help across the league in order for them to get, we're not even talking about the 1 seed. I mean, we mentioned there's a possible, statistically, mathematically, it's possible. It's not very likely at all. But what they're going to need is they are going to need a lot of help from teams that you're unlikely to get a lot of help from. So the Eagles, basically it comes down to if the Cowboys win their final 2 games and the Eagles lose a game to the Giants, the Cowboys win the division.
Okay.
That would be the benefit. I think if they lose to the Cardinals, if they lose one of their last 2 games and the Cowboys win, I think they get the advantage. I believe. I'd have to double check on that, but I believe that's the case. You'd have to win out.
I can do this real quick.
You'd have to win your final 2 in order for that to happen. But the Eagles right now clearly have a massive advantage on that front. This isn't anything where your opportunity to pull away, to take advantage of their losses, you blew it when you lost to Buffalo. You beat Buffalo. If you handle business late against Miami, the Cowboys are in the driver's seat to win the division, and now they've lost that opportunity. So
if Philly loses to Arizona and the Cowboys win out, and then the Philly beats the Giants, the Cowboys would be the 2 seed according to the playoff predictor, the Pro Football Network's playoff machine. I'm not using ESPN's because it's broke.
Which do you feel better
Literally
about?
Broke right now. What do I feel better about what?
Which do you feel better about of those 2 games, of Philly's final 2 games? Which do you feel is a better opportunity? Because Arizona's played people tough.
Oh, Arizona. I think Arizona. I don't trust the Giants. They don't even know who their quarterback is.
No, but do you trust Philly at all?
No, I don't trust Philly either. Now, beating Detroit's not going to be the easiest thing. I mean, I think Detroit personally is going to, and I like Detroit. I think they're going to have this is a mental week off for them. They just won the division. Like this is ripe for them to be like, all right, let's just take a breather. There was some turmoil there a couple of weeks back. They've overcome that, and I think this is going to be like those. Let it. I wouldn't want an upset, ticked off Dan Campbell team coming in here. And then Washington, look, is going to be, I think, a problem at the end because it's a road game, and this team doesn't play well on the road or on grass.
Yeah, and they've specifically up until when they won that game a couple weeks ago against Washington, Dallas. I believe Mike McCarthy. In fact, Mike McCarthy, the only NFC East team he didn't have an above 500 record against was Washington. He was exactly 500 against them before that last game. So they've had their struggles. Look, we saw what happened at the end of last year against Washington, and I don't think anybody right now is assuming anything on the road with this football team.
It seems like they play Washington in the last week of the season an awful lot.
Yeah, it seems like it's always Washington or like the Giants. It's always an NFC East team who they're closing out the season against because they're trying to create some sort of,
as it should be,
drama.
Yeah, there would be nothing worse than playing like the Titans on week 18.
I mean, think how much better it would be, though, if we were getting Philly in the last week. If they'd set up Dallas-Philly as the final game of the season. But that's not going to happen. But, no, I think that what you're looking at now is what the NFC standings are right now, I think are going to be the NFC standings for the playoffs, which, as it stands at the moment, San Francisco's the 1 seed. I think they're unlikely to lose that. You've got Philadelphia's the 2. I think they're unlikely to lose that.
Now, here's the thing. If Philly wins out and the Lions win out, the Lions get the 2.
Yes, but the Lions are not going to win out because Dallas will beat them this week.
I agree. But that I found that to be interesting. Like if both teams win out, the Lions get the 2 seed.
So you've got, in all likelihood, San Francisco, Philly, Detroit, and I think Tampa's probably the good bet to win the NFC South at this point. They've been the best team in that conference or in that division this year. Tampa the remaining way. They have the Saints next week. They're playing them at home. That obviously could tilt things a little bit if the Saints win that. And then the final week of the season, the Buccaneers have the Panthers, which should be a victory for them. So you're looking at probably a 9-8, 10-7 NFC South champion in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And that's probably what's going to happen for the Cowboys is you're likely going on the road at Tampa again.
Yeah.
Which
you destroyed them last year.
You did, but
is Baker better than Tom Brady right now?
No.
Is this Baker of this year better than Brady last year?
No, because Baker's just inconsistent. He's played well at times.
Higher ceiling.
Look, they're talking about it on NFL Network right now. Why are Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers a perfect fit? I just think that you can't take anything for granted. You can't assume anything with the Cowboys on the road this year. And Tampa's played well lately. Mm-hmm. Tampa went into Green Bay in December, which is not an easy thing for teams to do, especially a warm weather team like Tampa, and just put it to them. I mean, Baker Mayfield was the first road quarterback to have a perfect passer rating at Lambeau in NFL history a couple weeks back.
First road
quarterback to go into Lambeau and have a perfect passer rating.
Yeah, but that's not that easy to do.
I know, that's my point.
No,
that's not easy to do.
It's not like every week there's a perfect passer rating.
But Lambeau's existed for forever.
It has quite a bit.
And so you would assume somebody would have done that at some point.
That's true.
The statistics would seem to say that. But right now you're looking at, in all likelihood, this is setting up for a redemption tour. You get a chance to beat Tampa Bay, and if you do that, you're probably going on the road in the second round to play San Francisco. Now, the way you get bailed out of that right now is, like I said, if it was today, I always think things are going to change, but if it's today, I think I would pick the Rams to beat the Lions, and I think I'd pick the Seahawks to beat the Eagles.
The Rams-Lions one's going to be interesting.
That would be a tough game.
Tough one to pick. Seattle. Them against Philly. I mean, they just beat Philly a couple weeks ago.
And they did it without Geno. They would have Geno in that game.
Yes. That'd be a road game.
Does Lincoln Financial Field feel to you like some impossible place to go play, though? The Cowboys aren't intimidated by it. No, the Giants weren't yesterday.
No, but those teams go there every week.
San Francisco.
Those teams go there every year.
San Francisco smacked the S out of them at Lincoln a couple weeks ago.
Yes, but San Fran's different. I mean, I think that a team like Seattle, they can get the crowd out of it. But I mean, I still think that home fields in general are difficult.
Sure, I just don't view Philly as the advantage that even these two teams we saw this weekend, Miami and Dallas, I don't view it as the same advantage that Hard Rock or AT&T is for those teams. I don't think that I think Philly.
You think Hard Rock is a better home field advantage than Philadelphia?
Not because of crowd or anything. It's just Miami plays better.
Oh yeah.
I think Miami's much more difficult to play in Miami than Philly is in Philly.
I think Philly's balanced in the sense that I think they could play.
I think Philly's game plays the same at home or on the road.
I agree.
So
they don't run downhill.
If they're struggling, they're struggling.
I agree. I totally agree.
So
and when they're going good, I think Philly could play. I think Philly has a better chance, even though they're playing poorly, of going on the road and winning a game than the Cowboys do.
Oh yeah.
Like their style travels.
Yes, absolutely. I think that's completely the case. Is that they're just going to play essentially their game regardless. And I think that's something that you have to look at. Now, I'm curious. I got to look at I've got the NFL playoff machine up here, Chop. So
how is it working for you? It wasn't working for me.
I don't know.
It's not going to work. It's not going to work. I'm telling you.
Dang it. Well, that would be unfortunate.
I got one up here. What are you looking for?
So here's the thing is that we would rather at this point play, I assume, guessing that Dallas has pretty much locked themselves into the 5 seed. We would rather play, I would think, Atlanta or New Orleans than have to go play the Buccaneers at this point, right?
Yes. Oh my God, Atlanta?
The only thing that would be a little intimidating
is...
you
intimidated by going in and having to face Bijan and Algiers?
Do you want to go into the Dome? Like, would you want to have to play a road game at the Superdome? Against a decent Saints defense.
I'd rather play on turf than on grass.
So that's what it comes down to for you?
This team can't win on grass, man.
But, okay, when we talk about mental, like psychological hurdles, right, with this football team, and let us know your most favorable draw on the truckwreck.com fan site.
Who's better, Baker or Derek Carr?
877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Boy, it's a good thing you were out last week.
Why?
Because Sean was like, man, I'm sad that Choppy's not here to have to eat it over Derek Carr. He's like, I'd be rubbing it in Chop's face right now that Derek Carr has been a massive failure.
I mean, he still thinks that Carson Wentz is going to be a good quarterback. I'm not going to listen to that. I've hit on more quarterbacks than I can't.
I bet you have.
I have. I hit on him on just about all the quarterbacks. Carr's fine. At least his career's been fine. But.
Do you have any confidence? That's one of the things I'm curious about. Do you have any more confidence than you did in week 5 that the Cowboys can, assuming they're able to get past the first round, that the Cowboys can go on the road and beat San Francisco?
No, I have zero. No.
You have less.
Yes.
You felt better going into that game in Santa Clara than you do right now.
Going into the game?
Going into it, not coming out of it, going into it.
Yeah.
Coming out of it, though, you think that, because my thought of this is, I think you see last night, okay, Baltimore wins, and there's probably a lot of people going, ooh, look, San Francisco's more vulnerable than you thought. You can get to them. I think if Dallas and San Francisco were to play at Santa Clara tomorrow, San Francisco wins that game by 20.
If the Cowboys were to play at San Francisco tomorrow, San Fran wins by 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at with this team. I think they can. I think any given Sunday, I think they can beat anybody.
I totally agree.
Home or road.
Did I misunderstand your question?
No.
Okay.
I'm saying that I think that they I don't think anything has changed is basically what I'm saying.
No.
Regardless of how much better the offense played. And by the way, I don't think that nothing changed for me even when they were on this run leading into Buffalo. Even before the Buffalo game, I felt like this is still a team that cannot play with the 49ers. Now, this is a team that can play with Philly, Detroit, Tampa, whatever else. My thought of Dallas's ability to go to a Super Bowl goes way up if you can get somebody else to pick off San Francisco for you.
You have to.
If you can get the Rams to take out San Francisco, I would then feel like Dallas can go to the Super Bowl. Like almost, I might pick them.
Yeah, they would have to go to either Detroit or Philly, assuming those two don't get picked off.
858, no confidence because we are exactly who we are. Soft. 858 says they would pick 49ers 37-10. 817 says, I think Purdy is hurt, and if we play tomorrow, they whip San Francisco. So the 817's got some confidence.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, if Purdy is hurt, everything changes.
I don't think it does. Purdy definitely makes them better.
Sam Darnold's not winning a playoff game.
I don't think it's but I think they still beat Dallas. I don't think Purdy is the mental hurdle.
I don't think they get there.
I don't think Purdy is the mental hurdle for Dallas. No, but if Dallas, you're talking about if San Francisco has to host a playoff game in round 2 and Dallas is the lowest seed and that's the first team that plays San Francisco, I think Dallas loses. That's such a mental hurdle for them, that San Francisco team. And San Francisco's still really good defensively and has a ton of weapons. That's a team that I don't think Dallas has the capacity to beat.
If Sam Darnold is the quarterback, I think the Cowboys are a road favorite.
Really?
Yeah.
I think zero chance. What, Dallas -3?
I would think Dallas -1.
Okay.
That's a half. If Sam Darnold is the QB, yeah, I think the Cowboys are a road favorite.
Man. What are they if Purdy plays? I think it could be San Francisco -9.
You know what?
It was with Purdy playing last night. It was San Francisco -5.5 against Baltimore. You think Dallas is equal to Baltimore to Vegas?
Let me ask my handicapper guy. With or without Purdy?
The reality here is
I'm interested to see this one because I think if Darnold's the quarterback, I think the Cowboys might be a slight favorite.
That's incredibly interesting to me because I think that Vegas would have to recognize that Dallas is completely intimidated by the 49ers.
Well, they are.
They got run by Jimmy, too. The Jimmy-led 49ers dominated them. The Purdy-led 49ers dominated them.
But Darnold's not as good as either one of those two guys.
I think 817 says Purdy's worth 17 points over Sam Darnold.
It's not quite 17, but it's a lot. I mean, he's worth a lot. I think the most any quarterback's ever been is, I think 9.5, and that was Rodgers back in like his, elite MVP days. Like not recent ones, like 8 years ago.
I'll tell you one of the common talking points we're getting on the truckwreck.com fan text right now from a couple different people is the idea that it's irrelevant to discuss what Dallas can do in the playoffs, what they're capable of, because the fact of the matter is Dak is not capable of it.
Well, I mean, look, Dak is he's a really good quarterback. He's borderline great. He lost the MVP in 6 days. Dak's movie.
And Purdy just lost it in a day.
And Purdy did, yeah, too. But like in a world where you have the MVP locked
up.
Why
are you stroking the microphone like that?
Lose it in 6 days. Dak Prescott, starring in How to Lose an MVP.
254. Didn't Sam Darnold lead the Jets to beating the Cowboys a few years ago? Okay, I'm just saying he's got a history.
I don't see Sam Darnold winning a playoff game. Maybe I'm wrong. But I think Darnold drops. I think it's at least a 7-point swing, 8-point swing.
817. Darnold didn't just beat Dallas. He beat them with mono. That's true. He had mono.
He had mono. He had mono.
I forgot about that. He was coming off an enlarged spleen.
Yep, he was.
Hey, that qualifies you to
I've had
beat
mono.
the Cowboys.
I've had mono, and I do have an enlarged spleen.
You could probably beat the Cowboys.
I'm working on that spleen, though. I mean, that spleen, we are working.
Just listen to Sean's dad, baby.
Yes, absolutely. Got to listen to
Dr. Sharif.
Dr. Sharif. All right, Peyton, let's hook the Tolos up.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see your Dallas Cowboys take on the Detroit Lions at AT&T Stadium on December 30th, courtesy of Miller Lite. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Ooh, man. Come say hi. I will be at that game. Come
say hi. Where are you going to be? You going to be accessible?
Yes.
Where are you going to be?
Center ice.
You're not going to be accessible.
I will be in the last row, right in front of the Jones box. Come say hi.
Okay, you're not accessible
pre-game. I have no idea what section that is.
I know pregame you're not going to be accessible.
Pregame, I will be with Jimmy. I will be with the Jimster at pregame.
You have to have tickets to get down to that lower bowl, though. They won't let you just walk down there.
What do you mean?
Like fans can't just walk over there. So I'm saying if somebody's got tickets in the 200s or 300s,
no, if you're
can't just come say hey to you.
If you're in the 100 section, the 100 level, come say hello.
Listen to this 1%er, you guys.
It's half the stadium. I'm a 50%er. Isn't half the stadium in the lower level or close to it? Or 30%, 40%?
It's like 30% probably.
Okay, so
that bowl widens and you get more seats the higher up you get.
And they're not my seats. They're somebody else's seats. Thank you, Bennett Glazer. Okay, we are hooking the Tolos up right now. But as we always love to do on a Tuesday at 7:40, we love to ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
Truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053 877-881-1053. We are doing Ask Reddit now. We'll do some Cowboys calls coming up at 8 o'clock. Get your reaction to that heartbreaking loss to the Miami Dolphins. But right now we're going to kick around some of the topics that are going viral over on the Ask Reddit forum this week, the 45 million member forum where they kick around salacious, thought-provoking questions. We get your thoughts on the fan text over on the Twitch and the YouTube, and we also kick it around here in the studio. RJ Choppy.
All right.
What is the current thing that future generations will say, I can't believe they used to do that?
Oh, current thing.
Oh, I know what I'm stunned it didn't fall right out of your mouth. 5-day work week.
Yeah, that's it. That is it. The 5-day, and every single Friday that rolls around, I think of this. Every single one. Why the hell did we agree that 2 days off is enough a week? What idiot thought that, you know what, I am just going to give, what's 5 divided by 7? That percentage of my life to my job, who when I die will have my job posted within 24 hours. Who thought that was a good idea? Who agreed to this nonsense?
I mean,
and then you idiots out there like, oh, it's the American way. No, the American way is sitting on your butt drinking. That's the American way, baby. On your driveway, hanging out with your boys, playing a little golf, doing whatever, going hunting. That's the American way.
That's fair.
It's my America. That's what I want to live in.
You know what I think it's going to be? And this is already something that's become a little taboo. You should be careful the way you talk about it into a microphone, probably, with the rest of the world. But I'll tell you what it is. I feel like society is going more and more towards spanking. Not in relationships, but like as a form of discipline with your kids.
We're going towards spanking.
No, I think 30 years from now, people are going to look back and go, the horror. You spanked your kids?
I think they do that now.
A little bit. I think it's still something it's trending that direction. So like I say, I think in 30 years, it'll be one of those things where people are just like, how did anybody ever spank their kids?
Yeah, I could see that.
Did you get spanked growing up?
Not often, but I did.
Because you're just a great child? You're super
No,
obedient?
my dad was traveling a lot, so he was more the disciplinarian, but he was gone. Like, he would leave like Sunday night, get back Thursday night. So he was gone for a large part of the week. So every week just traveling for work. So by the time he got home, it was too late to spank me. It was 4 days later. I was smart. I did all the bad things on Sunday and Monday.
I was
maybe Tuesday.
So
and then, by the time he got home on Thursday night, it was too late.
One of my moms, the way my mom.
One of my moms? I mean, how many moms did you have?
One of my mom's forms of punishment, I didn't finish that, was she would spank us with
the wooden spoon?
No, plastic hanger. Like one of those plastic hangers or whatever. And that would hit your butt and it would have so much give. It would just kind of bounce off of it. But
the metal hangers
we had to fake with her like it hurts so bad so she would keep using it. So we would sell so hard oh my God, please no, not the hanger. And she used that our entire childhood, and we never let on that. We just kind of had an unspoken agreement y'all got to really sell that this hurts really bad, because she for some reason thinks this is an awful.
Yeah.
See, my mom was a goody two shoes growing up, never got punished, so she didn't know. I don't think she knew the forms of punishment that worked the best, because she never got it growing up because she was always perfect. And so when she grew up, she thought, oh yeah, a hanger spanking, this'll get you. Peyton, you got something here? Something that you think future generations, or that your current generation right now says, I can't believe y'all used to do that? Maybe smoke. Smoking's become smoking cigarettes has become kind of
smoking
taboo.
Cigarettes,
tobacco. Well, people still do tobacco today. I think younger.
Talking on the phone, is that one of the ones that could be it?
Yeah, I mean, talking just not FaceTiming, I think is a big one, because some people like me there. It's it's FaceTime or you're texting me. It's one or the other. Some people I grow up with, it's they refuse to just talk on the phone. So that, but then the whoopings as well, as you guys have talked about too.
The whoopings. They used to send this is 214. They used to send people to prison for life for having a little bit of weed. That the punishments for marijuana are starting to become a little bit more of a thing that people already look back on and go oh my gosh, you're serious? That's the thing?
Yeah.
Let's see here. By the way, here we go.
Shopping in stores.
Dude, that has become, that's where I really screwed up on Christmas, is I should have just done everything online. Not just online, had it delivered, but I should have just done it as online and then in-store pickup. And I just screwed up by waiting until the last second to do that. I could have done that 3 days out, and I would have been better off, but I didn't do that. 682 pushes back against Chop, says the vast majority of jobs would never be completed in 4 days of a week.
Okay, what do you mean? What are we talking about? Manual labor jobs? We're talking about white collar jobs?
Well, the vast majority. They went broad.
Okay, but the idea that you're paid for production or time, which one are you paid for? You work till the job's done, and then you take off. That's right. I mean, I don't know. Are you paid for your time? You can also work 10-hour days over 4 days and get your 40 hours in.
All right. Truckrock.com fan text says we do ask right here. 877-881-1053. Chop and fan text. What's a banging song from the 80s that you're pretty sure people haven't heard in over 20 years?
Okay. This one, you posed this question to me about 10 minutes ago, and I came up, or maybe more, 20 minutes ago. I can't right away. I have not heard this song. I've heard the song more recently than 20 years or 10 years.
But it's been a minute.
Well, it's been a minute, but it's a banger. And it's from one of my favorite, most underrated movies of all time. It is Oingo Boingo. It's a Dead Man's Party. Back to School. What a great movie.
I love this song.
Such a good song.
It's so good. Now, you know what's crazy? A lot of people didn't realize this. Who's the lead singer of Oingo Boingo?
Bob Hope.
Danny Elfman. The, score composer, the film composer who does, a bunch of... Danny Elfman. That's Danny Elfman.
Really?
I didn't realize this till about 6-7 years ago that Danny Elfman was... But this is such a good song, dude.
Yeah, it is.
This is one that, every Halloween... it needs to be more of a Halloween staple. Why isn't it?
Because nobody hears this. Was this song popular?
It's a good question.
Or was this song made by a movie?
I think it was relatively popular, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was relatively popular, but I have no idea.
Do you know this song? Truckwreck.com fan text. Oingo Boingo Dead Man's Party. Let us know. 877-881-1053. It's peaked at... No, it didn't even crack the top... didn't even crack the Billboard Top 100.
In my sleep.
It's a great song. Weird Science is their biggest hit, Oingo Boingo.
They did Weird Science too?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yes, here's my song. And this is a guy, old Billy Ocean. A lot of people know him. They probably know him for Get Out of My Dreams, Get Into My Car. That whole song. I picked a different Billy Ocean song, though, When the Going Gets Tough.
It's a good song.
Billy Ocean's great, dude.
He is.
Hold on, this is the best part of the song right here. Turn this up, Paige. The tough get going. I
surprised you didn't choose Suddenly, though.
Suddenly, life has... I don't know that song. 214 says Jump by Van Halen was a banger.
It's a good song.
Come on and jump. Do you? Oh, 972. Send me an angel.
Send me an angel.
Send me an angel. Oh.
Name that movie.
I don't know the movie.
Oh, Rad. Remember Rad the movie? The BMX bike race movie. It's great.
Oh,
movie.
Rad. Yes, that was a Gosh, what was the actor's name in that one? I know.
Crew Jones.
Yeah,
that was the.
So Tosh.0, Daniel Tosh's TV show, that was one of his obsessions, was the movie Rad. And
where
he
else
brought
do you
Crew
have...
Jones back for bits on his show 30 years later.
Where else do you have a BMX bike dance-off in the middle of a prom?
Come On Eileen by Dexys Midnight Runners.
Good stuff.
It's a great song. If you watch that music video, they have a different drummer at the beginning of the music video and the end of the music video because the lead singer was such a pain in the ass, apparently, that he fired the drummer in the middle of the shoot.
Really?
So the drummer changes in between shots at one point. And that's where that comes. Anything by Kenny Loggins, says the 817. Let's hear. 214 says, yeah, by the way, everybody seems to know it's a Dead Man's Party. So there's plenty of that there, including Twolo Andy. He's jumping in here, says that he says it. Human League, Don't You Want Me from the 302. I'm Only Human was better than Don't You Want Me, wasn't it? Working as a waitress in a cocktail bar.
Yeah, I think so.
Do you have one, Peyton Russell? You don't even know 80s music.
I didn't know this song was 80s, but the Boys of the Summer is a good one. I've had them on Spotify for years now.
You thought it was done by somebody else.
I thought it was 91, 92.
Yeah, it's 80. This is Gilmer, Texas here. Don Henley.
Gilmer.
Yeah.
Is that where Don Henley's from?
I think he was either born or went to high school there, yeah.
I had no idea. This is a pretty good song, although I always feel like it's building towards something that I don't get as much out of the chorus as I'm expecting from the build.
Well, it's 80s,
But I'm saying it builds to something where you think it's going to explode at the chorus,
it's a good song,
and then it doesn't.
It's a good song. It's a solid song.
Peyton Russell, what are you slowly losing interest in as you grow older?
The Dallas Cowboys. I am now a free agent with my fans. Slowly losing
you and Mike
interest
Bassick, man.
Oh, geez. I mean, you know what? Honestly, it's like TV shows to me. TV shows. You know,
like you watch so many of them.
So many of them. It's the same old, same old. You know, it's like there's so much out there that jumps at you, but it can't just be one. It's got to be multiple all thrown at you at one time. I don't know. I can't ever just find the one that I like and just stick to it because there's always a new one popping out.
I wanted to go out and drink and hang out like all the time when I was younger. I want to stay home every night if possible.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, I still enjoy going out like to dinner and stuff, but I mean, going to a bar, it is what it is. I'll tell you, there's a few. I mean, like, you know, like I don't think anybody at 44 is as into like I used to watch college basketball like every night.
Oh yeah.
You know, I don't
Volunteers basketball used to be your biggest obsession.
Oh, I still like it. Tennessee basketball still is my favorite sport. It still is my number one team. So I still watch like every single game. You know, but the general Tuesday, you know, Carolina, NC State game, I'm not tuning into. I used to do that a lot. But I'll tell you this, it's actually casinos.
Really? Even as a degenerate.
I'd love to go to the sports book now. I sitting at a blackjack table.
It's fun.
Doesn't have the same appeal to me as it did when I was 35.
Do you think that Peyton Russell is a younger version of you?
Oh no!
Do you think he's going to go through this trajectory?
I went way harder than Peyton did. Oh. I used to go to Vegas once a month.
Damn.
Oh.
Like there was a time, like 20 years ago.
All that San Juan shootout per diem you got.
No, so like I would be sitting there. I'd be doing like I was running the board during Jennifer Engel and Steve Dennis's show.
Oh, the little ball of hate.
It was like 9 to 11 or 9 to noon, and I'd be running the board. It'd be on a Tuesday. And I would just look on online, and I would see a $90 flight that day at 2:00,
and you would just
to
go.
Vegas, and I would get on it, I would go, and I would take the red eye home.
That is degenerate.
And I would fly. I would be out there. I would not get a hotel room. It would cost me $90 to get there, and I would gamble, and I would just take the red eye home, and I would go to work the next day.
Me and my friends have thought about this before, just taking it's a 24-hour trip. Go there, you know, early, get to Vegas at like 6 a.m. and then come, you know, fly back at like 1 or 2 in the morning.
I've lost interest in that. The quick turnaround, like let's just make a nonstop. We're traveling, we're hitting the spot, and we're traveling back, and we don't sleep. I've lost interest in that. 817 says sleeping anywhere that's not my own bed.
Big time.
That used to be one where, you'd always be like, oh, let's go stop at the hotel, let's do this, let's do that, whatever else. That one was where, I can't sleep anywhere that's not my own bed. I think hotel beds are ridiculously uncomfortable.
I don't care for the pillows.
Yeah.
And sometimes you get a bed that's springy. Yeah, I get that.
A lot of them are too tough. Anyway, that's Ask Reddit here on Tuesday.
All right, very nice. Thank you, Robert. Bobby Belt joining us. Is Sean and RJ. Thank you for joining us on 105.3 The Fan. We are going to let you vent. Those of you listening out there awake on this December 26th, it is your turn to vent. Your star up, your star downs, your phone calls right now, 877-881-1053. We will do your calls coming up next on 105 through The Fan.
Tolos, it's been a heck of a Rangers ride, and the celebration will continue at Globe Life.
HomeSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean and RJ, Bobby Belt, Peyton Ryan. Sean's out. I'm RJ Choppy. Sean will be back next week. A week from today, Jerry Jones coming up at 8:30. He is the owner of the Dallas Cowboys.
And the general manager.
That's right. He carries both titles. Maybe he has a third title that we don't know about, but Jerry Jones coming up at 8:30. We want to take your phone calls right now, 877-881-1053. Your star up, your star downs for this Cowboys loss. Cows lose, Cows stink, 22-20 to the Miami Dolphins.
The biggest star up goes to CeeDee Lamb. He was great in this game. The biggest star down goes to a game plan and probably a quarterback as well that just didn't get him the football consistently. I don't understand why this wasn't a game where CeeDee had 15 catches. That's the biggest thing that the biggest failure in this game is that you went two and a half quarters essentially without even a target. When Andrew Van Ginkel, the Dolphins pass rusher, gets his hands on more pass attempts than CeeDee Lamb for 2 quarters.
I don't care for that last name, Van Ginkel.
Yeah, I know. It sounds like a
weird name.
Sounds like a Disney fairy tale name.
Yeah, I don't care for that one. I got a star up.
Rip Van Ginkel.
The star up was the Cowboy fans. That was a bowl game.
Dude, yeah.
That was a bowl game.
I mean,
there.
that wasn't a road game. It's your first loss at home, was that game against the Dolphins. The way that crowd traveled.
Absolutely. All right, let's hear for the people. Well, let's hear for the people. Jake in West Point. Oh, West Point. That cadet country. Jake, you're up here on 105 through the Fan.
Yeah, I think probably it's hard to go star up on this one, but if I had to pick one, I mean, I'd probably say CD. CD looked phenomenal. But I think biggest star down is probably the Cowboys' playoff hopes.
You're not feeling it? You're not feeling a victory over Tampa Bay at this point, Jake?
I don't know. It's too hard to tell what team's going to show up every week.
It is hard to tell, especially on the road. Now, you know what's going to happen at home. We know what's going to happen at home when they play here. They're going to win the game.
You hope so, but man,
I have no doubt they're going to beat Detroit this week.
I feel pretty confident. If Detroit still had something to play for, would you have no doubt?
No, I would not. I mean, yes, I would have doubt, but not even doubt. It's like, if Detroit had lost that game, Dan Campbell would be up their butts all week.
Goodness,
what?
Just all the way up there, huh?
I don't mean like that. I mean like he'd be riding their whats and
really, that doesn't sound any better. Somehow that was worse.
So I don't want to play a mad Dan Campbell.
I have concerns about. I think they're tough. I do think they're mentally tough. I think they are more physically tough than they were a couple years ago. But I still
the Cowboys?
Yeah, I think it's far too easy to just have them fall into bad psychological tendencies at times. And maybe that means they're not mentally tough. Maybe that's exactly what that means. But I think that it has too many problems there. Let's go to Rich in California. Rich, you're on the Fan.
Hey, I've got to tell you where the Cowboys sit. Our road test is going to be against Detroit. We're going to knock them out of the park again. Home field advantage. I met you guys out there in Oxnard, California. Hey, once again. But anyways, this is our playoff run starting this Saturday night. We are prepared. We are ready. You'll see.
I hope so. Yeah, I hope so. But it'd mean more obviously if it was a Detroit team that had something to play for. And that's the tough thing. I mean, I guess they still have home field technically to play for or playoff positioning.
Look, if Detroit wins out.
And thanks for saying hey again, Rich. Thanks for saying hey in Oxnard. Thanks for saying hey now.
If they win out, if Detroit wins out, they are the 2 seed. End of story. Doesn't matter what Philly does.
Right.
Detroit, according to the playoff machine, if Detroit wins, and Philly radio apparently this morning is saying we need to root for the Cowboys this weekend. Because if Detroit wins out, they are the 2 seed, and that's a good home field advantage.
Sure.
I mean that place. I think that is going to be. We always talk about the Phillies in the playoffs this year. I think the Lions' home crowd is going to be like that if they make a run, because it's going to be nuts. They haven't had a playoff game at home in 30 years.
It's going to be a loud atmosphere.
So that place is going to be absolutely pandemonium. I'm interested in seeing what that's like. But they have to win out. I don't think they're going to do that because I think the Cowboys are going to beat them. I think part of it is I do think the Lions are going to have a mental vacation this week. They'll take a mental week off. Chris in Weatherford, you're next. 105 through the Fan.
Happy holidays,
Happy
boys.
holidays.
Good morning to you.
Merry
What's up?
Christmas.
Happy holidays.
Yes. It's the same thing. They're going to go 12-5. They're going to beat Detroit. They're going to torch the Washingtons, and then they're going to go to the playoffs. You know, they might actually win the first game like they did last year, but it's going to come to the second round. Dak cannot get his head out of his rear when it comes to getting to the NFC Championship game, and they're going to lose again, and we're going to be another 12-5 team with a second-round exit, and we're just going to say, oh, we'll try again next year. But it's just, I'm not hopeful this year, boys. I'm just not.
You know, it's interesting because it is if you win 12 games like over the last, this would be what, 3 years in a row they win 12?
Yep.
It's really hard to try to go away from that. Like, it's really hard to convince your fan base or your players. How about that? How about more so your players? Let's say you're Jerry Jones and you win 12 games for 3 years in a row and you lose the division round for the second year in a row, but third year overall, in the playoffs you lose, and you don't make the Super Bowl, and you don't make the NFC Championship game. It's really hard to look those players in the eye and say, man, I'm going to blow up a 12-win team. You just don't do that.
Yeah, but I mean, also, they've got to feel like, too, at some point, like, do we have the players even have to feel like, do we have the right guy to push us over the edge? Do we have the right guy to push us over the top? Like, it's nice that it sounds like it's a better version of what Jason Garrett was always criticized for. Oh, it's 8-8 every year. You're stuck in neutral. You're stuck in neutral at 12-5. You progressed and now you're stuck.
You're stuck in neutral, but that's a heck of a neutral, man.
But if you're not going to get past that, what is the point? What's the point? If you're not going to move past that.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree, but I disagree.
That's the most choppy take I've heard.
You're still 12. I mean, like, this is who wins 12 games 3 years in a row?
They lose every big game that's close late, though, it feels like. Every single one. And that comes down to your coach.
Does it?
I think it does.
Sometimes.
I mean, if it comes, like, what are we...
I mean, sometimes it's the coach, sometimes it's the quarterback, sometimes the defense, sometimes the offensive line.
I know, but all of that falls under the umbrella of the coach,
it does.
doesn't it?
It does.
Like, your late game execution being poor for several years comes down to the coach a lot of times, doesn't it?
Right, but the late game execution was poor to the previous coach. So you should keep changing coaches?
I mean, would you have argued in favor of, like, well, Jason Garrett's been consistent, let's just keep him for forever?
I mean, I did argue that point for a while.
So he's Jason Garrett, ultimately. Ultimately, what you're telling me is Mike McCarthy's Jason Garrett.
Maybe. Let's go to, where are we going here, Peyton? Let's go to Charles in Plano. Here, you're up next on the Fan.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning, Charles.
Hey, I just got a quick comment. Yeah, the guys, they seem like they're just not disciplined. They have these mental breaks every now and then, and on the road, they just don't seem confident. Even when you see them on the mic at the end of the game, who's our emotional leader? Who's the guy that's going to get fired up and just get them going? I don't see any communication there because, I mean, for him to get away from CD yesterday for a couple of quarters there, somebody should be vocal like, hey, I'm open, or even the players play and coaches coach. I mean, the guys that's on the field got to take some responsibility for this. The coach got to take some responsibility. But let me ask you this. As the Cowboys go, even if they lose it from the rest of the year, are they a successful team? So with that success that they already have, are they satisfied? Are they complacent? I mean, they got to get over themselves. They're their greatest obstacle.
Yeah, thanks, Charles. I think that when you're talking about being vocal, CeeDee Lamb, I think, was starting to get vocal. You saw him talking to Mike McCarthy on the sideline. I think he was communicating, saying, hey, I've got advantages here. I need the ball. But yeah, is there a time chop where we say, hey, one of these players has to go in there and I know that you don't like the fake tough guy coaching bit, But is there a place for one of these players to essentially go in there and crack skulls and like, hey, somebody's got to publicly hold these guys to account?
I mean, look, I don't generally like to overreact to a playoff.
But in general, losing big games like, Buffalo, Philly on the road, Miami, like, does somebody have to step up and say, hey, we got to demand stronger accountability here?
Yes, I understand that. My thought is, though, like, I don't really get upset with the loss unless the other team, like, if you lose to a lesser quarterback, that's a problem. Like, if the other team is a better quarterback, I'm like, all right, what am I going to do? Am I going to freak out about losing to Josh Allen? Like, I can't get upset about that one. All right, there's a little phone call action here on 105.3 The Fan. But Luka dropped 50 last night. And also, Rangers lose out on a player, and we have an apology to a certain mega star in sports that has to be made. It's all coming up next year at 105 through The Fan.
We're giving you your morning sports fix while sharing.
or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Franklins for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Doncic going for 50, and he's got it. Luka Doncic on this Christmas night.
Man, Luka, 50 points, passes 10,000 points in his career. That's quick.
A 50 brisket.
That's 8 of 16 from beyond the arc, a perfect 12 of 12 for the line. And the Mavs get, he also had 15 assists. That's pretty good. Mavericks get the 128-114 win over a Phoenix team that just can't figure it out. They can't figure out how to get guys healthy. And when the guys they have on the floor, they can't figure out how to actually play. Anyway, Kevin Durant was just off all night. And if not for Grayson Allen, this would have been much, much uglier than it was. The Mavs get a really nice win on the road.
Yep, and apparently the buzz coming out when you heard Woj talking in the post game. Woj had said, yeah, there's people in Phoenix and around the Suns now that are starting to feel like Kevin Durant is pretty frustrated with the health issues surrounding Bradley Beal and a pretty depleted supporting cast. But guess what? Kevin Durant, when you go out and you get a guy like Bradley Beal and you trade away all your depth to try and build a super team, that when injuries happen to those superstars, you are going to lack depth. This is what happens. This is what you sacrifice. You sacrifice depth in the name of superstars, and if it doesn't work out or there are injuries to those guys or whatever else, you're going to have a pretty rough go of it. And that's what Kevin Durant's finding out right now. He had a streak snapped yesterday of, I think it was 23 straight games with at least 25 points. So the Mavericks snapped that one. And just, again, a really impressive game from Luka. We had talked about this last week. ESPN polled 100 insiders and got their straw ballot for NBA MVP. Luka finished 5th on that one.
Seems low.
It seems
a tad low.
Seems a little low. Good to have Derek Lively back in the lineup, though. Put up 20 points, 10 rebounds. He makes such a difference for them.
Yeah, he's been great, man. He's been really good for them this year.
Suck it, Mike Bassett. You were wrong. You were wrong, Mike, about Derek Lively.
What did he expect from Bradley Beal? When was the last time Bradley Beal played more than 61 games in a year? I said more than 60. More than 60. No, don't look. Yes.
2019. Pre-COVID.
Yeah, it was 2018-2019 season.
Boom! Ring me up,
Since
Peyton.
then, 57 games. Now, that was in the shortened 2019-2020 season. Then 60, 40, and 50.
Yeah.
But the guy misses games, man. Like, what are you going to do? He's an NBA player. NBA players all miss games. Now, he's missed all but 6 this year. So, he's beyond that pace of missing a lot of games. He's well beyond half of them. He's played about a third, not even a third of them. Less than a quarter of them. Less than a quarter. A fifth. So that's a problem. That's a problem.
A fifth.
Playing 20% of the game. So that's what they are with with Bradley Beal and such. But it's a good win by the Mavericks. What happened with the Rangers over the weekend?
There was some bad news there. Not terrible news, but Mitch Garver.
Bad news.
Mitch Garver. But look, it's you're clearing the way for Wyatt Langford or Justin Foscue or whoever else you need to be your DH next year, and you've already got Jonah Heimecatcher. So it's not a big loss when you lose Mitch Garver, but it's an emotional loss. You're losing somebody that it makes you feel a little emotional that you're losing him. He goes to the Seattle Mariners. 2 for 24 over there. And we are also, RJ Choppy, we're losing some time on the pitch clock.
Oh, yeah. Tell me about this.
There were some MLB rule changes. Major League Baseball's competition committee approved several rule changes for the 2024 season, including subtracting 2 seconds from the pitch timer with men on base.
Hang on. Now, if you're going to have 250 pitches in a game, that's 500 seconds.
If there's people on base every single time, there's not going to be. No, because how many times are runners on base? How many pitches are you throwing with runners on base? You're not throwing 250.
Oh, so they're not changing these.
It's just with the runners on base from 20 to 18. Now, I feel like last year was perfect. Like, I feel like they found the right balance, and I actually thought that the runners on base pitch clock was a little too short. Like, there were times where there was a big moment late, somebody on base, and I kind of wanted to marinate in it a little bit. I wanted to feel the pressure a little bit. And so I actually think cutting 2 seconds off, this feels like you're doing too much here, Major League Baseball. I don't, in the name of just 2 seconds, how much are you really getting over the course of a game where it's like, man, we could really shorten it some more. We'd really enjoy that versus what you might be sacrificing by speeding it up for 2 seconds and changing it. I can't imagine pitchers are going to love this because if there's one thing they wanted, it sounded like they wanted to actually increase pitchers did with runners on base. They wanted to increase that a little bit. So taking off 2 seconds, you've got that. There won't be any changes to the pitch clock when bases are empty. They'll still have 15 seconds to do that. According to the league, pitchers began their deliveries with an average of 7.3 seconds remaining on the 20-second timer in 2023.
Okay.
Does that feel right?
Sure.
Mound visits will be reduced from 5 to 4 per game. As the league said, they rank among the fans' least favorite events in baseball. Teams averaged only 2.3 mound visits per game in 2023, while according to league data, 98% of games last season would not have exceeded a limit of 4 visits. The pitch timer will now reset after a dead ball as soon as the pitcher is given a new one and play is set to resume. He no longer has to be on the mound for the clock to reset, preventing the pitcher's ability to delay a restart by walking around the edges of it. During pitching changes, if the clock is under 2 minutes as the reliever exits the bullpen and onto the warning track, it will reset back to 2 rather than 2:15 as it did last year. The league withdrew a proposal to reset the pitch clock as soon as the batter calls a timeout. Umpires will continue to use their judgment as to when the clock starts again. And then the other big change here, they are widening the runner's lane to first base.
Okay, so what are they going to
do? Where's the note here on that? That the decision to widen the lane to first base is due to potential injuries and other things that have happened there with throws down to first base. Barring an injury, a pitcher who begins to warm up at the start of an inning will now be required to face at least one batter. Previously, they could be replaced or after warm-ups. Tony Clark, Major League Baseball Players Association head Tony Clark, said the players' representatives voted against a number of these proposals. They made it clear in the competition committee, players strongly feel that following last season's profound changes to the fundamental rules of the game, immediate additional changes are unnecessary and offer no meaningful benefits to fans, players, or the competition on the field. And that's exactly how I feel in this one, is that it feels like you're doing too much.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. I mean, I don't have a problem with them moving. The 2 seconds is not a big deal. The mound visits is not a big deal. The widening the lane is a good thing, though. I think it's I think it's good. The bag is in fair territory. Either make a bag like they do in softball, that orange bag that's in foul territory, or widen the runner's lane to allow for them to be in contact with the bag and not be in violation. Jerry Jones, he is the owner and general manager of the Dallas Cowboys. In case you've heard of him, he is coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. But first, let's get you. It is time for the owner of the Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones, joining us here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. Actually, it's RJ and Bobby this week. Choppy and Belt, along with Peyton and Ryan. Morning, Bobby Belt.
Good morning, RJ Choppy.
You ready for this?
I'm ready. I'm interested to hear what Jerry's going to have to say about a number of things, where his confidence level's at after this game. Look, this was a chance to make a statement 2 different times, 2 different road victories here, and they fell short in 2 very different ways. One of them, was a little bit of a disappointing effort, and then this past week it was something that you felt like you were close on, and it just, again, it was one of these games where it felt like you lost on the little details late.
Did he sound dejected last week after the Buffalo game?
No, I think he was serious. There was a business approach here, but I think that he was there. He was still encouraged, and there was still resolve there. And I would anticipate we're going to get something similar today. There were encouraging aspects about this game. There were a lot of encouraging things that you could take away from it. I thought the run defense was a lot better than I would have expected they would have played against Miami. I thought Miami could have run for 200 yards on them, and that didn't happen. And so that was encouraging. It felt like some of the discouraging things were things that are in your control, poorly timed penalties. The moving away from CD for as long of a stretch as they did. Some of the pass protection issues, the communication issues with Udoga at left tackle, where it seemed like he didn't identify correctly the rusher that he was supposed to take.
Yeah.
That sort of thing happened way too often. And that's the thing that I'm going to be interested to hear from Jerry about on all these fronts as we talk to Jerry Jones here in just a second. Brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you.
Every team has, and I think we get too into a silo here because, you look at the Chiefs game yesterday, right? Like Mahomes had the miscommunication with his running back on the fumble, and if that happened here, the first thing I'd be saying, why the hell are you snapping to anybody not named Mahomes?
Yeah.
Why are you trying to trick it up and be cute?
Yeah, every team's guilty of that at times.
Every team is guilty of that. Every team is guilty of bad clock management at the end of games. Every team is guilty of all that stuff, and it just happens. And I think we are ready for Jerry Jones. And Jerry is brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Good morning, Jerry. Merry Christmas.
RJ, Bobby, Merry Christmas to you, and hope you had a great couple of days there. And certainly it makes us appreciate all the good things. And from the standpoint of the Cowboys in football, we could have added a little Christmas spirit to having that game turn out differently. But we got to live over that and move on here.
Yeah, I could sense that. And we were talking about this, comparing this one to Buffalo. This had to be a different kind of frustrating because you had a chance in this one to win it late.
Well, listen, both those teams are outstanding teams. They're going to be probably in the over in the AFC. They're going to be in the top 3 or 4 teams. And we saw another one play last night, the Baltimore team against San Francisco 49ers. But we've just got to be reminded that they're good teams all over this place in the NFL. And we've got to be right when we play them. And every week at this juncture in a season, you have a chance to get right. You really do. And you can improve on that's the purpose of it. That's the purpose of it being structured the way it is, so that absent having to adjust for unavailability, injury, then you can get a better team and push it up there and play. I'm sure San Francisco would like to have that one back last night.
Jerry, when we look at these last 2 weeks, there was a lot of optimism, I think, for the fan base and everybody else heading into the Buffalo and Miami games. Obviously, these were 2 big road losses. But when you look at the struggles on the road, I know this has become a big talking point. Do you say that at this point you think it could be as much psychological as anything else, or do you think it's just bad luck?
No, I don't think it's bad luck. I don't think it's psychological. I think it's execution. We know that we can see 4 or 5 plays. Coaches have been saying since the beginning of time, 1 play doesn't make the difference in the basic tenor of the game. On the other hand, in the NFL, a few plays can really be difference makers. Certainly the turnover we had going down on the drive was a difference maker. I had hoped that we'd look back on it and say we overcame a setback there early because we had the right tenor when we made that long drive, one of the most successful of the year against a good team. So bottom line, guys, is that every quarter, every possession, every one of these at this juncture from here on out, every one of these you just about don't execute at the right time, and it's going to be that close, and you'll go home. Your season will be over. And we've got to keep that in mind. We've got to try to eliminate some of those mistakes. You can look at any description of the game today or yesterday. They'll point out 3 or 4 big plays. They'll point out big plays, Dak's decisions, coaches' decisions, point out players not wrapping up. All of those things I know we're tired of hearing, but when you play these teams that are playing for all the marbles, tournament-type football, playoff-type football, then you're going to have it down to that close. And I'm glad we've got a team that can play at that level. Now, when you have that, you can take a team like we've got and you can go any place. And, boy, you can make some good things happen and you can win the ball game. And then you do it on another one and then another one. And the next thing you know, you're in the big game.
Jerry Jones joined us here at 105 through the Fan. CD had the incredible touchdown catch and run, and that was in the first quarter. And then he didn't see a target until about 10 minutes to go in the fourth. Why was it so hard to get the ball to CD in those 2 quarters?
And I don't know. Those are decisions because we got options of where to go with the ball. And everybody on the field knows that can step back from it and say, look, get the ball in the hands of your best player. But, boy, you've got to put the ball in the hands of some other players, too, not for any reason other than you just can't every down have that in the ball. Well, you say San Francisco sits there and they puts it in the hand of Debo a lot, and they'll put it in McCaffrey a lot. That's to say the least. But if you look hard, they're spreading it around a little bit too. But we all want to look back and say, and the entire team does, and say, boy, we should have had the ball in Lamb's hand, certainly in the second and third quarters.
Jerry, you know, when you talk about...
I have an answer for that. I really don't.
And when you talk about that, though, CeeDee Lamb and how impactful he's been, it's felt like at times over the last couple of years, whenever there are losses in some of these games, that it's when, you know, the CD-Dak connection isn't strong or there's times where they're taking away CeeDee Lamb. Do you think that this team is at its best when CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott are clicking together?
Well, I think those are our best players in terms of Dak's ability to make the play or a play that can give us the big play. 25 a yard longer is the definition of it. But Dak and then, of course, CD is certainly the guy that on the other end of the ball can run after catch and can do some things with the ball after he gets it. That's his forte. And trust me, both of them know that, and all your coaching staff know that too, fairly well. And the other team's got a lot to do with it. Situation's got a lot to do with it. And sometimes they feel like that in this particular case specifically, Dak could have gone either way with the ball. Didn't go that way if he had it back. I'm not trying to be trite. If he had it back, obviously he'd probably go Lamb's way.
Talking with Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones here on 105 through the Fan. Jerry, Micah Parsons expressed some frustration after the game about the lack of holding calls that he's drawn. I believe the last one was the middle of October was the last time that Micah drew a holding penalty. Is that something that you guys would ask the league to, like, hey, can we get a closer look at this? Because we feel like he's, you know, some teams are getting away with holding our guy here.
I don't think the intent is to take a player of his skill and limit him. One of the judgment issues here is they won't call a holding penalty within a certain range of holding. What does that mean? Well, that means they won't call a holding penalty, usually if they don't think the player would have gotten to the quarterback to begin with. Now, think about that a minute. That's your judgment that is still, we have in officiating that judgment. If they think he wouldn't have gotten there, that doesn't work for Parsons, because he's about to get there almost all the time, almost from the snap of the ball. That sounds simplistic, but it's a fact. And he does so much finishing. And so anything that just limits him should be a hold. That's the kind of discussion that you would have and Stephen would have in the competition committee to address that. This is not the first time that penalties have been defined by the unique skills of a player. Not the first time at all. It's happened to us. It's happened to other great players. And so that one's got to be worked through because it's not working good for Dak. There's no question Dak is having restrictions that are called that, if turned loose, would result in a sack or result in more pressure on the quarterback. In general, they're basically trying to not discourage protection schemes or protection technique for the quarterback.
So Micah gets officiated differently than a lot of other players.
Well, he gets officiated not differently, but most players that don't get those holds where Michael doesn't get them couldn't get to the quarterback. Micah can. A lot of players are not being called for holding or not having holding calls go with them, but they couldn't get to the quarterback. Micah can. And so therefore it is restrictive to him.
Jerry, you talked about last night that you're sure San Francisco would like to have that game back. We saw recently Philadelphia go on a 3-game losing streak. There's obviously been a lot of struggles with the Chiefs and what they're dealing with. Does this feel as winnable of an NFL season as you can recall in recent history? Do you feel like the opportunity is really there for you guys to capture something special?
Yes, I certainly do. Without question, I do. You look at our how we pushed it up here, what we've got. We're going into our last 2 ball games. Knock on wood. I like our health a lot. I like hopefully Tyron will come on around. We injected him last week, and that usually works. And hopefully we could have him. He's a huge difference maker, Tyron Smith. And but health-wise, I look at that. As far as preparing this team to go win a football game, we're in as good a shape as we've been in many years for this team to go on a good game run and win this thing. And that's saying a lot this time of year. A lot of people can't say that. But do we have some things that as late as Sunday could really improve our team if we'll clean it up? Yes, we do. In a big way, would have had them under any circumstances, but we do have them. Are they things that we can clean up as we go into Detroit here, as we go to Washington, and then get ready for those playoffs? You bet. I wouldn't trade. I really wouldn't, reasonably, in an either-or, trying to be as realistic as I could. I wouldn't trade our position for a better one today. And it has everything to do with how healthy we are at key spots.
Jerry, are you encouraged by the run defense from this weekend?
No, encouraged not the word for it. I think that I know that we were compromised. It's a balancing act out there. But I saw good things. I saw us do some good things. In general, I thought we can play much better. But I will tell you this: that is one of the best offensive teams you'll see. They're certainly in the top 3 or 5. And there are parts of that thing that we did a good job on. I want some more of. I want us to do that some more against that type talent.
Jerry, you mentioned the injury situation, how you feel good about where you guys are at, how you're going to try to get Tyron Smith ready to go for this game against Detroit. Where do things stand with Jonathan Hankins' availability coming off of that ankle? And were there any injuries coming out of this game that you guys are monitoring?
Yeah, I don't know that we'll have him this week, but we're going to have him as we get on into it, get on into the playoffs, and we may have him this week. Mozzie's coming on. Mozzie, in my mind, did some very good things out there the other night. So he's coming on, and that's great. I think our health in that interior defensive front looks good. I think, of course, we missed Van Der Esch, but teams all over this league are missing key people. No, really, I think health-wise, we got Hooker back. He played well. That's a big deal for us. So I look at defensively, I expect us to take advantage of everything that we've seen, done, haven't done. I think we have absorbed it. We got some outstanding people that can highlight it for all the players, practice to get better or to refine certain things we do. All of this looks good. All of this really looks good. Certainly would like to have won the football game. We would like to, I mean, I'm being trite when I say that. But as far as us being in good shape to go into the playoffs and really make a wave, I feel very good about our chances to do that. And Dak is playing outstanding. I thought Dak played a heck of a game the other night. He had pressure all night long. That had everything to do with not having Tyron and having to makeshift that offensive line to some degree. Everybody has to do it, but I thought Dak handled it outstanding.
And that was going to be my follow-up question there. You mentioning that you thought Dak played really well in this game in the face of what was a lot of pressure. He was having trouble getting the ball out quickly. Where do you think Dak is right now overall in terms of his comfortability in this offense and his command of this offense? You know, we've saw the gaudy statistics there for that 6-week period or whatever it was, and these past couple weeks have been tough games for him, but you still like the resolve you've seen from him?
I think Dak's the best he's been in his career, and I think if you can go into this part of your season in the NFL and your quarterback is playing at this level, you've got an outstanding chance to do some come home happy. And so he's the reason for my number one highlight. And then frankly, we've done a lot of things. We've had a lot of machination in terms of offense, and I think we're going to take advantage of that over these next weeks. Last 2 ball games and then the playoff. Over on defense, we're frankly. Some of the things that we've seen the last 2 weeks made us better. It hurt, but it made us better. That's football. That's what happens in football. And so it's possible to have lost those 2 games against Buffalo and to have lost it against Miami and gotten better technically. Nobody wants that way to get better. But it's possible that we're a better team today for having played those 2 games than what we took up there. What we took over there to Miami wasn't enough. And so we better hope we get better, but I think we've gotten better.
Jerry, we saw Stephon Gilmore leave the field with what looked like an arm injury. He was off the field for a couple plays and ended up coming back. Is everything all good to go with him and his status?
I'm planning on him playing, and I think that's realistic. Yeah, I think he's planning on playing, and he did some really good things for us out there the other night. We're lucky to have him.
Hey, Jerry, we appreciate it this morning. I'll see you out there on Saturday. I'll be a guest of the great Bennett Glazer, so I'll see you for a big Saturday game against Detroit.
You're with my favorite fan and as well as associate, and boy, they broke the mold when they made him and his great organization, and we're sure proud that he's a Cowboy.
Yes, sir. All right, we'll see you on Saturday. Best of luck this week, Jerry.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
Jerry Jones, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, kind of what we expected, right? Like an optimistic tone.
He has to be you can't own a company. It doesn't matter how bad things are going with your company. When your owner speaks to you, it's always in an optimistic tone.
Yeah, but here's the thing that's interesting.
Fans don't want to hear that necessarily, but that's the way it is.
It's interesting that he seemed as miffed as everybody else about CeeDee Lamb's lack of involvement.
And not just miffed, like unable to explain.
I think that's what miffed means, but yeah.
No, I think miffed means angry, right?
No, miffed like
miffed is angry, right?
Hold on, now you're gonna make me go look this up.
What do we do this now? We're gonna look up definitions.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Somewhat annoyed,
right? Yeah, he can't explain it either.
Homeschooled, chop.
Homeschool, baby.
No, but it is interesting. The fact that it sounds like they're going to be able to get Tyron Smith ready to go. Good news that Gilmore sounds like he got out of that pretty well, because when Gilmore went down and threw off his helmet, was kind of slamming his hand against the turf. That was a little bit concerning. But overall, I think, he sounds like he took more positive out of that game against Miami than he did negative. Dude. But ultimately, the thing they have to figure out, the answer can't be, I don't know, when it comes to why CeeDee Lamb can't get the ball for 2 quarters. And I'm not saying that, Jerry may just feel like he didn't have the answer that he was ready to give publicly. I don't know what it was, but that's something where that can't be the answer, is I don't know. And not that that's Jerry's answer, but in general for the team, they've got to figure out a way to get him the ball. He needs touches.
Yes, he does. I'll tell you this, in regards to Tyron, I can't expect anything from him. Right? What can you expect? He's played all year till now, for the most part.
Yeah, I mean,
do you even bother playing him this week?
I'm gonna need KNC to ask him Friday, which I'm not doing your prep for you, KNC. I'm not shoehorning in my question, but one of the things I considered there at the end was asking him, like, hey, how much of a consideration are you guys gonna have to give moving forward to, like, Tyler Smith needs to bounce out to left tackle if Tyron's out? That's got to be more of a conversation, doesn't it? After Udoka just misses.
But what's more important,
assignments.
Interior offensive line play in today's NFL, or?
But if you've got Zach Martin, who do you feel better about, Bass at guard or Udoka at tackle? I think that TJ Bass has stepped up and shown he can play well and pass protect inside. He plays with power. True. So to me, I think that you can cover better on the interior and bounce Tyler Smith outside. That's something that they've got to consider at this point.
I don't disagree. All right, Jerry Jones here on 105.3 The Fan will react to what he had said. But also, Peyton, let's go to the people. What is your confidence level they can actually do it this year? This year is actually a little bit different, a little bit more Jerry Jones reaction coming up next on 105.3 The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
9 o'clock hour, Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. It is not yet a hump day. That is tomorrow.
Every day's a hump day if you make it one.
That is tomorrow. A little star up, star down here. Maybe take some of your phone calls at 877-881-1053. What's your confidence level? This Cowboy team could actually do it this year after their 22-20 loss on the road at Miami. We're going to go to the people on this one, see what theirs is. 877-881-1053. Bobby, what are you, a 10?
A 10? My confidence level that it's going to be different? Who's the head coach?
All right. Okay.
Look, here's
that was easy.
Here's the fact of the matter.
It's disgustingly.
I'm not confident that anything will be different until you show me evidence that you're better on critical situation details, and they're not. Whoever's responsible for that, we can play the blame game all day long. Ultimately, that's just a fact, though. That fact about this football team makes me lack confidence in their ability to do anything in January and February. I don't think they're going to be with us in Vegas. I'll say that.
Yeah, I mean I think we've all resigned ourselves to that. Now things can happen because we all. Let's be fair.
Look,
at the same time last year,
if someone picks off San Francisco before you can get to them, I think my confidence level shoots through the roof because I think they can outscore anybody in the NFC other than San Francisco.
I agree, they can. But also, we saw the same thing with the Rangers. They in the same time of the year. So September, we're in the September portion of the schedule right now.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody thought they were going to win the World Series.
No, we in fact, we all said they're not winning the World Series. Might as well pack it in.
We all said they're not getting by Tampa.
I definitely said that.
We didn't even think they were going to get by Tampa. Maybe
remember.
Tampa, but not.
I think maybe I picked Tampa. I don't remember.
I know I think I picked Tampa. I know it. And then
look, if there's one thing we know, it's that Dallas teams. That's the biggest benefit if you go to the Buccaneers and play. Dallas teams don't lose playoff games in Tampa.
No, they don't.
Because
that's fair.
The Rangers are now what? 8-0 in playoff games in Tampa or something like that. 7-0, and then Dallas, the Cowboys beat them. You lost to the Lightning in the Stanley Cup a couple years ago, but it was in a bubble. It was not in Tampa. That doesn't count.
No, were they in Edmonton? Is that where it was?
I don't
Calgary.
One of those Canadian places.
That's true. They don't lose to Tampa on the road, and they're not going to lose to Tampa on the road, but they will go into San Francisco and get boat raced. And that's going to be the problem.
That's the biggest thing, and that's what we're trying to figure out is that do you feel any better? And you guys can give us a call and let us know. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. This is the question that we're posing to you that we need to hear from Cowboys fans on. Do you feel any better that this year will be different than years past? Because Jerry just told us, and has told us for the last couple weeks, he feels optimistic. He feels this is a vulnerable NFL. He feels like Dak Prescott's playing the best football of his career. He feels like Mike McCarthy is the right guy for the job. Are you buying that? Are you buying that line from Jerry Jones? 877-881-1053. You can let us know on the truckwreck.com fan text, or you can give us a call and vent to us there.
See, here's the issue. Like, Dak is...
do you think he believes... I'll just say this. And we got to be very careful with the way I posit this question because I don't want it to be misinterpreted. Do you think that that's just Jerry being optimistic and buying that optimism, or do you think, like he says, like, no, this is the absolute reality? Like my most sober view of it tells me this is the case. These are the facts. Or is it a little bit? Is it a little bit of what our friend Mike Fisher has referred to as Jerry Poppins?
I mean, I'm sure there's always some of that in there. I mean, I think Jerry genuinely believes they can win. I don't.
They're capable.
I don't think that's crazy. I mean, they're a good football team, and you could pick somebody off, and the margins are so thin in these sports.
Yes.
Like, sooner or later, some luck is going to go their way. Now, at the end of the day, are the Cowboys going to be able to beat a team that has a quarterback advantage against them? I don't know. Those are very difficult to happen anyway. Those things don't happen.
302, you don't want my phone call. It'd be bleep, 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 bleep. 3817 says their run defense is atrocious. That's why they're not a winning team. 443 says, crazy, Bobby. It only takes a couple of plays. 469, going out of his way to make excuses for the quarterback beforehand. I'm not. I'm saying that the quarterback is part of your details.
It's part of the details. Like, Dak is he's having a great year. Forget the last 2 games. I mean, those are tough road games. He's having a great year. Is he the greatest anticipatory thrower in the sport? No.
Yes. No, but
he's not like you can watch that game and genuinely see like Tua anticipates.
I will say
better.
I don't think Dak is the best in the world, but I think Dak has become really good at anticipatory throws.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree at all.
He's one of the probably top 10 in the league at it. I think now he's just not at the top.
Right, and in the playoffs, like, you need that. Like that, you're not gonna you're not gonna have wide open guys necessarily in the postseason. All right, here we go. Mike in Mansfield, start us off here on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, guys. You guys are awesome. Listen, you guys on the way to work. Appreciate y'all so much. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you, Mike.
I'm a huge Cowboy fan. As a child, as a young kid, I saw my dad break our VCR during the '94 NFC Championship game. So whenever I say this about Dak, it's not because I don't love him and I don't love the Cowboys. I have yet to see Dak win a game that he wasn't supposed to win. And that's the biggest problem that I have. Anytime that the pressure is on the Cowboys, historically, since I guess 95, 96, we lost to Carolina in the playoffs. But ever since then, it's just we fold. That's what we do. We fold. And I love the Cowboys. I go to 3-4 games a year. I have a man cave decorated in Cowboys. I mean, I love them so much, but it's hard year in and year out. Now we're just beat down. We've become used to it. And I'll hang up and listen to you guys. Thank you.
I appreciate it, Mike. It is tough. It's battered Cowboy syndrome. We've been beaten up.
There's exhaustion.
Mentally. It's exhaustion. It is. It is.
There's exhaustion. There's fatigue. There's a lot of people who it feels like are saying, I can't even get really angry about it anymore. There's nothing to get angry about. It's just you're frustrated and you're just. It's become something that a lot of fans I feel like have resigned themselves to the fact that it's not going to come together. And you know what? That's probably the biggest, most valid or the most difficult criticism to push back against if you're a Dak Prescott supporter is what he just talked about, where he says that when you, not within games, but when you look at obviously heading into a game, there's not a lot of games you can think of that Dak's won that he wasn't supposed to. That's right.
He wins games he's supposed to, and he loses games.
Now games, there have been games that were coin flips that he's won, or there have been games that were coin flips that it didn't look like they should win or they shouldn't win, and they've won in the end. Right. But a game going into it where you say this team is better than Dallas, they are not going to beat them. There's not a lot of those. Maybe, and it wasn't anything he did. Saints. In 2018, when the Saints came to town and they were one of the better teams in the NFL, they were considered underdogs there. They won that one, but I mean that's not anything Dak went out there and did. Everybody knows that's normal. Everybody knows I'm a big believer in Dak, but yeah, there have not been a lot of big time games where you say Dallas shouldn't win this one, and then Dak wills them to some sort of victory after the game starts.
Right, but I think what fans need to recognize, and we all do, that's the sport of the football right now. Like the team with the better quarterback generally wins the game.
Yes, but
you're going to have to steal them. You're going to need to steal
a few, and there's not a lot of those on his ledger, to be fair. So
no, but are there a lot on most quarterbacks' ledger? I guess the answer would be no. Alex in Fort Worth, you're up next on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline.
Morning, guys. Hope you guys had a fantastic Christmas.
You too, Alex.
My thing is, I'm with Bobby. I need to see it, but also if you give this team to a Sean McVay, to a Sean Payton, to Kyle Shanahan, I feel like we could create a dynasty with either of those coaches. My thing is I feel like Jerry has too many strings attached to this team and just doesn't let a coach coach. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah, Alex, I mean, that's been a common criticism for numbers. I do think that I do think Jerry deserves credit for backing off and letting the coach go. The biggest criticism that you could say, and this is the thing that Mike McCarthy had the biggest thing to adjust to coming to Dallas, I think, is the reality of what it means to be the Cowboys head coach. Like, there's so much noise. No, I genuinely don't. I think there's so much noise around being the Cowboys head coach that a lot of coaches are not prepared for, that they don't have it takes time to adjust. And to his credit, I think McCarthy's adjusted better. But there is a world of difference coming from, being in Green Bay, being the head coach of the Green Bay Packers, where the community basically owns the football team, to being the head coach of the Cowboys. And that takes a serious adjustment period that I think that he's still coming along at. He'll do it sometimes. You'll see him he'll kind of chuckle and he'll go, it's Dallas. This is Dallas. Like, I mean, he recognizes there's a difference here. And I think he's reached a point where he says, some of these things that bug me, I got to kind of shrug off and say, this is what it means to be the Cowboys head coach. And those things are probably always going to exist.
They are going to. Look, if you're the Cowboys head coach, that is always going to exist. Now, your ability to handle it might change. You might be able to. And that's why I think Jason was good at that. Jason was really good at that. He got it. He understood what it meant. I think he welcomed it. Buddy in Fort Worth, you're up next on the Fan.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up, buddy?
I love to listen. Sometimes I love to agree and disagree. But when it comes to the Cowboys, I mean, it's a tough one because are they really as good as we think they are? Are we expecting more than they are? But I'll say this. I love Dak Prescott in every way. But Broadus brought this up about 4 years ago. They have that mental processing speed little test they do, and he didn't score super high on that. And it shows up sometimes when the defense throws him something he doesn't like. And it's just too bad. And there's no getting around it because, there's no getting around it.
Yeah, and I mean, look, that's something that, and thanks for the phone call, buddy. That's something that a lot of quarterbacks obviously deal with is that aspect of it. The elite mental processing is something that can help. But the biggest thing, I think, more than the confusion, the post-snap confusion, I think the biggest thing I noticed with Dak at times is he gets tunnel vision. You remember on Madden, and we've talked about this before, you remember the quarterback vision cone?
Oh, yeah.
From 16 years ago. And it was always a cheat to play with Peyton Manning because they just gave him the whole field.
Yeah.
And other quarterbacks, you had to, swipe the cone into the vicinity. Dak gets that quarterback vision cone, and it gets tight sometimes where he sees something, he's watching, and the periphery is blind at times where he doesn't see a linebacker sitting there, whatever else. I think he's gotten so much better at that, and it's something that we haven't seen nearly as much of that. Didn't see the linebacker squatting there, didn't see him sitting there in coverage, just waiting to pick it off. But yeah, at times when you throw some of the man match stuff at him, like Fangio's done a couple different times.
Dude, Fangio, I got to give him credit, man. That dude obviously made adjustments after the second drive.
Oh, yeah.
Second, the Cowboys moved the ball really well on their first two drives.
He made adjustments, and he schemed up pressure effectively, and that's all great. At the end of the day, though, he didn't just take away Lamb. You had Lamb there, and Jerry said it. He's like, I don't have a good explanation as to why we didn't get him the ball more, but we've got to figure it out.
That was the most disappointing thing about the Jerry interview is that he couldn't answer that question. He was
got to figure it out.
He was as
miffed, you might say.
Man, I wouldn't say miffed. I would not say miffed. He was as confused as we were as to why CeeDee Lamb did not get the ball more.
Need to figure that out.
Preston in Lubbock, you're next here on 105 through the Fan.
Preston Russell, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Don't mean to be cliche, but long-time listener, first-time caller. I wanted to go back to the initial question y'all kind of posed before you opened it up to the rest of the Tolos and the callers here. Mm-hmm. Jerry's comments about the NFL, being kind of exposed and wide open this year, and our confidence level as fans in the Cowboys heading into the playoffs. I think how we get to the end of the season is going to be similar to last year. I think Philadelphia is vulnerable. I think San Francisco, we'll see what the health of Brock Purdy looks like moving forward. Could have their struggles moving forward into the postseason here. The regular season wrapping up. I don't know. I think we're going to probably face a similar result. We're going to need to get some help from outside of the building. Maybe somebody does take down San Francisco. Maybe we do end up hosting a home playoff game, in the second round. But that's not going to be up to us. I do think the NFL can be had this year. The Chiefs are not who everybody thought they were. I don't think they are who they thought they were. Baltimore looks like the cream of the crop right now. So I'll shut up and listen to you guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, Preston.
Yeah, I think there's. Well, you want to face Buffalo again?
No.
Miami, you could beat.
Miami, I think you can beat on a given week. Miami's got the same consistency problems you do.
Miami, you could beat. Baltimore's going to be tough. Buffalo being nice. I think Buffalo will be. I said the other day.
The only two teams that I think they are not capable of beating right now are the two that played last night. That's Baltimore and San Francisco. I think if you play San Francisco 10 times, they probably beat you 9. Baltimore, I think they probably beat you 8.
I think Buffalo would be tough too.
My gosh, could you imagine Lamar against some of these run game deficiencies though that they have on defense?
Yeah. By the way, my handicapper guy, my guy Bo, hit me back on what the Cowboys line would be against the Niners.
Does he have a platform where he says Bo knows?
He does not.
He should. What did he say?
He said San Fran -5 with Purdy.
That's it?
That's surprising. He said with Darnold, it'd be San Fran -3, which means that they only give Purdy a 2-point over Darnold. That is stunning to me.
It's pretty surprising.
Pretty surprising. Now, granted,
that was a pretty good pun.
It is. Granted, you're not going to get Mahomes is only worth 7 or 8 points, right? You're not going to get that big of a stretch and Purdy's not in that category, so I get it from that perspective. I just figured that Darnold was be way worse. But I don't know. We'll see. Okay, Patrick Walker, who I don't know where he had Tua in his top 15. If Josh Allen was barely there, but the great Patrick Walker joins the show next year on 105 through the Fan.
105.3 The Fan, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DX. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact Frankel free at 214-817-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Be a pro.
All right, Peyton?
Be a pro, Peyton.
You okay? Peyton chuckling over here, dying.
Someone's talking in my ear, and I don't appreciate it.
Who?
Someone's talking in my ear.
Wow. Peyton
Name
struggling
rhymes
over
with
there.
Robbie.
First day back. He only had 2 days off.
Look, it never bugged Chris while he was in for you on those 2 days.
Russ was fine.
Yeah, Ross.
He was rusty, wasn't he?
Russ is good. Yeah, he was okay. Jeffrey was amazing.
Let's give something away.
Yeah.
Jeff,
we
Jeff
gotta
was
cope.
good.
Listen, we gotta cope here with the Cowboys lost some way. And we do it by screwing with Peyton. That's how we do it. Okay, we do it by screwing.
I'm a team player.
Yeah, you are. You are a team player, and you're gonna keep being a team player. We love that. We love that about you, man. Patrick Walker, Cowboys insider, joining us now on 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by WinStar World Casino and Resort, the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Morning, Patrick.
Good morning, fellas.
3-5 on the road. Why?
Execution issues and self-discipline issues. I mean, I wrote about it in last week's Science Lab, hoping that the Cowboys can correct both of those things, and unfortunately, they did not do that in Miami. And I walked away from that Dolphins game feeling much the same way that I left Philadelphia feeling. I mean, each win is different, just like each loss is different. So each road loss is different. And this definitely wasn't, something like what happened to them in Buffalo. It's certainly not anything like what happened to them out in California against the 49ers, but it's definitely what happened to them in Philadelphia. It became a game of inches, and all the Cowboys needed to do was make one or two more plays than they were able to do. Instead, they made those one or two plays in the direction of helping the Dolphins, and that's what ultimately cost them the game. That first offensive drive, they were surgical in how they moved down the field, a lot of CeeDee Lamb utilization, and then you get down there, and then on the 1 yard line, what do you get? You get Tony Pollard, somehow gets turned around, ball doesn't break the plane. Very next play, botched handoff to Hunter Lipke, who was exceptional in helping them convert to get down to that point. Dolphins get the ball. And then, the Cowboys, they showed resiliency, especially their defense. The bend don't break. I mean, if you go in there, guys, and you tell me that the Cowboys are going to hold that offense to only one touchdown, I tell you they win that game. And the only reason they would lose the game is, guess what? Penalties and lack of execution. That's exactly what happened.
Patrick, when you talk about just one or two more plays, right? Like that's all they would have needed. Do you think they could have found one or two more plays if they just would have targeted CeeDee Lamb one or two more times instead of going what felt like 2.5 quarters essentially without throwing the ball to your best player?
I would say yes, but I'd say it's a little bit deeper than that, but also not insanely deep. I say it in the aspect of, yes, we all noticed that the CeeDee Lamb targets disappeared after he got up to 95 yards. And you're thinking this is going to be a 200-yard game for CeeDee Lamb, and we're all perfectly fine with that because the Dolphins had no answer for CeeDee Lamb. But then when you go back and look at the film, it's not that they did anything much differently that would have deleted him from the game before he, reemerged in the fourth quarter. The pressure on Dak Prescott just ramped up, and it got to a point where he just could not operate the offense. And that's why you saw 1 punt, 2 punt, 3 consecutive punts. You come out in the third quarter, you stall again, but then you start to look at why. And we've given Chuma Edoga his roses in the first portion of the season because he played admirably in the absence of Tyron Smith, but he had a very bad day at the office against Bradley Chubb. And what was a little bit frustrating, not a little bit, but very frustrating about that aspect of it was that on more than one occasion, it wasn't that he got beat man to man. He simply chose the wrong assignment. There was one play in particular, you saw Bradley Chubb just came free, and he did that on more than one occasion. He came free, and then you look at, well, how the hell did Bradley Chubb get into the backfield so quickly? And it's because Chuma Edoga, instead of taking the assignment on Chubb, he took the assignment to help Tyler Smith on the interior, and you just can't do that against a guy who comes into the game with 9.5 sacks. He's a game record. So Wilkins had pressure up the middle as well. So the pressure is what really deleted CeeDee Lamb by way of forcing Dak Prescott to look off of Lamb, try to escape the pocket, try to run, try to extend the play as much as he could. So as it goes in football, if you can affect the quarterback like that, you will delete the wide receivers.
Is that on Dak, though, at that point all right, you need to have some hots in here? Like, you need to have some quick hitters, or on Mike McCarthy to say, hey, you've got to be scheming up some of these quick slants or whatever else, like getting gun and go ahead and hit something. Because CeeDee was winning off the line of scrimmage. And we just talked to Jerry a little bit ago, and Jerry had said, like, I don't have a good answer for why CeeDee wasn't in there. It felt like a real advantage that they didn't take enough advantage of, even when obviously the offensive line was incredibly compromised and Chume Doga was missing some things. That impacted it a lot, but didn't it feel like that shouldn't have been 2.5 quarters essentially?
No, and I agree. Now, and here's another comparison to Philadelphia that you're going to agree with. Terrence Steele had a bad day at the office against Hassan Reddick in Philadelphia. And one of the things that we said coming out of that as analysts were, where was the help for Terrence Steele, who was having a bad day? Maybe you use Jacob Chip a little bit more, send some help that way. That was the same situation in Miami. Chuma was struggling, but you didn't really see the Chip help go over there. And I think that goes to the coach's confidence in the player, but there's also something to be said for a guy. He's having a bad day at the office. Get the guy some help. So in that aspect, it really does remind me of Philadelphia. And, yeah, I would have liked to see, Chuma get some help over there. And I'm sure that they talked to him on the sidelines and was like, hey, you cannot allow a free release on a guy like Bradley Chubb. Like, that's your assignment. Let Tyler Smith handle his business, because more often than not, he will. He doesn't necessarily need that extra help, especially, like I said, when Bradley Chubb is on your left shoulder. So it was just a bad day at the office for that side of the line, much like it was a bad day at the office for the right side of the line at Philadelphia. You can just draw so many similarities between these two games, and that's what's frustrating for Cowboys fans, because those are two games that the Cowboys should have and could have won. So instead of it being 3-5, they could be 5-3 on the road. But when you're on the road and your margin of error is that razor thin, you can't continue to make the mistakes that the Cowboys are making, and that's why they can't seem to get it together on the road against these better teams.
Cowboys insider Patrick Walker joining us here, 105.3 The Fan. Your confidence that this year's different is where?
Say it again, RJ.
That your confidence that this year's different is where?
It's right split down the middle. I mean, as we have this conversation, it's 50-50, and it's because I see a team that plays at home that can win the Super Bowl. I have no question about it. The team that shows up in Arlington can win the Super Bowl. The team that shows up on the road will cost you a first-round exit. And there's no in-between. Like, they have to figure out what team they want to be. They have to figure out how to transplant the team that performs the way it does at home here at AT&T Stadium outside into the road, especially now, considering that, and yes, there's still an opportunity for the Cowboys to get the NFC East. They win these next two games. The Eagles drop either the Cardinals or the Giants in the finale. We saw the 49ers stumble, so hell, even the top seed is still up for grabs. But let's go with the more logical path. The more logical path is that the Cowboys lock into the number 5 seed, and now you have to go on the road and you have to perform. And if they don't figure out how to get that done on the road, then, what are we talking about here? Because, hell, if lightning strikes and they do get the number 1 seed, mathematically it's possible. Yeah, road to the Super Bowl goes through Arlington. Great, wonderful. Can't beat them in Arlington. But the Super Bowl is not in Arlington. It's on the road. So dread it, run from it. Destiny arrives all the same.
Pat, when we talk about the issues that were there on the offensive line, let's say doomsday situation, Tyron Smith misses a playoff game or he's not ready to go for a playoff game.
I don't like when you say that.
I know. I don't want to even speak things into existence, man. But when you look at that potential, is there at this point an argument to say you're better off with Tyler at tackle and Bass stepping in at left guard than you are with a Doga at left tackle and Tyler in at left guard?
There is absolutely an argument to be made there, especially after we've seen what Tyler Smith can be at left tackle by way of his rookie season in 2022. So that because we've seen him excel or be able to excel in that role, that's always going to be a thing when Tyron Smith is not available. That being said, the Cowboys, Mike McCarthy and this front office have shown this season they are hell-bent on not moving Tyler Smith out. Now, maybe that changes when you have the pressure of win or go home on the line. Maybe so, because that can and should put the conversation back on the table. But unless that is a playoff game, I don't even think they're willing to entertain it. But like I said, if it's a win or go home situation, I would. I absolutely would. Because I know that TJ Bass, he's a mauler and he's a gamer, and I don't think the fall off from, which is what you're getting at, and I agree, I don't think the fall off from Tyler Smith to TJ Bass at guard is nearly as great as it is from Tyron Smith to a Chuma Edoga or Asim Richards, rookie, or a Walesko, who's not even ready yet. He's still sitting on IR practicing with that shoulder. So I'm with you on that one, especially in a win or go home scenario. I'm just not confident that that's where they are because they've not shown that that's what they want to do.
Where do they rank? Where do they rank in the NFC?
They're still number two. They're still number two. When you blow the Philadelphia Eagles out in the fashion in which they did.
Yeah, that mid-ass football team, Pat. Those Philadelphia Crimson Vikings.
Talk to them. The ones who almost coughed up a 17-3 lead against the Giants at home yesterday.
20-3. 20-3.
20-3. Even worse still. So that goes to our point. I think it's still, even with the 49ers dropping one yesterday, I mean, look who they dropped it to. They dropped it to the Ravens, and I predicted the Ravens would win that game. So I'm not surprised. Ravens are, they're bullies too. But the 49ers are still the boogeyman for the Cowboys. So there you go. Number one in the NFC is going to be the 49ers. Eagles get throttled by the Cowboys to, put them into a 2-game losing streak, which then became a 3-game losing streak at the hands of Drew Lock on a game-winning drive. Yikes. Struggled against the Giants yesterday. Yikes. So at this point, I'm wondering, and I think this is rightful to wonder, especially we'll see how it goes this weekend. I'm wondering if the Detroit Lions are kind of creeping up on the Eagles for maybe that number 3 ranking. But as it stands, Cowboys are still number 2. They still got everything ahead of them. They just got to get it together on the road. They have a great chance here to kind of reset against that Detroit Lions team, which is a phenomenal team. They're very competitive, very scrappy, a ton of weapons. In the air, on the ground, Jared Goff is playing good. The defense is playing good. Dan Campbell has coached one hell of a team. So big battle coming up this weekend. If the Cowboys can do away with the Lions, get that confidence rebuilt, go on the road, handle the Commanders, you just don't want to back into the playoffs. That's what you don't want to do. You need to start building momentum right now.
Yeah, I think the Lions personally, I think they're a good team, but winning that division the way they have, and they haven't done it in 3 decades, I think they are ripe for a mental break this week, and it would not surprise me if they don't even show up. I know it's not Dan Campbell-y, but
I get what you're saying. It's one of those situations where, those guys get paid to play football, and they're going to go out there and they're going to play, and then you factor in, they're playing the Cowboys, and we all know everybody who plays the Cowboys, they find another gear that didn't exactly exist before they played the Cowboys, but they also have already clinched their division. They don't have much to play for between now and the playoffs, except for trying not to back into the playoffs, like I said. But they also have to be kind of judicious and making sure that their guys going as healthy as possible. So how much exposure do you want to have? Like if the game is, in hand for the Cowboys, how soon are you looking to pull Jared Goff? Like those are the types of decisions Dan Campbell has to make. So the Lions aren't going to lay down, but you may or may not get their best effort. Cowboys can't think like that, though. We can, RJ. We can, Bobby. Yeah. Cowboys can't think like that. 2-game losing streak, you need to go in there. You need to blow the brakes off of the Lions. You need a 50-3 just to send the message that you are still playing elite football. And then you get to the Commanders, and before that game, the narrative will be, hey, can you win on the road? And then go and beat up on a Commanders team that's still scrappy, but at least it will be a road win, get you to 4-5 on the road, and then you can sit back and see where the playoff seasons shake out and, get yourself together.
Thank you, brother. We will talk to you on Thursday.
Yeah, absolutely. Talk to you guys soon.
Patrick Walker, Cowboys Insider, join us here on 105.3 The Fan. Let us cross-talk with K and C Masterpiece coming up next year on The Fan.
Don't screw up.
They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
It's going to happen all week. Yeah. Bobby is trying his damnedest to screw with Peyton.
Hey, Gavin and Sean are on vacation, so.
Gavin's coming back today.
Dawson?
Spittle.
Oh. Yeah, Gavin Dawson's going to come in and lay down the law in this regard.
If Dawson has a problem with it. That doesn't matter. But that's going to happen all week. Bobby is going to try to mess with Peyton. So far, he's 2 for 2.
That one, I was just like going along with the beat. I was going, it was catchy.
It is crosstalk with the K and C masterpiece. K and C are out.
That's right.
Bassick and Reggie are in. Good morning, boys.
Back.
Ooh, can we call it
Cowboys?
R&B?
Hey, am I the lucky charm?
Don't hate it.
The Cowboys were on a big winning streak, and then I left, and they lost to Buffalo and Miami.
I mean, yeah,
True.
you could be the good luck charm. They also,
I am the Cowboys' good luck charm.
I've often said this.
How much do you think the Cowboys think that?
They started winning 12 games a season as soon as you bailed and went to Trevor Lawrence, and now Trevor Lawrence is like one of the biggest busts in history, Mike. So
I wouldn't say a bigot. He is disappointing. I have admitted it 3 weeks ago. He is disappointing to the standards that he was
Who's a similar comparison to you of a quarterback throughout recent history who would say, oh, he was a top guy or he was considered to be a top guy and he only lived up to this percentage? Like, he's obviously exceeded.
Kind of Andrew Luck.
He's exceeded Baker, right?
He's better.
I think Luck is better than Trevor was.
Okay.
I mean, look.
I'm not going to disagree so far through 3 years.
Yeah, because I mean, what?
This
it was
is-
year
this
two.
is why it's dumb. This
But
is why
what
this is dumb.
It was year 3. Luck was like 40 touchdowns and winning playoff games.
Oh, he won a playoff game
Trevor
last year.
won a game last year.
But he was in the AFC title game and threw 40 touchdowns, and Trevor Lawrence is sunshine bass.
And didn't they both have major comebacks in like
Yeah.
a play early on in their playoff?
Yeah, I
like
think it was
wasn't it 27-0 last year?
Yeah.
That it wasn't it?
Yeah.
The Chargers were up 27-0 to start.
There's, I mean, look, there's
Shout
a
out
lot
to
of.
Brandon Staley.
This is his third year, right, for Lawrence?
Yes, this is his third year.
Go look at Manning's third year. Like they're the same. I think we're just entirely too quickly just discounting guys.
I think the context of how quickly quarterbacks have flattened the curve, you might say.
I'm sorry, we don't talk
flatten the
politics
learning
here, Bobby.
curve. No, I'm talking about flattening the learning curve. I think how you see how quickly quarterbacks in this era are able to start contributing at a high level because of the blending of college to pro concepts versus back in the day when Peyton did. I don't think you can compare those two.
I imagine some of that is also just like the windows have shifted. I think decision makers are giving less and less time for quarterback development. And so some of them are going to flatten that curve and some of them are just being disposed early.
Because now, after a third year, you have to give, and they're going to do this. They're going to give Trevor Lawrence about $50 million a year. Like that's what you have to do, and that's where the number is going because of the cap moving up. Is that Dak's probably at the end of this season they're going to renegotiate a contract around $50 million,
worth it,
and Trevor Lawrence is going to get a contract around $50 million a year.
But what I'm saying is, it's just like the idea that you just make a decision on a quarterback for 3 years is dumb. Like if they did the same thing, like. Again, Manning after 3 years, there was a lot of the same questions. Do you think that it would have been wise to just dump him? Like it's just it's crazy. Like I would not dump Trevor Lawrence. I'm all in. I don't think any differently of him now than I did when he came out. I don't think differently of most quarterbacks after 3 years when they come out.
Again, I think
like
it's
Justin Fields. Like give him time, give him a minute.
Sure, I understand.
But we're done with Mac Jones, right?
Yeah. Well, but Max, I think Mac's a little different.
Old McCorkle.
Mac didn't have a whole lot of. He came out of nowhere, right? He came out of nowhere to be
out of
a
Alabama.
10-6 his first year. Is that correct with Mac? I think they made the playoffs at 10-6.
Is that out of nowhere though? He was like people were talking about like does he go third overall, and he came from the biggest program in college football.
Right, but like he wasn't like, oh my God, it's Trevor Lawrence. He's dominating for 3 years in college.
Yeah,
or
he wasn't
Manning, or
he
it's
wasn't,
Luck. He's just dominating for years.
He wasn't football's LeBron, like Trevor Lawrence was.
He was just a good player.
No, I'm not going to defend Trevor Lawrence as a great quarterback in the NFL. I can't.
No, but
he's good. He's going to make. Well, I shouldn't say he is. They've lost 4 in a row and look horrible. But if he does win 2 more games, first they'll win the division, and that would be back-to-back division champs in his second and third year. That wouldn't be bad.
Something Dak hasn't done.
What are you doing right now?
I'm just saying he hasn't. That's just objectively speaking, and I'm the biggest Dak homer there is.
I've often heard that, yeah.
Reg, what's coming on the show?
We got a fun 4 hours of programming where we're going to talk about the Cowboys a bunch, including who has more room for frustration, CeeDee Lamb or Micah Parsons.
Ooh, not even close. Not even close.
Wow.
CeeDee Lamb.
Blowing up your segment already.
Well, that's the show. That's the show. We'll pass it off to so we'll get into that. Also, I know that Mike, big basketball fan as I am as well. You had Christmas Day games, and Luka Doncic is doing incredible things. Does DFW care at all about that? We'll talk about that at 11:20.
Boy, they do seem a little numb. They seem numb to how great he is. And it was ridiculous. Did you see we talked about it on Friday. Did you guys see the NBA MVP straw poll from ESPN?
I keep forgetting to do that. I know
100 NBA insiders they polled, and Luka was fifth in their NBA MVP straw poll. And people are just numb to he's so great. It's just and that's not just locally here in Dallas. I think that's nationally. People are just that's Luka. He scores 50 points and has 15 assists. Big deal.
And also, I think some of this is his visibility on the national stage when we talk about late in the season as well. Because we were just talking about this in the break room. It feels like over the last 3 seasons, you've come into the season with Luka Doncic on the short list of MVP candidates.
Sure.
And then you get to the end of the year and it's he's not actually in the conversations.
And usually that is based off of team, right? I mean, you do have to have you're either the 1 or 2 seed, most likely. I know that there's
NFL's the same way.
There's exceptions, but usually, you're going to have one of the 4 best records in the NBA to be an MVP candidate. And I don't know if the Mavs, who knows? I don't think they're going to get to that standard. But at this point, when we talk about this at 11:20, it'll be, hey, I'm not trying to crap on his teammates, but after Dwight Powell came off the top rope, Kevin Von Erich style, on Kyrie's ankle.
Someone watched Iron Claw recently.
Yeah, I did last night.
How was it? I forget Hagee's not here. I was going to fully lean into the who's
if you
Von
know
Erich,
nothing about the Von Erichs, I think it's a really good movie.
Okay.
If you have a history of knowing the Von Erichs and knowing a little bit of the timeline and knowing their family, you're like, it's okay.
All right. Okay, I get that. Look, there is a numbness. I do think is anybody paying attention right now? I mean, how much of that is the channel they play on? Shoot, I couldn't even get the dang Monday night game last night. I had to go watch it on an app.
Shout out to Tegna. Thanks for that. Definitely ESPN app has been getting big business in my house over the last couple of weeks.
I know, didn't that stink last night? You're like San Francisco, Baltimore. All right. And then you're like, oh, so it's blacked out because ABC and DirecTV have now.
They got beef.
Yeah.
But I mean, honestly, ESPN, Big Disney had this with, was it DirecTV as well? And that one got resolved once we were coming up on one of them big games. I can remember which game in particular.
ESPN, right? They had an ESPN thing. Spectrum had the same thing. I don't know,
right. And so I'm wondering, are people calling up their carriers and being like, hey, we need this ABC handled? Because I thought that Christmas Day or even Sunday would be a situation where people come up and go, hey, I need to be able to see these games and whatever this dispute is. And usually that ends up getting this thing figured out, doesn't it?
You got to call your boy Ted Cruz and be like, hey, get some legislation on that.
I think that's
the show's guy. The show's guy. That's
I'm not against Ted Cruz or for him, but that was an interview.
If you're not against him, that means you're for him, Mike.
He wasn't live on the show, and I rarely do. At 2 p.m., I'm leaving. And so that interview was at 2:30 recorded, and I'm like, I'm not sticking around till 2:30.
My Von Erich joke went wasted. My Cruz joke went wasted. Now, here's the thing that's interesting about that game last night, by the way, between San Francisco and Baltimore.
Yeah.
I do think that is a display of the two teams that Dallas has absolutely no shot of ever beating. If you're talking about they could play 10 times, the Cowboys can play those teams 10 times. I think they max win 2 against each, max, and there's a good chance they don't win 1.
I mean, isn't it fair to just point out that those look like easily the 2 best teams in the league right now, and most well-rounded in that regard.
But when we talk about styles make fights and everything else, and how it's a very balanced league this year, those are just 2 teams that I feel like there's no you could even play them in AT&T Stadium, where Dallas is so good, and I just don't think they're beating those 2 teams. You could give them as many chances as they want, and they're coming out of there. They're losing 80 to 90% of those games.
What about those 2 teams in particular? Is there a singular thing particularly that makes you say that? Is it just the fact that they both have incredible defenses?
I think Baltimore's so freaking fast defensively, and is so their scheme is so difficult for somebody like Dak, I would guess, to discern. I mean, it's something that all quarterbacks have struggled with, but I think that Dak would have a really hard time reading some of the things that they disguise in their coverages, and they're so fast they can fly around and cause problems. And then San Francisco, we just know they can't beat San Francisco. And that's not just a defensive thing. That's offensively, they can get whatever they want. Defensively, my gosh, could you imagine Lamar right now running against the discipline of this Cowboys run defense?
Oof.
That would be, I don't think that, it's not even just they would lose 80 to 90% of them. I think in those 80, 90% of games, they're losing by an average of probably 17 to 20 points. I just don't think they're anywhere near those two teams. You're going to have to pray for somebody to pick off San Francisco and Baltimore along the way if you want to win a title this year, if you're Dallas.
Yeah, what have you guys made of this part of it? Because it feels like the turnovers that the Cowboys have managed to roll over from year to year, which is something we don't tend to see in the NFL, have kind of evaporated recently.
Slowed in the last few weeks for sure. I mean, part of it's Tua is a guy who's just, he's accurate. You're not going to get a lot of that. But I mean, you didn't force the ball out of Josh Allen's hands. You didn't force him to throw it though a lot either.
They didn't have
that's
to.
part of
Like,
how that's slowed
I
down.
think Buffalo went in with a completely different game plan than the one they finished the game with. Like I don't think their game plan was to run it 87 times.
No, I think I don't think Dallas prepared for a physical football game, and I think when they got one, they were like crap, and so that absolutely happened.
How do you not prepare for a physical football game in Buffalo?
Because I think they felt like Allen was going to throw the ball 45 times.
I don't think they can. I think that the Cowboys are a track meet team.
They are.
And if a team, it'll be interesting, this week, and I know we'll talk a lot more about what just happened, but if Dan Campbell wants to play bully ball, the Cowboys have proven now over almost a 3-year period, and they're good, 12-5, 12-5. It looks like they're headed towards a 12-5 season again. They will quit.
What?
This team will quit. If you bully them enough, they'll say by midway through the third quarter, they're like, I don't like this.
Bassett.
I don't want to play in this game. I want this game to be fast. I want to get to the quarterback. I want our quarterback to play a style that is a fast-paced game. And if you muddy it up and you play bully ball,
and Detroit can.
The Cowboys will say, I don't want to be in this game. And that's where you say styles make fights. The Cowboys do not want to be in a bully ball game. They will quit.
They're stuck. If they go 12-5 and get bounced in the same spot again this year, then like the conversation needs to be, you're essentially in the same point you were with Jason Garrett. It's better in the regular season, but you stalled at 8-8 with Jason. You've now moved forward to 12-5, and now you're stalled, and there's nothing to push you over the edge.
Oh,
I like Mike McCarthy.
I know.
I like Mike too.
I think he should get a
He
contract
seems to like you
extension.
too, doesn't he, Chop?
Well,
dude, the tone of the interview is so different when Choppy's not here.
Really?
It is so different.
Oh man, that's my guy. Yeah, we like straight black coffee.
Sean,
straight black coffee together.
That's the thread. That's the thread that ties.
That's what it is.
Sean screwed, was tripping over his words in the intro. We thought Mike was going to come on here and make fun of him. Then he goes, Coach McCarthy, how are you? He goes, great, good week. How was it for y'all? Oh, crap. Here we go. All right.
A bird just flew into our window. I don't know. I heard something thud. All right. It is Reggie and Bassett coming up next year on the Fan.
Got that, Reggie.
Hey, miss anything on Sean and RJ? Easier than Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. I am not Kevin Hagelin, nor am I Corey Majors. Reginald Atatula in for the fellas here on the KNC Masterpiece. Of course, still former Texas Ranger, former Major League Baseball pitcher. You know him, you love him. Mike Bassick in with me. Mike, what's happening, man?
Oh, had a great vacation in Utah. Figured out I can't ski and never trying it again. I've done it twice and I can't do it. But had a great Christmas break. And as I come back, I picked the Cowboys in a 50-50 game to win by 3 over Buffalo. And that game was over midway through the third quarter.
Sure.
I thought the Cowboys had a chance in Miami. I thought it would be a different style of game. I didn't think that it was going to be a low-scoring, grinded-out game, but it ended up being that. And honestly, I didn't pick the Cowboys to win that one. I said without picking a score, I thought the Cowboys would lose by about 3 to 6 points, and they lost by 2 points. So here we are, back after Christmas break, and now the Cowboys are 10-5. When I left, they were 10-3.
Yeah, thanks for leaving, Mike. Appreciate that. What I just want to stick, because you mentioned Utah. What about skiing has eluded you, do you feel?
I'm scared to death when I start going downhill. I'm not even going fast, but it feels like I'm going really fast. And I have a partially torn ACL in my right knee.
Oh, okay.
I've had that since 2000. I did that in Cleveland during winter workouts with the Cleveland Indians at the time. And then I've had 2 back surgeries post playing baseball with just wear and tear of my back over years of pitching and just doing things. So, and probably lack of flexibility.
So you're scared and protecting yourself more than anything.
I'm scared that my back is going to need another surgery, which the great Dr. Evan, who also works for the Texas Rangers, is like, unfortunately, if you have it in the same L4, L5 area, it's probably back fusion, and that would be really bad at your age because that will lead to other back issues the rest of your life. And then I don't want to tear an ACL because I have felt that before, and it doesn't feel good.
Okay, so you're skiing scared, and you know scared money doesn't make none, right?
And that's why these little 3-year-olds, and I'm not exaggerating, these little 3-year-olds who've only been walking for 2 years are like going down the slopes just fine, and I cannot.
Well, let's hope that doing radio is one where that's in your wheelhouse. You've done it quite a bit, a lot more than skiing. But look, you can always get involved with the program here on the KNC Masterpiece by texting into the truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. We're also on YouTube, 105.3 The Fan on YouTube, and twitch.tv/DallasFanCam. You can get at us in all those various places. But you know where we have to start. We have to talk about Cowboys-Dolphins on your home of the home of the Cowboys. This is how it sounded at the end.
29 yards on the right hash. Here's the kick. And it's good as time expires. And the Dolphins have finally beaten a team with a winning record. They hadn't either. And they win the game 22-20.
Of course, that's Brad Sham here on 105.3 The Fan. And I'm glad that Brad brought that up. Coming into this game, it was described, and I listened to this college football podcast called Split Zone Duo. One of the guys on it, Stephen Godfrey, refers to certain games as anxiety bowls, where you come into the game and both teams kind of really need it for various reasons, and whoever loses is going to have a really bad time. This felt like an anxiety bowl. So the question that I'm bringing to this particular segment is very vast, but how are we feeling, Mike? Like, just how are we feeling, just generally? Because we'll get into all different portions of it, but how are we feeling generally?
I think I'm known as a Cowboys hater. It's what my 15-year-old son even calls me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which is fine. I understand that.
Is it just in that context, or does he just wake up and be like, "Hey, Cowboys hater, what's up?" What's
he just will say, "You're a Cowboys hater. You just don't believe in them, right?" He's turned out to be a Cowboys fan at 15 years old, which is great.
With no help from you, huh?
Yeah, no help from me. I do buy him, though, Cowboys jerseys.
Okay.
He has a Lamb jersey and a Micah Parsons jersey. Sorry, I was like, gosh darn it. You know, besides Danny White, who else is number 11?
Not a lot of people remember Micah Parsons. I often say this.
I am optimistic on this Cowboys team making the NFC Championship if the bracket works out favorably for them. I know they got blown out by Buffalo and they barely lost to Miami because I'll say this, Reggie. I don't know what you were thinking, but I have the kind of play-by-play up.
Okay.
At the 2-minute warning, it's 3rd and 3. The ball is at the Dallas 33. I remember being at my parents' house for Christmas Eve, and I said, if they can stop them here, and it's going to be 22-20. I'm assuming the dude who's making 50-yard field goals left and right for Miami throughout the game.
Jason Sanders, a career day for that man.
I'm assuming if the Cowboys can get a stop at 3rd and 3 and get the ball back with, let's say, approximately 1:30 to go, and they're losing 22-20 with a timeout remaining, let's say, I think they're going to go down and kick a field goal and win the game. I remember saying out loud, if we can stop them here on 3rd and 3, the Cowboys are going to win this game 23-22. I just had a feeling that if you gave the ball back to Dak against the Miami defense, now maybe I was wrong because the Cowboys were struggling. 71 was struggling.
Chuma Edoga.
Yeah, he was
left tackle.
He seemed to want to block down in big situations instead of take the outside guy.
I got to double check and see, like, what has Chuma Edoga played? How much versatility? He's played tackle before, but at times it felt like he thought he was playing guard in the ways it's like, hey, man, edge is your responsibility. Yeah. These edge rushers, when they're looping, they are your responsibility.
So he could screw up the last-minute drive, but I felt like at 3rd and 3 with 2 minutes to go, if the Cowboys can get an incomplete pass or stop them from running the ball. And then I thought to myself, would they go for it on 4th and 1 to go, we don't want to give the ball back to Dak? Like, there's a lot of thoughts going through my head at the 2-minute warning, but the main thought was if the Cowboys can get a stop and hold them to a field goal and be losing by 2 with approximately 2 minutes to go, 1:30 to 2 minutes to go, I think the Cowboys are going to drive down the field and win this game. Now, they didn't. They didn't stop them. The Miami Dolphins, as you just heard on the highlight, ran out the clock and they won the game. But I am still optimistic on the Cowboys being a top 5 team in the NFL. You can kill me for it. This would be really weird.
Yeah.
I'm the Cowboys hater. My own son calls me a Cowboys hater. I am still optimistic that the Cowboys are better than all teams in the NFC besides San Francisco. They're better than most teams in the AFC besides, I know that they would lose to Buffalo again, and I'm pretty sure that they would lose to Baltimore. So I have 3 teams that are, I believe 100% in my heart are better than the Dallas Cowboys. But I only have 3 teams that are 100% better than the Dallas Cowboys in my heart because you have to bully the Cowboys into a loss. They want to play in a track meet, and the Cowboys can beat most teams in the NFL. There's only a few teams that are built to bully the Cowboys, and I know 3 are.
Yeah, and going to the truckwreck.com text line, there's some folks that are not figuring out what you were going for there. Mike knows that the Miami Dolphins were down by a point. The point being, they were already within field goal range. At least a reasonable
assuming he's going to make
range.
a 50-yard field goal. They're at the 33-yard line.
Yeah.
That's a 50-yard attempt. I'm assuming they get a stop. I'm assuming Miami makes a field goal, and then I'm assuming the Cowboys get the ball back
with some time on the clock.
With a minute and a half left, and that they have plenty of time to go from the 25-yard line to about the 35-yard line, not obviously 10 yards, getting to Miami's 35-yard line. And then I'm believing that you're going to make about a 50-yard field goal to win the game with no time left or very little time left.
Because as much as it was kind of funny to me, I might have even tweeted this, the idea that in a game where somebody's kicking booming long kicks, it is not Brandon Aubrey, it's the dude on the other side.
Yeah.
Brandon Aubrey has been so good this year that it feels like your field goal range has been extended in some ways. And yeah, I see where you're going for it, what you're going for there, Mike. I don't know how I feel about this team. It's one of the reasons why I asked this question again to the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053, because I'm with you in the idea that I don't know that there are many teams in this NFL, this current modern NFL right now, that are that much better, at least when we talk about the high end of capability, than the Cowboys. There's just a lot of teams that have capabilities that they're not living up to, and the Cowboys are one of those, right? This is another instance where we see the ways in which there's high ends that they can hit, but they're not always hitting that. And maybe that's where people get to I know I've seen a lot of people get to the place of like same old Cowboys.
Yeah.
Maybe that's where you get to is like you're not living up to the maximum potential of this team. But the maximum potential of this team, when you exist and when you're revving at that high of a RPM, I guess for sake of the metaphor, this is a very good team that could take a lot of other teams out. And so there's still that possibility, but the problem is you can't really hope on that possibility because that's stung you in the keister the last few years.
I'm assuming if you're looking at the text line, Reggie, I'm assuming that right before the Buffalo game, a lot of those people, I am assuming, some obviously aren't going to fit into this category, but I think the majority will. At 10-3, the way the Cowboys were playing, they were thinking, you know what? Finally in my lifetime, I'm going to see the Cowboys playing an NFC championship game or win a Super Bowl. That's how it felt like after destroying Philadelphia. And that I understand that. I still was like, I don't know, but I do think that they're better than most teams in the NFL. And I think that a lot of people right now are feeling the hurt of back-to-back losses, thinking that you could go to Buffalo, thinking that you could go to Miami and win, and you didn't. And so now the hurt is back. The Cowboys' optimism is dead inside of them. I'm pretty sure the Cowboys aren't going to the Super Bowl, but I still have this optimistic view of they're better than Philadelphia. I'm pretty sure they're better than Detroit, and we get to see that this week coming up. And then everybody else in the NFC just doesn't really scare me. Now, I just think that the Cowboys still have a chance to get to an NFC championship game if they don't draw San Francisco in the divisional round. And look, I hate saying this. I'm not like, you can clip this. I'm not meaning this to be a clip. You never know what's going to happen in one game. Maybe Brock Purdy does throw 4 interceptions to you. You know what? Maybe you hit his elbow and you Tommy John him. And I'm not saying that's what your goal is in the game, but that's what happened for Philadelphia. And then the game was over. You were in the first quarter and the game ended because they hit Brock Purdy's arm and they destroyed his elbow. That can happen in a game. It can happen. You know what? I'm not saying this is going to happen. You know what? Detroit can have a sack against Dak Prescott and hurt him, and he's out for the rest of the season and the playoffs, and all of a sudden, everything changes for the Cowboys.
Yeah, there's a lot of randomness in football, is I think what you're ultimately getting
towards. And I'm saying that the Cowboys, they're not going to be the favorites now to make it to the NFC Championship game. They're not going to be the favorites to win the Super Bowl or get to the Super Bowl in the NFC. But things can still happen, and I'm saying keep your optimism. They're 10-5. No, they're not the best team in the NFL. There's 3 or 4 teams that are definitely better than them, but you never know what can happen. And I know that's the Jerry Jones optimistic view. I don't know. There's a lot to discuss on this Cowboys game. This Cowboys team, to me, they're a track meet team. They hate bully ball. When it became a little bit of bully ball late in the game to try to stop Miami, they couldn't stop the shorter plays to kind of get to the situation where they needed to get the ball back. Maybe that's all getting Jonathan Hankins back. If Jonathan Hankins is back, obviously Mozzie Smith in his first year is not a good player. He's not an NFL football player in his first year.
No, he's not living up to what you would typically anticipate from a first round pick.
And that's hurting you. The Hankins and Tyron Smith not being able to play is really hurting this team, and hopefully they will be back and healthy for a playoff stretch.
Now, you talked about kind of the optimism, and I don't know if I was surprised, but I was kind of interested in the amount of optimism brought to the press conferences and the podium from both Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott. Check out Dak Prescott here in cut 21 here on the narrative switch depending on that, final kick.
I mean, hell, we're this whole narrative changes off of, unfortunately, one play out there. I mean, the guy misses a field goal. We're in here talking about a completely different outlook. So let's not lose sight of that. I mean, that's the game of football. And a lot of times, we flip the script off of one play in that sense. And these guys, we're not going to do that. It sucks. We hate to lose. Nobody's taking any more victories from this. We will take some confidence, but we're not taking any more victories. But my point is, if he misses that field goal or one earlier, we score earlier, you know what I mean? And it's a different game, so we're going to be committed. I think to answer your question is this brotherhood, what we're committed to one another, holding each other accountable in our goal. And yeah, we just got to capitalize early, obviously on that first drive, and then defense will probably say that they need to get that stop, but they did a hell of a job. We got to find a way to put in more points as an offense, and we will.
You agree with that outlook for Dak? And Mike McCarthy seemed to have a somewhat similar one as well.
Yes, because the best player in the NFL and is a generational talent, Patrick Mahomes is kind of saying the same things after getting hammered somewhat by the Raiders in a weird game. I don't want to get into that game, but if you're on the team, you have to believe that. In your heart, you have to believe that. Once you start quitting on your team being good, that's when you see teams they crater. And I know I'm an older guy. I'm 46 years old now.
You're not that old.
But that's what we saw in 1997 from the Cowboys. That wasn't a bad team. It wasn't a good team either. Once they went to Green Bay and lost by 1,000 points, they just quit. They're like, look, in our hearts, we know we're not good enough. We're not beating a team like Green Bay. We're probably not beating a team like San Francisco, or there might have been a few other teams in the NFL that the Cowboys looked in the mirror, looked at themselves and said, we're not good enough. We quit. So it can happen. Even to Troy Aikman, Michael Irvin, Emmitt Smith, Deion Sanders, they quit. In 1997, they quit. So I've seen teams like this, and I think this team is probably a hair better overall than the 97 team, but I've seen 3-time NFL Super Bowl champions quit a few years later because they looked at themselves in the mirror. So I think Dak has the right attitude, and these Cowboys have 10 wins. They need to have that attitude.
Yeah.
Whether they win or lose, you have to have that type of attitude. So I understand his quote.
Yeah, and I mean, I understand the positivity in some ways also because coming off of the Buffalo game, this was absolutely a marked improvement, but unfortunately still a loss, 22-20 in Miami against the Dolphins. You're Cowboys. We got to figure some things out because, again, this is another one of those road losses. Do we have any more hypotheses on trying to figure out what exactly is plaguing the Cowboys' woes on the road? It's the KNC Masterpiece, and we'll do that next on The Fan.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms.
I don't know what to say.
Thanks for listening all day to 105.3 The Fan and through our Odyssey app.
We've got you covered at Bloomdale Roofing.
Hi there, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. The rainy season is upon us, and right now, Bluedale Roofing is offering their best price ever. 20% off seamless gutters and gutter protection. If your home's gutters are non-existent or not working, major drainage and foundation issues can occur, costing you tens of thousands of dollars to repair. Don't pay the big bucks for foundation repair. To the end of December, get the lowest price Blue Nail has ever offered on top quality seamless gutters.
conference saying something to the effects of they considered it, but just like, the field situation was not one that they agreed with or would work there.
I thought about it too after they got that second first down, or they got about 8 yards. And then I thought, oh crap, we don't have enough timeouts at this point to even do this, because it was 3rd and 2 from the Dallas 15. And it was like, oh crap. And Wilson runs up the middle for 6 yards. And I'm thinking at that point, I think like a lot of Cowboy fans, just let them score. But then you don't have any timeouts, or you have one timeout left. You can go to a play or two before that too. And you're just like, oh crap. If they are smart enough to kneel it at the 1, if you let them go and you don't push them into the end zone yourself,
right,
like almost walk them into the end zone, if they kneel at the 1, you don't have enough timeouts to get the ball back.
So I do want to talk about the idea that this is yet another road loss. Obviously, back-to-back losses for the first time since the 2021 season, which is obviously notable. But another road loss on this season, and it's gotten to a point. Obviously, we got to this point probably last week where we were discussing this in a major way, where we're breaking it down and trying to figure out what is it that's contributing to the Cowboys' road woes. So again, truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. Do we have any more guesses, and do we have any more ideas on what could be causing this? And maybe we should go back around to some of the theories that we had come up with and test them and see if they fit here, because I'm still perplexed as to why it is that the Cowboys are having such a tough go of it away from AT&T.
I don't know. It's a great question, because now you're 3-5 on the road.
Yeah.
And now you could look at the schedule and say, you've lost 49ers, they're better than you, no doubt. You lost Bills, and I think the Bills can win the whole thing. I really do. I know that they're not in a perfect position to do it, but I think they can. That's a great team. The Dolphins are 11-4,
Mm-hmm.
and then the Eagles are also, record-wise better than you at 11-4. So if you look at 4 of the 5 losses on the road, you could look at it and just say, look, those teams are as good or better than you. It's
right.
The only game is the Cardinal game where you go, what the crap? Like, you lost to a really bad team. Now, that being said, Reggie, I'm going to throw this out, because that's one theory is you just 4 out of your 5 losses are against really good teams on the road.
And to that end, right, before this weekend, the win-loss record was pretty close when you talk about home percentage or opponent percentage. I'm just going to slow down a little bit versus the win percentage of your opponents on the road. I imagine the Miami loss now shifts that a great amount, because Miami has a pretty good record.
And I know that we don't call it this anymore, but are the Cowboys just an AstroTurf team? Let's look at the Cardinals have the grass that they roll out and into the indoor stadium. 49ers, grass field. Eagles, grass field. Bills, that is turf, and you just got destroyed there.
Yeah.
And then the Dolphins, that's a grass field, right?
Yes.
So is it, because it was raining there, I'm just throwing this theory out. Do the Cowboys, if you play on a grass surface, which is usually considered a slower surface, usually, if you slow down the track meet, because the Cowboys are, to me, just a track meet team, if you put them on grass, do they kind of slow down? And if you slow down the Cowboys' speed on defense and speed on offense, does it just screw them up tremendously that they're not on AstroTurf?
I can't imagine that is such a large difference, especially because if it was simply that they are getting outrun in various ways, it's like, okay, maybe that speed comes into play. And honestly, I'm not even sure. I think this might be kind of just anecdotal. I'm not sure that there's an actual, evidentiary base that this plays slower on grass or turf. It might just, because it feels like a coincidence more than it is an actual provable thing. Now,
right. I'm with you. I'm not
also
saying this is true,
right.
or I'm just throwing it out as a theory.
And I just have a hard time thinking that like the surface ends up changing the ways that this goes in so many different ways. Because also you've seen different types of losses. Like I can't look at the Bills' loss and tell you that grass or no grass changes whether or not they can tackle, or whether or not they can shed blocks, right? And so maybe it plays a small factor, but I can't imagine this carries a large percentage because obviously no one thing is going to make a difference in wins or losses per se. But I don't know how big of a thing that the slow on grass thing, because also 903 makes a good point here on the truckwreck.com text line. On grass, Tyreek Hill, he plays on grass all the time, and that is a fast son of a you-know-what, right?
I was throwing it out as a theory because if you look at it, it's probably theory one, honestly.
Sure.
To me, is guess what? When you play teams that are around your competition or a little bit better, unfortunately those games were just played on the road.
Yeah.
They weren't played at home. Your home challenges this year, early on in the year, the Rams, which we didn't think was very good. Now it looks like they have a good chance to maybe sneak into the playoffs. I'm not even saying they're a great team, but if you just look at your schedule and break it down, the Seahawks, they have a chance to make the playoffs. That was a very tough game, and you won in a track meet type of game, 41-35 recently. And then you played the Eagles at home and you destroyed them 33-13 on the road. Earlier in the year, you lost to them in a very close game where you had the ball at the 6-yard line, and by the time the final buzzer ended, you had the ball, it felt like close to midfield after a few crappy decision and play. So I don't know. I don't know why, but it looks like the Cowboys are going to have to win 3 games on the road to make it to the Super Bowl. And when you're 3-5 on the road, and there's really – at this point, you play at the Commanders. I don't even know if that game's going to mean anything for the Cowboys.
No, I can't.
So you might just sit that game out and be 3-6 on the road at the end of the year because you didn't even try in that game. It's tough to look at the Cowboys' path to the Super Bowl and go, all right, you're 3-5 on the road, but they are going to win 3 road games to make it to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and I mean, there is the note that this Cowboys team practices on grass as well. They oftentimes try and play outside. I guess the idea is, as some people are trying to kind of make it make sense for me, the idea being maybe that this team is built to play a faster, speedier type game when you consider offensively, they lean towards throwing the football and really trying to create space in that, right? Yeah. The likes of the touchdown you saw from CeeDee Lamb, get the ball to him in space, allow him to use his speed to go and make things happen. So maybe the idea, if this slows down, if grass does indeed slow down players, now you're playing a little bit away from that speed element. I don't know.
I can't imagine this is a veteran team. If you look at the Cowboys, this is not a young team. Yeah. Dak is in his prime. You look at the offensive line, it's for the most part, a veteran team. Now, I get, man, when you miss Tyron, I didn't know missing Tyron Smith would just really screw them up. But you wouldn't think that crowd. I get it. Like, if you are a team with a third-year, second-year, first-year quarterback, I could see where the crowd could play a major factor in screwing up the game. But Dak has all his cadences. Dak knows everything. If you look at the defense, hey, it's led by Micah Parsons. He's in his 3rd year, so that is a younger guy, but you do have guys like DeMarcus Lawrence out there, Gilmore in your secondary. Like, you have guys that have seen a whole bunch of different situations in football. So I can't go, well, man, it's just a young team, and sometimes young teams on the road just get distracted. This doesn't seem like that type of situation.
Which is odd, because another one of the things that has shown up, but it's just been this team in general, but I guess more on the road, is the ways in which penalties and inopportune penalties show up.
Hey, did you think Micah Parsons was going to get after he hit Tua late? I thought, don't touch the referee. I thought DeMarcus Lawrence did a really good job, because I think Micah this is throughout the whole season. I thought he's complained about it. I thought Micah might get thrown out of this game. And then I was like, thank you, Tank, because I think he was ready to either touch the ref or screw it. We're at the 5-yard line anyways, taking a personal, like not a personal foul. I guess you'd call it that.
Yeah,
but
I'm not exactly sure.
Yelling at the ref where they throw another flag where you went over the line. But I was like, dude, I think Micah's about to lose it.
And it feels very much, I think that was very much veteran and heady in that, because he knew his teammate, and it was evident that Micah was just in a different place. And look, this is weeks long. Yeah. And we'll talk more about this, I believe, at noon?
Yeah.
About Micah Parsons and the ways in which he's penalized or not receiving penalties. I guess the ways he's officiated, right? And you could tell even after the game that it's still stuck with him. So good on DeMarcus Lawrence to get between him there. Now, one of the things that we talked about when it comes to this home and road split was, I think some of this is game script driven as well. And I say game script to mean, right, this team plays from ahead, right?
100%.
This allows them to
make it a track meet.
Exactly. And someone asked us to explain track meet. Just the idea that, a lot of running up and down, And so you're just kind of going back and forth, up and down, because this, again, we've mentioned this is a team that's built for speed. They like throwing the football. Yeah. You can continue to do that when you're ahead in a way. And then also the pass. I think more than anything, the defense is built towards pass rushing and protecting rather than just being like that team is ahead. They're going to run the ball to try and run clock, and now we have to go and stop them and hold them. That's not built to the Cowboys' strengths.
The other way to explain it to a listener is when both teams know that they have to score touchdowns and they have to score them quickly. You can't really have a 12-play drive. A 12-play drive, if it doesn't work out in a touchdown, you feel like you're going to lose the game. If it works out in a field goal, you feel like we're going to lose because we have to score touchdowns and we have to get to 30-plus, if not 40 points a game. When it becomes that type of game, that's what the Cowboys love playing in. If you look at their big winning streak, 49-33, 45, 41-33, those were the points scored. And so that's what the Cowboys want to play in. They want to play in a 35-32 type of game. Now, I know they don't want to give up 32, and in a lot of those games, they blew out teams. Because when you get into a game where Dak is on and you're scoring touchdown after touchdown after touchdown, the other team goes, we can't run the ball up the middle for 4 yards on first down because we put ourselves in 2nd and 6. If we do it again and we're in 3rd and 3 and we're off the field again, they're going to score a touchdown in 3 minutes, and now it's going to be a 14-point game. So you want to get the team thinking of, we need to get big chunk plays. And in those situations, the Cowboys have Deron Bland, who likes pick sixes. They have Micah Parsons and other guys who make the life a living hell on a quarterback. And this is weird to me that the Dolphins didn't do this more. Why were they running to the outside so much? We like speed. We like things getting dragged out to sidelines. The Cowboys have the speed to get there before you get there. It's the harder in-between tackle runs that the Cowboys do not like defending, especially with Jonathan Hankins out. And luckily, the Dolphins just didn't want to do it as much as I thought they would going into the game.
Well, I think also some of this is they're playing to their strengths because that would be playing to the Cowboys' weaknesses. But the Miami Dolphins are a speed team, so you get to the outside with that kind of speed. Devon Achane, right? Literally track meet speed, right? Literally a track guy. You want to get him out to the outside.
And I didn't know they had so many. My son helped me out with this. He's maybe going to take my job here, but he was talking about, hey, look at how many guys when it looks at top speed in the NFL that Mostert, Achane, Tyreek Hill, and even Waddle, right? They have 4 guys in the top 20 in the NFL as fastest guys in the NFL. So 4 out of the 20 fastest guys in the NFL are on one team.
Yeah. And they utilize that. That's why that cheat motion that we've seen, it get those guys started going fast, and then defenses don't have a lot of a chance. So, no, but I think game script might be something interesting here because they did go up 7-3, but they should have been up a couple of touchdowns. And so it does harken back to the idea you're on the one. You have an opportunity to get this, punch this in, and it's real inopportune because Hunter Lipke in that first drive was very good. He started looking like, going back to the Green Bay days for Mike McCarthy where he used the likes of John Kuhn and such, right? It seemed like they were getting to that place and then really bad fumble.
That was the fullback's fault, right?
I believe so, right? Get that ball and grab onto it, and it didn't seem like. Now, of course, it's charged to Dak Prescott. My initial reaction was Hunter Lipke, and I guess we'll ask Mickey Spagnola at 11 what he thinks as well. But yeah, I think that also helps. If you go up there and then you get the opportunity, and obviously, things don't exactly unfold the exact same way, but I imagine you go up those 2 touchdowns and that changes the game script, and maybe you're back in the Cowboys, the lane that they like operating in. It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, you know what time it is. We got some baseball nuggets.
Mitch Garver is gone. Clayton Kershaw in next.
Boost Mobile is giving families the holiday gift they really want. When you switch to Boost, get an iPhone 11 for only $49.99 or a free Samsung Galaxy A23. You'll get amazing service too, because only Boost switches between the top networks to give you the best service. So stop by a Boost Mobile store and give the gift of Boost. That's an iPhone 11 for $49.99 or a free Samsung Galaxy A23. Get yours at a Boost Mobile store today. Visit boostmobile.com for details. New customers and in-store only. Requires auto pay and ID verification. Other restrictions apply. See participating dealers for details.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear.
I do have a favorite child.
Things you missed when you were tired finally reveal themselves.
I use memes as a coping mechanism.
It's Mattress Firm's once-a-year sale and clearance. Get up to 60% off select Sealy, plus a free adjustable base, all with free and fast delivery. Deals this big won't last long, so don't miss out. The right mattress matters. We'll find yours. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Cowboys, Lions, Saturday. Pregame at 4 p.m. Kickoff at 7:15 on 105.3 The Fan. Brought to you by Papa John's, the official pizza of the Dallas Cowboys.
At Lowe's, save big when you buy in bulk. Get 10% off select concrete mix when you buy 1 pallet or more, because Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location, while supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands to treat ED at up to 95% off. That's right, the same active ingredient as the brand name for 95% less. It's the same ED medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Frustrated by the DIY cameras or smart gadgets you bought online? Just send them back. DFW Security has affordable, superior technology with professional installation and local support for your home or business. DFWsecurity.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This is Sean Shreve here with Jeff Jr., owner of Trajan Wealth, talking about 401ks. I've always heard that 401ks were great, but you're telling me something different?
Well, 401ks are great when you're employed there. However, if you're no longer employed, you probably don't want to keep that 401k with your old employer, and you probably don't want to roll that old 401k into your new employer's plan.
Really? Why is that?
Well, most 401ks have limited investment options and can cost you thousands of dollars more in fees. And that's true even if you roll it over into your new employer's 401k. You also lose a lot of control by leaving your 401k with your old employer. If the company sells or merges, they often freeze it.
Now that is great insight. If you have a 401k with an old employer, stop what you're doing and call Trajan Wealth. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Real Dallas sports fans know to join the Turn It On, Leave It On team at 105.3 The Fan.
Listen to the fan all the time. Tolo, turn it on, leave it on. It just feels like a family through the radio.
Your DFW life is busy, so we have you covered with breaking sports news, analysis you won't hear anywhere else, and lots of laughs as you hang with us all day long.
It's just like hanging with the guys. It's like talking to your buddies. Don't take yourselves too seriously.
Download the free Odyssey app and listen wherever you go. That's AUDACY to Turn It On and Leave It On 105.3 The Fan.
Tolos, it's been a heck of a Rangers ride, and the celebration will continue at Globe Life Field for the World Series edition of the Rangers 2024 Awards Dinner presented by Coca-Cola. It's Friday evening, January 26. Awards will be given out to Corey Seager, Josh Young, Leody Taveras, Nathaniel Lowe, Dane Dunning, and Gold Gloves presented to Lowe, Jonah Hyman, and Adolis Garcia. You can be a part of this special evening by purchasing a table or an individual ticket at rangers.com/awards dinner.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Short lead for Garver, who does not run well. Abreu holding him on. Valdez comes home, and there's a high drive hit to right field. Angling back toward the corner is Tucker. He is at the wall. He leaps. It's history. He didn't get it. It's a 2-run homer as Tucker went up there, reaching into the fans, and did not come down with the ball. Jonah goes the opposite way, and the Rangers lead 3-1.
It's the KNC Masterpiece here on your home of the Texas Rangers, who are the World Series champions. 105.3 The Fan. That was Jonah Heim. I'm Reginald Atatula in for Kevin, Corey, whichever one. Mike Bassick is here, however, and I mean, look, I'm very happy to get into the Baseball Show of Record or be back on the Baseball Show of Record because it's time for Baseball Nuggets.
Man, I'll tell you what, I'm going to just go a little bit back to Jonah Heim in that highlight. Do you remember in September when we're like, I'm not even sure if he can play, his wrist is messed up or whatever, and he needs off-season surgery? Like, you know, you just think of everything that came together.
Yeah.
You're thinking Jonah Heim's not healthy. You're thinking that Josh Young isn't healthy, and he wasn't. And then you get Adolis Garcia hurt in early September. You're like, he probably won't be able to play,
Which
even
a
if
godsend
you make
when you think about it.
Like, yeah. You know, like, yeah, and Evan Carter comes up, and then obviously Garcia comes back and is healthy for the majority of the playoffs. Just think of, like, certain things that have to, like, line up right. I know we've been talking Cowboys a lot, but certain things for the Cowboys. Jonah Heim coming back and actually playing up to his standards. Tyron Smith's going to have to come back and be an all-pro. And Jonathan Hankins is going to have to come back and be just a run-stopping, eat-up-two guy type of – like, if those things happen, the Cowboys get back on track. That's what happened to the Rangers. A lot of things did not look good in September. And then even guys who were like, well, he's back, but he's not healthy. He ended up playing at, you know, a premium level, a guy like Jonah Heim. And the reason we played that highlight is because backup catcher – and DH, Mitch Garver, did sign with the Seattle Mariners over the kind of Christmas holiday.
He's dead to me.
So he signed for a 2-year, $24 million contract. And there was just no way the Rangers could pay a guy that they saw as, let's say, a 2/3 of a player. And what I mean by that is he was going to play 2/3 of the time in your everyday lineup, probably 25% of the time as your backup catcher, and then a little over 40% or about 40% of the time as your designated hitter. And look, without Mitch Garver, you don't win the World Series. I'm not saying he was the reason, but he had some very key at-bats and big situations where Mitch Garver came through huge for you. But now you're void of your backup catcher. Hedges signed with Cleveland. He's gone. I'm pretty sure it was Cleveland. It doesn't matter if I'm getting the team wrong. He's not with
It was somewhere in the Midwest.
He's not with the Texas Rangers anymore. And now Mitch Garver is gone, and he is not with the Texas Rangers anymore. So as we look at the catcher situation.
And you're right, it was Cleveland.
Jonah Heim is an all-star catcher. He'll be there with Adley Rutschman. I expect him to be a all-star caliber catcher next year too. I do expect that from Jonah Heim. I think he's in that top 3 type of category of catchers in the American League.
Especially calls a great game and then also delivers at the plate.
Yeah,
right?
Switch hitter too.
Switch hitter, true.
You don't have to really worry about, oh no, a lefty's pitching, pitcher is pitching, take him out. You can keep him in as many games as you need, but you also have to try to keep him healthy throughout a season. That's the toughest position, arguably, in all of sports to stay healthy at, is that catcher situation. So I go to free agent catchers on MLBTradeRumors.com, and there's just not much that I'm in love with.
Wait, hold on. You're going to free agent catchers. You have a catcher in your farm, Sam Huff, who has been long, looked at as a catcher. In fact, we've had questions about if he should be moved to first base, and the organization has been like, no, he's a catcher.
Yeah, and I think Sam Huff's in a weird spot in his career because if I don't have his stats pulled up or his age, I think he's 27 years old at this point. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I think he's past like 25 years old. So
he's 25 exactly.
Okay, so he's 25 exactly. Okay, so that does help out. But I'm just not sure that the Rangers, from what I understand, I'm not sure. I don't know this for a fact. I'm not Chris Young or Bruce Bochy, but I'm not sure if the Rangers want Sam Huff to be their second catcher. So if, let's just say, Jonah Heim gets injured and has to miss a month. That happens with catchers. I don't know if they feel like Sam Huff can do what Mitch Garver did, and that is, hey, you're our primary catcher for the majority of games for a month while Jonah recovers from whatever he's recovering from. That can happen. You get put on the 10-day IL or, God forbid longer. You're on that IL, but you have to be on it longer than 10 days. I don't know if the Rangers feel like Sam Huff can take over that position on a somewhat everyday basis in 2024, where, like it or not, the Rangers do believe they can win the World Series again. I know that maybe this offseason isn't going as excitingly as last year's was or the year before was, and you're coming off of winning the World Series and you're thinking, hey, let's defend this championship and let's do this and this and this and this. The Rangers, unfortunately, are in a situation where they don't know how much money they're going to get from television. They just don't. It's supposed to be a check for $111 million, I believe, from Bally's throughout the season. Obviously not just one lump sum, but that money was supposed to be coming in.
Right.
Because of what's going on with the television situation, they don't know. Maybe they do get $111 million, but they don't know. They can't say in their budget that's what they're getting. So the Rangers are in a little bit of a weird situation where they, I think, want to add approximately $20 million to where they're at. But that's
not a lot of money.
That's not a lot.
Yeah.
That's not a lot. And you've already given Kirby Yates, you've already given a reliever about $4 million. So are you still at $20 million? Are you down to about $15 million? I don't know, but you don't have a lot. So if you look at Mitch Garver, he would have eaten up most of that, and they just weren't going to pay a backup catcher that much money. So when I look at free agency, Sam Huff will be competing, I think, for a backup catcher situation, but I think they would like for somebody to come in and say, that's our backup catcher. One guy that is a 100% absolute no for the Texas Rangers will be Martin Maldonado. He's still on this list. I just can't imagine they bring that guy in. I don't think there's a person on the Texas Rangers
why
that
wouldn't
likes
they like Martin Maldonado?
Yeah. He was the catcher for the Astros, if you don't know this, who pretty much called the code red. And he was the one who said, look, I don't like what Adolis Garcia did. We don't want to face Adolis Garcia in this situation. Go ahead and plunk him. And that led to, obviously, the big situation where he got thrown out of the game. And that did hurt the Rangers in that game. But I don't think the Rangers look at Martin Maldonado's catching situation, look at his offensive numbers and want him. But I do look at Gary Sanchez. If you don't know who Gary Sanchez is, he was supposedly going to be a stud for the New York Yankees. He wasn't. He started off hot as a New York Yankee, but I was looking at his numbers. He's 31 years old. He's improving as a defensive catcher, but he's not good as a defensive catcher still to me this day. So I don't think like Gary Sanchez is the answer. I look at an older guy who's 35 years old in Yasmani Grandal. He used to be good. He was an all-star in 2019.
Yasmani Grandal is still in the league.
But he's fallen off tremendously. But you're looking at backup catcher, and I don't know how much Grandal's going to cost. Now, he would probably be on a one-year contract. Maybe the Rangers are looking for more of a one-year contract situation on a backup catcher. I look at Mike Zunino. He doesn't excite me. Like, these aren't signing a backup catcher is not going to be exciting. But I do think the Rangers are either going to need to trade for or sign another catcher. Because maybe you trade, and what I mean by this is you get somebody else's backup catcher thrown in. You like this guy. You're like, this is a guy who I like. I don't have to sign to a long-term contract or a bigger number on a 1 year. I just traded for a relief pitcher and their backup catcher. So that could be an option, and I don't have a name. I have not heard from anybody with the Rangers that, hey, this is a couple guys that we like that we think we can trade for to be Jonah's backup catcher. I don't know that situation.
Got you. So you're very much more thinking as a part of a trade, a part of a package, as opposed to maybe like a primary with like just a player to be named later or someone in the farm, something like that.
I'm not sure Sam Huff is the answer. I don't know this, but I think the Rangers would do something else. And then when you look at the free agents left in the catcher's market, I don't know if any one of them excites me. I know that none of them excite me, so I don't know if any of them excite the Texas Rangers or not to be the backup catcher. So maybe they're looking for, as you have approximately 7 weeks until you show up with pitchers and catchers. It's not that far off that maybe the Rangers are looking for some sort of trade situation where they get a relief pitcher, let's say, and a backup catcher to solve that need. Now, real quick, while I was out, the rumor has it that the Rangers are pursuing Clayton Kershaw. Now, that would have to mean, as he got his shoulder surgery done in LA. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the doctor's name, but it was not Meister. It was not, as the Rangers do have an unbelievable surgeon who then does get to do surgery on a lot of major league players that aren't Texas Rangers. And so he has a good idea on opening up that elbow or that arm or that whatever and saying, no, we think that it's going to be fine, or hey, you might not want to mess with this guy when it comes to trading for or signing for. But I'm assuming the Rangers are getting pretty good reports that Clayton Kershaw is going to be okay and going to be able to pitch another year or two in the major leagues. And so the Rangers are looking at that situation. Remember, limited budget. Clayton Kershaw signed a 1-year contract last year, signed a 1-year contract the year before. I don't know if he's looking for a 2-year contract or if the Rangers want a 2-year contract on him, but maybe you do with the shoulder issue going, maybe he won't be as good in 24 or as ready. Maybe we want another year on that too, that we know he can pitch in 25. I still am optimistic about this. If you look at Clayton Kershaw's numbers, they were good last year. Yes, if I'm comparing it to Clayton Kershaw of 2018, they're not good. But if I'm comparing Clayton Kershaw to the rest of Major League Baseball, it's an above average starting pitcher who you cannot rely on for 30 starts. I get that. But if you look at Clayton Kershaw, I would love to have him here. His numbers are still really good. If I'm comparing Clayton Kershaw to Clayton Kershaw, it's not good anymore. But if I'm comparing Clayton Kershaw to the rest of Major League Baseball, it's good. Now, I don't think he's going to be ready for April. I don't know this. I don't think he will with the surgery that he had. And that's concerning, right? Because you have Jacob deGrom, who you know is not going to pitch the first 3 months of the season. If he might not pitch till September. He might not pitch at all in 2024. I don't know. They're optimistic on Jacob deGrom, but they don't know. Obviously, they signed Malley, who they think will be ready to pitch after the All-Star break at some point. Max Scherzer, they're hoping pitches around the All-Star break or after the All-Star break. Would you have a fourth guy? Would you sign a fourth guy that you're like, I think he can pitch, but not till the All-Star break? That's a weird situation to get into, and that's what the Rangers are probably trying to figure out. Do we want to sign Kershaw and go, now we have 4 guys that we're hoping we're optimistic on that
just come wait back till July. We got a great rotation.
Can you hold it together? That will be the Rangers' issue. Can they hold it together? In a weird way, last year they just went 40-20 and had to hold everything off until the playoffs. Is it going to be opposite, where can we just play around 500 for 3 months and then we start getting guys back that helps us get to well over 500 to make the playoffs?
Been an interesting offseason, a somewhat quiet one, as you kind of mentioned. You know, the money of this ultimately plays a part of it, but still, at the very least, Rangers fans can hold on to World Series champion Texas Rangers, and you know, the baseball show of record here on 105 through the Fan will keep you on top of all of it. It's the get right, or no, it's not the get right. It's
okay. We can be that today. I don't mind that.
Yeah, muscle memory went right in. KNC Masterpiece, however. Kevin and Corey out. I'm Reginald Atatula sitting in. Mike Bassick still here with you and keeping it on the tracks in normalcy. We'll talk to Mickey Spagnola next.
All right, well, guys, I want to talk to you about Men's T Clinic. Guys, I've been with Men's T Clinic now for about a decade, and it's been amazing. I remember going in the first time and going, I don't know about this. And there's a lot of people will say that about, you know, testosterone therapy. Hey, tell me more about this, Mike, because I don't know. Is this a placebo thing or whatever? Like, no, for me, it is not a placebo thing. It would have worn off by now if it was a placebo thing. Men's T Clinic testosterone replacement therapy really works. And look, I get Lipo B shots there too. They really work. They have, if you're dealing with whether it's focus, whether it's energy, whether it's nighttime situations, whether it's weight gain or weight loss, whether it's hair vitality, Men's T Clinic deals with all of that now. Yeah, their bread and butter is testosterone replacement therapy, but they are kind of now a one-stop shop for you as a man that is kind of, you know, getting older in age. I went in my mid-30s. I'm in my mid-40s now, and I'm glad I went to Men's T Clinic. Give them a call to get your appointment at 972-GO-MENS-T. Hey, let's get this 2024 started off right by going to menstclinic.com or giving them a call at 972-GO-MENS-T, and you get started on testosterone therapy if you need it. They're going to test you first, see what your numbers are at. And man, if you need it, you are going to get back to being you, and you're going to be amazed with the results. menstclinic.com or 972-GO-MENS-T.
You are dialed in to the North Texas Baseball Show of Record. It's the KNC Masterpiece, featuring former Rangers pitchers Mike Bassick and Derek Holland on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools and Autoflex Leasing.
I'm Amy Lawrence with an Odyssey Sports Minute. What a statement for the Baltimore Ravens. They're now sporting the best record in the NFL at 12-3 after dominating the Niners in the Bay Area on Christmas night. 5 takeaways by the Baltimore D, 4 of them snagged off Brock Purdy in his worst performance as a pro. Ravens are in the driver's seat for the top seed and the bye in a crowded AFC. Merry Christmas indeed. I'm Amy Lawrence.
After portrayal.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
Let's go, Dallas! Let's go! Every moment, every touchdown, every yard is a reason to celebrate. If anyone knows that, Ciroc does. From the tailgate to the touchdown, Ciroc Ultra Premium Vodka makes game day a smooth one. And with flavors that never fumble, man, game day is an instant win. This is Ciroc, made from fine French grapes, made for football. Get Ciroc and Ciroc Vodka Spritz during the next Cowboys game. Please drink responsibly. Ciroc Vodka, 40% alcohol by volume. Imported from France by Diageo, New York, New York. When it comes to the ultimate cooking experience, there's only one name that truly sizzles. Big Green Egg. Grill, roast, bake, smoke, and anything in between. With cooking temperatures ranging from a sizzling 200 to a scorching 1200 degrees. It's the most versatile grill on the market. Plus, don't forget about Big Green Egg's lifetime warranty. It's the best in its class. Big Green Egg, where flavor meets innovation and where every meal becomes an unforgettable masterpiece. Big Green Egg. Ignite your passion for cooking today.
Reggie was a nurse for 16 years.
I had become very burnt out. I wasn't making good money.
Then it happened.
There was an ad for My Computer Career, and it just spoke to me.
My Computer Career was the best decision he ever made.
I could study anywhere from my laptop, and I was working in the first couple of weeks of me being in class.
Reggie hit a home run.
The field is teeming with jobs.
Become an IT pro in just months with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
The school is amazing.
It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu. This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
That's right, it is the KNC Masterpiece here on The Fan. I'm Reginald Atatula, however. Kevin and Corey taking a little time off. Mike Bassick back from some time off.
Dang it, I'm back.
Yeah, you scheduled it wrong. You missed the guys. Y'all just, ships passing in the night.
Yeah, we're on a 2-game losing streak. Well, I'm not. I'm on a winning streak.
Mike with the ultimate, I didn't lose, y'all lost. I feel like it's crazy that we've gone an hour and I have not said this. I hope everybody had a Merry Christmas. I hope you, Mike, also had a Merry Christmas. Chris on the ones and twos for us. Thank you, sir. And I guess I also should wish a Merry Christmas to this gentleman who is joining us, brought to you by the North Texas Ford Dealers. Ford, built for Texas, built for you. His name is Mickey Spagnola. He's our Dallas Cowboys insider. Mickey, did you have a Merry Christmas?
It was a quick Christmas, but it was merry.
Okay, all right. That's good.
I didn't have any time off.
Oh, really? Okay, so does this typically happen for you, or is it just like because of the nature of the Cowboys schedule, Christmas got a little bit clipped?
I always tell people that the last holiday we get for sure is 4th of July. And then we're at the mercy of the schedule. So we got Christmas Day off. That was good.
Okay, all right. What, do you mind if I ask? I don't want to pry. What did you end up spending your Christmas doing?
How many games were there on yesterday?
3 football games and 5 basketball games.
So I watched football from whenever the first one started till the last one finished.
Sounds like a great Christmas to me. Mickey, obviously a tough loss in this game, and I don't even know where to start.
We can start here. I'll help you out.
Please do.
So I thought this one, particularly the road loss, probably hurt the most of any of them because got off to somewhat of a fast start after forfeiting the first possession by fumbling at the 1 yard line. They had a lead, they fell behind, and they showed the wherewithal to come back from 19-10 to take the lead with 3:27 left in the game. And I know they couldn't close it, and I think that's why this one hurt, because they showed that they're not spooked by the road. They actually made a comeback in the fourth quarter against a team that's likely to win the AFC East, and showed that they can play with them down for down. They just didn't win, and that's the bottom line. You watched the Eagles last night or yesterday at late afternoon. They certainly didn't impress you, but the key to their season is they found ways to win those close games or hang in there and close out teams when they're coming back at them. And the Cowboys have not done that against a quality team basically on the road. So it's not that they can't play, they just haven't won. So we'll see what happens down the stretch here, and then if the Eagles are able to win out and win the East.
Now, the idea of can't play, but not that they can't play, but haven't won, feels like it kind of is exhibited on a micro scale with Hunter Lipke. You kind of alluded to the idea of not scoring there. I know that on the box score, it's attributed to Dak Prescott as a fumble. Who is to blame, if anyone, in that situation?
Yeah, I don't know if I've watched it, and I don't know if it was a mutual thing. It was just the exchange, and the handoff was, somewhat weird, and I don't know if he thought he was going to get the ball. So I'm not sure how that played out. But, they had a chance to play before. You didn't have to just pick up 1 yard from the 2 yard line, right? Get it in the end zone, and they didn't do it. I know it goes to whoever makes the last mistake, but what was it, 2nd and 2 at the 2 or something, and they didn't get in. They gained 1 yard. So when you get in those situations, you got it. Yeah, it was 2nd and 1 at the 2, and they ran for 1 yard. Well, whoop-de-doo, right?
So Mick, when it goes to the first 2 drives, you get 148 yards on your first 2 drives, and you don't have 200 yards the rest of the game. What happened? Do you give a lot of credit to Miami, or do you say the Cowboys didn't do this and that's why they struggled to gain yards the rest of the game?
Yeah, they had a lull there in the second and third quarter. They ended up. The one possession, they looked like they were moving, and they ended up with a sack. Well, they started that possession basically at the 6 yard line. So they were backed up after stopping them on a 4th down play, and then they ended up starting the next possession with a false start. So they just kind of forfeited the second quarter. The way it turned out, and then they really only had did they have one? Maybe they went 3 and out on the first possession of the third quarter. They were moving the ball, and then they had the illegal shift. All right, and I understand why that rule is in there. That rule, because they don't want 2 guys going at the same time, right? Well, it wasn't like CD was trying to fake him out with a shift, right? He checked with the line judge, and they told him to back up, and he scooches back a half yard, and it just so happened that Ferguson was in motion, and that accounts for a legal shift. He had run the ball, Dak did, down to I think it was the 11-yard line, and then you get a penalty, you get pushed back. So they had some weird things happen there. And then the fourth quarter, they recovered. So I'm sure it was a lot of what Miami did. And if you noticed, after that first quarter, they just started blitzing. It was almost like, okay, if we don't get to him, we can't cover the Cowboys. And so we're going to have to sell out. And the Cowboys did not do a good job of blocking for Dak Prescott. He got sacked 4 times. There was 12 quarterback hits, 12. So most of the time, he's struggling in the pocket to get his passes off. So the protection really faltered, especially there in the second and third quarter. So I thought that was a huge difference in what went wrong with the offense.
We're talking to Mickey Spagnola, DallasCowboys.com right here on The Fan. And Mickey, one of the things that also did not help in that regard was Chuma Edoga playing at left tackle in the stead of Tyron Smith. Did not cover himself in glory. We'll say it that way.
Well, I don't think anybody expected much more from him. He is what he is. And, I think it's incumbent on them to make sure that they give him some help as much as they can over there and not just assume, well, he's playing, he's got to do the job. And he struggled. But there were some other struggles because there were some blitzes, like I said, they didn't pick up. They had guys, free off the edge. They had guys free coming down through the A or B gap up the middle, and they came through untouched. So, there was a lot of fault to go around, but a lot of it had to do, I thought, overall with the protection. And, you want your Pro Bowl offensive tackle out there. You saw last night what happened. Kansas City, they lost their left tackle, and the floodgates went open. So, it makes a difference when you're playing with a backup.
So, Mick, help me out here because I was out all last week. I can only see the updates. Is Tyron Smith, how hurt is he? Is he coming back? I compared it to the Rangers, and it was like, thank God Adolis Garcia got back just in time, and Jonah Heim got healthy just in time and started hitting well. I feel like the Cowboys need Tyron Smith healthy for a playoff run. So how is the back? Is it bad? Is it just a 1 week thing?
Well, let's put it this way. He didn't make the trip to Miami. So it wasn't like, well, we're going to take it right up to game day and see how he feels on Saturday. That didn't take place. So I think we'll find out more this week. All I know is he finished the game with whatever he had the game before. Adrenaline is a great medicinal factor in some of that. I think we find out a little bit more this week to see if they can, get him back out there. And, he'll do everything he can to play. It's a matter of passing whatever the trainers are looking at during the week. And, of course, right on time, it's a short week and an even shorter week because of Christmas.
What about Hankins? How close is he to possibly helping
He said
out the
he thought maybe this week, but again, we know the history of high ankle sprains, and the guy's 325 pounds on a bad ankle. So he's doing rehab. As a matter of fact, I believe it was him out there rehabbing on the cords already this morning. So I think he's got a chance. But, the funny thing is it's almost like, going to the fair and playing that Pop-a-Mole or whatever? Whack-a-mole.
Yeah.
It was like we went into this game, and it's like, we got to stop the run. You gave up 266, and Mostert has 18 rushing touchdowns, and they do this and that in the running game. A-Chan will hurt you, and they hold him to 91 yards. Well, then another thing pops up. They didn't get enough pressure on the quarterback. Tua just had way too much time in the pocket for the most of the game. And then when they put pressure on him, they get called for a personal foul. So while, everybody's circulating the picture of Parsons getting held by two guys, not one, two, and one guy got hands to the face and nothing gets called. So that was an unfortunate 15-yard penalty there when it looked like they were going to get off the field.
Now, I want to go back a little bit because you did, allude to the idea that Tyron Smith, obviously dealing with an injury and this is a back that continues to pop up. And if we are to accept the idea that Chuma Edoga is just, he is what he is, if you're missing Tyron Smith another week, is there another option? Is there another way of going about this? Or are you simply beholden to simply putting Chuma Edoga out there and saying, do your best, young man, and we'll try and help you out a little bit?
Well, Matt Waletzko's probably healthy enough, and he's already had his weeks of practice to be taken off of injured reserve. But then here's a guy that hadn't played all year. Now, I don't know if that's an answer. And I know what coaches' theories are about making two moves to solve one, meaning moving Tyler Smith out to tackle and let either Bass or Richards play guard. But again, he hasn't played tackle basically all year. Now, are you weakening two spots to try to save one? Or when you game plan, do you decide, okay, we just got to give him more help? If that means, on first and second down, using more two tight ends and keeping one over there. If it means in third down passing situation, I don't send the running back out. I try to chip and help him out the best I can. But obviously they got to adapt somewhat on that side if that has to go forward for this Detroit game.
Well,
and again, it's a short week, right?
Sure.
Because basically today's practice is one of their easy ones that they usually do on Monday. So now you got Tuesday and Wednesday. You'll do a little bit. It's already Tuesday, isn't it? You got Wednesday and Friday or Thursday and a little bit on Friday, and then you're playing a game on Saturday night. So, the NFL doesn't make it easy on anyone. That's for sure.
No, it doesn't, especially when now today is what? It would be their Thursday on a Tuesday, correct?
Now, don't get me confused. It's Tuesday, but they're going to treat it as Wednesday.
Gotcha. Okay, there we go.
So the practice, though, will be very light. They're out of padded practices, so there's no pads coming on Thursday. And Friday would be, usually what you do on Saturday. And that's a light practice before flying out later in the day. Now, the good thing is at least they're at home. They don't have to take up time flying. So, it's a quick preparation for Detroit.
Well, Mickey, as a backup myself in this regard, I appreciate you stepping in, making sure that my assignments are held up, sir.
Is Mike chipping for you?
Absolutely.
I'm trying my best, man.
Well, it's good to have you back, by the way.
Thank you.
It's good. It's very much good to have him back, and I guess we might have to move it around a little bit, but we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good.
All right.
See ya.
Mickey Spagnola, DallasCowboys.com, joins us every day here on the KNC Masterpiece. Coming up next, talk a little hoops. Luka Doncic has been fantastic. Does anyone care? We'll discuss it next on The Fan.
This is the KNC Masterpiece, followed by G-Bag Nation all afternoon. We appreciate you turning it on and leaving it on. DFW Sports Leader, 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Good news, Burleson. The KNC Masterpiece is coming to your town Friday for the Friday Football Feast. That makes sense, right? We're going to be at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson, 12832 South Freeway. That's 12832 South Freeway in Burleson for all kinds of fun, shenanigans, great deals on food, drinks, and Corey, I know we got some giveaways happening.
Yeah, and tickets to Cowboys-Lions, courtesy of Miller Lite. So while you're there with us, hanging out, having a good time at Buffalo Wild Wings, enjoy a tall $5 Miller Lite draft beer while you're just enjoying the show and maybe even having some camaraderie with some fellow Tolos while you're out there as well. It's always a good time to be partying and having fun. We are calling you out, Burleson. It is time. Come down, join us Friday at Buffalo Wild Wings. Buffalo Wild Wings and Miller Lite, the perfect pairing for a touchdown-worthy football season. We will see you there.
Me there?
Yep.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-210-1005. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005.
You can now buy official Texas lottery tickets right from your phone with jackpot.com. Mega Millions and Powerball jackpots are getting bigger every day, so don't wait. Go to jackpot.com, choose your lottery game, pick your lucky numbers, and get your winnings instantly. Plus, get a free ticket with your first play. Get in on the action. Go to jackpot.com and buy lottery tickets on your phone. Go to jackpot.com. That's jackpot.com. Jackpot.com.
Paid for by jackpot.com. You must be 18 or older to order a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-823-0015. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-823-0015. 800-823-0015. That's 800-823-0015.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Fill your game day cooler with the refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Smooth, real brewed tea with a 5% kick of alcohol. Look for the bright yellow cans. Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands to treat ED at up to 95% off. That's right, the same active ingredient as the brand name for 95% less. It's the same ED medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
Sunny skies all day today, chilly high 55.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer.
COVID-19 can keep you on the sidelines. If you're more likely to get very sick from COVID, ask your doctor if prescription oral treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Maverick Windows.
Winter looms over Texas. Don't let your warmth escape through old, drafty windows. Maverick Windows offers the shield you need. Superior insulation and maximum energy efficiency. Call Maverick Windows, 800-972-3631. Or visit us online at maverickwindows.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
Doncic going for 50 and he's got it. Luka Doncic
Doncic on this Christmas night.
Another casual 50-point game for Luka Doncic on Christmas night. It's KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula in for Kevin and Corey. Mike Bassick still here with you. Appreciate Chris Strong for being on the ones and twos for us this afternoon. I almost said evening because I'm typically on in the evening.
You can
However,
do it.
Here I am. Middays.
We're the Get Right on KNC Masterpiece.
Nah, not quite.
No. That just means I'd be on another show.
That's
I want to
true.
be on another show.
That's true.
Like, not permanently. I'm just saying, like,
so you want to come in
on
one of these
G-Bag
evenings
Nation
soon?
And then, but if you call this the Get Right, then that means I've been on 3 of the 4 shows up here. Sean and RJ, I filled in when I was, up and coming in this
way back
105.3 The Fan situation. I think they were more new school.
Yeah.
Back then they had Jasmine on.
What a time.
Yeah.
Man, time's flown rather. But yeah, it is still a KNC Masterpiece. A show by any other name is still that show. You can always get involved with the program by texting in to the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053. We appreciate you doing that. And I'm reading a lot of them, I promise. I am. It's just I got to get used to. Oh yeah, middays again. There's a lot of people texting in. Also, what are you guys doing? Are you guys out and about? Are you guys working?
I think it's vacation for 50% of the listeners still.
Yeah, let's do it.
50% of the listeners had to go back to work today, but I bet 50% of the listeners are taking kind of their vacation and then getting back to work on January 2nd.
Yeah. So let me know. Let's do an informal poll on that text line, 877-881-1053. However, that audio that we played was the sound of Luka Doncic scoring 50 points on Christmas Day. He becomes only the 4th player to score 50 or more points on Christmas Day. He joins. Do you know who he joined?
I saw it last night. It was Rick Barry.
That is correct.
Bernard
he scored 50.
Keane had 60.
That's
and
right.
59. Was it Wilt?
That was Wilt.
Yeah.
So look, incredible company. I mean, if you're not like a real basketball head, you might not be familiar with some of those names, but all very good names.
I saw on the bottom line, I know this isn't the best name to be involved with, and unfortunately he gets compared to him a lot, and I do think he's way better than Fatso Magoo. But I think James Harden is the only other player to have 50 points and 15 assists in a game.
That's a good question.
I thought I saw it on the bottom line. It said first, maybe it was since 2016. I think in 2016, if I remember reading the bottom line right, maybe Luka's the first player since 2016, James Harden being the last one to do it, to have 50 points and 15 assists in one game. And just watching Luka, not only last night, but this year, this is the best Luka I've ever seen. I asked this question. I haven't even checked Twitter to see my responses. I try not to do this anymore because Twitter can be a pretty, at times, evil place. I said, I'm going to bed thinking, am I watching the best player in the NBA now? And I know last night he had 50 and 15 and I believe 6 rebounds. But throughout this season, watching Luka play at a faster pace, watching Luka play better defense, I'm not saying he's a great defensive player, but playing more engaged, better defense on a consistent basis, I feel like there's a real argument now to make. I get Jokic and Giannis and Tatum is playing at an awesome level this year. And you might want to include a couple other guys too. I understand Kawhi when he's completely healthy, but I think there's a real argument now to say Luka's the best player in the NBA. I'm not saying he is. Just saying, you can really have a real discussion about Luka now being the best player in the NBA.
And one of the things that I always come back to, and it's tough, is because the defense isn't incredible, right? And the defense isn't great.
100%.
He is trying on defense. And some of that is, I think we can attribute reasonably to just his shape. It's something that a lot of people have talked about a lot, but it was a level of maturity that he needed to get to. And he's talked about how it is easier for him now that he is in better shape, that he's, put some things in place. And you can see it. As you mentioned, he's getting up and running. He seems to be up for the game more throughout the game. And also, he could defend when it came to, all right, somebody's posting up. The problem is people aren't posting up as much. You need to be able to flow in an offense. You need to be able to run and close out. And he's doing that more. The thing that I find interesting, because
when you said his workout in the off season, and he's averaging 37.1 minutes a night. I think that's second in the NBA. I can't remember who's first, but I remember hearing this, and this is the most minutes he's ever averaged in his career per game. Now that hopefully will come down as the season goes on and you get hopefully Kyrie back and healthier. Right. But right now he's having to play pretty much for this 9-game stretch that Kyrie has been out, 9 straight games. Thanks a lot, Dwight Powell. You're the best. I
don't know why I thought I could get through a show without
he's pretty much averaging 40 a night through this stretch. Now, he didn't play the other night in Houston, and you get it. Like, he's averaging pretty much 40 a night while Kyrie's being out to have a chance to win.
Absolutely. And it's worth noting, Kyrie Irving's missed probably something, 11 games?
12 total,
games? Okay.
9 in a row. Thanks a lot, Dwight.
He's won the Mavs have won 8 games and without Kyrie Irving.
So they're 8-4. That's pretty good. And it's not because Kyrie's a cancer or a chemistry killer.
No,
Kyrie has been great this year when healthy. And hopefully he's coming back soon. I don't know when, and hopefully Dwight Powell won't be on the court to body slam his ankle the next time he's on the court. But I look at what Luka's doing, and the reason that I say he might be the best player in the NBA, and I'm not trying to take shots at other players around the NBA. If you think somebody is better, I totally get it. There's a group of guys. This isn't the Jordan era right now, or this isn't the LeBron era where it was pretty obvious who the best player in the league is. I do think there's a group of guys that you can consider the best player in the NBA right now. If you look at what he's playing with on a consistent basis, now, thank God Lively came back. He's been amazing, and that's a whole nother topic on how great he's been as a rookie. But if you look at Tim Hardaway Jr. is arguably his second best player on the court.
Yeah.
Grant Williams has been a major disappointment, to be honest, and we'll get that's another topic. But you look at Derek Jones Jr. doing great in his role. He's playing the best he's ever played in his career. It doesn't mean that he's a good NBA basketball player. And then you look at Dante Exum. You just look at who he's dealing with. Dwight Powell, who's not an NBA basketball player, but the Mavs keep throwing him out there, you look at what he's playing with on the court. I'm not trying to take shots at guys. Some guys are exceeding my expectations. Some guys are playing below expectations. But what he's dealing with is he doesn't have Drew Holiday. He doesn't have Chris Middleton. He doesn't have Robin Lopez. He doesn't have Michael Porter Jr. And I know Jamal Murray's been out some this year. But if you start looking at the other great players and then you look at, because Kyrie's been out almost half the year, it's like, wow, Luka has this team with a positive record, playing at an unbelievable level, engaging on defense. Offensively, I don't think there's a question he's the best in the NBA. I don't think that's close.
No, especially because there's not an answer, right? One thing that we've seen is teams have taken to blitzing him and sending 2 at him, and also varying it through the game, because you can't do the same thing with him, and it does not stop him.
Yeah.
It may kind of stun him for a couple of possessions, then it's right back to it, him getting anything and everything that he wants.
Doesn't panic at all with the double team near half court. He doesn't panic. He takes his time, and he makes almost the right decision almost every time.
Now, one thing I will say is, and this needs to go to the front office, whoever you want to talk about. Nico Harrison obviously deserves a lot of credit with this, Mark Cuban, whoever you want to speak to, is you can talk about the caliber of players that are around, especially without Kyrie Irving on the floor. There's something to be said for having role players that are contributing in the ways that they need to, which is not something you could say for the Mavericks at many times over Luka Doncic's tenure, right? Dante Exum is a guy who can help you get to the rim and who can, play some defense and be rangy, and then also can knock down some shots. Derek Jones Jr. is knocking down his shots. Tim Hardaway Jr., they have unleashed the ultimate 6-man in Tim Hardaway Jr.
This is the best he's been in his career in Dallas. And maybe the best he's been in his career overall.
I have an appreciation for, in some ways, even though I don't know. Look, let me not talk about that. But I have an appreciation for him deciding, I may not be a great defender, but I can get these charges and get possessions that way. And so I think that they've built out a better roster around him, even if it's not an incredible roster without having Kyrie Irving, who you anticipated being with this. But Mike, how do you make this job? Because this is one of the things I always think about, especially when we start talking about MVP.
Yeah.
Right? Which is not exactly the same thing as the best player in the world, but I think these are along the same lines. Now, when we talk about value over replacement player, which is the basketball version of WAR, right? He is third. Luka Doncic is third with a 3.0, just below Luka Doncic, and both of them trail significantly Nikola Jokic. That one we can all kind of understand. Win shares per 48 is a metric that seems to jive and run a little bit concurrently with MVPs.
It's amazing. Voting. That wasn't really a stat we thought of back when Dirk was playing. But now when you go back in the history, and we never discussed it, I didn't even know it was a factor. But when you go back and you look at Dirk, and he was top 5 almost every year in his prime in this category, sometimes first, along with Duncan was up there a lot too, you're like, wow. Like, you could argue like Dirk maybe should have had more MVPs if you look at more of numbers like this.
Absolutely. It's one of the things that's kind of incredible to, take a quick detour, is that locally folks loved Dirk and knew that Dirk was incredible. nationally, it wasn't as good, but now nationally, especially as we get more of these analytics, we can go back and look, Dirk was a lot better than people gave him credit for. But along those lines, win share per 48 tends to track nicely with MVP. Luka Doncic last week was 11th and now is 6th. And he's 6th along the lines, the people near him, Tyrese Halliburton, Kristaps Porzingis, Anthony Davis are the players around him. And well above him.
Name those guys again?
Tyrese Halliburton, who's having a great season.
Yes.
Kristaps Porzingis having a great season in his own right.
I'm surprised. That was like, did I hear that right?
Right.
Like I was looking at a stat and then I was like, did you just throw his name into this category?
I did, and Anthony Davis.
Okay.
And all of them are having very good seasons by their regards.
Right.
But those guys are also on kind of a step below Joel Embiid, Nikola Jokic, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
What's weird is
up there.
Anthony Davis, and he's a great player, don't get me wrong, and Kristaps Porzingis, this is easy to say about him, is there secondary players on their team.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, honestly, Porzingis kind of isn't even secondary. He's probably third on that team. But like Halliburton obviously is the leader of the Pacers. Luka is obviously the leader of the Mavericks, even when Kyrie is healthy. But that was interesting that out of those three guys you named, two of them you would kind of consider Anthony Davis, maybe 1A, 1B type deal. But.
And he's in that place because he's not a ball handler, so he needs someone to get him the ball. But I find that interesting and he is climbing. Like I mentioned, last week he was 11th, right? So maybe some of this ends up coming out in the wash, right? You're not naming an MVP on Christmas. You're not naming an MVP in February, right? This is ultimately
even though they keep those rankings on NBA.com and stuff.
Right. But I just find it interesting is like with this metric, again, and this metric isn't the end-all be-all, but it attempts to try and get how much you're contributing to wins, offense, defense, all things together in one metric. And they obviously try and normalize it by doing it over 48 minutes so it evens out. And with that being the case, he's still kind of in that place where he seems to always be, where everybody can look at him and see that the numbers there and that he plays well and you can't stop him on offense. But ultimately, he's still in that place where it's like, okay, now the adults are talking when we're talking about MVP. And it really stinks for that.
And he was probably built up a little bit too much too quickly in the he's going to win an MVP because he was favored. Sure. Last year he was the favorite because they made it to the Western Conference Finals and it just looked like – and honestly, that was a really rough year all the way around for Luka, for the Mavericks, for coaching staff, for front office, for everything. It was just a really tough year. And, he just maybe was like too quickly thrown there. So people are like tired of him getting thrown into like, he's just going to win the MVP. And so now it's like, you got to be super special. And he is super special this year. I'm going to ask you this question because I know we're running out of time.
What's up?
All the players in the NBA, take Luka off this team, put that player on this team. Are they 18-12 with what you have on? Like if I put Jokic on this team, are they 20-10? Are they 18-12? Are they better? Are they worse? Are they the same? You can do it with Giannis. You can do it with LeBron, whoever you want to do it with. And I know LeBron is not in his prime anymore, still a really good player.
There's very few of them.
And that's, to me, this is a unique situation where now when Kyrie comes back, it's a little bit different. And maybe if Grant Williams figures out how to play on this team consistently, maybe it's different. But right now, and I'm not Derek Jones Jr., Dante Exum, I want to make sure Derek Lively, freaking,
of course, incredible.
Like there are really good players. Tim Hardaway Jr. is playing the best basketball of his career. I'm not saying these guys aren't good, but when you start looking at teams, if you look at Minnesota's team overall and you look at Denver and Oklahoma City and Sacramento, those are the teams ahead of Dallas in the standings, and you look at their overall team, you would see that you have Sabonis, you have, the younger guy who's making 7 zillion threes in Sacramento, who's in his second year or third year in the league.
It's not.
But anyways, I'm getting off topic here. But like, I just look at this Maverick team without Kyrie for almost
Keegan Murray?
Yes,
okay,
for half a year, and you just start going, wow, this is amazing what Luke is doing, and he's taken his game to another level offensively and defensively. This is the most engaged he's ever been defensively.
And ultimately, I think what will be the telltale of this is, how does it look in March and April all the way through with team success as well? It's kind of stinks that team success matters in this, but also this is the sport where an individual can impact that the most. And I think that's where Luka Doncic has had unfortunate circumstances.
Just when you start worrying about him overall, if he wants to get better and be the best, he has this year. And I'm like, wow, what an improve. It's tough to improve from 32-point, almost triple-double average, but he's improving.
I mean, that's the thing that we need to come back to, is that he is still so young. And like, Even with Nikola Jokic, it was around this age when he started getting really serious about it, and you saw that, oh, there's a lot more that you can get out of this, and it's kind of scary at the prospect that there could be more that you could get out of 24-year-old Luka Doncic. It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll dip into some gridiron gravy on The Fan.
Can you smell it? Can you feel it? Yeah, it's football season. And if you're tired of feeling older than all your favorite game day heroes, reverse the clock with Soda's Belly Fat Reversal program. Because when it comes to weight loss that lasts, Soda has the absolute playbook for success. Just like the pros in the NFL, you can be a winner at life with Soda. Steven tried it on his own. Steven, how did that go?
I'm an incredibly picky eater, but it caused me to branch out. The other cool thing is, even if you do want to eat out, I can get on my phone, I can text Soda, and I can say, hey, what can I have? And they immediately send you a response. It's fast.
Thank you, Steven. Check out the thousands upon thousands of 5-star reviews at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Soda helped me lose 30 pounds. They can help you lose 30 or even up to 200 pounds. Guys, girls, it's not a soft drink. It's soda. State of the art.
Make Philo your ho-ho home for the holidays. Give yourself the gift of 70-plus channels, tons of festive shows and movies, and unlimited DVR for $25 a month.
Now that's a holly jolly good deal. Philo's got all the channels you love and everything you need to make the season merry and bright. Food Network is cooking up tasty competitions, AMC is delivering Christmas classics, and Hallmark is bringing you all new holiday originals.
So cozy up to Philo today. Visit philo.tv to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
My dad has a cold, but also has high blood pressure. That's why I got him Vicks NyQuil High Blood Pressure for fast, powerful nighttime relief. Unlike some ordinary cold medicines, it's specially formulated for people like my dad. NyQuil High Blood Pressure is sugar-free, alcohol-free, and decongestant-free.
Vicks NyQuil High Blood Pressure. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, cold and flu for people with high blood pressure.
Like my dad.
Medicine. Use as directed.
The Dallas Cowboys and Ford F-Series trucks never back down from a challenge. With their strength and ability to make plays on the fly, they're some of the toughest opponents around. That's just part of what makes F-Series the best-selling trucks in America for 46 years straight. Visit your Best in Texas Ford dealer today or shop at texasford.com to get a great deal on a new Ford F-Series. Ford, the official truck of the Dallas Cowboys. Based on 1977 to 2022 CY total sales.
Campers, for a limited time, get the all-new 2023 Kingsport 248BH for just $19,999. Yes, you heard right. That's a Texas-sized deal of $5,000 off the original sale price. Spacious, comfortable, and perfect for family adventures. It's the ultimate get-up-and-go travel trailer of 2023. Shop Funtown RV, where we've got indoor climate-controlled showrooms, travel trailers, fifth wheels, toy haulers, and everything camping. The fun starts at Funtown RV, the official RV dealer of the Dallas Cowboys.
Our fan interview replays are proudly presented by Ciroc Vodka.
Nothing turns game day into a great day like stocking up at Specs and cheering on the Cowboys. As a proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys, Specs has everything you need to turn your pregame party into a full-on football feast. With lower prices on a stadium-sized selection of world-class wines, spirits, beers, seltzers, and gourmet foods, Specs is your one-stop shop for all your game day essentials. Cowboy up at Specs. The fun starts here.
Wendy's Peppermint Frosty and Frosty Cream Cold Brew make the perfect gift for anyone in your life. Especially for you. Yeah, this year you're sitting on your own lap and getting yourself what you want. Finally. And now every day this season, unlock 20% off your total when you get any small, medium, or large Frosty in the Wendy's app. So order something from your own wish list this year.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's with app offer and registration. Applies to menu items only. Taxes and fees excluded.
Your floor is the unsung hero of your home. What other part of your house gets walked over, jumped on, scraped up, spilled on, and used as much? That's where life-proof luxury vinyl plank flooring comes in. Our premium flooring is durable, scratch-resistant, 100% waterproof, and antimicrobial, so it can take everything life throws at it. Plus, it comes in a variety of colors with a realistic wood texture and is easy to install. Make sure your floor can stand up to life's toughest tests with LifeProof. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
Some mortgage companies offer cash-out refinances. Some offer home equity lines of credit. TexasHoney.com offers both. Call TexasHoney.com. Find out which is best for you, a line of credit or a cash-out refinance. It starts with a mortgage company you can trust. TexasLending.com, 972-387-4600, TexasLending.com.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
If you guys are struggling to peel off visceral fat or looking to put on muscle mass and have hit a plateau, whether on TRT or not, Men's T Clinic can help you level up. Get in today to get your numbers checked. Optimizing your T can help you jumpstart the process with a ton of other benefits, like optimizing your mood, drive, mental clarity, and weight. Men's T Clinic is the authority and the only place I trust for my total wellness optimization. And with 5 convenient DFW locations, it's super easy to get in, get out, and get back to being you. Cash pay and insurance options are available.
KC Masterpiece is rocking into Burleson. Friday, we'll be live at the Buffalo Wild Wings at 832 South Freeway in Burleson.
Plus all sorts of cool Cowboys swag and Cowboys-Lions tickets courtesy of Miller Lite. It's 10 to 2 with the KNC Masterpiece in Burleson at Buffalo Wild Wings.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Ravens stretch 3 receivers to the right. Lamar Jackson fakes the toss to the right, throws across the middle. Touchdown! Zay Flowers! And the Ravens strike on back-to-back drives.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105 through the Fan. Reginald Atatula in for Kevin and Corey, who both have the week off. Mike Bassick's in with me, though, and as is Chris Strong on the ones and twos. Thank you all for rocking with us, and I hope everybody had a Merry Christmas, wonderful holiday season as we're, just trucking along here.
Well, I can't wait to get into this topic because we were texting each other last night about a little bit about this game, a lot about, obviously, the Maverick game, but this was a shocking game to me. The Baltimore-San Francisco at San Francisco was a shocking game to me.
Well, let's start there as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip!
It's weird being here and not saying it myself.
So a blowout, huh?
Let's start a bit. What was the most surprising thing for you in this game? Niners fall to the Baltimore Ravens in Santa Clara.
Yeah.
And, I mean, look, I think that there was folks that thought this would go, if there was a blowout possibility, they thought it would go the other way, including Mike Florio, who used an expletive in saying that he thought that the Niners would kick the bleep out of the Ravens.
Yeah.
And ultimately, we get the complete opposite. And I didn't think that this was the outcome. I thought it could be a close game, and I thought the Ravens could win. Not like this.
Here's what was surprising to me. Brock Purdy, for the first time in his short career, turned into Jimmy Garoppolo. Because when people say, hey, anybody can be successful in this system, they'll be good. I'm like, no, I watched Jimmy Garoppolo play in this system for years. And yes, they made it to a Super Bowl. And if he hits Emmanuel Sanders, they have a Super Bowl championship. But he's not good enough to hit Emmanuel Sanders late in a game to win a Super Bowl. And so Brock Purdy has elevated that team well above what Jimmy Garoppolo ever could do. But last night, he turned into Jimmy Garoppolo because that's what the 49ers would have games like this. That's why they drafted Trey Lance. That's why they traded a lot of assets to try to go, we can't do this anymore. We're a really good team. We almost won a championship with Jimmy Garoppolo as our quarterback and have gotten close another time or two. We have to get better than Jimmy Garoppolo because he will kill us in certain situations. And last night, what was shocking to me was the guy, before the game started, the overwhelming favorite to win the MVP with 3 games to go. Brock Purdy had such a bad game that he pretty much eliminated himself in one night from being the heavy favorite to you have no chance to win the MVP.
Yeah, Brock Purdy, 18 of 32 on the night, 255 yards and 4 interceptions. In a game where Christian McCaffrey has 103 yards and a touchdown on the ground, and George Kittle has 127 yards, and Brandon Ayuk has 113 yards, this is a game in which it felt like Baltimore was dominating it from start to finish.
Did it look like, help me out here, because obviously I had the blackout on ABC.
Yes.
And so I'm following it through highlights, and I'm following it through watching it on my computer, like play-by-play stuff, as I have on NBA basketball. and as the Mavericks were starting that game off, did Brock Purdy, when he got hurt, want to come back in the game, and Harbaugh pretty much say, sorry, not Harbaugh, but Shanahan say, hey, no go, man. Sam Darnold's doing just fine, and you have stunk it up today.
I mean, I don't think that he used quite those words, but I think afterwards, and I'll have to double check and make sure that I have the exact words right. The idea basically from Shanahan was they didn't want to chance it at that point, and so they left Sam Darnold in, but Brock Purdy did want to get back in the game. With the way that he was playing, I mean, the first interception came from Sam Darnold thinking that he looked off the safety and then not checking in and throwing it directly. Brock Purdy, right? They are not replaceable or interchangeable, even though my brain seems to want to think that. Brock Purdy, thinking that he looks off the safety, throws it, and Kyle Hamilton comes up and just snags it out of the air.
Yeah, it was shocking because, look, you're going to have bad games. And Brock Purdy's not the best. Like, obviously, the best by far, and I don't care what the record says and how bad it's been this year. Patrick Mahomes is by far the best quarterback in the NFL, and it's honestly not even close. It's kind of like when Jordan was in his time or LeBron was in his time. Like, it's not close. Patrick Mahomes is way better than every quarterback in the NFL. He's just dealing with complete trash at the wide receiver position. I know Brock Purdy had a chance to win the MVP, a great chance, and blew it last night. That's over for him and done for 2023. I just didn't expect him to be that bad. Like, I understand you're going to have a bad game. You're going to have a surprising loss. And look, Baltimore's good. Now I'm going to throw it to you, Reggie, on the other side after that. Is Baltimore way better than I think? Because I don't feel like they're great. I just think they're in the mix of really good teams. Are they great?
It's a great question because I'm inclined to say yes. However, I've done a lot of watching of this team because I've always been interested in them, particularly when they made the change at offensive coordinator to Todd Monken, because I wanted to see what the potential was versus what it had been prior.
Yeah.
And the thing that I take away from this Baltimore Ravens team is when they play, they look dominant all the time. The problem is they've been just letting teams hang around, and then they've just let a few games go, get taken away from them. And, that is a problem, right? For a good team, right? You want to make sure that you start to finish, but no team is perfect. And that is their flaw, is that they seem to let teams hang around. But that is a best in the league defense. And then you pair it with Lamar Jackson, who the way that he plays for some reason does not, gain a lot of acclaim. But he is so good. When he's in the pocket, finding these receivers, using different arm slots is really fun in that way. But then also when he needs to use his legs, he can. And the thing that continues to amaze me is that he just has a way of not getting hit. And it sounds very nonsensical to say, but yeah. So I really do like this Baltimore Ravens team. And even with all that being the case, I still thought the Niners were the best team in the league. Yeah. And ultimately, what showed up is that their defense can play at such a high level that they can neutralize what seemed like a Niners offense that was really tough. Now, mind you, one of the big things about this is that Trent Williams gets injured in this game. And so with Trent Williams injured, what does that mean for the Niners going forward? Because that 3-game slippage when they had, Trent Williams was either not playing or not fully healthy in that stretch.
And we just saw that. I'll go to the other side here, Reggie, with Trent Williams, because in a weird way, you have a 2-game losing streak here in Dallas, and you feel like, all right, it's over. We're going to make the Cowboys are going to make the playoffs, beat the NFC South team, then lose in the divisional round, and it'll be 3 years in a row, kind of same story type of situation. But you look at the injury that the 49ers just took, and they can't win without Trent Williams. And you look at the Cowboys, and is it this simple? The Cowboys can't beat a playoff team without Tyron Smith? Like, it's just over and done? Like, I know it was a very close game. It could have gone either way. Totally understand that Miami-Dallas game. But is it that devastating to a team when they lose their left tackle that it's just like, you're screwed? There's almost nothing you can do unless you're really lucky and have some stud rookie or second-year guy who's just waiting in the wings. That, like, losing a tackle just destroys your offense?
It's possible. And then what's noted is obviously 425 yards of offense. It did not feel quite in the same way when you watched it. However, the big thing also to remember, 4 turnovers. And some of those were tipped in the air. Yeah. But still, like, the turnover battle matters, and we talked about that with the Cowboys as well. In that Cowboys game, Jalen Waddle, a big, deep threat, and you saw it in particular. I think Stephon Gilmore saw it up close and personal. However, he seemed to limp off the field a couple of times and ultimately has been diagnosed with a high ankle sprain.
Okay.
And so that, could potentially jeopardize his playoff availability, talking about the AFC and talking about the Ravens. How does that make the AFC look to you now, Mike Bassett?
I think there's 2 teams that can go to the Super Bowl, and one team might not even make the playoffs, and that is Baltimore and Buffalo. I think those are by far the 2 best teams in the AFC. Now, it could be this, and it could be this way in the NFC too, because I do think Dallas is the second best team in the NFC. I totally get that they've lost 2 games in a row and on the road, and they're going to have to go on the road in the playoffs. I totally get all those things, but I think that in the AFC, I'll give Baltimore is the best because they have the best record. But if I am Baltimore, and you shouldn't think this, but I would say the best matchup, the best 2 teams that I think will play in January in the AFC will be Buffalo and Baltimore. Will it be in the second round? Will it be in the divisional round rather than in the AFC championship game? I don't know. But to me, those are the best 2 teams. I think that in the NFC, that it's San Francisco and Dallas. But they might not meet in the NFC championship game. They might meet in the divisional round.
Well, elsewhere around the NFL, Bill Belichick is in some tough ways, and I know that the organization.
Future Cowboys head coach. I saw that while I was on vacation.
We could dive into that at some point. I imagine that we need to have other conversations first, seeing as that job is not vacant. Yeah. But the Bill Belichick kind of in a tough way. New England Patriots have looked kind of funky to say the least. It seems all right. Let me ask, not impose. I'm going to play this audio of Bill Belichick being caught on a hot mic. Do you think that this is because of, just normal coaching situations? Or is this maybe a factor of something else? So that came through on a hot mic. You can hear him yelling, "You got to give us a shot. You just spotted the ball." And so with that being the case, he is yelling at a sideline official in that instance. And obviously, we see Bill Belichick, and when we do, he's talking like this, and it just makes me wonder how much of this do you think is just a coach being in coach mode versus being in presser mode, or how much of this is just like the fire of I'm in a bad place right now?
No, I think that. Well, obviously, he's never been this bad at football. Maybe he was with Cleveland, and I totally forget or something like that. But I look at this and I think to myself, he knows all these small little details of all these things that he needs and trying to manipulate refs. And I'm not saying he's trying to manipulate there. I do think there's a stress level that comes with losing week in and week out. But I think that he knows what he needs from those guys, or a girl, I guess now, on the sideline for reffing. And he was just trying to get the ball where he needed, or spotted where he needed spotted in a certain amount of time to give his team a chance. That being said, my question, I know we're out of time, Reggie, for another time, I guess, is I just don't, is Belichick 1988 Tom Landry or Chuck Knowles around that time? These are all-time greats. And Bill Belichick arguably is the greatest head coach in the history of the NFL. I'm just wondering if at this point over the last 3 years, is the game starting to get to a level where everything is changing in the NFL, the rules and everything, and the way that you need to build teams and all these things? Some things stay the same, some things change. Is he getting to that point where the league is changing so much that he can't keep up or want to keep up with everything that you need to adjust to?
It's quite possible, because for him, his superpower was being able to zig when the rest of the league zagged. And I wonder if it's just you only have so many innovations in you.
Yeah. Also, too, he is horrible at evaluating college players.
That is true.
Completely and utterly pathetic. So if you're a Cowboys fan and you want Bill Belichick, you want him doing nothing with picking your talent out of amateur football. I guess it's not amateur football anymore either.
No.
They make a lot of money.
Well, it's not fully professional, though, but that don't get me started on that. We don't have time for that. KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece. Who has more room for frustration, CeeDee Lamb or Micah Parsons? We do all of that next.
You are officially a masterpiece. Yes! Thanks for listening and supporting the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools and AutoFlex Leasing.
This is John Marks with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Is Tommy DeVito as the Giants starting quarterback over? Hey, the Rook.
Obviously, a lot of great grocery stores hate putting their grocery stores.
We're talking about you, HEB.
Yeah.
Get better.
Yeah, and other places. Trader Joe's, places like that.
Okay, fair enough.
Like staying up north here. But, so I just assumed that a lot of people still had off work because of the traffic.
Sure.
Maybe that's just because school's out.
I think there is a lot of people that are off work, but the people that are listening to the KNCP Masterpiece is a very working class radio show. We appreciate all our fine folks that keep this thing rolling, getting on the text line and also just listening to us, whether it's twitch.tv/DallasFanCam, 105 through the Fan on YouTube, terrestrially, the Odyssey app, all sorts of different ways to listen to us. And definitely one of the ways to take in your Dallas Cowboys is 105 through the Fan, as where you're home of your Cowboys, where you would have heard this touchdown by one CeeDee Lamb.
On first down and a 2nd and 6, Prescott a deep strike to Lamb over the middle, makes a cut inside, gets to the pylon, and it's a touchdown for CeeDee Lamb. 49 yards on a catch and run for the first touchdown of the game.
If you enjoy watching CeeDee Lamb do things like that, I implore you to keep listening. There will be a giveaway at some time during this hour. So, that's a thing that's happening. However, that's CeeDee Lamb doing incredible things early on in this game.
Okay.
And then for a good long stretch, it felt like there was no CeeDee Lamb. It was like, who is CeeDee Lamb? What is a CeeDee Lamb? I've never heard of a CeeDee Lamb. And then in the fourth quarter, it was like, oh, yeah, that's a CeeDee Lamb, and he's really good at football.
Okay, so.
And so that's one part of it. I want to set this up real quick because the question is, who has more room for frustration, CeeDee Lamb or Micah Parsons? We start with CeeDee.
So CeeDee Lamb, if I have this correct, I did this earlier before the show started, and I didn't write it down. I believe on the first drive, he had 3 catches for 31 yards. I believe I have that correct. And on the second drive, which was very quick, that was the CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott really quick touchdown drive. I believe he had 2 catches for 71 yards. I think he had a 22-yard catch and a 49-yard catch. So I think after the first 2 drives of the game, he had 5 catches for 102 yards. I could be off on that, Reggie. I'm sorry. I should have wrote that down as I was looking through first drive, second drive. But I believe it was 3 for 31 and 2 for 71 on the first 2 drives. That gives you 5 catches for 102 yards in the first quarter, if I have my math correct and I'm remembering the game correctly. Didn't he have 6 catches for 114 yards?
118.
118.
Don't short my man his 4 yards.
No, but if you look at that means he had 1 other catch in the game? 1 more catch for 16 yards?
Yeah, I mean, if we did our math right here.
If I did my math correct, and he had 3 for 31 on the first drive where you drove it down to the 1-yard line and fumbled, and then the next drive he has 2 catches for 71 yards and a touchdown on the 49-yard touchdown. I know the 49-yarder was there because we just listened to it from Brad Sham. That was weird to me. I don't know. Why did the Cowboys, if he's killing them, if CeeDee Lamb is killing them, was it the Miami defense that got to the sideline after that 49-yard touchdown and said, I'll be damned if he catches another ball the rest of the game. Put 5 guys on him. I don't know. Like, was it that? Because it wasn't like Jalen Ramsey was following him around from there. It wasn't like you just saw all of a sudden a total change in defense. I don't think there was a complete and total change in defense to hold him to 1 to 2 catches the rest of the game for approximately 20 yards. Like, I don't think that happened, but somehow the Cowboys decided after the first 2 drives, CeeDee Lamb is not important to really concentrate on.
Well, as we continue talking about the CeeDee Lamb portion of this, where his frustrations lie, let's ask him and listen to how he sounded after the game about not getting receptions in the second and third quarter.
They wasn't doing anything. I don't know. I just feel like if I'm going to be involved, just keep me involved and let the game do what it got to do. But, yeah, I agree. It was weird the second and third quarter. Very weird.
Do you read anything in not just the words that he said, but the ways that he said that? Because if the ways, I mean, he's almost says it directly. If you're going to get me involved, keep me involved. Is this if he's talking directly to somebody? And then also the ways that he goes, it's weird, very weird. If I'm inclined to try and read between the lines. Now, sometimes we do this thing, and as a player, we in the media can sometimes try and read between the lines where there is nothing there. However, do you hear something?
I think there's frustration because they lost 2 in a row, and they lost 2 games that were very important. I mean, if they win those 2 games, they're the number 1 seed right now.
Correct.
And then you have a home game against Detroit, good team, but you're playing great. You're on a huge winning streak, and then you play Washington, who stinks at football. So I'm sure there's just frustration that they felt like, especially that last drive, right? And there's nothing wrong with the last drive. I believe that was to Brandon Cooks there to look like you took the lead. I shouldn't say win the game, but obviously that looked like a game-winning type of drive there. He's not upset that Brandon Cooks caught that ball, but I'm sure that when you get off to that hot of a start, you're expecting to have one of those career-type games where you're like, just keep feeding me. They're not like what CeeDee Lamb said, and I believe CeeDee Lamb here. They didn't change too much. Now, obviously, you struggled at blocking at times, so that gives Dak Prescott less time to scan the field. I remember there was a play that they showed on replay. CeeDee Lamb's open by 5 yards. I mean, he gets complete and total separation. But then when they go back and they show the view, Dak Prescott is looking to his right the whole time, and CeeDee Lamb is to the left.
Is that the screenplay?
I can't remember.
Okay.
I'm sorry. But I just remember CeeDee Lamb creates tremendous space, gets open by a lot. But when you see the replay, you're like, well, Dak never saw him because Dak's concentration was on the right side of the field and not the left, where that is confusing to me. I don't know who to blame there, but you'd say, wait a second, CeeDee Lamb is smoking him. Why are we not looking at CeeDee Lamb's side of the field the majority of times? And then if things aren't open on that side of the field, scan over to the other side.
So that's kind of the crux of CeeDee Lamb's frustration in this game. The dude, jumps out early and makes it very evident, one, that he is on one in this game, but two, that they don't have answers for him per se. And then it seems like the answer, I guess, is then apply a lot of pressure to Dak Prescott so that he cannot, service your man, CeeDee Lamb. So that's CeeDee Lamb's frustration. Let's now go to Exhibit B, Micah Parsons' frustration. As Micah Parsons, my goodness, right? And this is not a 1 week frustration. This is a frustration's coming to a head. He's talked about on his podcast. He's talked about it to various media members about the ways in which he feels like he's officiated differently. And so let's go to cut 39 here. I believe this is the one. If not, we might have to check cut 40. But Micah Parsons, after the game, did not sound happy by any means about the way he's been officiated.
I mean, we fighting with our back against the wall. A lot of penalties. I mean, it's mind-blowing, the things that's getting called and the positions we get put in. I mean, the thing is, we just got to learn how to fight the adversity. I know a lot of it's BS, and we're like, this is football plays, and but it's the world we live in. We got the star in the helmet.
Okay.
Sorry, that's the lesser of these. There's a couple cuts that go on for a while where he is just getting really upset, and you can see it kind of welling back up. Yeah. I imagine that this is what was going through his mind when DeMarcus Lawrence moves him away from the official, because he starts talking about the ways in which that roughing the passer against Tua Tagovailoa, where he gets there almost right when the ball is relieving. And it feels like defensive players are just in a bad place in general when it comes to dealing with quarterbacks, whether they're sliding, all those types of things. But then there's an added element when you have Micah Parsons out here feeling like he is held, and honestly, rightfully so, feeling like he is being held damn near every play and not getting those calls, but then getting something so kind of ticky-tacky at times as that one.
Micah Parsons, one of the best defensive players I've ever seen in my life. I want to say that to let people understand I'm not against Micah Parsons. I think he's phenomenal, unbelievable. He has to stop complaining on his podcast. Just the same way that Luka, I know that Luka's been in the league longer in the NBA. When you do this, they're human beings. They hear you saying that they are pieces of trash. They are unbelievably biased against my team, against me in general. And they're like, all right, let's see how bad I am the next time when I have to ref you. They're not going to be better when you call them out. Think of whatever you do for a living, whatever you do, whether it's in your marriage, if your spouse is calling you out and saying, you're pathetic at this, you're the worst ever. All right, let's see how bad I can be next time at it, you piece of, that's how the refs are seeing it. They're not seeing it from the way Micah wants them to all of a sudden become like favorable to the Cowboys or favorable to him. And I do not think that the NFL or the referees are trying to have the Cowboys lose. I just don't see that aspect of it. I can see where they're now not giving Micah Parsons over the last month or so the benefit of the doubt because he's running his mouth too much about the referees. Just let it go. And here's the other thing too, Micah. Sell it. I know you said, I can't remember if it was a month ago, 2 months ago. Do you remember his kind of quote of like, he doesn't want to be one of those guys that kind of sells penalties, like fakes it?
I honestly can't recall, but that sounds right.
I might be exaggerating a little bit, but he was kind of on one of his podcasts saying that he didn't really want to, he just wants to play through it, right? He's going to play through the hold or whatever, and it's the ref's job to see it and call it, not for him to sell it the way other guys. I believe the Eagles are good at this. They'll do 360 turns and throw their hands. They'll stop trying to get the quarterback. They'll throw their hands up to like show the ref, can you believe how bad they're holding me? And I'm going to spin around and do that. Sell it. Stop trying to get to the quarterback. When you're held, sell the hold. Let's see if that works. And you know what? If it doesn't work in the next 2 games, you have 2 games, maybe only one if the Washington game means nothing. See if selling it helps you out. Because obviously you trying to fight through the hold is the refs aren't calling it. Maybe it is because of your attitude on your podcast and talking to the media after the game is over. But maybe it's because you do a bad job of selling it. You fight through the hold so much that they decide it's not a hold. Where other guys in the league, they exaggerate the hold as they want you to see the hold. That maybe NBA flopping and exaggerating is the way to go on this to get the calls that you need.
Yeah, it's tough because, and I had not considered the idea of just kind of like almost challenging in some ways, you know, in a public sphere, the officials. But yeah, no, there's no real plan of recourse. And it does not seem like, you know, the ways in which complaining is going to give you any level of solution. So I hear where you're coming from on the idea of, well, if there's any level of solution elsewhere, maybe give that a try, maybe do it that way. People do point out that, yes, it's been 38 quarters since there has been an offensive holding call that has, you know, been generated by one of those Micah Parsons.
That's correct. That is a factual statement. And you know what? Factually, he's probably been held at least 10 times in those 38 quarters.
Sure.
Some of them, not everyone, but some of them are probably egregious. Is it? Let's now ask this question back to the audience that you need to think about as an educated football person that you need to think about. You can give me another reason if I'm leaving one out. Is it because they hate the Cowboys and the referees are intentionally having the Cowboys want to lose and fight through it? Is it that Micah Parsons talks so much crap about the referees that the refs are like, screw you, watch how bad I can be, because they are human beings and they have feelings too, like you have feelings. They shouldn't, but they do. Okay. Is it that Micah Parsons isn't selling the hold? He's working so hard through the hold that the refs feel like it must not be that bad of a hold because he's fighting through it and still getting close to the quarterback. Is it another reason that I haven't thought of in my head? The reason why that he hasn't got a holding call in 38 quarters.
Yeah, the Occam's razor would dictate like the simplest answer is probably the right answer, and the simplest answer is probably just like, hey man, there's just a general level of incompetence, and I don't say that with too much judgment because like, hey, the whole job itself is difficult, and so making sure that you're going to have people that are incredible at it and at every level is probably not feasible, and so like this is probably just like a level of general incompetence that comes through, and it's unfair. It absolutely is, but it seems to affect the best players, Micah Parsons being one of those. So,
isn't it weird that in our city we have arguably the best player in the NBA and arguably the best defensive player in the NFL, and they both struggle with the maturity to handle bad refereeing at times?
And what's funny is that Micah Parsons, obviously, this has been developing over time, but it really reached a head this week. And it's kind of unfortunate that the circumstances all came together to make that the case. One, that he's being held, and two, that it's just like he's gotten to a place where he's like, all right, this is I can't hold it in anymore. But ultimately, obviously, he has his reasons to be frustrated. CeeDee Lamb has his reasons to be frustrated with that game. Who has more reason to be frustrated after a Cowboys 22-20 loss in Miami?
I think it's CeeDee Lamb, my opinion, because I went back and checked. In the first drive, he had a catch for 9 yards, a catch for 9 yards, and then a catch for 13 yards. So that's 31 yards on 3 catches. And then the next drive, he has 2 catches, one for 22, and then the next one for 49 to the house touchdown. So to start the game off, he has 5 catches for 102 yards and a touchdown, and we are not done with the first quarter yet. and he gets one more catch for 16 yards the rest of the game, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Especially when you can get him the ball on a screen in space, and then he can go do something.
Micah's obviously frustrated with the referees. He might be frustrated with the holding that the players are doing against him that the refs aren't calling. He did have to play linebacker some. I do think the Cowboys came into this game after the Buffalo debacle of it looked like you could give up 500 yards in that game on running if Buffalo wanted to run the ball every time. It just felt unstoppable. And I think the Cowboys went into the game going, let's at times put Micah in the center of the field, 3 yards off the ball, and give him the freedom that if they do run the ball, he's going to have the space and the freedom to go chase down, whether it's Mostert, whether it's Achane, whoever it is, that he's going to be able to. So he wasn't pass rushing every time. So maybe there was frustration that now I'm having to play linebacker because of injuries and injuries to Hankins. The lack of ability of your first-round pick, Mozzie, to really play in the NFL this year. So I lean towards CeeDee Lamb, but I see the frustration on both guys.
Well, ultimately, there's frustration all around Cowboys Nation as they fall to the Miami Dolphins 22-20. They makes it a little bit more difficult for them in their chase for the NFC East and for home field opportunities in the postseason, which, again, we've talked a lot about the road struggles for these Dallas Cowboys. It's the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the lunch rush or the expressway. We'll do Cowboys thank yous or Cowboys no thank yous next.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
Yes, of course.
It's happening next, all the way until 1, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Hey, good folks. Want to talk to you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel & Frankel. Look, if you or somebody you know gets into a wreck and it's not their fault, you need to call the Frankels. How do you do that? It's 817 or 214-333-3333.
For over 25 years, Frankel & Frankel are the ones that you need to talk to. They've helped countless clients win their cases, get the compensation they deserve, and they understand what you're going through emotionally and physically. You're in some pain, and you shouldn't have to be in pain. It was somebody else's fault. Emotionally, you're having to deal with that pain and the stresses that go on with missing work, finding a new vehicle, finding a repair for your vehicle. Don't worry about all that stuff. It's not
fun.
Yeah, it's not at all. Let the Frankels take care of the entire process for you.
So, look, if you go through this incident or you get into that wreck, that is not your fault. Next steps. You go to truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com. Or pick up the phone. Call those Frankels at 817 or 214-333-3333. Frankel & Frankel, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-823-0015. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-823-0015. 800-823-0015. That's 800-823-0015.
Hi, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team with great news for you if cleaning your gutters isn't on your list of favorite things to do. Through the end of December, you can get the lowest price of the year, 20% off seamless gutters and gutter protection from Blue Nail Roofing. Dangerous gutter cleaning will be a thing of the past. Plus, gutters can help you prevent expensive damage to your foundation. Call Blue Nail Roofing today and get a free quote. 855-255-1975. 855-255-1975. BlueNailRoofing.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands to treat ED at up to 95% off. That's right, the same active ingredient as the brand name for 95% less. It's the same ED medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
You can now buy official Texas lottery tickets right from your phone at jackpot.com. Don't wait. Mega Millions and Powerball jackpots are getting bigger every day. Plus, get a free ticket with your first play. Go to jackpot.com. That's jackpot.com.
Paid for by jackpot.com. You must be 18 or older to order a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This holiday season, discover Genesis of Plano during the Genesis Signature event, our biggest sale of the year. When you do, you'll also discover luxury and performance personified in a new Genesis of Plano sedan or SUV. And at Genesis of Plano, buy with confidence knowing Genesis of Plano is a proud part of the Huffines Auto family, the Consumer's Choice Auto Group of the Year. For more, please visit genesisofplano.com. That's genesisofplano.com.
Hey Cowboys Nation, Zach Wolchuk with ya, and this NFL season, Crown Royal is celebrating the generous hosts that make game day royal. To the fans that open their doors and celebrate game day around coffee tables of queso and kitchen islands full of dip. So raise a glass for the hosts of every watch party and kick off with Crown, because Crown Royal believes if you live generously, life will treat you royally. Visit kickoffwithcrown.com to find out how Crown is living generously all season long. Please drink responsibly.
You have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. I want payroll too.
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
Tolos, Mike Bassick here for my friends over at Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Cleburne. The holiday season is here, which means holiday deals for you with the Wrap Up the Year sales event happening right now at Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. You can buy with confidence on the purchase of your brand new Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram because General Manager Mike Brown and owner Stephen Gilchrist are my guys and have taken care of so many Tolos. The biggest holiday deals are happening now. Wrap Up the Year sales event. Visit southwestcdjrtexas.com and drive a little further to save a lot more at Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is sponsored by Miller Lite.
Football and Miller Lite, America's greatest pairing. Can cracks at kickoff, tailgates going way past postgame. You never forget the way some things taste. Tastes like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
The Expressway is brought to you by QCkinetics.com.
First down and goal. Lipke behind Prescott. Fumble as he tried the handoff to Lipke. And the Dolphins have recovered the fumble. Safety Brandon Jones recovered the fumble, and the Cowboys go all the way to the lip of the cup and hit the ball in the lake.
Oops.
Yes, KNC Masterpiece here on 105 through the Fan. I'm Reginald Atatula sitting in for Kevin and Corey. That's Mike Bassick, always in his usual spot. Not with the new chair yet, I noticed.
No, I know. I got to go to a Staples or whatever and go look for the new chair.
Okay. Are we going up in quality again this year?
I like spending what I spend
Fair
on
enough.
it, and I like it being right now because obviously Christmas is over, but a lot of companies are trying to get rid of as much inventory as possible for the new year. So you can usually find really good deals now until December 31st on things that they want to get rid of.
Sure.
And get rid of their inventory on the floor or whatever right now.
Mike Bassick still looking for a deal. If you're not familiar with what we're talking about, Mike Bassick every year for Peace-a-thon, one of his contributions, because he does contribute even more, is, the chair that he uses throughout the year. We get it signed by everybody at the station, and that is auctioned off for My Possibilities. Fantastic charity that the Kansas City's Masterpiece works with.
I want to remember, like the other day, we had Jericho, and I'm sorry, I'm drawing Chris Jericho. Hall of Fame wrestler. And I'm drawing a blank on the young lady that we had, and she's from Garland, and she's an awesome wrestler.
I saw that you guys had.
It was a great interview. It was awesome, but I need to remember to, when people come in studio, to autograph that chair. So then that chair, let's say next year, has like 10. It doesn't have to be wrestlers per se, but it has like 10
know it's going to be wrestlers.
Current or former great athletes that are also autographing.
Athena.
Yes.
Shout out to Swaggy Booties on the Twitch chat. We're into the expressway now, the lunch rush in the expressway. And we begin by doing something that is done every week. Cowboys thank you notes, or I guess no thank you notes. I don't know. Does it change every time there's a loss? Or
I don't know if there was any thank you against Buffalo.
Okay.
Thank you that the game finally ended. Because that was just...
It was rough.
They were getting. It was once again. That was the San Francisco game, almost all over again, where you're just getting embarrassed thoroughly in the second half, and there's nothing that looks like you're going to be able to do to fight back. This one was such a close game. I don't even know if I want to say it just wasn't. It wasn't the style of game that I thought it was going to be. When you looked at Miami on paper and you looked at Dallas on paper, I thought you're going to need to get to 30, if not 35, to have a really great chance to win this game, and it didn't play out that way. But I will say, and I know we just kind of said what happened, but I will say my first thank you letter. I'll go positive here. I'm still optimistic on the Cowboys. My first thank you will be to CeeDee Lamb. I don't think he did anything wrong in the second half of the game, but thank you for getting the 5 catches for 102 yards and a touchdown in the first quarter.
Yeah.
That was spectacular. And I started thinking to myself at that point, I'm still going to give him a thank you letter. I started thinking at that point, probably for another time, is here's Tyreek Hill on the other side. Is he the third best receiver in the game to Tyreek Hill and Justin Jefferson?
Oh, wow.
At that point, at the end of the first quarter.
Jalen Waddle, rather.
No, Tyreek Hill.
You mean in the game in general? I thought you meant in this game. I was like, Justin Jefferson.
In all of the NFL,
sorry. Yeah.
I can't rank him ahead of a healthy Tyreek Hill and a healthy Justin Jefferson, but I started thinking to myself, in that first quarter, I'm like, my gosh, has CeeDee Lamb elevated himself to the third best receiver in the NFL? From that point, he only had one more catch for 16 yards. I don't think that was his fault at all.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you to CeeDee Lamb for, once again, at the end of the day, though, he still had 6 catches for over 100 yards and a touchdown.
And also proving that, like, over the middle is something that you can do. That touchdown over the middle with his speed, and then getting – because after that point, it felt like it was such a tough slog over the middle. In fact, there was a point in time where Jake Ferguson gets a highly contested pass, and Dak does a great job putting it where only Jake Ferguson can catch it. And I was like, man, great completion. However, it feels like it's telling that is what was necessary to get a completion there. And it feels like it was just significantly different when CeeDee Lamb was able to get the ball and be involved. So, yes, absolutely. Thank you to CeeDee Lamb. Another thank you, and I guess this is on a lower level because you're talking about a dude who had 118 yards. Jordan Lewis. Thank you, Jordan Lewis, for displaying your wares. Particularly, you mentioned earlier in this program that, the Dolphins very clearly had an MO when it came to running the football. They were trying to get outside the tackles and use their speed. And Jordan Lewis might be just like a personification of this because obviously you saw Donovan Wilson. Donovan Wilson loves nothing more than to get his nose into the muck, right? But dudes like Jordan Lewis jumping in and being aggressive and tackling on the outside allowed this team to do some of the defensive things that they were able to do. And it was absolutely good to see it from Jordan Lewis because Jordan Lewis can kind of get lost in the mix sometimes.
I'm with you. How scared were you when Gilmore went down and it looked like he was really hurt? And I was thinking, oh my gosh, are we about to have to go the rest of the season in the playoffs with nothing against
Nahshon Wright?
Yeah. I mean, they went one play 5 yards immediately,
And
but
they immediately threw it over there.
I don't know if
Yeah.
it's a thank you, Gilmore, for not being really hurt.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
The way he was acting, I thought, oh crap, we are down to Deron Bland, and we are down to Nashawn Wright the rest of the way. So I don't want to make this sound too positive. The Cowboys did lose, but I'm thanking Gilmore for not really being hurt because at this point, you can't have Bland or Gilmore get hurt, or I don't even know if you win a playoff game.
That's tough because, look, one of the things about this defense is the strength is in the pass coverage. We have a lot of complaints about run stopping and those types of things, particularly with Jonathan Hankins not playing. And Mickey made point of this, right? He's dealing with a high ankle sprain as a big boy, right? Like, that takes a little bit of time. So even when he returns, and as I imagine he will relatively soon, like, it's still going to be something to consider with his movement and the ways that he plays. But if you lose, if you now have a place on your defensive secondary that you can point to the trademark, right? As, oh, that's the guy we attack. That makes it a lot more difficult. And also, like, this is a symbiotic relationship between front and back. And having the back end that you've had has helped Micah Parsons, DeMarcus Lawrence, Osa Digizua, all these guys get upfield and put the pressure that they do.
All right, so Greg Olson pointed this out. No thank you to number 71.
Yeah, Chuma Edoga.
Why is he blocking
tackle.
down so much? This is where Greg Olson was pointing this out. Like, dude, you're the tackle. Like, you can't block down on these situations. You see the guy. It's not like it was some sort of schemed deal. The dude has his hand in the ground before the ball is snapped, and as soon as the ball is snapped, immediately is going on a direct line to your quarterback. There's no way you should be blocking down in that situation. So, no thank you. And, listening to Mick, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be 50-50 by the time we get to Friday on Tyron Smith, but it sounds like, or it maybe feels like, you're going to have to go at least another game in this situation.
Yeah, and the way that it looked.
Sure, Aiden Hutchinson won't take advantage of that.
Why would you remind me of that right now?
Go ahead.
Why would you do
No,
that?
thank you, 71.
Yeah, no, I was really
Lyle
frustrated.
Collins replacement.
Oh,
That's
he is
the
wearing Lyle's
same number.
That's really unfortunate. No, it was the image that's seared in my mind is that one where he's going in. Tyler Smith is doing his job. Completely got this pass rusher held up. And Chuma Edoga goes to help there rather than getting the defensive end that's on the outside that is his responsibility.
That was first and goal from like the 2, right?
I believe.
And then they sacked him at the 10. And
yeah.
It's like, dang it. You feel like you could blame the play calling and say you should just run the ball there. But obviously you have to expect if you're doing play action first and goal from the 1-2 yard line, you're expecting your left tackle to block the guy who's the defensive end rushing the quarterback.
And I get play action. You want to sell the run, but I mean, some things are more important at this point.
And this is where I'm not educated enough in football. Is there any way that it was like 2 plays called in the huddle, and maybe it was a run play out of the huddle, and he didn't hear the audible that we're passing the ball? I'm giving him a little bit of an excuse of, was he run blocking on that when he didn't know that we had audibled to a pass?
Look,
that's the only way I can see him blocking down in that situation.
I can't rule that out, but the problem for me is that there was too many instances where he did not look good.
3 times in the game, at least, that Greg Olson pointed out. Why is he blocking down here when there's a defensive end directly pretty much over him on his left shoulder that he knows is probably rushing the passer?
I think we need a thank you. And look, this feels real. When we start talking about specialists, it ends up feeling kind of some kind of way. But thank you to Brian Anger, who did a fantastic job when it came to field position, especially in a game like this where your defense seemed to be playing bend not break type defense. In instances, field position matters, and I believe he had a good 57-yard punt in this one as well, if I remember correctly, or maybe I'm just doing this Jason Sanders thing where I'm conflating a few numbers. But Brian Anger did a really good job in this one, and that's not something that like everyone will notice, but he absolutely helped with field position
in this game. When you look at the 2 kickers, are we getting to the point that kickers are getting so good that if you get the ball to the 50-yard line, you're in field goal range? Because the kicks that are 55 and 57 yards from, I know you're talking about Anger and not our guy, but
sure.
when you talk about what you're seeing out of Aubrey, our kicker, and then you see from Miami's kicker, you're like, I think that those are good from 65, if not 70.
Yeah.
Are we going to get to the point in the next 5 years where teams are going to be like, hey, it's 68 yards. We know he can make it from there?
I mean, it's starting to seem like it now. I think the question might be how consistent can they be?
The ball from the year 42 already, but
right.
Like it looks like at this point, the way that those balls are going through that, hey, why not from 70? From 55, it looks like it has another 15 yards.
Yeah, we're getting longer and longer legs when it comes to the kicking game.
I know you're talking about Anger, the punter. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. I think it's a good question to ask, and it's one of the reasons. It's one of the interesting things about the Cowboys that the Cowboys have not leaned too heavily into one particular kicker. They've come in the last few seasons and been like, all right, let's just find somebody, give them enough time, and see if they have that distance. Because I think you've seen this when you were at camp, is that some guys were not as accurate, but they showed that distance. I think Maher was the guy who he didn't look all that accurate and then showed a lot of distance. They stuck with him and ultimately it ended up working for them. So, all
right, you throw out a thank you. I'm going to go back to negative. No, thank you.
Well, I want to ask if this is a thank you or a no thank you. Hunter Lipke. Because he starts this game and he's starting to look like a guy who can be your big yardage back, right? He's taking some of those. I think there was a third and short earlier in that first drive that he takes and he gets the yardage, and so he looks good there. I mean, he's been blocking fairly well. He even gets out, escapes the in a pass catching situation and catches the ball. So like he's showing that he might be able to be that versatile fullback that it seems like Mike McCarthy likes play calling with. But then you get the fumble on the 1 yard line, and it almost negates all of that because as soon as you have fumbling issues or concerns, it takes you out of the play calling, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, because then you're like, from now, my mind goes to, I don't want to give him the ball on the goal line. Is he even going to be able to handle the handoff?
Right.
Is he going to try to fight for the extra yard and get the ball punched out? I don't know, but it's like, can we just put Tony Pollard back in that situation? Hey, if Lipke needs to do a few things to get us first downs or down to it, great, man. That's just a little bit of gravy on the biscuit there. But the biscuit's good enough. And just give me Tony Pollard there in those situations because I just have more confidence that he's not going to fumble.
Who also didn't punch it in on the
No, I know. His feet punched it in. He got his feet over the line.
I was a little frustrated. I swore Jake Ferguson would get up there and get that block, and he didn't quite get there.
No thank you. And this is the biggest no thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Dak Prescott made the perfect pass to Brandon Cooks, and Brandon Cooks made the perfect catch to win the game. Now it's up to you. With 3 minutes and 42 seconds, I believe, was when that catch was made to take the lead 20-19. This is your job. You can complain about the refs. They get the ball at the 25-yard line with 3 minutes and I believe 42 seconds to go.
3:27, actually.
3:27.
Mm-hmm.
If you stop them, even if it's an immediate 3 and out, and I believe that Miami had all 3 timeouts left, I believe, you did your job. But your job was to win the game. The Cowboys offense scored. I know they only scored 20 for the whole game, but they scored with 3 minutes and 27 seconds left. Now, you get them off the field, you win the game. You never got them off the field. You got them into field goal range, and then you got them into can't miss field goal range. So no thank you, defense. That's really tough right there because that's playoff football. Your team scores with 3 minutes and 27 seconds to go. Playoff championship teams, and it's not the playoffs yet, but that's where you got to get the stop to go to the next round, whether it's to go to the divisional round, whether it's to go to the NFC Championship game, whether it's to go to the Super Bowl, or whether it's to win the Super Bowl. If your quarterback and your offense score with less than 4 minutes to go, now it's your job to win the game, and you lost. So I know that I'm not the biggest fan of Dak. I think he's a really good quarterback. But Dak did his job. The offense did their job. The offense scored. They took the lead, and you guys farted on yourselves and let them go all the way down to the 9-yard line and win the game with no time left. Horrible job. No thank you, defense.
Frustrating is just the word that keeps coming to mind with this game. 22-20 is the score in favor of the Dolphins. It really puts the Cowboys in a tough situation. And I mean, we'll continue to talk about this for the next day or so, but it's soon you have to start thinking about how to beat the Lions. And so, yeah, just a really tough game. And, those are some of the thank yous. I guess I probably should give some some of the ones that were sent in on the truckwreck.com text line, as I know that
where are their thank yous or no thank yous?
I know that someone thanked Tyreek Hill for dropping that one pass that looked like it was going to go for like 90-some yards.
I think it's 92. I think they were on the 8-yard line, and that was going to be about a 45-yard pass in the air, and then he was probably going to run the rest of the way.
Some thank yous for Malik Hooker, Donovan Wilson, Brandon Cooks as well. No thank you, Hunter Lipke, Edoga, Pollard. No thank you to the Cowboys coaching staff for not sliding Tyler Smith to left tackle. Also came up.
I wonder, that's going to be interesting. I know there's a short week and everything. That's going to be interesting. I think as bad as 71 played, do you make, if Tyron doesn't sound like he's going to be like ready to play, and you need him healthy for the playoffs, so if he sits out, he sits out. Do you just go with the same situation again? Or do you make that? Do you go like, hey, they destroyed us running in Buffalo. We're going to move Micah Parsons to linebacker in running situations. Like, they made an adjustment on defense, and it really helped out, I believe. Not the ultimate help out, but it did help out. Will there be you know what? Edoga's not good enough to do this.
Well, Edoga has played in a few games. I'll have to go back and double check.
Didn't Tyron Smith sit out the Cardinals game too?
I'll need to go back and check.
I think we were missing 3 offensive linemen in that game, and he was one of them.
Yeah.
Now, so it wasn't just him. You were playing 3 backup offensive linemen, but I know that Tyron Smith has been super healthy this year. He's exceeded expectations with health. It'd be unfortunate if he can't really play down the stretch here or in the playoffs, but now that you tried it another time without him later in the year, I'm wondering if there is any adjustment, or you just say, look, it is what it is. This is our backup plan, and he has to figure it out, or we lose.
Yeah. No thank you to inopportune penalties, and then obviously there's someone said no thank you to the officials.
I understand, but overcome.
Unfortunately, weren't able to do that. Look, hopefully they can do that against the Detroit Lions, and maybe, just maybe, one of you could go and see that, because it's time to give something away. 877-881-1053. Caller number 10 right now wins a pair of party passes to see the Cowboys take on the Lions December 30th at AT&T Stadium. That's courtesy of Miller Lite. Again, you can buy tickets.
You can buy tickets?
You can buy tickets to that game. However, you could just win them by calling in. 877-881-1053.
I assume that game would be sold out.
It might be.
Saying you can buy tickets on the secondary market,
yes,
right? Because Jimmy Johnson, this is going to see Jimmy Johnson get inducted in the Ring of Honor, which I never thought would happen.
Oh, my goodness. And
at least while he was alive.
Somebody's going to get tickets for that, huh?
I think we just had 10 callers.
Oh, well, I know that G-Bag Nation will be giving some tickets away as well, so you want to keep it locked on to your Turn It On, Leave It On sports station, home of the Cowboys, home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. You know what? I've already run a little too long, so you know what? We need to get to Mike Likes It.
When it's, obviously yesterday was Christmas. This is our first day broadcasting here on 105.3 The Fan after the Cowboys game. Unless you listened, I just saw Brian Broaddus. He's going to come on here in a little bit with G-Bag Nation. I'm not sure who's in for G-Bag Nation today, but I do know that Brian Broaddus is. He got to talk, immediately after the game on Christmas Eve and talk about it. But this is the first time that RJ and Bobby and Reggie and I and now Broaddus and maybe Zach or Eric are talking about it. Zach got to talk about it after the game too. Is I want to go to Christmas Eve after the game was over, and I was at my parents' house. I, wish I could go to my parents more, but very busy, even though we have one daughter that is at University of Texas in Austin. We also have a couple other boys, and they have a lot of things they're doing. In fact, my 9th grader Jake is playing 9th grade basketball at Bishop Lynch. He's doing a great job. Nice. I love the coaches up there. His coach Shed, is an awesome coach. Jake is like, man, Coach Shed's tough on us. I'm like, he's coaching.
Yeah.
You know what? If he wasn't tough on you, that's watching. He's coaching. Okay? So there's a difference. If you'd like a watcher, if you feel like everybody loves the coach, that's called a watcher and not a coacher. So he's coaching these kids and doing a great job. And so my sons have had questions recently on, like, come on, Dad, were you any good at basketball? Obviously, they know I was pretty good at baseball. I did make it to the major leagues.
Is it because you can't ski? They're like, you can't even ski. How can you play basketball?
Like, how are you coordinated enough to do basketball? So I got out my wife's yearbook. We went to high school together at Duncanville, and in her senior year, my junior year, I did play varsity basketball at Duncanville. So I'm like, look, here's the book. It says right here, Mike Bassick, second team all district. I did something my junior year to make second team all district in basketball at Duncanville.
A lot of charges.
And then no.
What was your specialty playing when you were playing?
Shooting and passing.
Okay.
So I asked my mom, who I'm like, do you have like, at the end of the year, they'll come out with like a highlight kind of banquet video of the basketball team or whatever. I'm like, is there any way that you have anything on me? And she's like, I have a lot of things that I transferred from VCR, because back in 1995, when I was playing varsity basketball, if they recorded the game, it was on a VHS. It wasn't on.
We weren't still doing Betamax at that point, were we? We were off Betamax.
Yeah, we were VHSing, I believe.
Yep.
So my mom took some of these videos that she had and then transferred them to DVDs, which is really funny because I'm like, Mom, you might need to transfer these to zip drives or whatever.
Right.
Not many people have DVD players anymore either.
That's a good point.
And so she did find, out of all the stuff that she found a game where we played a district game against South Grand Prairie. So I'm like, I have no clue like what I did or didn't do. There were games that I'd play 10 minutes in. There were games that I'd play 20 minutes in. So I'm like, hey, when we get home here on Christmas Eve night, I want to pop in this game and see, what I did or didn't do. And you guys now can watch this video and say, Dad, you sucked. Or Dad,
new Christmas tradition.
Or Dad, you weren't that bad.
Play-by-play, Mike's high school game.
Yeah, and so anyways, we pop it in and they're like, how can you tell which player is who? Because it's not
the quality.
It's not the best quality. Remember, this is 1995 video quality of a parent videoing a game, or maybe my mom got it from like the coaching staff.
Right.
I don't know how she got the game, but she got the game. And
she has ways.
And she used to video games when I was younger, so maybe she did video this game. And so I'm going to be honest, I was easy to tell who I was. I was the one white guy on the Duncanville basketball team.
I didn't want to say it, but
so that wasn't the difficult part of seeing which guy I was on.
They're like, which number were you? Oh, don't worry about it.
But they're like, yeah, it's tough to see numbers. But I'm like, no, that's Chris or that's Sterling or that's Trey. I can tell by their where they're playing on the court, or you can kind of tell by their height.
Someone said Daddy's the bald one.
Yeah. I did have hair there, but I did have kind of, military haircut.
Real buzz cut, high and tight.
Yeah. But anyways, guess what? My kids were impressed.
Okay.
Now, they did say, man, you were slow. And I was like, yeah, you know what? I am slow. And there's nothing I can do about it. I was slow, especially in a 5A. There was no 6A back then, especially in a 5A game, South Grand Prairie and Duncanville. We are moving at a pretty good pace. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with private school basketball, but private school basketball doesn't move at the same pace of, let's say, a Lake Highlands and Duncanville basketball game moves at. So I was like, I am slow. I'm not going to deny I was slow. But also, if this was a Bishop Lynch basketball game, I wouldn't look as slow if it was a Bishop Lynch versus, let's say, Prestonwood Christian basketball game.
I think, shout out to Bishop Lynch and Prestonwood Christian.
They're still great. I watched them the other day. Honestly, Bishop Lynch beat them by like 30 points. But, it's a very good basketball. Private school varsity basketball is very good basketball. But there is another level from private school Texas basketball to, let's say, 6A public school basketball.
Now, some of this, again, you mentioned is because Jake is playing high school basketball now.
Yes.
Of course, freshman basketball at this point. But,
yes. And doing great. He's doing great. His last game, he had 17 points. Doing great.
Some of this I also wonder is like, you were probably on the court and you felt relatively fast. Not obviously.
I knew I was slow. Okay. I knew I was slow.
I wonder, how fast does Jake think he is versus what you can perceive?
Jake is much faster and quicker than I was.
So he gets that from Sue?
Yes, and Sue ran track at Duncanville. So, I mean, she was fast enough to run varsity track her junior and senior year.
Yeah, because I was like, the genetics are working out in such a way that I don't know that he wants to call you too slow.
No, but, and I was slow. Out on that basketball court, I was slow. But you could tell that I was smart. So, anyways, I kind of want to, in a weird way, I want to bring this up to you, Reggie, to be like, look, this is what it looked like playing basketball. Ran funny, ran slow. You know, I guess I make fun of Nick Fazekas when the Mavericks drafted him out of Nevada. I'm like, he can't even run.
I feel like we need to do this as like a YouTube exclusive of like you watching it and then breaking down your tape.
Well, I think my buddies, I don't know, maybe they have, maybe I should call it my friends. It's funny, we had such a text change of Duncanville basketball players during the Rangers playoff run. I didn't know how many of them watched baseball and were that concerned about baseball.
Yeah.
And then we had this great text chain going on during the Rangers playoff run. In fact, one of them was surprised when Chris Young raised the trophy up. They weren't following the Rangers that closely during the season because they're like, hey, I think I played AAU basketball with him. I was like, yeah, that's the Chris Young from Highland Park that you probably played AAU basketball with or against, but he went on to have like a 10-plus year major league career pitching a baseball, and now he's the general manager of the Rangers. But
I love the idea that's just like, this is a dude who's very, very well known in his sport, and it's like, is that the dude I played basketball with?
Yeah, I actually told CY, Chris Young, at the parade, right before the parade started, I said, hey, CY, you know what's funny is I have a text chain going on with like 10 or 12 of my former Duncanville basketball players, and when you accepted the trophy, one of them was like, hey, is that the Chris Young that played basketball at Highland Park? I was like, yep, that's the same Chris Young that played basketball at Highland Park, but is actually was better at baseball and went on to Princeton, played basketball and baseball at Princeton. But yeah, it was fun on Christmas Eve night. I'll somewhat leave it at that. I know we got to get to break here, but my mom also had a lot of my high school baseball stuff.
Oh.
And so that was really fun, but also disheartening to watch because it was fun watching because we were number 6 in the nation my senior year in Baseball America. I believe that was, I don't know if USA Today was doing rankings or not, but I know Baseball America was. And we lost at Baylor the regional semifinals. And so that was, I still living through that and watching that over again and watching the highlights of us lose and watching it was a Houston school. I forget what Houston school it was. Their celebration, because it looked like they won the state championship because they beat the best team in state to move on to the next round.
And if they didn't win state championship, they talk about it like they won state championship.
Right, because they were like, yeah, we went to Baylor and beat Duncanville that year. So it's fun to watch, but also kind of sad to watch that. And then I wish I had more basketball. I need to call up Coach McNeely. Phil McNeely's in the Texas High School Basketball Hall of Fame. He was an awesome coach. Be like, hey, I'd love to get more videos so my kids can either see me play more and see me play good or see me play bad and see this, see that. So anyways, it's fun to watch.
Yeah, you need to keep us updated on the Mike Bassick video.
And I'll try
recovery.
to get it on YouTube. I want to put this on YouTube. I just don't know how to take a DVD and get that to YouTube.
Yeah, we got to find a way to rip it. Chris, you're smart. This is now your responsibility.
Technology's not going to look good.
Find a will, find a way.
That's right. It's the Can't See Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's revisit some of the Jerry audio from Sean and RJ this morning and see how he felt after the Cowboys lost 22-20 in Miami. We'll do that next on The Fan.
Mission accomplished for the Texas Longhorns. The Texas Longhorns are the 2023 Big 12 Conference champions.
For the first time, the Texas Longhorns are in the college football playoffs. Hear history when the legendary voice of the Horns, Craig Way, calls all the action New Year's Day. Texas against undefeated Washington in the Sugar Bowl. Our coverage presented by the Terrell Economic Development Corporation kicks off at 6:30 New Year's Day on News Radio 1080 KRLD.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools and Autoflex Leasing.
This is John Marks with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more. The Eagles snapped their 3-game losing streak, holding on to beat the Giants yesterday, but Philly hardly looks like the team that was the Super Bowl favorite just a month ago. And if they win their last 2 games, home against Arizona and then at the Giants, they'll win the NFC East and be the number 2 or 3 seed in the NFC. I'm John Marks.
Do you have a game plan for COVID-19? Prescription oral treatments must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms, even if mild. If you have a high risk factor, ask your doctor if treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Are you the parent of a 2 to 7-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting free radio offer. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the Parents' Choice Award-winning online learning program that's actually changing the lives of early learners everywhere.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Right now, we're offering a special radio promo to try it free for a month, but you have to go to abcmouse.com/radio to claim your free month. That's abcmouse.com/radio.
Sponsored by Age of Learning.
Fill your game day cooler with the refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Smooth, real brewed tea with a 5% kick of alcohol. Look for the bright yellow cans. Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-210-1005. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Nothing turns game day into a great day like stocking up at Specs and cheering on the Cowboys. As a proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys, Specs has everything you need to turn your pregame party into a full-on football feast. With lower prices on a stadium-sized selection of world-class wines, spirits, beers, seltzers, and gourmet foods, Specs is your one-stop shop for all your game day essentials. Cowboy up at Specs. The fun starts here.
Ring in the new year with the ultimate timeless gift, a diamond from Diamonds Direct. Whether you're ready to pop the question or celebrating a lifetime of love in 2024, Diamonds Direct can make this New Year's one to remember forever. Diamonds Direct is the area's destination for exquisite diamonds in all shapes and sizes, and our nationwide price guarantee ensures you'll get the best value, period. To showcase that spectacular diamond, we have literally thousands of designer settings from all the top names like Tacori, Verragio, Simon G, A. Jaffe, and many more. And our experts will guide you every step of the way with the education you want and the respect you deserve. Engagement rings, wedding bands, eternity bands, fashion rings. At Diamonds Direct, we specialize in the ultimate symbol of love, and we welcome the opportunity to celebrate with you. So start the new year with some new excitement, new hope, and some new bling. Diamonds Direct, official jeweler of the Dallas Cowboys and SMU Athletics, proud to call the DFW Metroplex home. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
Business owners, this is Brad Robler from Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial. It's your last chance in 2023 to take advantage of all Section 179 tax write-offs. You could write off 100% of the price. Don't miss these final days of the year. We won't miss any deal that helps us end the year as the #1 Chevy Fleet and Commercial dealer in America. Don't wait. Visit ClassicFleet.com before it's too late. Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial, driving business since 1978. Find new roads. Based on 2020 through 2022 GM small business and dealer fleet deliveries.
Your customers count on you. Do you have an internet provider you can count on? Switch to Verizon 5G Business Internet. It's rated higher quality than T-Mobile, which means you get the highest quality 5G internet in America. So don't settle for anything less. Switch now to Verizon 5G Business Internet from the network America relies on. It's your business, it's your Verizon. Learn more at verizon.com/business/switch. Based on outperforming T-Mobile FWA for consistent quality and Open Signal USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2023, National Experience Results.
Did you fall a little short on your fitness goals to get in shape over the summer? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. You still have time to get your edge back before you see family and friends over the holidays. Visit myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan. Tolo, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
from our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
That's right, KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin, Corey, both taking this holiday time off. That brings me, Reginald Atatula, in to sit in with Mike Bassick. And Chris Strong is on the ones and twos for us. Thank you for being a part of the KNC Masterpiece today.
Kevin always brags about how he loves work and loves working.
That's right.
And look, where is he at today?
Probably like hugging Noah.
Yeah.
What a jerk.
Yeah. Probably not even listening to us.
There's no way. Kevin, if you're listening, I dare you. You don't have the balls.
Yeah.
To text in or call in.
Yeah, call in. What do you think about the Cowboys losing their second game and probably just putting themselves in the 5 seed and playing 3 road games to make it to the Super Bowl?
He would never. He's probably somewhere rehabbing or something. I don't know.
We can tell he's not listening. He hasn't called in yet.
Yep.
Thought you loved work.
But he doesn't.
Guess you like it as much as I do.
He's a big fat phony. Yeah, coming up in about 20 minutes, we'll go around the NFC East. I don't know why I said A, as if the Cowboys haven't been in the NFC East forever. But right now, we revisit Sean and RJ. In this instance, it's RJ and Bobby this morning, and I believe for the rest of the week. They talked to Jerry Jones. And I thought this was an interesting interview, as it frequently is. Sometimes with Jerry, I'm like, okay, does he feel as tapped in? But he had some interesting things that I at least caught my attention. I'm interested how they catch your attention. Now, the big thing, and we've talked about it multiple times throughout this show, but the big thing that shows up for a lot of folks is CeeDee Lamb, right? CeeDee Lamb and the kind of disappearance of his utilization in this game. And so they asked Jerry in Cut 44 here, why wasn't CeeDee able to get the ball after his touchdown in the first quarter?
I don't know. Those are decisions because we got options of where to go with the ball. And everybody on the field knows that can step back from it and say, look, get the ball in the hands of your best player. But boy, you've got to put the ball in the hands of some other players too, not for any reason other than you just can't every down have that in the ball. Well, you say San Francisco sits there and they puts it in the hand of Debo a lot, and they'll put it in McCaffrey a lot. That's to say the least. But if you look hard, they're spreading it around a little bit too. But we all want to look back and say, and the entire team does, and say, boy, we should have had the ball in Lamb's hand, certainly in the second and third quarters.
Yeah, it does make sense to me. Obviously, Brandon Cooks has a huge play at the end of the game to get the go-ahead touchdown. But on the sideline, I would think, I don't know. I've never been an offensive coordinator in the NFL, and I've never been a quarterback in the NFL.
What?
I would think after your first 2 drives, and you have 5 catches for 102 yards and a touchdown, I would think after, let's just say, the next 2 drives, and CeeDee Lamb hasn't had a reception. I need to go back and see if they even threw the ball to him. It doesn't feel like they even threw the ball to him. That you'd say, hey, what the hell are we doing? Like, they can't cover this guy. Like, he might need to get 20 targets until they show something different. He might need 20 targets today because he might have 15 catches for 400 yards the way this thing is going. And I know he's not going to, but it just is weird that at halftime, at least, they didn't go, hey, when we get the ball in the third quarter, our first few plays need to be CeeDee Lamb plays because he was dominating this team in the first quarter. And unless they show us something different, our first look needs to be to CeeDee. And it seemed like they went away from that being the first look until late in the game. He got a catch. I think it was a first down, a nice 16-yard first down catch that on the left sideline, I believe, where I always feel like he's like giving like the nose rub. I don't know, like that first down, like he has snot coming out of his nose and he needs to like rub the snot away.
Snot has something to do with it, yes. We'll talk about that off air.
I don't know what he's doing there.
It's all good.
Okay. But yeah, I understand where he's coming from, but in a weird way, Deebo Samuel is not nearly as good as CeeDee Lamb. Brandon Ayuk, even though he's really good, he's not nearly as good as CeeDee Lamb. You'll never say that those guys are possibly top 3 or top 5 receivers in the game, even though they are good. I don't want to take anything away from them. And we don't have a George Kittle either. So I feel like they do have this diversity of weapons that they can go to. And as Tony Pollard has gotten better as the season's gone on, he's not close to Christian McCaffrey. So I understand what he's saying, totally get it, but very frustrating, I think, from a Cowboys perspective to have arguably at this point the best receiver in the NFL, and for him after the first quarter to just have one catch, and you don't go back and look at the highlights and go, well, it was just because they were double teaming him. They had a safety over the top. They had a linebacker in the middle of the field that was refusing the ball to go that way anymore.
Yeah, CeeDee Lamb has 10 targets in this game. Obviously, the 6 catches, 118 yards, and the touchdown. Jake Ferguson has 8 targets, and I'm okay with targeting Ferguson.
Yeah, he's a solid player.
But, like, outside of that, like, everybody else only has – there's a lot of different people with 2 targets now, mind you. But, I mean, 10 targets is reasonable for your best player, but it's not like that's the cap, right? It's not like this is the instance where it's like, yeah, you really don't want to go higher than that. I mean, even in this game, and again, it's not 1-to-1, but Tyreek Hill has 14 targets in this game, where he has 9 catches.
Is there, and this is just asking a question out there, is it because the Cowboys got so nervous about their offensive line that they didn't let plays develop down the field? And if that's the case, if you're that nervous, don't you still want CeeDee Lamb catching 3- and 5-yard routes and seeing what he can do with the ball? He showed you, I don't know, what was the catch, a 10-yard catch for a 49-yard touchdown?
Yeah.
Like, he showed you that if you can get the ball to him in a little bit of space, he can still make a 20-plus yard play out of a 5-yard catch.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I think that the pass protection absolutely factored in here. I think, yeah, there was a point in time where I was thinking, when was the last time the Cowboys threw a screen? And that wasn't even specifically about CeeDee Lamb. It was just because you could see the pressure either turning up or becoming more effective for the Dolphins pass rush. And in my mind, and I'm, again, like you, I'm no like brilliant football mind, but my immediate reaction is if there's a lot of pressure, use that to their advantage, to your advantage by getting the ball just beyond that and then utilizing that space. And a screen obviously does that. Now, I understand the Cowboys aren't always great at using screens, right? Yeah. But one of the people that you would think, all right, is good at in a screen, CeeDee Lamb. Get the ball to him in space, see what he creates. Because Yak is something that he is incredibly good at, something he's been good at since he was at Oklahoma.
Yeah.
And maybe before. I don't know. I didn't see him in high school. And so
what you're saying, though, is sometimes simple stupid works the best.
Yes.
And that's what, in a weird way, that's what analysts are there for, especially in baseball. They have no clue how to play baseball. They have no clue how baseball works. They're just hired to be like, hey, sometimes are we making this game too complicated? Is there something simple, stupid that we're not doing? And look, there's some things that you agree with and disagree with. They're like, well, if you bunt throughout a 162-game season, you're giving up 162 outs here. And if you just never bunted, that would give you 162 more opportunities to possibly get a guy in scoring position or knock a guy in. I know I'm making this way too simple on that, but yes, sometimes analysts are actually there to just see how to make the game simple, stupid, rather than to at times complicate it more and be like, well, we got to do this and do that. It's like, no, just look at CeeDee Lamb. Stare his ass down if you want to at this point and see if they can stop him.
Now, Mike McCarthy, actually, I believe he takes some responsibility for this and more in his post-game press conference. Can you give me cut 33, please?
We're disappointed because, we had plays that were there. We had some miscues. I had a horse backed up plan. We were backed up twice and he didn't move the field position. So, we didn't help our defense there. We had one giveaway. So, I mean, it's those big mistakes that you can't make in these kind of games. But
and so that was in his immediate statements. Like he was not asked a question about that, so that came off of his heart. And I think that especially the way that he cussed in it. And again, this is me reading between the lines. I feel like Mike McCarthy feels heavy. Maybe not specifically, we didn't get CeeDee Lamb the ball, but I think like the game plan and the ways in which you see, okay, just short in various different ways. I think he holds that one heavy.
I think his frustration with that one is, I don't know, he's kind of being specific there, but I think his frustration is after that game. And I think from a lot of the Cowboys is we're better than them and we should have beat them. You can't say that against the 49ers. You got it handed to you. Even against Arizona, you got it handed to you. At the end, you couldn't say, well, if this one thing or if we would have done that or if we wouldn't have had this penalty. And against Buffalo, you just got there's nothing you could do. They beat you into submission, and there was still 18 minutes left in that game by the time they beat you into submission. This one, I think, can be more frustrating as a player and coach because you had a lot of opportunities to win that game, to put it away, to do different things, and you lost that game when you felt like we were the better team and we had opportunities to win that game.
Now, Mike, I was actually about to pivot, but I'm interested. There's a couple of things, and I don't know that we have a ton of time to get to both of them when it comes to what Jerry said on with Sean and RJ this morning on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry talked about Micah Parsons and the holding. He also talked a little bit about injuries and Tyron Smith. Which one is more
right now? Injuries, because that's more controllable than making the refs call holding.
Okay, so can you give me cut 50 here, Chris? As he was asked if there were any injuries that he's concerned about after this game and how Dak handled the Tyron Smith injury.
Yeah, I don't know that we'll have him this week, but we're going to have him as we get on into the playoffs, and we may have him this week. Mozzie's coming on. Mozzie, in my mind, did some very good things out there the other night, so he's coming on, and that's great. I think our health in that interior defensive front looks good. I think, of course, we missed Van Der Esch, but teams all over this league are missing key people. No, really, I think health-wise, we got Hooker back. He played well. That's a big deal for us. So I look at defensively, I expect us to take advantage of everything that we've seen, done, haven't done. I think we have absorbed it. We got some outstanding people that can highlight it for all the players, practice to get better or to refine certain things we do. All of this looks good. All of this really looks good.
Okay. So the first comment was on Tyron Smith, correct?
Yes.
So I'm wondering this because he said, even though he contradicted himself at the end.
Good old Jerry, right?
Probably not going to play this upcoming week. This Saturday, probably not going to play. I'm going to stick with his first comment, and then he backed up and said maybe, but I wonder if it's just best with his back and this age, because then he said he's going to be back.
Right.
Is that they're already planning on, you don't need to play the rest of this regular season. If your back is bugging you, which obviously it was after the Buffalo game that he finished, is they might say, hey, here's your 3 weeks off. We've seen him in a weird way, 3 weeks and coming back won't affect him, as in like, oh no, he'll be rusty, or having him as healthy as possible, even if he has to miss 3 weeks in a row, is way better than him trying to fight through this against Detroit or against Washington. So my assumption is, listening to Jerry, is Tyron Smith will play in round one of the playoffs. The Mozzie thing was interesting to me. Maybe I missed him making an impact on the game. Maybe that's going back and watching film, and I just missed the Mozzie separation, the Mozzie causing problems. Maybe his bar is so low, and maybe this is Jerry just trying to pump the kid up to try to be like, he's heard all the negative talk from us, from the media, that maybe he just needs to hear some positive things, that he's getting better. But the level of, did he go from pathetic to horrible? Because to me, pathetic is worse than horrible. So maybe he's elevated himself to, he's just horrible now. He's not pathetic anymore. So that's good.
Well, I think you might be right in that regard when it comes to Mozzie, is that some of that is, hey, we don't need a lot of negativity. Also, Jerry Jones has been, he's told the same anecdote a few times when it comes to Mozzie about the idea that he's gotten advice in the past about you can't judge a defensive lineman until their third year, which sounds kind of ridiculous to me, but I'm also not a football man, so
I'm not giving up. I want to make sure this is clear.
No, for sure.
I don't want to give up on Mozzie.
There's still development.
I'm giving up on him this year. He's not going to all of a sudden against Detroit or in the playoffs become a good football player. He's learning. I will agree with Jerry. He's getting better. It means he can still be a pretty good player in the NFL. He just wasn't ready for the NFL at his age out of Michigan. This is too high of a level for him right now, but he can get better and improve.
Yeah, the tough part about that is you use a first-round pick on a player you expect them to be able to impact, and unfortunately, that's not what he's able to do. But again, you still have him for some time, and there's still opportunities for growth and development. That's on the Tyron Smith portion of it. The question I have to your assertion that maybe it's just like, get healthy. Once you're healthy, we know that you're a Pro Bowl level tackle. I don't know that that's the linear nature that the back takes, right? He had the neck stinger, which was, all right, make sure that you're all the way back from your neck stinger, right? And once he came back, played fantastic, and it's been huge, right? It's validated the Cowboys' decision to stick with him at an advanced age, especially as he's, advanced football age. I don't want to call nobody old that don't need to be called old, but, especially with his history of missing games. And it's paid off for the most part, except he's had this back thing over and over. And I don't know what triggered it, and I'm not going to pretend to know what triggered it in this Buffalo game, but just like that, and it can be triggered, I imagine, anytime. And I don't think that it's just, all right, well, wait, and then over time it gets better and better. I don't know that that's how it works, because I tend to live by the code that trick backs keep tricking, right? And so with that being the case, maybe it's just the less exposure to football in general, the more likelihood that you're better. But I don't know that it's going to be a straight get him healthier, and then once he's healthier, then it's going to go well. But
I hear all your points, and I believe what you're saying, but I'm just like, maybe it's just best to have him sit out the next 2 games and be ready for round 1 of the playoffs. Because that loss, to me, I'm of the mindset they're the 5 seed.
Well,
and that's where we're going for.
I think we have an opportunity. I'm with you all week. We're going to talk about that probably and more tomorrow. But right now, it's the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we'll go around the NFC East and discuss all those things in the NFC East next on the Fan.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from 2-time Stanley Cup champion Greg Ludwig and NHL reporter Sean Shapiro. It's Spits and Suds 3 times weekly on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Hey friends, Zach Wolchuk of the G-Bag Nation. Just want to give some love to my people over at State of the Art Weight Loss. My soda team of expert nutritionists has helped guide me to lose over 80 pounds. And I know you're getting ready to make your New Year's resolutions. There's no better resolution than to make a life-changing decision and go see those people over at Soda. The rewarding feeling of everybody complimenting you on how good you're looking and then fitting into some smaller size clothes is unbeatable. Don't just take it from me, but take it from a fellow Soda client in Heather.
I would definitely recommend Soda and have been for the better part of a year now. And it's because it works. I even recommended it to my daughter, and she's on her journey now.
Go ahead and make your appointment at one of their 7 beautiful in-office locations. I love my spot at Plano. That's SOTAweightloss.com. SOTAweightloss.com. The Dallas Cowboys and Soda are, say it with me now, state of the art. Hugs and less pounds, everybody.
Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate your card today to Junk for Joy. Hooray! Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate your card today to Junk for Joy.
Donate your card today at junkforjoy.org. You'll get a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
Donate your card today to Junk for Joy.
Donate today and your car will be picked up by tomorrow.
Listen up, Texas. You can now play your favorite lottery games right from your phone with Jackpot.com. The Mega Millions and Powerball jackpots are getting bigger every day, and you can get in on the action right now and buy official Powerball, Mega Millions, and Lotto Texas tickets right from your phone at Jackpot.com. Just choose your favorite lottery game, pick your lucky numbers, and get your winnings instantly.
I love playing the lottery, and Jackpot.com makes it so easy because you can buy all your tickets right from your phone.
Jackpot.com notifies me right away if I win. It's safe and secure, and I never have to worry about losing my lottery tickets again.
This is the greatest thing ever. I can buy tickets right on my phone for Powerball, Lotto Texas, and other lottery games while I'm sitting on my couch at home.
Don't wait. Go to Jackpot.com and buy lottery tickets on your phone. Plus, right now, get a free lottery ticket with your first play. Go to Jackpot.com. That's Jackpot.com. Jackpot.com. Paid for by Jackpot.com. You must be 18 or older to order a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Imagine moving into your new home before selling your old home. For top dollar, you can with Orchard. Here's one couple's story. Moving to Texas for work, they needed to sell their old home first. Move, rent an apartment, then move into their new home. Total nightmare. But with Orchard's Move First program, they could sell their old home after moving into their new home.
Orchard sold our old home in less than a week, and for way more than we thought. So we got a boat.
Buy your next home before you sell. Get a free no-obligation cash offer from Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch? Every day, from lunch to late night. Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, Brent, love the color. If you had to choose, would you watch paint dry or compare benefits plans?
Compare benefits plans, obviously.
But you know how complicated benefits are, right?
Well, I run payroll with Gusto. Gusto makes it easy to find benefits like medical, dental, and vision for my whole team.
Whoa. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna need new glasses.
Don't worry, you're covered.
Choose benefits without the mess. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
Total wellness optimization. Guys, we are busy. We're all busy, and Men's T Clinic knows that. Why run all over town? Optimizing your testosterone can optimize your mood, drive, mental clarity, sexual wellness. If you have achy joints, hair loss, want an IV drip, need muscle mass therapy, Men's T Clinic can help you. We talk about depth in a lineup. Well, Men's T Clinic has an awesome lineup of treatment plans. In fact, they have a full-service menu at mensteclinic.com. Stop by one of their 5 DFW locations. Men's T Clinic, let's get back to being you.
Your customers count on you. Do you have an internet provider you can count on? Switch to Verizon 5G Business Internet. It's rated higher quality than T-Mobile, which means you get the highest quality 5G internet in America. So don't settle for anything less. Switch now to Verizon 5G Business Internet from the network America relies on. It's your business, it's your Verizon. Learn more at verizon.com/business/switch. Based on outperforming T-Mobile FWA for consistent quality and Open Signal USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2023, National Experience Results.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Miller Lite.
Football and Miller Lite, America's greatest pairing. Can cracks at kickoff, tailgates going way past postgame. You never forget the way some things taste. Tastes like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3330.
Taylor is looking. He steps up. He starts to pump. He starts to run. He is diving around. He is loading up. He is firing, and it is intercepted by the Eagles, and the game is over. It is intercepted by Keely Ringo, and the Eagles finally have buried their 3-game losing streak, and they have their 11th win of the season.
It's Eagles Radio, and this is the KNC Masterpiece.
Yes! On that show, it counts. You said it twice.
I know, I've said it twice. Look.
You'll say it tomorrow, too.
Yeah, well, no. Hopefully it gets better as the week goes along. I'm only giving myself one mistake tomorrow. But it is the KNC Masterpiece. No Kevin, no Corey. So I, Reginald Atatula, am filling in for those gentlemen. That's Mike Bassick. You know him. And Chris Strong is on the ones and twos for us. Thank you, sir. One thing I can tell you, and obviously it's my job in this role to tease ahead. However, this is genuine for me just as a human being. In the break, got an opportunity to talk a little bit with Brian Broaddus as he's getting ready for G-Bag Nation coming up here at 2 p.m. And some of the stuff that he divulged in 3 minutes about what was happening in this game was so illuminating. I'm like, all right, maybe I need to give Chuma Edoga a little bit of a credit and a little bit of apologies. And you're definitely always gonna want to listen to the G-Bag Nation, but particularly today and 240 especially with Krusty's Corner. Broaddus is gonna give you a really good breakdown of this game.
He's way smarter than I am.
Oh, and here he comes, the man himself, Brian Broaddus. He works plenty, and he's the nicest man in radio.
I'm not the nicest man, but thank you. No, I think the thing when you get the opportunity to watch the game, I think the thing with Edoga that has to be frustrating is the mental mistakes. the physical side of it, I think, was fine in that football game. You know, they had some problems at center. They had some problems a little bit at left tackle. They didn't particularly pick up blitzes very well from the inside line, with the inside linebackers, the way they blitzed. They didn't sort things out very well. I think there were some communication problems along the way. The quarterback didn't help you along the way with some of the hots that he could have made. There were 2 different times where he could have thrown the ball hot on the 3rd and 6. He could have thrown a ball hot. It ended up being a blitz, a pressure on him, and he has to eat the football. But Cooks is looking for the football, and he's looking right at Cooks. You watch the end zone copy of the game. You see his eyes clearly, and Cooks sees Long, the blitzer, coming, and he knows he's hot off that route. Dak doesn't get him the ball. So, we could sit here and it's really easy because we're watching the game and we see like a Doga having issues.
Right.
And he had his issues. Biotish had his issues as well. Martin, all of them had their issues. Steele, one time, like I say, Steele, I think, did the right thing. They let Van Ginkel come off the edge. He picks up the inside blitzer. Now Dak's got the furthest guy away from the ball. That's Dak's man. Ball's got to be out. They set up a play where they're trying to get the ball to Turpin. It's a route they ran against the Commanders that scored a touchdown. They put Turpin in the slot, knowing that they're going to probably get too deep. They get too deep. They send Turpin on the vertical. Dak pulls the ball down, doesn't throw the ball. Could have let it fly. For some reason, he pulls the ball down. I don't know if this coordinator got into his head and he was seeing ghosts. But there was nothing that led me to believe there was anything special when you looked at the way.
And you're saying Miami Dolphins defensive coordinator, so people that hate
Vic
Mike
Fangio,
McCarthy, that hate Mike McCarthy aren't thinking you're saying that Mike McCarthy got in.
No,
his head.
I think that Vic Fangio has always got a good plan. The idea, what I thought that Fangio was going to do was, I thought Fangio was going to turn around, and when Lamb got off to the great start, I'm thinking, okay, here we go. He's going to travel Ramsey here.
Yeah.
He never did. What they did was with CD, though, is Dallas lost their creativity to get him open, is what they did. And, Dak had some struggles. The line had some struggles. They don't run the football particularly well. So that's an issue right there. But what do they do to get CD back in the game? Okay, all of a sudden they get in trips formation. They motion Tolbert out and then up. And what happens? That clears Howard, the corner. Now they got Lamb on a backup nickel.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden now he's running a corner route and the ball's right there to get a first down. They lost that creativity along the way.
And that's outside of the game script.
Yeah.
Outside of the start script.
Yeah. For 2 quarters, they kind of lost their ability to create opportunities for CeeDee Lamb and others. It was nothing really that the Dolphins did that say, okay, a couple of times they passed him through zones, one guy passed him to another, that kind of thing, played zone coverage against Lamb, but they could have got the ball to Lamb. There could have been several times, that they could have got the ball to him, but they lost their creativity and it hurt them, with some of their play calling in the middle part of that game.
Does Parsons have a right to complain as much as he complains?
He absolutely does. And the problem is he wins with such speed that, when you look at, he puts blockers in such a bad situation. I've yet to see Dallas's defensive line, and one of the best pass rushing units in the league when it comes to pressures, have only generated 16 holding calls this year.
Is he not flopping enough? Should he flop?
That's kind of not his gig. He's more of like, I'm going to try and get to the quarterback. That was so close that roughing the passer. I mean, he is literally a half step away. That ball's gone, and you figure that Hockley is going to give him that step, but Hockley obviously felt, and Hockley going into the game, we talked about in the pregame, the 3rd most called penalties by this crew was roughing the passer. You got 1 against them and 1 against you. That gives Sean Hockley's crew 14 of those for the year, which is a super high number for roughing the passer. But with Parsons, I have yet to see a guy, and I don't get to see the guy at Cleveland and Pittsburgh and all those guys rush every week because you guys get to watch Red Zone. I'm doing a pregame show.
Yep.
So I don't get to see all that. But they're like rodeo maneuvers they're trying to hold. It's, he's busting through double teams and guys are grabbing around the neck, around the waist. They're pulling on him. It's one thing to have the hands inside and hold, but he's getting held in a way because he's winning so quick that it's causing these officials problems.
whose job is that to change that?
Well, Stephen Jones will come on. If you ask him that question, he will diplomatically say that the officials have a very, very hard job, and they could turn all the penalties. I don't know. From my experience, officials get a tape every week of their game, and the following week, the officials who ever call the game get to watch the same game. I don't know how you can watch the tape, much like I do every Monday morning, and not see Micah Parsons get held every single play.
Because my sport's such a different sport, right? Bruce Bochy, go out there and get thrown out.
Yeah.
Then Mike Maddox, go out there and get thrown out. Then Tony Beasley, go out there and get thrown out. If it's that egregious, if the strike zone is that egregious, then let's just everybody get thrown out of the game until they get the clue that you are having a pathetic game and consistently a pathetic game. Let's say against Corey Seager, on a consistent basis. And so I'm just wondering, like in the NFL, what can you do?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything you can do. Because, and I'm not just saying that to be okay, throw your hands up and it's okay.
Yeah.
But I've learned all these years since I've been in the league, and I've studied this since 1992. I could tell you what these officials are probably going to do in a game. I could probably tell you, hey, be alert for the delay of games because they're not going to let you go till it says 0-0-0.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to call this. They're going to call 12 men in the huddle. They're going to call illegal procedure. They're going to call. The shame of it all is Hockley's crew missed one of the most egregious holding calls you'll see at the end of that football game. When Clark got tackled by Cotton, the guard, literally got tackled. And Sean Hockley, I'm sure his crew, they will say, listen, Sean, you have to flow with the ball. He was stationary. He didn't follow the play. You could see the holding. I see it from the end zone copy. The side judge is standing right there. You could see that as well. Somebody can make that call. Not to say that their field goal kicker was going to miss the kick, but now all of a sudden the ball is going to be backed up. You never know. You never know what's going to happen in these games. But I think with Hockley's crew and all that, I don't want to complain about the officials because really, like we say, there's nothing. You could turn these in every week, but this team, the team that creates the most pressure in the National Football League, has 16. They've gone half their games. 8 of their 15 games have come with no holding calls. That's not working.
Yeah, and this is the tough part about it is there's a level of futility that sets in because, again, you have great pass rushers, and they should be able to get to the quarterback, without or be able to draw those. And if you're not able to draw that, what is your mode of recourse? Because if you can't go and change the refs, if you can't get that foul called, how do you work around that? Because ultimately, we're still going to judge you on the results of the matter. So how do you find a way to get results in that?
Are you talking about how the Cowboys get results or
Cowboys? How do the Cowboys get results?
It's that's the difficult part of it right there. You could educate. We've had Zach Martin on and Mike McCarthy, their crew.
Mm-hmm.
They talk about. Zach says every week we talk about the officiating.
Yeah,
and you kind of felt like that maybe going into this game with a high offensive holding call rate that Sean Hockley's crew had, that maybe you were going to get. Maybe there was going to be a breakthrough when you had. There were probably 4 of them that could have been called in yesterday's game that just weren't called. But that's sometimes, like I say, there's officials like last night, Bill Vinovich. If you get in that Ravens game last night, Bill Vinovich, you almost have to break somebody in half before you're going to get a call. Because they're going to let you play. There's some crews that will let you go. Sean Hockley's crews, they were not one of those coming in this game, but they let the players try and decide it.
I feel like with a name like Vinovich, you got to let people play. That sounds
Bill
like
Vinovich doesn't have time for your BS.
Yeah, that sounds like a linebacker from 1983.
He will let you break each other in half in order to play a football game.
Broadus, look, we were supposed to go around the NFC East, but this is so much better.
Nobody wants to hear about the Commanders and the Giants.
Right. I feel like I completely stole your Krusty's Corner.
We'll make up for it. There's a lot to talk about in this game. I kind of feel like that, it's the quarterback, at times he needed to be better. The play caller needed to be better. The offensive line, clearly. Defensively, there were things that they could have done better in that football game. Pressure on Tua, if they could have just got pressure, any type of pressure he faced in that game was causing him problems. They went to a kind of a more conservative approach the way they played this game. They were probably worried about the big plays, but we'll talk about it at 2:40 today.
Look, sometimes you get to open your gifts early. You just got Krusty's Corner breaking down the Micah Parsons of this all, in addition to explaining some of the mistakes that we saw on the offensive line. So thank you, Brian Broaddus. We appreciate you very greatly. Somehow just decided an extra segment is fine. 5-hour day, it's fine. Extra segment. And honestly, love the star happening today as well. Is that?
Yeah, Bobby and I've got that tonight, so make sure you get your questions at myself, at Brian Broaddus, and at Bobby Belt, TX.
Yes, sir.
Right, yeah.
There you go. Brian Broaddus, one of the most hardest workingest man, 105 through the fan. Coming up next, we'll talk with him more, and we'll also talk with Zach Wolchuk as we crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation. It's next on the Fan.
The holiday season is here, which means holiday deals for you with the Wrap Up the Year sales event all month long at Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Get ahead of it now on the purchase of
/radio. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands to treat ED at up to 95% off. That's right, the same active ingredient as the brand name for 95% less. It's the same ED medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Tolos, it's been a heck of a Rangers ride, and the celebration will continue at Globe Life Field for the World Series edition of the Rangers 2024 Awards Dinner presented by Coca-Cola. It's Friday evening, January 26th. Awards will be given out to Corey Seager, Josh Young, Leody Taveras, Nathaniel Lowe, Dane Dunning, and Gold Gloves presented to Lowe, Jonah Hyman, and Adolis Garcia. You can be a part of this special evening by purchasing a table or an individual ticket at rangers.com/awards dinner.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula in for Kevin and or Corey, your choice. Mike Bassett in with us as usual because this is his show as much as it's Kevin and Corey's.
Wow.
Yeah.
Don't tell Kevin that.
I'll tell him whatever I want. I'll text him right now.
He's not listening.
That's
we already
true.
determined that.
Yeah, he didn't text. He didn't call.
Yep.
Thanks for nothing,
Thanks,
Kevin. But thank you.
Thought he loved this job.
Sincerely, thank you, Chris, for being on the ones and twos for us. We appreciate that. And now D&M Leasing brings to you this crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation. Fellas, how is ya?
We are solid over here, Reg.
It feels weird to say, how is ya?
Yeah. How is you today?
And I didn't get up high enough, did I? How is you today? We're doing great. It's been a fun show. It could have been more fun if the Cowboys got a win, obviously.
Yeah.
But a lot of things to talk about through the course of it. And, of course, Brian Broaddus was like, here, I will give you a segment that we had, as if planning 5 hours is not enough. Speaking of, what you got coming up on the program tonight?
Yeah, we pure gold as always, Reg. Thank you so much for asking. I almost left that out. Of course, we will get into Krusty's Corner at 2:40. Did anybody lose their G-Bag Survivor picks? We'll find out at 2:20. And then Todd Archer going to hop on and join us at 5:20 today. That's always fun, getting to talk with Archer.
That's a good feel. How many times, or you probably have been listening because I know you Tolo particularly. I've messed up twice today. As I am the fill-in. I'm batting.
It'll happen
in replacement of Kevin and Corey, and I've called it the Get Right a couple of times today. And somebody said we might as well just call it the Get Mike for the rest of the week.
Well, the Get Mike.
Do we like that as a substitution?
I'll tell you what. I'm totally on board with anything that highlights Mike's ability to do broadcasting. I'm all about that.
The Get Reister piece.
Yeah,
is what we've.
Thank you.
Yeah. So. Guys, one of the questions that we asked today, and Broaddus, you kind of got in a little bit on it, was who has more room for frustration between CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons? Because obviously in a game that was very frustrated, those two seem to have two really big claims when we talk about Micah Parsons and his crusade to get called for, get a single holding call to allow him to free himself up and be his best, live his best life. And then CeeDee Lamb just... I keep thinking the word disappearing for two quarters, but it's not like he
I don't
disappeared.
think it was his fault.
They just didn't get him the football. Zach, is there one in particular that hits you stronger between Micah and CD?
I'm frustrated. I think that's a big reason in which you lost is because you did go away from a player that was absolutely torching Miami, and there's no reason for it. And even Jerry said he didn't really know the reason for it, and it wasn't as though they were taking him away. And I'm sure we'll get into more of that with Brian at 2:40, but. I'd probably go Micah just because this has been going on since the Chargers game? Is that the last game that he got a holding call? Yeah. I mean, it's ridiculous in every game. And I know, Mike, you just mentioned, should he be flopping? I mean, there's times he's spreading the arms wide. Okay. And two guys are basically tackling him hello, anybody want to call this? And they just aren't calling it. So I think the frustration is starting to really boil over. And you saw it when he got called for the roughing the passer.
Yeah, I was going to kill the ref afterwards, too. I thought DeMarcus Lawrence did a good job of pulling him away.
Tank did a good job as a teammate, seeing the situation could have got ugly. Tank's the kind of guy you need with you in a bar fight. He could help you, and he could also pull you out of the fight as well. I think the frustration level with CeeDee Lamb, and I think CeeDee Lamb was feeling it in that game. I think and really the Dolphins didn't do anything drastically different after he got as good a start as he did. I was expecting, I even tweeted it out from the couch over here to my left. I wonder if Vic Fangio's now going to turn and put Ramsey on him and try and stem this from going any further. But no, it naturally just turned into, Cowboys offensive football, play caller, quarterback, offensive line, lack of running game, whatever else there was absolutely no rhythm at all from the play caller. It felt like that they got through their first 15, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, now what am I going to call? What am I going to go to? And there was a couple of times there where I think he could have. It was one time where he's completely open. He runs a slant, actually runs an in, and he curls in the middle of the field, and Dak just doesn't even see him. And it goes and you can see Lamb on the film. He just melts, and I mean melts like he puts his hands on his knees and he bends over like, please, please throw me the ball there. And another time too, they missed an opportunity they run a screen. They run what we call a split screen, and they take 4 blockers to the left, or 3 blockers to the left, 4 blockers to the right.
Yep.
4 blockers side was Lamb's. Dak throws the ball to 3, and now they're outmanned over there. They get tackled. It's a negative play. And Lamb is like looking at Dak, and Dak's looked back like, uh-oh, I just effed that up, didn't I? And Lamb's looking at him like, yeah, you sure did.
Yep.
Because you had 4 blockers out. It would have been a big play, as opposed to you threw to the side where, Bradley Chubb is walked out as a linebacker and is going to beat Udoga, when Udoga tries to get outside.
So 2 weeks ago, most everybody that was following the NFL said Dak Prescott is the best quarterback of the 2023 season. Before the Buffalo game, before this Miami game, was he just not he was just playing out of his mind, at least stat wise? Were you seeing similar things?
I do not.
All of a sudden, these
absolutely.
last 2 weeks, he's just reversed back to Dak, the one that we're frustrated with.
I think there's some things that Buffalo did to him scheme wise with the drop 7-5 under 2 deep and then 3 deep 4 underneath. I think there were some things like that clearly frustrated him. Yesterday, I think the fact that when the Dolphins did blitz, I think that in a way they weren't comfortable picking up when the rusher, the line wasn't comfortable. Dak wasn't comfortable with who was hot, when it was, when I needed to throw. They set up some plays. He pulled the ball down a couple of times where I'm like going, why would you do that? Throw the ball. Just throw it. And trying to maybe do a little too much. And it kind of was a little bit baffling to me because you've seen him play at such a high level.
Yeah.
And then in these last 2 games, there's been times where there's throws that need to be made and you're just not getting him. It's funny. He started off great in the game.
Yeah.
The middle wall. And then at the end, when they needed a drive, they started kind of finding some rhythm, moving around a little bit. He finds Ferguson, he finds Cooks, finds Lamb again. All these things start to kind of work for him again. So you can't, I don't know when Dak is not good, it's usually something happens to him where it just throws him off his game for like 2 or 3 series. And then it has to click back on for him to be, whether it's a blitz got him, a coverage caught him, an almost interception caught him, something triggers him in a negative way that doesn't really help him in a game.
So I'm wondering, Zach, I'm watching the game at my parents' house Christmas Eve, and at the 2-minute warning, the Cowboys are losing by 1. It's 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3 for Miami. And it's not the 33-yard line, so I'm assuming their dude who's kicking everything perfect. I'm like, he's going to make the field goal. But I said, if we stop him here and get the ball back, we'll win this game. I'm assuming Miami's going to make the field goal to go up 22-20, but with getting the ball back to Dak with approximately 1 minute and 50 seconds, 1.5 minutes left, whatever it would have been, I'm like, he's going to go down and get us into field goal range, and we're going to win this game. When they got that first down, I thought, oh, no, I don't think we're going to get the ball back.
Right.
What were your thoughts at the 2-minute warning?
I was just thinking the defense is not going to be able to get a stop here. It just looked as though Miami is going to be able to drain the clock out and the Cowboys are going to lose this football game. But you're right. I do think if the Cowboys had gotten the football back, now they are incorporating CD again. Dak had just thrown an absolutely phenomenal ball for a touchdown to Brandon Cooks. They were back clicking in rhythm offensively.
Sure were.
do think if they had a chance, to your point, they'd have been able to put Brandon Aubrey in a position to kick the game-winning field goal.
That's what I thought, too. I don't know what you were thinking, Reggie, at the 2-minute warning, but I know I expressed this early in the show, but I thought at the 2-minute warning, you stop them on 3rd and short, which they did, and I think Tyreek Hill got a 10-yard play right there.
That's exactly what it was.
It was a screen.
Yep.
Yeah, and
so see, this is why I thought that Dallas was in trouble. There was 2 things. Playmakers on the Dolphins side and an offensive play caller that is very creative and was willing to throw the football at that time. Sometimes you did get conservative. Dallas had done a good job of kind of playing the Dolphins running game, especially I know, Mike, you asked early in the show, I was listening, why the Dolphins don't run it inside.
Mm-hmm.
That's not their game.
That's our weakness.
No, their game is trying to play perimeter ball. That's
they want to use their speed.
And you got to give Dallas's the linebackers, you got to give Lewis, those guys tank a lot of credit for how they play. But the 2 things in my mind was, no, you've got a team that has a lot of weapons, and you've got a creative play caller. He'll find a way to get a first down here. That was my worry.
So obviously tons of football coming up on the G-Bag Nation, but you mentioned, Mike, that you were at your parents' house watching this game. After this game, you let us know that you found a video of you playing some basketball in high school to show to the youngsters.
Yeah.
And that made me wonder, is there anything in you guys' lives, Brian and Zach, that you would be so happy about and proud of that you would like to have video of to show your child or would-be child in the future?
I don't think so. I'm pretty ashamed of a lot of the things that I did in my youth, so I probably wouldn't want any of that being dug back up to be shown to the public.
There's nothing that you're like, I'm so proud of this accomplishment or anything.
I don't think my days of playing football were even that awesome. So it's like, okay, I mean, maybe there's a highlight play you could find, but nothing that it's like, oh yeah, we got to sit down and watch this, guys. Gather around.
I think there's if you destroyed everything that you thought was bad for you, Bobby Belt would find a way to find one clip.
That's true.
And he would show that one clip of you make it, an absolute fool of yourself.
Yeah.
And so then anything you say to anything I say, Bennett, I check this out. He's like, no, Dad, Bobby posted a clip of you acting like a fool.
Yeah.
And I would say, well, that's true.
It's on brand.
I tried to destroy all that video, but Bobby Belt manages to find the one clip and clipped it and finds the one time in your life where you weren't very good at your job.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, Mike at least was able to come out with this.
That's what Bobby would do. I'm going to try to put this game on YouTube. I don't know how to do it. South Grand Prairie versus Duncanville, 1995.
Bobby will help you do it.
That's true.
I just have it on a DVD.
Oh, no. If you send it to Bobby.
Were you dunking?
No, I couldn't dunk. I could touch rim. You sound like my kid asking questions, and then when I'm like, no, I couldn't dunk.
But you could touch rim.
I could touch rim.
There you go.
Yeah.
That meant something.
I'll call out my buddy Trey Washington. Trey was the only other guy on the team who couldn't dunk either, and they made fun of him.
Oh, Bobby.
And me too.
Yeah, see, this is the thing. Bobby could help you digitize that, but also at the same time, I don't know that you want to give Bobby that much raw material,
He'll pull clips off the whole video.
I hit the side of the backboard on a corner 3.
Yeah, you would get that forever.
That'd be the one where he's like,
happy birthday, Mike Bassick, and he'll show you just launching the ball into the crowd. But I'll ask you something real quick. I know, Reggie, we up against it real quick?
You got it.
Okay, real quick. What was your reaction when your kids saw the Bonds home run?
You know what? I've never sat down with them and
have they watched it private and actually never said anything?
My mom gave me a whole bunch of video and I'm like, do you want to see me pitch against Detroit on the Rangers? That's my one win on the Rangers. Like, no. They don't want to.
Yeah.
They don't care.
But it's like one of the most famous plays in baseball history. But I just wondered if they've ever responded to it.
They know about it, and they might goof off with me. In fact, at my parents' house, I said, hey, do you want to see this picture? My dad has a picture of me and Barry Bonds in the clubhouse after the game was over. And they're like, you took a picture with Barry Bonds? I'm like, I gave up the home run. Here's evidence of me and Barry together.
Yeah. I just wondered if your kids ever watched it secretly and just never said anything to you or anything like that.
No, they like video games and I was like, you keep asking me if I was any good at basketball. I can show you. You can then judge for yourself off this one game if I was good at basketball or not. I honestly have no idea what happens in this game, and I was happy because I was actually pretty good in the game.
I can't wait till they turn that and find ways to neg you for it. That'll be fun. But you know what? We'll have more of that conversation tomorrow as it's myself and Mike Bassick on the KNC Masterpiece through the rest of the week. But now it's time for Zach and Brian Broaddus to bring you the G-Bag Nation. Until tomorrow, you've been Masterpiece. Y'all be easy. Peace!
They are three lifelong DFW guys talking sports, sharing laughs, and they love when you join in. You are dialed in to the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools and Autoflex Leasing.
This is John Marks with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Brutal stretch for the Jacksonville Jags and their quarterback Trevor Lawrence. Lawrence suffered a shoulder injury in Sunday's blowout loss to the Bucs, the team's fourth straight loss. Lawrence has had 4 significant injuries this season, but his play has been suspect and inconsistent otherwise. But lucky for the Jags, they play in the AFC South, and their 8-7 record still gives them the inside track to win the division. I'm John Marks.
As the weather gets colder, the NFL offers Stay Hot on FanDuel. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. That's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/win and kick off the NFL season. That's FanDuel.com/win. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL.
Must be 21 plus and present. Stay well off on the wager. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under an agreement with Kansas Star Casino LLC. First online real money wager only $5 pregame money line wager required. First online real money wager only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit FanDuel.com/RG in Colorado, Iowa, Michigan, New Jersey, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Virginia. Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342 in Arizona, 1-888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org/chat in Connecticut. 1-800-9-WITH-IT in Indiana, 1-800-522-4700 visit KSGamblingHelp.com in Kansas. 1-877-770-STOP in Louisiana. Visit mdgamblinghelp.org in Maryland. Visit 1-800-GAMBLER.net in West Virginia or call 1-800-522-4700 in Wyoming. Help is here. Visit gamblinghelpma.org or call 1-800-327-5050 for 24/7 support in Massachusetts or call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY in New York.
Major phone carriers.
Secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation. Hope everybody had a Merry Christmas. What a win for the Dallas Mavericks as they put a bow on Christmas Day. Luka Doncic, historical night for him as the Mavs were able to beat the Phoenix Suns. Did that give you a little bit of help to get over what happened with the Cowboys on Christmas Eve? Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus. We got Lucius Alexander, and Carter, I believe, is off today. But I'm sure he's going to be back tomorrow, which means we'll have a little Carter Goes Harder joining us tomorrow as well. But appreciate everybody hanging out with us. 877-881-1053, the number to text in. We got a loaded show for you. Coming up, of course, we'll have the G-Bag of the Day at 2:30. We will have the McCarthy press conference at 3:30. I'm sure everybody very interested in what Coach McCarthy going to say. And then Todd Archer at 5:20. And our guy Jeff Cobb going to join us from Fox 4 News coming up at 6 o'clock. But Brian, I know we've had a couple of days now to digest. We did the post-game show until 9:30. What were some of the, and we'll do Crush's Corner at 2:40, so I don't want you to just,
No, it's okay. We'll just talk,
But I still certainly frustrated because that seemed like it was such a winnable game, and going back and rewatching. And a lot of times this happens in the National Football League. Buffalo the week before, it wasn't like this. Both phases, well, really all three phases, you played like absolute doo-doo. But my goodness gracious, going away from your best player for 2.5 quarters and then literally just a play here or there, much like the loss earlier in the season in Philadelphia, you really felt like you could have won this game.
Yeah, you felt like you could have. And the way they started off offensively, I kind of felt like that, okay, they're going to make Miami have to defend them in a different way. They can't just sit there and feel like that, who their corner was going to be able to just, take CeeDee Lamb and cover him all over the field. And, they didn't really do anything different once CeeDee started making all the plays. We saw a little bit more of some of the linebacker blitzing, a little bit more of the game. I'll tell you where the Dolphins do a really good job. And if you're into pass rushing, remember Zach was talking about the TT stunt, tackle stunts? Well, there's stunts where they take their tackles or their ends. In this case, like with Chubb, and they will drive him so far and so hard inside, and he will run right into as a pick, and then Siler the end will come around, and then he's right there, and Udoka can't get over to stop. So now all of a sudden he can't get over to stop Chubb from being the penetrator, but it just totally destroys your blocking scheme, with the way, and Dallas, we've seen Dallas at times do this where they're able to, that penetrator just runs right into the block. It's like you're setting that pick and then getting the other guy home, but they do it the opposite way. They take their best pass rusher and slam him and use him as the pick, and then he's able to get off that and then be right there on the quarterback. So, that
just really speaks to how good Bradley Chubb is.
It speaks to how good the Dolphins' four-man rush scheme is. But
you notice they don't blitz. They got a lot of pressure on Dak.
Yeah, and what's fascinating too about the way that they, when they bring their linebackers, is that Dallas didn't handle that well. They didn't handle the linebacker blitz well, and that's usually you have a back, Pollard or Dowdle or somebody, the guards handle, but they just did not handle that pressure part of it very well. And there was a couple of times I mentioned the hot reads that you're sitting there and you're watching it, and I'm thinking, okay, Steele's right here. Steele is picking up. Linemen are always taught, take the first threat. And so you get along the linebacker blitzes. He's first threat. Boom, take him. Quarterback's responsible for the widest guy, okay? So when the widest guy rushes, you have to throw it hot. And the receiver to that side usually sees the blitzer and turns for the ball. It happened a couple of different times in this game, and they didn't execute it. And so you're kind of like going, wow, were they that jacked up with their protection? But the thing with Lamb, to his credit, there was only a couple of times where you saw him, and I use the word melt, where he just just get me the ball here. Just please get me the ball here. That slant, his first slant he's caught for a touchdown in his career, by the way.
In his career.
That
is shocking. I would not have thought that.
But the safety, takes a bad angle. He runs away from another guy. I mean, they just didn't have an answer for CeeDee Lamb in this game. And that's what bothers me sometimes when you get in these games and you're like, just keep, give him the ball 15 times and see if he can catch 12 of them.
Yeah, and he probably would have.
And make the Dolphins have to do something different. And they really didn't. It's like Mike even admitted when they got backed up, they just they couldn't run the ball off the goal line. And all that. And, they didn't have a good plan for that. But then they finally created the opportunity for CD on the 3rd and 6.
Yes.
They motion, like a bunch formation, motion Tolbert wide. He draws Howard the corner away, which the Dolphins were doing to you, by the way. The first play of the game, or one of the early plays, the ball that Hill dropped. Mm-hmm. Holy jeez.
Oh, when he was wide open, probably would have been a house call.
Motion the tight end out, widen the corner. They widen Bland, and now what have they done? They've created a lane between the corner and the safety for Hill to run. That's what you're playing against, man. That's the kind of stuff that when you're watching the tape, you're getting like, these guys get it.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do. And Dallas, when Dallas was on that really good run, where Dak was really in that MVP type run, that's what Dallas was doing. Man, they were creating space with their guys. They were running routes. They were taking guys.
It's been everything we were begging for years.
Everything
and they were executing it beautifully.
And for 2 quarters, they completely forgot how to play football like that.
Bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. And look, I mean, you go back and, on the rewatch, that was a gritty game from Dak. I mean, Dak was getting absolutely knocked around, and I mean, he had blood on his knee. I mean, you've talked about that. That's when you're going to get the best Dak. And the offense definitely stalled, and that's a big reason why you lost it. And the defense gave up a ton of yards between the 20s. But if you're able to hold that Dolphins offense to 5 field goals and really just 22 points, you're feeling overall good about the win. But credit Dak in the offense at the end there. They're able to come back with a game-winning drive that could have been a game-winning drive. Unfortunately, it wasn't. This was fascinating. Bobby did some homework on this. Drives with a touch or target for CeeDee Lamb and drives without. There were 4 drives that accounted for 45 plays, 277 yards, and 17 points where Lamb did get a target or a touch. And because they ran the ball with him, right, at running back.
Right.
5 where he didn't resulted in 18 plays, 66 yards, 3 points. I mean, your offense was running through CeeDee Lamb, and for whatever reason, and Jerry talking with Bobby and RJ earlier this morning, he didn't have an answer for it either.
Well, see, that's when, and Jerry's probably going to go in today, with the holiday and everybody getting back, and listen, don't kill the general manager for taking Christmas off. I mean, it occasionally happens. But, he's going to go in today, and he's probably had an opportunity to sit down and watch the tape with the coaches, and they're going to try to explain to him what happened in the game, and he'll have a better understanding, hopefully, of why they went away with what with really what was working for them.
Tyron Smith, an update per Calvin Watkins. Tyron said his back is feeling better, and that missing last game allowed his back to calm down. He didn't say it was a stinger, only saying it's a back issue. It feels better this week.
Yeah, 2 people just texted me back. Basically, I asked about 77 being hopeful for this week, and the answer was yes. So that's kind of where we're at right now, and you never know until they actually get lined up and ready to go on this Saturday night. Because he's not going to practice.
No, but I mean,
they're already into Wednesday, right? Today's their Wednesday.
So tomorrow, telling him to be there Thursday, and I believe we're going to have Zach Martin with us tomorrow.
Right.
Instead of his usual Thursday visit, he's going to move it up to a hump day visit with Zach Martin. And, of course, it is a TD Tuesday here in the G-Bag Nation. We'll have 2 guys, 1 booth coming up at 4 o'clock. TD Tuesday will be at 6:20 a little bit later. A lot of I've seen a bunch of people asking, and this is something we talked about earlier in the year, Arizona. Tyron Smith was out. And Edoga, at times, we believe he's probably a better guard than he is a tackle. So would you move Tyler Smith back out? But they're not going to do that.
See, folks, this is where I wish I could sit down and watch with everybody. With the very blessed that have the opportunity to get the film early. And if you folks get it on Wednesday or whenever it shows up, I think you'll see the same things I was seeing. You don't need to be a former scout to see what's going on in this football game. But I don't think Edoga's problems were all physical in this game. I think the mental stuff, and maybe and this is unfortunate because Udoka gets to practice all week.
Yeah.
But when the fur's flying and it's real game action and, oh my gosh, they're blitzing guys here, and there's a couple of times where there was one time where he physically really got beat where Chubb took him down inside. He was a one-legged player. He got up on his left foot and he couldn't adjust back, and then Chubb spun him the other way, and Dak was able to kind of get rid of the football. But that's. And I mean, I think it was more when, if we got a chance to talk to Mike McCarthy right now, he would probably say he was more concerned about the mental mistakes that his team made in this game than the physical mistakes. And it wasn't that it wasn't that Udoka was a turnstile or a sieve or anything like that. The mental plays were in key moments of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the issue that you run into is, and he wasn't alone. He wasn't alone. The center didn't play a particularly great game. There was some times that he got overpowered.
Well, Christian Wilkins had a field day. I mean, I thought him and Dak were actually going to fight each other at one point.
Seiler, is that how you were saying?
Yeah, that dude is probably the most underrated defensive lineman in the NFL.
That guy is a pain in the ass to deal with.
He sure is.
Yeah, he really, really is. And so I think if you sat down and we sat down and watched every single play with Udoka, we would go, oh, okay, plus, maybe a minus there. That's a minus.
And that's how it is with offensive linemen, right? They can have a really good game, but there's three bad snaps, but those are the snaps that everyone's remembering.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to say everything was perfect with him, but the physical side was not as bad as what the mental was. Well, the mental was key, with some key busts.
The breakdown that you gave us earlier about kind of the reverse style stunt that the Dolphins are using, I wonder if that play now, in hindsight, looking back on it, when he clearly blocks down inside instead of taking the outside rusher, if that was him trying to project ahead and say, okay, is that coming? I need to get in a better situation to try and handle that block. Instead, they didn't run it. And then he doesn't end up blocking his man along the edge.
Yeah, I mean, the big bust he had was, you could clearly see what's going on. Tyler Smith works out. Udoka goes back to the inside. Prescott feels like that he's got the blitz accounted for. You know what I'm saying? Because it's to his backside. And you see Ferguson's looking hot. Like, am I supposed to be looking for the ball here? Because he sees what's going on, and he decides he throws to Rico Dowdle because of the pressure. And Ferguson sees Long running by him. So he's like looking for the ball, like, is Dak going to throw this thing hot to me? But yeah, when you have a guy, your guard works out and your tackle works back to the inside, man, Dak had to feel like that he had the blitz accounted for. And it didn't roll out that way.
Man, so much more to get into when it comes to breaking down this Cowboys game. Luka, though, congratulations to him last night in the Mavericks. He eclipsed 10,000 career points. It really is in the first quarter to reach that milestone in 358 career games. That's the seventh fastest in NBA history. Hit 8 threes. Had 14 assists. I mean, what a difference it made just having Derek Lively back. Another double-double for the young rookie. He missed the previous 4 games. THJ was really good. It got a little tense there in the third quarter.
Oh, yeah.
Phoenix certainly kind of took that game back over, but the Mavericks able to collect themselves, rallied in the fourth, end up winning that one. And salvaging, really Christmas because I think we were all a little down in the dumps after what happened with the Cowboys, but the Mavs making you feel a little bit better. And, big win against Phoenix. It's interesting the numbers of KD throughout his career. I think he struggled against the Mavs, and he certainly had some big games here and there, but his numbers against the Mavs compared to any other team in the National Basketball Association, I believe it was Chuck Cooperstein who was putting out the stat, struggled more against the Mavs than anybody else. And it's not like he hasn't been in the conference where he's playing against the Mavericks a ton. I mean, I guess he did spend some time in Brooklyn, but I found that interesting. And, of course, you got that miracle finish by the Stars the other night. They'll be back in action against the Blues, but holy hell, 2 goals in, 13 seconds?
It was crazy, and you're fighting. You're just trying to get that thing to overtime, and they managed to get it, and then now
they won it.
And then you win it with basically, 3 seconds left? I mean, it's
crazy.
It's incredible the way the Stars are playing, and credit to the Stars fan base too. Man, they do not give the opponent an inch in that arena. They the way that they're able to hanging the game, the way they cheer and all that, and they got rewarded. That was a very early Christmas present for the Dallas Stars. But Wedgwood continues to play at a very high level. You just worry about, with Otter was like, oh my gosh, is there going to be this huge drop off? And no, I mean
Wedgwood's been good, and I think this break. I mean, I get it, Otter's hurt, but I think the break's going to be good for him.
Yeah, I think it's going to help Wedgwood too because he's playing a lot more than he has in the past. But I'll tell you what, man. Actually, the pipe was his best friend the other night in that one too, man. Or yesterday in the afternoon, boy, because that thing was there were plenty of shots that were hitting off that pipe.
All right, we got G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. Do we have any bet payoffs after another week of G-Bag Survivor and some winners and losers from Week 16 of the NFL? That's next in the Fan.
Miss any show segments? Tisk, tisk, tisk. But fear not. You can go.
The way some things taste. Tastes like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Just minutes away from G-Bag of the Day here in the G-Bag Nation. We do need to go through and sort out some business here. We do our G-Bag Survivor picks. Now, Eric and Gavin are out. I think Eric will be back on Friday this week, but both of them on assignment, family duty, taking advantage of the holidays here. Hopefully everybody had a Merry Christmas. And, you know, the Cowboys losing, I think, always adds a little bit of a sour taste, but I hope you were able to salvage that. 877-881-1053. Who was a big winner for you? Maybe who was a big loser over the NFL weekend? But we were both in the clear here. And it got dicey for us, Brian. We both
it did.
The Green Bay Packers.
Yeah.
And Green Bay was up pretty big. And the next thing you look up, it's like, what the hell? Carolina has now tied the game at 30, but Green Bay able to get a game-winning field goal. Bryce Young playing one of his best games as a rookie in a losing effort. Aaron Jones was good on the ground, but the Packers saved us from doing a bet payoff. Unfortunately, Gavin and Eric, not as lucky.
No, okay, now I'm doing some house cleaning here, as you'd like to say. Okay, I'm looking back. I don't think we've done a bet payoff since week 11.
Yeah, we've a lot of...
We haven't. We there was some time
a
where
lot of crap going on.
There was a holiday during. Yeah, we took a break. Weeks.
People were taking sabbaticals.
13, right? So we took a 2-week sabbatical. Okay, I lost a bet payoff in week 11, which I have to pay. That's either that's Tolo drunkenness with the Tolos
our
on
next
a
G-Bag
remote, which I probably will do. Which because you guys voted for it, right? They voted for it.
They wanted you to do it out in public.
Okay, I've got a bet, and now I've got 2 bet payoffs. I lost in week 11 and week 15. So I've got 2. I've got 2 I've got to do.
And I believe that now Eric and Gavin have 2.
Yes, and you're the only one that's in the clear.
Woo! Let's go.
So Gavin and Eric have lost weeks 15 and week 16. So those
back to back.
So yeah, we've got some double bet payoffs going off here pretty soon.
Yeah, Gavin
when
and
everybody
Eric,
gets back on.
it's going to be crazy. They both went with the Broncos, and it looked like the Patriots were going to cruise to victory. Broncos end up coming back, and then you had a game-winning field goal from Chad Ryland, 56 yards in the final seconds to give New England that game. So big win.
He missed like an extra point. He missed a short field goal.
The special teams was bonkers in that game. I mean, we were watching a little bit of it. I mean, Zeke had himself a pretty solid game as well. We were doing the post-game show watching some of that, and then I'm driving home trying to follow it a little bit. Eventually, I get home. I catch the very end of it. I was like, what the hell? I think there was a fumble return for a touchdown on a muffed punt by our guy Marvin Mims, and Mims came back, I think, caught a touchdown. Yeah. The next play, that's Frisco Lone Star Zone, formerly of Oklahoma. But then yesterday, what a big loss for Kansas City.
Yeah,
20-14. You know what? They lose to the Raiders.
I know on this airwaves, I said I thought Denver was going to win the AFC West.
You did,
and I just threw it out there. And Denver didn't hold up their end of the bargain.
No, they got clobbered by Detroit.
Kansas City's holding up their end. Is this their last 5, right? That they've lost.
Yeah.
So yeah, that looks like a completely different team right now. Yeah. As we speak.
The Raiders now at 7-8. I mean, I don't think they've got any chance realistically to make the postseason in the AFC now, but. Man, yeah, the Chiefs at 9-6. The Giants had us alive for a little bit. You know, if you're watching and rooting for Philly demise, which I believe we always are, Tyrod Taylor comes out there, throws a big touchdown to Darius Slayton. It's now all of a sudden, 30-25. And at the end of there, that final drive for the Giants, you could have had a couple of pass interference calls unfortunately the refs decided, we'll leave it in our pocket, let these guys play.
They let them, that final pass of the game, man, there was a lot of pushing and shoving going on down the field for positioning, but those officials, I've yet to see anybody get a call on a pass interference penalty on a final throw of a game.
It was bizarre.
Just crazy how that works out. But do you feel a little better that maybe the Giants could win a game at the Meadowlands in the final week of the season?
Feel a little better, even though I think the Tommy Cutlets is done.
It's got to be. It's got to be
over now.
It's got to be the other guy, right?
The passing Paisano is no more. Yeah, I think they're going to rock with Taylor. He got benched, and we'll talk more during NFL News of the Day with exactly what Brian Daboll said. But I don't know that we're going to see Tommy Cutlets again, unless something happens to Taylor, or maybe he puts out a stinker out there, and they decide, we'll put Tommy DeVito back out, but. The big story, we were all looking forward to Ravens 49ers, and 4 interceptions thrown by Brock Purdy. but you and I did pick the Ravens in this one because of the running quarterback element. And when the 49ers defenses struggled at times, Kyler Murray's running around making plays for Arizona against them. Lamar Jackson was making some of those defenders look silly. I mean, there was a play, Chase Young wins off the line, and Lamar Jackson darts, then reverses field, and Chase Young is trying to tackle air as Lamar Jackson runs away from him. And his ability to extend plays really helped Baltimore win that football game, and their defense continued to shine as Baltimore saying, we're the best team in the National Football League right now through 16 weeks, 33-19. They get a big road win in San Francisco.
Didn't it seem like that Brock Purdy wanted to throw about 7 interceptions in that game?
He was trying.
He really was, man. I mean, that was give McDonald, the defensive coordinator, a lot of credit there in Baltimore. And how about this, though? Baltimore, big win in San Francisco, kind of get some setup going the right direction. Now the Dolphins come to town next week, basically playing for the number 1 overall seed, right?
Baltimore wins, they clinch the 1 seed. And they've been really good at M&T Bank Stadium.
Oh, yeah. Well, they've been good all year.
They have, but they've got a pretty good home field advantage.
You look at their schedule, man. I mean, and by the way, look
teams
at
they've beaten.
San Francisco's, San Francisco has, 4 losses this year?
They do now, yes. Or 5 now. 5 now.
Is it 5?
No, it's 4. Yeah,
4.
They're 11-4. They're 11-4. They're the same.
3 of the
still
5
up on the Eagles, technically.
3 of the 5 losses then have been, or 3 of the 4 losses have been against NFC North. They lost to Cincinnati, Cleveland, and Baltimore.
Jeez.
They mauled Pittsburgh on opening day 30-7, I believe is what that one was.
Yeah, that sounds right.
But 3 of their 4 losses.
But to your point, the Ravens now have 7 wins by 14 or more points this season. All of those teams that they beat are above 500. Houston, Cleveland, who's looking really good.
Yeah.
Detroit, who the Cowboys are about to play and have won the NFC North for the first time since 1993. Seattle, who right now is in the postseason. Cincinnati, Jacksonville, and now San Francisco. No team in NFL history has had more than 5 regular season wins by 14-plus points against teams that finished the season with a winning record. Ravens certainly have a chance to make history. What a performance by them yesterday against San Francisco. And very quickly before we go to G-Bag of the Day, 940, I agree. Brian and I actually were just talking about that Tony Pollard run opening drive where literally half of his entire lower body gets into the end zone. Ball doesn't cross, but when you go back and rewatch it, it did seem like he should have just taken it to the pylon.
Just run is hard. I'll tell you another one. How about the one that Cooks, I think Cooks before that, Cooks had a chance to get to the corner.
Yeah. Yes, they gave it to him kind of on a jet sweep.
Yeah, he had a chance, and he let Ramsey knock him out of bounds. When the last dudes it wants to tackle, he lets Ramsey, and they made 2 back-to-back stops really down there tight that could have gone to Cowboys' way, but didn't.
All right, let's throw things to Lucius Alexander for today's G-Bag of the Day.
Where it though? You guys have a fantastic, did you guys have a fantastic holiday?
No, Christmas was good.
It really was. It really was.
Good. I mean, just by listening to you guys for the past 30 minutes, I can get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
It was, I will say, I
got
think
rattled.
We were very ready to be done Sunday.
I'll tell you what, Lucian, it was like 7:40, and I knew we had to go till 9:30, and literally I would have paid someone to come up here and do the show for me. I would have said, here's $1,000, come up here and do the show for me.
It's still on you. I can hear it. It's still on you.
It's tough, man.
Look what you do to us, Cowboys.
Yeah. They beat you down a little bit. They beat you down.
All right, our winner of G-Bag of the Day is a East Coast Saints fan. Who that nation, stand up right here. He's heated at Derek Carr.
Last week, Derek Carr was talking about him and his son doing math homework together and all this bullshit. I hope his son does math homework better than this mother plays quarterback. Because if he don't, he ain't getting out the first grade. And then he started giving all these life lessons and all this fake positivity. Who the he thinks he is, Joel Osteen? You want to go be a preacher, go ahead.
Go ahead.
You can rob more people out of their money. You already got the Saints for $100 million. And where the did Money Mickey find Blake Groupie, the North Pole? Maybe if he could see over the line, he could hit a couple of kicks. We got one of Sanders' helpers as a kicker. I mean, what's he ride to the games in, a car seat? He looks like he ain't made his first communion yet, and he's out here kicking for the Saints. Are you kidding me?
You kidding me?
Lucius, is this like a post-game show? Or is this like a call-in?
Yeah, it's a call-in little situation. Not a post-game show. It's just call-in
because
conversation.
I would love to hear one of these like on ours, but you couldn't get past the first F-bomb, right?
Probably
you
not.
Would, Peyton would drop him on the first F-bomb.
Yeah, you got 16 seconds. So what you got?
We wouldn't have
2
enough.
curse words. And
Yeah,
I got to let you go, bro. We won't have any phones.
Yeah. Okay.
So.
I was just curious. So it's like, I was ready for one of our fans to do something like that.
Nah, they on their way.
Yeah, they're on their way.
Let's see what happens Saturday night. They on their way.
The Lions at home. We'll be feeling it.
Yeah. Just you wait, Broadus.
Yeah.
Let's go to the 2023 Easy Post Hawaii Bowl, where their color commentator's name is Orlando Franklin. He had to pay.
Yard line. A Hawaii homecoming for San Jose State's Chevin Cordero.
I'm going to run to the bathroom.
Just so everyone knows, we're going to run to the bathroom if I'm late. That's why.
No. Let it be known.
Let it be known.
Broadus, here's the moment you've been waiting for.
Uh-huh.
You had to get somebody.
Oh, no.
You had to do a little straightening during the post-game show, right? Just a little straightening.
Not the lady, right?
Not the lady.
Not the lady.
Yeah, man. Cowboys post-game show, our very own Brian Broadus had to do a little straightening. She was coming at the whole crew.
Yes,
she was.
She was.
We saw exactly what you guys saw. But this station, to represent the Dallas Cowboys as the Dallas Cowboy radio station, you guys are too negative.
Ma'am,
out
what do you want us to do? What do you want us to do? You want us to just homer this thing up the whole time?
Brian, I'm not asking you to homer anything. What I'm saying as a person listening, you're negative.
Well, then I'm sorry. Yeah,
Dak gets no love from this station, whether he wins or he doesn't.
I disagree. You don't listen all the time. Then you do not listen all the time.
I do listen all the time.
You do not because
I work from home 11 hours a day, so
ma'am,
it's on 105.3.
Ma'am,
yes, sir.
Ma'am, the thing about it is, I think the station has been fair when it comes to criticism of this football team. Well, then I don't agree with you either, ma'am. I really don't.
That's fine. I'm not here to argue with.
I'm just.
That's what I'm doing.
No, you came towards us and you say that we're negative all the time. I don't think there's listeners to this station that like if you sit there and homer it up all the time, it's like, well, wait a minute, what are you doing here? Why are you doing that? I think we've been fair with this.
Don't you hate listening back to your old conversations and arguments and stuff like that, brother?
You know what, man? At that point in time, I really do appreciate her call, but I feel like that there's been at times when they played well. I think the last 7 weeks, I think I've given Mike McCarthy more credit than anytime during the whole season with Dak when they play well.
I appreciated all the texts saying how much of a homer I am. So
that's what I'm saying.
Take that.
Wolchek goes. It's so funny. We're sitting there. Wolchek goes, man. The text is saying I'm a big homer, and I'm like, yeah, you kind of are.
Well, I mean, you don't go to a Super Bowl or an NFC Championship game for damn near 30 years. You deserve to be criticized a little bit. I mean, if you're okay with just going to the divisional playoff round, then we'll kiss their ass for you.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to the Kelsey Bros, the New Heights podcast.
I'm voting for that.
You know the water guys, like the Gatorade dudes and whatever.
Yeah.
When you out there in the field, they run out there.
The
water bottles. Yeah, you seen this clip right here? They're talking about the water bottle guys. Whole lot of ayo in this clip. Whole lot of ayo in this clip. Check it out.
Why don't players squirt their own water?
Hey,
that is such a good question. Honestly, somebody comes up to me with it already like right here.
Yeah.
And all they got to do is just go around from person to person and just like, do you want one? I can shoot you real quick.
Yeah.
It's way easier than handing the bottle and handing it. I don't know. It's maybe not that much easier, but it is convenient.
You kind of just know when somebody reaches up to squirt you to open up your mouth.
Squirt, yeah.
And then you just get squirted. But you don't always, they don't have to do the squirting. You can do the squirting sometimes. But, when you develop a relationship, you just know when you're about to get squirted on.
You develop the relationship.
Yeah.
You got to have a good relationship with this person squirting.
Jeez. Yeah. You don't want to just be letting randos squirt on you. I'll let a teammate squirt me sometimes.
Hey, yo! I got
They were having fun with that one.
Yeah,
They were having a lot of fun.
That was fun.
My man said they're getting juicy. You gotta relax.
Sports could do that to you, right?
Jiggy with it. All right, let's get it out of here, man, because we want to keep our breaks. Because Brian's got a whole lot to say coming up next.
Is it the holiday?
Call in and argue with Brian all you
got
want.
a whole lot to say coming up next, buddy.
Get back in here. Maybe we open up the phones. All right, is it our reigning champ, Who Dat Nation caller? Is it Franklin had to go pee? Krusty during post game, or the water squirters? Where are you going, Lucius?
Who Dat?
Who Dat? Brian?
I'm going with the water squirters.
All right. I'm going to go with the water
Me too, low-key.
For a vote of 2-1, it is the New Heights
There
podcast
you go.
with the Kelseys about the water squirting. That is our new G-Bag of the Day champion. You missed it. We always replay that during LA Live coming up at 5:40. All right, it is time for Krusty's Corner. Where are we going with that?
I'm going to be super positive about this Cowboy loss. Let's talk about that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, we've got your power rankings at 8 o'clock, plus how the NFL has screwed this season up. It's
6. Awards will be given out to Corey Seager, Josh Young, Leody Taveras, Nathaniel Lowe, Dane Dunning, and Gold Gloves presented to Lowe, Jonah Hyman, and Adolis Garcia. You can be a part of this special evening by purchasing a table or an individual ticket at Rangers.com/awards dinner.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. You can shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. 5 new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Yeah, shout out to Big Surge in the Twitch chat. He said, Willie almost slammed on someone in those Colin segments during the post game. He said, quote, Colin with something better next time. And I did.
Did you say that?
I did. It was the
Or
guy.
do you want to catch me outside?
It was the guy that's like, we got a big game against the Lions
Oh, that's
next
right.
week.
That's right. He just.
It's like, yeah, dude.
He turned the page real quick.
We've got an entire week to talk about that. This is the post-game show for the game that just happened. We're going to talk about what just happened in the game they just played. And then we'll talk about the Lions for the ensuing week, okay?
How did you like doing the pre and the post game show? How did you feel about 9:25?
I was ready to just cry.
Were you?
And take a shot. And I might have had a lot when I got home that night. It definitely, yes. I mean, after a loss like that, certainly didn't make it any easier. But I appreciate all the support and feedback and conversation we get from everybody. I mean, we're in it together, and it's never fun to lose like that. But we always can turn to our guy, King of the Crusties, Brian Broaddus, to break it all down and let us know exactly why this happened and why this didn't. And it's time now for Krusty's Corner.
Appreciate that there, Wooly Bully. Never easy on the autopsies when it's, but that's the way to learn. You do your best to try and learn what happened along the way. What do you think Tua's percentage was, or what do you think his numbers were when he was blitzed in this game?
Oh, I would say
he was blitzed only 10% of this game. He faced a blitz only 10% of the snaps.
I would say bad. I mean, his numbers this season have been really poor when he's been pressured and blitzed. Yeah. So I would say not good.
He was 1 of 4 for 18 yards.
Yeah, there you go.
He averaged 4.5 yards of completion. Why do you blitz him 10% of the time?
Maybe blitz him more when you're 1 for 4.
Yeah, the numbers. You look at it how about this when he faced pressure? It's 2 of 8 for 64 yards. It's 8 yards of completion. 25% completion percentage. 2 of 8 when pressured. When he wasn't pressured, he was 22 of 29 for 229 yards, 1 touchdown. That's, to me, I'm kind of wondering, did we miss something here? Did we miss an opportunity? Were you so concerned
about their weapons
with
and their
weapons?
Speed?
Yeah, I mean, early in that game, like the hill drop that we had, man, you talk about the first series, or I guess it's first series for the off the goal line.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I think it was 3rd and 8, and they popped that big 50-yard chunk to Waddle.
Oh, it's back to back. Yeah, but the hill drop. You talk about a creative design to create space for him, because man, they could have that. Okay, the Dolphins caught a break anyway, because Lamb is holding Parsons. I mean, he's tackling him. He's tackling the guy, and they get the ball off. But what they do is they move in goal, they motion him out wide, and it forces Bland to go with him to widen.
Okay.
And they put so much pressure. Dallas is in too deep. And it's again one of those games where a couple of times I don't know what Wilson was looking at. Because I mean, he never reacted to Hill running that route, that vertical route, to help Bland. I mean, he's got to help. I mean, Hooker's on the other side of the field, and he's trying to get. He can't. I mean, there's no way he gets over. But I just wonder sometimes with Wilson, they play him these 2 deep looks, and you wonder what's happening. The same thing on the Waddle play.
Mm-hmm.
It's like.
That was on Gilmore on the other side.
Yeah, there was
no safety help there.
That was just an attack on Gilmore, what that one was. Waddle runs right by him. I mean, he just flat runs right by him. But you got Wilson again to that side that's supposedly on the hash to help. And he turns to his right inside. They got everything covered inside. There's no reason for him to turn to the inside. Your threat is to the outside there. It's Waddle. Help your guy there. Turn your hips to the left, get depth, play the angle, and go defend the ball. But again, he turned. That's a 50-yard gain right there.
It's huge.
Yeah. I'll tell you where Dallas did a pretty good job, though, too, is playing run defense in this game.
That is a bright spot because we were worried about it.
Yeah.
And after what happened with Buffalo, I mean, they held Miami to under 100 yards as a team.
And I'll tell you what, the plan for the Dolphins was clearly the perimeter run. Clearly the perimeter run. And there were a couple of times, the one time with Jordan Lewis, he had a tackle for a loss on a -3 play. And you talk about, to play run defense. Remember earlier, guys, we were saying linebackers, play with anticipation, play with awareness, play with an understanding. That's what Jordan Lewis did on that. They're going to toss the ball to, they're going to try and run a crack toss to Mostert. And Lewis just knows exactly what's happening. He knows he's, my man Chosen, wide receiver.
Yes, Chosen
Anderson is going to crack. His last name's Chosen. It's not, his first name is.
No, it is. It's Chosen Anderson. Well, did you just go Robert Chosen? I thought he changed it to Chosen Anderson. But he's putting Chosen on the back of the jersey.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's Chosen. I thought it was Chosen because I saw it on the back of his jersey.
Yeah, he legally changed it to Chosen.
Yeah, it's crazy, but hey, good for him. That's the way he feels.
He's fast.
Good for him.
That's another speed player they've got.
Yeah, but they could try a crack toss, and Lewis reads the play the whole way. Knifes down inside, beats the block right there. I mean, that's what you got to do right there. To play run defense, you got to play with some anticipation. Hooker. I mean, I've been super, super critical of Hooker's play, and the last several weeks, he's done a pretty damn good job. They're going to run toss left. And so this is down on the goal line. And Lawrence takes on 2 blockers. And then you get Hooker is, again, anticipation, seeing what's going on. He's going to attack the edge, and he's going to beat Armstead, the tackle, who gets outside to the corner, and he's going to cut down Moser for another loss of 3. And so right there you go. That's what you got to have. You got to have that ability to make those stops down there, when teams are going to try and run the ball on the edge, play with the anticipation, play with the awareness, get to the spot you need to be. The 4th down stop that they make. Another excellent play for the Cowboys. This is well played by the defense. They're not going to allow Hill to shake loose in the tight red zone. He hides, and then he kind of motions, and then he motions again. And what happens is Hooker and Wilson are they're both responsible for him. They're playing like a bracket coverage on him. And so they're not going to let him get away. So when you see when you see Hill come in motion, and he runs motion fast, you should see Hooker. Both of them are flying to make sure that they stay in position on the play because they're so scared of the explosiveness of Hill off the line. So they create a bracket on him. Tua took the tougher throw to try and get for Wilson on the fade. But Wanye Thomas, great job of staying wide on the play, forcing Wilson to the edge right there. So good job with that on the 4th down play. Okay, they ran the ball at Parsons a couple of different times in this football game. And when we've seen Parsons been bad against the run, where has he been lined up?
At end.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. They got him a couple of times on the end. One time he reads, it was a gain of 6 where it happened 2 times in a row when they ran the ball at him. They pulled the backside guard, and he's so aggressive stepping down inside, they hooked him both times. And the second time, you could see him just like MFing himself.
Yeah.
Because he's like, how could I let that happen to me again? You can just see it. I mean, he knows I'm not supposed to go down inside, and then he sees the puller, and he's like, oh no, I just gave this thing up. So That was unfortunate right there for him. But I will say this, as an off-ball linebacker, he had couple of different couple of really good plays.
He did, and that was a nice adjustment there from DQ.
Yeah. Well, they that was one of those things. Like, we knew that when you put him like off ball, that he could create pressure. Eichenberg, the center.
Yeah.
There was one time where they're trying to throw the ball to Waddle in the flat, and Parsons. We all knew the idea. Eichenberg, the center, was going to have problems dealing with Parsons one-on-one, and Parsons was right over the nose. And he went right around him, and Tua had to throw the ball away. He throws the ball wide to Waddle in the flat. Incomplete right there. So good job by Parsons playing. The matter of fact, they played him off ball 2 snaps, and there was a -2 on the play, is what they do. So Parsons did a really good job. He did the second one was Mozzie Smith and Lawrence do a really good job of holding the point of attack. You got Parsons playing off ball, as I mentioned. And they're going to run the ball at Lawrence and Mozzie just hold up really, really well. Parsons, what does he do? He knifes down inside. He beats Cotton in the spot. And now A-Chain, the tackle, loss of 1. So there you go, right there. Parsons playing a little off ball, taking advantage of, good anticipation, good read, good quickness. Good job by Lawrence and a little bit of Mozzie Smith, too, to hold up at the point of attack, not to give that away. All right. Mostert's TD catch, This one bothered me because there's mass confusion by the Cowboys linebacker and secondary on this one. Gilmore gets picked by his own guy again. He gets picked by Lewis. Lewis is waiting for the crosser. And here's Gilmore trying to get across the back of the end zone. He gets picked. All right. So Mostert is moving from his left to his right. That takes Bell, the motion takes Bell and Kearse out of position. And then all of a sudden, Kearse and then Mostert comes back underneath to his left. So he goes left, right, and then back underneath. Really nice little design. But the responsibility is on Kearse. Kearse doesn't react until it's too late. Mostert's already out into the flat. Ball is out. It's a 4-yard touchdown. But really, the movement of one player affected the Cowboys down in that tight red zone area. But they, for the most part, man, they hung in there and did what they had to do against the run defense. I wish Dan Quinn would have blitzed more in this game, because that clearly was the opportunities, or when it happened in the game, that's when the struggles for Tua seemed to come to a head.
Thank you very much, Brian. We'll get back more of that at 5 o'clock as well. More of your film breakdown. All right, let's do some NFL news of the day. One NFC exec calling out the Cowboys. And have you ever seen this before? That's next on The Fan.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in. Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and the Get Right. Turn it on, leave it on. 105.
is live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's hit you with some NFL news of the day as we roll into hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation. We do have the Mike McCarthy presser coming up at 3:30-ish. Shout out again to our guy, Jesse Holly. Hopefully everybody had a Merry Christmas. And if not, hey, we're here for you. 877-881-1053 to join the conversation. Even if we go back and forth and we don't always agree, do love fellowshipping and interacting with all of the Tolos.
Somebody call you out for...
Well, we got one guy who must have just gotten coal in his stockings or something because he was offended that I said Tony Pollard should have attacked the corner.
I think Tony Pollard, if he had to do it over, when he watched the tape, when he was in the sidelines, if he watches the pad, he probably felt like...
Trust your speed. Just hit the pylon.
Yeah.
Hit the pylon. You've got
to play at the pylon, please.
Dive, and just extend the ball at the pylon.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You touch the pylon, you're in.
That was the second time he went somewhere weird during the run that day.
Mm-hmm.
Old Tony, boy, I was screaming at the TV a few times on Tony.
And then his...
Where are you going, bro?
He gets half
the
the lower
lead block
body.
is this way.
Man, that's a tough deal. And of course, when you lose by 2 like that, every one of those, and then you fumbled at the goal line, there's a lot of frustration. I get it.
Yeah.
But, man, we did have an NFL executive that was quoted as calling out the Dallas Cowboys. Zach Wilczek alongside Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander.
Which one? Do I know the guy? Or is it a lady? Is it Amy Trask?
They're not mentioned.
Oh.
It's just an executive
it's
in
an
the
actual,
NFC East.
Oh, it's one
and
of the
this
East.
is per the Athletics' Mike Sando, who writes a lot of excellent articles.
All right, let's try and figure out who this is.
Yeah,
then.
let me know who you think this is.
All right, Sando. He's okay.
So here's the little part of Mike Sando's article. Opponents have long considered the Cowboys to be frontrunners, which could play into the issues away from home. Dallas has covered the point spread 9 times, including 7 times at home. The Cowboys failed to cover the spread 6 times, with 5 of those losses on the road. Quote, I think their identity is what it is, an executive with the NFC East said. A front-running bunch, and when they start off hot, they ride it, and when they have to go blow for blow, I think there is imploding there, is the quote.
So this is an NFC East executive?
An NFC East exec.
All right, let's think about Sando's out there in Seattle, right? There any dudes that are executives that have moved from probably something that hit,
I feel like there might be somebody with Philadelphia ties.
I'm always interested, yeah.
But honestly, I hate people taking shots at our Cowboys.
Yeah.
But it's hard to argue that right now.
Yeah.
But we know that, we talked about it leading up to the game. They need their offense to start quickly. Their defense is built to play with the lead so they can attack the quarterback. The pass rush is their strength.
I'd like to say that their defense did enough in that game the other day to win it for them. They didn't get a stop at the end, which they got a stop against Seattle. They had 3 4th down
and
stops.
they got the stops against Philly you needed.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the offense didn't come through. This was the reverse of that. Your offense did come through.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, you needed the defense to get one more stop, and they couldn't do it.
There was just that period of time where they lost their way on offense. They went from it's kind of like that they weren't really. I don't think that McCarthy got conservative because of the offensive line, because I mentioned he tried to put Turpin in and run that vertical route that would have scored, likely. I think the play call, and I think he tried to stay aggressive. I just wonder sometimes if the quarterback loses a little bit of that, of his focus. When he's on, man, he is so hard to deal with. When he's pulling the trigger, when he's seeing the routes, he's anticipating the throws. We saw for about 7-8 weeks, man. Yeah. You couldn't stop him. And then you get in some of these games, and like all of a sudden it's rolling kind of well for him, and then it's like he's not. Did I see that? And when Dak hesitates, I don't think Dak's any good when he hesitates.
No, and you could see that. During that lull, when CD wasn't involved in the offense, was basically going 3 and outs, and Miami's winning the field position battle, and your defense is giving up yards, but they're stiffening where they need to.
They're making them kick field goals. Yeah, making them kick like 50-yard field goals.
You could tell. Yeah. You could tell when you start to see like the double clutch there from Dak, where he's about to throw, and then he pulls it back. Yeah. or now he's going to try and spin. And sometimes he maneuvers the wrong way into the pocket. But there were times, and I think that, the play, and I brought this up in postgame, it was a throw to CD. I think it was a second down, but there was a linebacker and a safety underneath, and you could see he just short hopped it and he skipped it in.
Well, he kind of jumps. It's like he's not in.
He throws it kind of in midair.
He kind of throws it like he's throwing off his front foot, but he's so spread out he can't get anything on the ball.
Yeah.
It's like he's not sure that he wants to try and fit it in between that area. And
I don't want it to get intercepted.
I don't want it. I don't want to be the reason we turn the ball over here right now.
And a lot of the time it's like, hey, well, you'll take that. I'd rather you be cautious with the football. But sometimes you got to just let that thing.
Well,
let it rip.
I can understand too. He took that sack with Van Ginkel gets in the one time. He wants to throw it to Gallup on the slant, and friggin' Ramsey just mauls Gallup to the point where Gallup gets knocked on the ground. So what does Dak do? I mean, he tries to scramble, and Biotish is trying to. Van Ginkel's on the other side of the formation, and he tries to run. Well, he's not trying. He gets to where Dak is, but Biotish misses him on the block. I mean, just misses him, and now. Then Dak gets the sack.
It's a tough deal. It is. I mean, there was definitely some frustrating moments without question, but still puts you in a position to win the game at the end.
Yeah, but when there was a couple of questions, I mentioned those hots.
Yeah.
And I wonder if Mike McCarthy will say something about it. I hope somebody asked him the question today. But I felt like there was a couple of times where Dak just wasn't sure about.
So they had him. Like they were there. Receivers are turned. They're looking for the ball.
Well, it's 3rd and 6, and Cooks sees the blitzer. And you see him immediately look inside, and Dak's looking at him. And I'm surprised that Dak just didn't throw it to him.
Throw it.
And see, because even if it's a yard short, McCarthy's likely going to go.
Yeah, and we've seen that from Coach.
We've seen it. I mean, but it's going to be a play at the sticks is what it's going to be. And he's looking right at him. And I'm not going to say that I could see Ndoga, I could see him maybe busting because he doesn't play a whole hell of a lot. Steele busting, I don't know. I think he picked up the right guy, and Dak just wasn't comfortable with the throw. So those are the questions I have with Dak. Sometimes we'll just lose focus on what's going on during the game, and then and then he'll find it and. Like he did in that drive where he's boom, boom, boom down the field and get him going, and now he's back in the game. These quarterbacks, it's tough. It's a tough position to play, and it's tough to be really consistent at it. But, man, in these tight games, you got to be consistent at it.
It literally is. In the NFL, I mean, there's such little room for error. It comes down to a couple of those plays. It really, really does. Now, Trevor Lawrence for the Jags has a sprained right AC joint. So not sure if he's going to be able to go in that shoulder. I mean, he has not been playing good football now.
No, he's not.
The flip side of that, the Bucs, who just smoked them over the weekend. Baker's playing great football right now, and that's your matchup in the first round going to Tampa Bay. That doesn't look like it's easy of a game as you kind of thought it would be going to play the NFC South champ with the way that Baker and Rashad White's running the football. So the Jags then signed Matt Barkley off the Giants practice squad to help give them a little bit of insurance. Might be C.J. Beathard who gets the start for them this weekend. And a big bummer of an injury, Vikings tight end T.J. Hawkinson suffered a season-ending torn ACL and MCL against the Lions as they tried to rally and get that win. Lions did get the win. They've won their first division title since 1993. They're going to host their first ever playoff game at Ford Field, so congratulations to the Lions.
I was there for their last one.
That's wild. But that's a bummer of an injury for T.J. Hawkinson because now that's probably going to bleed into next year.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Man, the Vikings they've had to deal with a lot this year.
Kirk Cousins, now
their wide receiver,
Justin Jefferson.
The wide receiver was down a long time.
Yeah, I think Jordan Addison got hurt during the game.
Oof, tough, man.
Really is. Now, you had last night, this is the first time I've ever seen this, Brian. Now, I don't know if you've witnessed this in your days in the NFL, but the official falling down in the end zone causes a safety for Lamar Jackson last night.
Trip backing up, didn't he?
Yes. And you can see the poor guy's face. He's like, oh, crap. Here comes Lamar Jackson. And Lamar's looking downfield so he doesn't necessarily see him, and then he trips over him. He tries to get rid of the ball before he's down, but my gosh.
And then Bill Vinovich is right there. Like, he trips over his buddy, and Vinovich is right there to throw the flag and call it intentional grounding.
So unfortunate, man.
Yeah, well, that's, boy, what if that would have been like a kind of like the final drive of the game kind of a thing, and all of a sudden you lose by 2 points?
Dude. Like the Cowboys-Dolphins game, it ends up being 22-20. Yeah, that is the play that made the difference.
Yeah, that would be crazy.
Golly. I mean, we already give enough criticism to the officiating. That would have been even worse. Now, Brock Purdy had a terrible game. Niners head coach Kyle Shanahan still confident, of course, that Brock's going to bounce back. He did have a stinger. Threw 4 interceptions. So he left the game. Sam Darnold came in, I believe, also threw an interception. But
was it the final drive?
Yeah. I mean, he's just chunking into the end zone there. But they're going to have to monitor Brock Purdy and how that shoulder stinger is. I believe that's the same one he had earlier in the year, had to come out for a little bit, then came back into the game. But maybe Purdy's worst game as a pro against a Baltimore Ravens defense that we have noted is one of the best, if not the best in the league.
I'll tell you what, man, that they make you look really ordinary on offense, that Raven group, the way they get after you, and man, they just got I'll tell you where they don't get enough respect or enough credit, put it that way. And I tweeted this out because we were talking about somebody tweeted at me and said, well, I could tell the physicality. The Cowboys never could play with the physicality that the 49ers or the Ravens play with. And I said, I would just like to play with the Ravens' discipline on defense. I would just like to play with that ability that no matter what movement you show me, no matter what routes you run, no matter how you try and trick me, I'm going to be exactly where I need to be. And that Ravens have their safety gets knocked down on the play, gets up, and what happened? Interception.
Kyle Hamilton.
Ball goes in the air, interception. The Ravens play with such discipline. And if the Cowboys could just, the Cowboys would be fine if they had the Ravens. The physicality, yeah, great, fine.
The motion. I mean, that's not really disrupting anything for Baltimore.
Give me the discipline not to get fooled, not to give up a 4-yard touchdown pass because a running back was from left to right and back to his left.
You end up picking each other. You're trying to run to stay in alignment. You're slipping on the play.
Yeah.
I mean, the motion has really been an issue for the Cowboys this year. I mean, that's been a talking point for a lot of these analysts out there, and you can see it on the tape as well.
Yeah.
Playing with your eyes. We talked about that all week long.
I mentioned about the 50-yard pass.
Yep.
I don't understand what Wilson. I'm not trying to say I know what all about defensive back play, but I know when everybody else is doing their job and one guy is not, it's clear. You could see it. You could see his responsibility is that half of the field. And he's not helping Gilmore, who just got blown by Waddle. You've got to anticipate, hey, he's going to launch this ball, and there's nothing underneath that should be holding you there. Well, everything is taken care of.
Yeah, and you mentioned Waddle. Waddle, of course, left that game with an ankle injury. Yeah. It now appears it's a high ankle sprain.
Well, how about this?
For Waddle.
Waddle and Mostert both don't play in the second half of that game, and you really can't take advantage of it. That's unfortunate right there.
Yeah, it is. But now they might not have Waddle. They're probably not going to have him for their matchup against Baltimore, which is
for the number one
basically
seed.
For the number 1 seed in the AFC. Jalen Hurts did enter the history books. He ran for his 15th touchdown of the season in the first quarter. It was a tush-push touchdown, of course, but
I'll tell you what, man, my son, Bennett Broadus, has him in fantasy football. He basically said that's saving his season.
Yeah, the rushing touchdowns.
Is the tush-push stuff.
Yeah, it's really been fantastic. He broke Cam Newton's NFL record for most rushing scores by a quarterback in a single season, so congratulations there to Jalen Hurts, even though we were hoping maybe you wouldn't end up winning that football game. We wrap up NFL News of the Day. This is RG3 on with Kay Adams, Up and Adams show. And we've played several. I know Lucius has for sure of RG3's kind of blunders during the season.
Oh, yeah, that's my guy, man.
He's getting a little risky.
He's real good at broadcasting.
He is.
He is really good at broadcasting.
And he knows he's super smart.
Yeah, real smart.
He knows what he's doing.
Double entendres.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's that guy.
And he's in his bag, and I love it. I think it's hilarious, and I love listening to RG3 do the color analyst for the games. But, Kay asked him, hey, you ever getting in trouble there with ESPN doing these college games?
What have you gotten that? Let's ixnay that.
Yeah, so I got a call about okay, we had this game for Oregon State, and you know the Oregon State mascot, right?
No, I don't. Tell me. Teach me everything.
Beavers. They're the
Oh,
Beavers.
God. Okay.
So I'm calling the game against Oregon State, and it's against Stanford, the Stanford Cardinal. And, it's a tree. So like early in the game, I'm like, hey, let's see how much wood these beavers can take.
Oh, wow.
Right? Something like that. And it wasn't immediate, but I had not going to lie, I had 6 other really borderline things that I said in that game.
You come with bits. You're like, this is what I want to get out there.
It wasn't that. It's not bits. The majority of 90% of everything that I say is just straight off the top of the dome. But there's a couple, that you can point out. And I got a call after that game because it was way too much. It was egregious. It wasn't like, hey, you're gonna get fired if you keep doing this, but it was like, yo, you probably shouldn't keep doing this.
Buddy got the wag of the finger.
Yeah.
Robert, if you would, please.
Robert's pretty talented, I'd say.
He's awesome.
Robert makes the game fun.
Yeah.
He's fantastic.
He really does.
His Twitter is good. His social media situation is good.
I'll tell you
he
what.
has an opinion. He'll stand on it.
Yeah,
and
his
pull
family
some
Christmas
facts.
pick.
He has got a lot of enthusiasm. I love the fact when he not afraid to get out there and run with the crowd onto the field or run with the buffalo or he's always trying to do something.
That's
he raced the Hawk
week
in Seattle.
That was awesome.
Yeah, I mean he's always trying to do something to make the game entertaining.
Oh man! All right, let's go around the rim, shall we? And then we'll lead into the Mike McCarthy presser at 3:30. NBA on Christmas Day takeaways. We got a frustrated Kevin Durant, and what's happened since the Pistons' last win? Been a lot. That's next on the Fan.
The Fan continues to grow because of you, our listener teammates.
here on your home of the Cowboys and home of your World Series champion Texas Rangers. We will talk some baseball as well. 4:40, we'll go around the bases with you. But right now, let's go ahead and cut the lights out, put the kids to bed for an afternoon nap. Let's go all the way around the rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Oh, rain dance! Oh, what a great day for the NBA. NBA on Christmas Day. I used to look forward to it. Just sit back, watch all the basketball. And what happened? Roger Goodell came in and said, sorry about you. We are now going to do NFL games on Christmas Day. So it's not just all about you. It's not just your day anymore.
Well, I think they kind of run out of that now, don't they? Well, they're going to get one more Christmas Day. Well, nope,
I
they're
think
done.
they're going to do a Wednesday Christmas Day game.
Nah.
That's the next thing that they're going to do.
They're done. They can't now. They've run out of the way the calendar's falling, right? Not that I know what days go in order or leap years and all that stuff, but right, Monday was Christmas Day, right? That's naturally a Monday night game.
Yes. So it would make sense, but they're
done. They're done.
I hope you're right, but I don't know. I feel like the pandemic stuff with having a random Tuesday or Wednesday game has opened them up for consideration.
Did we really do that?
They did, yeah. We had a couple of Tuesday
I
and
remember
Wednesday
that.
games.
I do
Those
remember
games
that.
had to get canceled. They're like, well, we want to make sure we play the game. So then the teams are ending up getting chipped. They're playing all kinds of wonky schedules. They're playing 3 days. I mean, it ended up being bizarre.
It was crazy,
But
yeah.
they did get all the games in. They didn't miss any games.
I think the worst thing about the pandemic from a sports aspect, I know about the fans not attending, was the fact that Des Bryant didn't get to play against the Dallas Cowboys when the Ravens played that time against the Cowboys.
That was sad. I mean,
Yeah.
honestly, I'm a noted Desbian, and I love Des. Throw up the X. So I was a little bit happy. It would have kind of broken my heart.
So you're glad he didn't play so he didn't have some success.
He probably would have scored against the Cowboys.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody did.
Yeah.
They couldn't stop Lamar Jackson.
No,
that
couldn't
night,
at all.
But he probably would have gotten in the end zone. Absolutely. But big game for Jalen Brunson. 38 points, 6 assists, went 15 of 28 from the floor. Really, really big in leading the Knicks to their victory, 129-122 over the Milwaukee Bucks. Really, look, Jalen, after taking the criticism from Becky Hammond last week, saying, hey, watch this. Goes out there, crushes it. Steph Curry did not get any help in the fourth quarter. Nikola Jokic went off for Denver as the reigning champs. You're just kind of cruising right now through the early portion of the season. Celtics get a big win, showcasing they're the best team in the NBA. They ended up taking out the Clippers and then the Lakers. LeBron had a vintage block, though. They called a foul on LeBron, who trails back, gets a block. It was clean. LeBron immediately turns around and says, hey, review that. They review it. They ended up saying LeBron James did not commit a foul, but his teammate did. So they changed it and gave the foul to his teammate on that. I mean, it ended up being pretty comedic. And then Luka, MVP right now, in my opinion. Now, we'll see if that continues. But the way he's played with no Kyrie, the Mavs being shorthanded, it's really
Played
like,
a
look,
lot
if
of
you can
minutes.
get him Derek Lively,
Yeah.
and you've got at least Lively, the Mavs have a great chance to win because Luka is going to put up 30, 40. He put up 50 in another outstanding effort making history, the 10,000 career points club he joined on Christmas Day. So fantastic there for Luka, who was really brilliant last night. There's some of your takeaways from Christmas Day. Now, this was amazing. Last time the Detroit Pistons won a basketball game.
They lost 26 straight or 25?
26.
26. There we go.
It's an NBA record. They have not won since October the 28th, pre-Halloween.
They have the highest paid coach in the league, too, I think.
Oh, it's bad.
I think
bad.
I think he's up to
I think you're right.
$4.3 million per win.
And I'm sorry, they're 2 losses away from the all-time streak,
Yeah.
which is 28 games. So they're on a 26-game losing streak right now.
Who's the
They're
all-timer?
tied with the Nets. The all-time
Somebody like the 76ers back in the
Sixers during their tank seasons.
Yeah.
2013-14
Yeah.
and 2014-15. So Jaws returned from suspension, and he already has more wins than the Pistons since their last win. You've had the Draymond drama, where he's been suspended, and I don't think he's coming back anytime soon.
No.
KD's moved up on the scoring list. He began the season 13th all-time in scoring. Now he's moved up into 10th. The entire in-season tournament happened. It began on November 3rd and ended on December 9th. The Detroit Lions have won 5 games and a division title since then. The Texas Rangers won the World Series.
How about that?
The Dodgers have spent over $1 billion in free agency. Caitlin Clark has scored 397 points at Iowa.
She's tough.
17 college football bowl games have been played. And Connor Bedard, the outstanding young phenom for the Chicago Blackhawks, has scored 10 goals.
Can I ask you a question about hockey real quick?
Yeah.
Bedard and others, have you seen how everybody's now lifting the puck and throwing it in the corner of the... Should that be allowed?
Yeah, I think so.
Carry the puck and just throw it in the corner?
So you don't want the carrying. Like you think
that's... Yeah, the stick handling is amazing.
Yeah.
But these guys have
got
gotten
it down
so
now.
good at... If you're a goalie, how do you defend that? Like you're kind of like looking and around behind the cage.
Put the puck wherever
and
he
all of a
wants
sudden,
to.
guys like Bedard just come in and they just just shovel it right in the corner.
I know, it's crazy.
I don't know. I think I'm against that. I think it's like the tush push.
It is like the tush push.
I don't want to see it anymore.
Man. Maybe the rules committee of the NHL will look into that.
I just don't think you should be able to
like it because I think it's fantastic. I mean, it's really cool when people are able to successfully do that. But you're right. It does put the goaltender in quite a bind.
Yeah.
But maybe a defenseman needs to come over, lay the wood, throw your body in there.
Yeah.
Knock him off a little bit. And KD's reportedly very frustrated with the Suns' underwhelming supporting cast. Well, KD, you traded for Bradley Beal. You've got a super team. You've got Devin Booker. You've got a big three. That's what happens. You don't end
Frank
up
Vogel
having
coaching that team too, huh?
a ton of depth. But so I understand KD's frustration.
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and cut the lights back on. Let's step aside a little bit early so we can get back from Mike McCarthy, the head coach of your Dallas Cowboys. His pressure's coming up on the other side next year on The Fan.
Take your turn it on, leave it on fan experience everywhere you go with our Odyssey app.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. You can shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucia, standing by for Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy for his press conference after a disappointing loss on the road to Miami.
He didn't get a watch for Christmas then, did he?
This is
You know,
he's not on the Tom Coughlin deal there. Where if you're
Tom Coughlin,
5
I
minutes
lived that.
early, then you're on time.
Yeah, I'll never. Yeah, that was oof. That was tough.
If you're on time, you're late.
Yeah.
I never understood that.
He had a lot of rules. That man, Tom Coughlin.
He did win a couple of Super Bowls, though. Certainly did.
Yeah.
I did see this, and shout out to Joe Flacco as we gave winners and losers earlier from the NFL season. Joe Flacco's a winner right now.
Yeah.
Like Joe Flacco, my goodness, what he's doing. And Amari.
Off the couch.
Off the couch, yeah. And I can't tell you how many texts we were getting during the post, like, never should let Amari Cooper go. Nah, probably not. But Amari Cooper was balling.
They got mad at Amari Cooper over there.
They did.
Got mad at him.
And speaking of.
Oh, he's on time.
Not being mad. Here's Mike.
Okay, questions, please.
Yes, certainly. Mike, David Moore, Nels Morning News. You talked before just about the importance of big plays, even more of a premium this time of year as far as the separation on teams that win and lose with so much at stake.
Yeah, I think anytime the arena is super competitive, the big plays are usually factor. And I think when two teams match up this time of year too, there's a pretty good understanding of what each team does and what they're known for and how you want to attack each other. That's why I think the self-scout part of it is always important, but even more so this time of year. But yes, I think definitely big plays. You got to have big plays to win in the NFL.
And the other part of that is you always talk about also the turnover ratio and these 4 losses to good teams on the road. I think it's 7-1. Is that something you discuss with your team? Are they fully aware of it, or how do you approach that when this has been a recurring theme?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we talk about the ball security is a daily focus for us, and I think on the year, we're taking care of it better, year stats. So, but yeah, I think you clearly got to win that battle. That's a big part. And frankly, I mean, that's they also fall in big plays. You look at the big play in Miami, that was a huge play for them, and obviously it was a missed big play opportunity because we felt we should have had 7 points there.
Mike Toller with ESPN. Mike has been looking for some holding calls or asking for some holding calls pretty publicly.
Trying to help you out.
This is hilarious, isn't it? Thank you.
Trying to help you out.
You're right on John's head. Perfect. Thank you. Yeah.
John's going to be behind you.
Yeah. Look that way.
I don't think anything's going to help us, so just let it go. So.
Mike has been looking for holding calls, and he's been pretty public about being upset about not getting him. Do you think he worries too much about that stuff, and that's affecting him at all?
I don't see a young man worried about it, in his preparation or, in the game. He's competing during the game. I think these conversations that happen after the fact, I think it's more of a product of today's industry. Yeah, I don't see it as an issue. I mean, everybody wants an honest answer, and I think the fact that our players and coaches, I think they do a very good job of engaging and, doing the best they can with their responses. John?
John Machado with The Athletic. What's the latest with Tyron Smith and Jonathan Hankins?
They're both getting better. We have a light practice today. Obviously, it's Tuesday, so that they won't participate in the team part of it. But they're getting better. I mean, the walkthrough, they're involved, so they have a chance.
And then what kind of challenge is this Lions rush attack against your guys' run defense?
Good football team. I think really running the football and stopping the run. I think those are two strengths of their team. Playing very well. Actually, I was very impressed with them last year, playing here, at AT&T. So this is going to be we feel like it's Saturday night and, a lot on the line, as far as playoffs, opportunity as far as the seeds. We look at it as two teams that have the potentially fighting for the number 2 seed. So it's going to be a great game.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. When you look back on that game, like CD had a really good start, then he disappeared and he came back in that fourth quarter. What happened in between those first?
Oh, I think statistically that reflects your question. But I mean, I think if you watch the game, ebb and flow of the game. I can't remember who asked the question. I mean, after the game, I thought the 2 backed up series were not very good for us. We didn't generate a first down on either one of those, and then we had another series there where I thought Brian did a great job getting us out of there with the field position. But yes, we actually took 30 minutes of the meetings today to go back and review Miami, and I just felt as a team there was some details. We had some young guys that had some opportunities, and some guys with new opportunities that we just felt like we needed to go back and hit the details. Because we felt like we left an opportunity to get away, and it's just like anything. It'll always be the details, playing to your standards, but CeeDee Lamb's the feature component of our pass game, and anything other than that those are the facts.
You got a young fullback in Hunter. What happened in that fumble there with him and Dak?
Yeah, it just looked like the exchange was clean. Just lost the ball. I mean, he obviously finished a good 2 yards in the end zone. So I think clearly with Hunter, I've been impressed with his as the year's gone on. I mean, obviously in the same drive, I think he generated 2 first downs at another short yardage conversion too. So he's done a nice job in that situation for us.
Scott.
Skyler Dixon with the AP. You just mentioned the seeding part of it. How much is this week and maybe even next week to a degree just kind of a matter of forget about all the what ifs and kind of get your team where you want it to be going into the postseason? I
mean, I like to think that we've been focused that way all year. I mean, we've been talking about getting to 11 wins. We're still not there, and that's why I think just the 11th win, and obviously we understand what our opponent's fighting for this week. And I think it creates a lot of juice for this game. Coach Jimmy Johnson's going into the Ring of Honor, so I mean this is going to be a great contest that we look forward to, and it's just like anything, you got to take care of what's in front of you. We can't control what goes on in Philadelphia or these other places, as we know. So we just want to be better than we want to be much better than we were last week. That's the reality of this. But there's a lot of good things that occurred in Miami. I thought the way we flew around and improved on some of the things from the prior week. So still an opportunity to grow, get better. We're complementary football pieces are intact, and and I think we're heading in the right direction, big picture wise. But this is a great challenge that we have in front of us.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Mike, you've scored 30 points in all 7 home games. You're the first team since this 1970 merger to do that. What's been the key to the home offensive success, and how do you harness that through the rest of the season?
I think like anything, we've been able to get into a rhythm early and be able to, just keep your foot on the gas, and I think the crowds have been great. Defensively, we played well. I think this will be our biggest challenge of the year. It's my personal opinion. Some people may differ, as far as Philadelphia or the past games, but just based off what we've seen on video, at the end of last week and yesterday, I think this is going to be a heck of a game.
David. Like I know as coach of the Cowboys, you don't have to deal with many distractions away from the game, but this week when you have
David, did you attempt to make a joke there? I couldn't tell. Yeah.
Little holiday cheer. In a game like this, where an important part of the team's history is taking place at halftime, and that's not the team's focus, but do you ever try to incorporate anything like that about the team's history and what this franchise has done into the preparation, or is that completely separate?
I mean, I think those are big picture moments. I think there's definitely an opportunity when you play rival games. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, the history and the tradition of the Dallas Cowboys is impeccable. So, yeah, definitely. We're always, we have a tremendous video department. Roxanne does an incredible job with our with our messaging and videos there. So yeah, there's always a tribute to the past. I think it's important. I think those are the guys that laid the foundation for the success of the Cowboys, and I think it's great when Jerry acknowledges those guys and when you see them around here. So yeah, I think it's part of the spirit in the blessing of being a Dallas Cowboy.
Todd. Gilmore left the game briefly and went back in. How's he doing today?
Doing better. I mean, we're gonna be smart with him. He's part of the what we call the normal Wednesday group, so he'll be limited today.
Nick.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. You mentioned Jimmy and the halftime stuff. I know you were a young coach when he was here. Do you have any memories or connection with him, or just kind of something from afar that you?
Yes, I've had the unique opportunity to spend some time with Jimmy, just in the last year. So, I was in Florida, last year in spring break, and so spent some time with him on his boat. So I have great appreciation for him and all that he's done. So yeah, I'm a big fan.
Did he give you any advice or anything you could share?
Sure did. All good. It's all good. Yeah, absolutely.
Did he give you a Heineken?
We were drinking Troy's beer that day. So he's promoting Troy's beer. So.
Scott.
From afar, from the outside, what's your view of what Dan Campbell's been able to do with the Lions?
I mean, spending time in that division, I think you have to recognize what a great job he's done, and just the type of team that they've built up there. I've always felt that was a gold mine of a place. I've always felt it was a challenge to go in there and play in their stadium. It's unique, it's loud, it's down in the underground and so forth. So they got Detroit's got great fans. It's really cool to see that organization have some success. But I think those guys have done an incredible job.
All right, thank you, Mike.
All right, thank you.
Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy there talking with the media. Interesting, Cowboys have not been able to win the turnover battle in all of their road losses this year, and that's something that they pride themselves on. And, we talked about the one in Buffalo that they could have had, maybe if you had gotten the challenge. Fortunately, the officials didn't get the call in. And then Buffalo, little home cooking there, never showed a replay for coach to be able to do it. But again, didn't get a single turnover against Miami either. Talking about the details, left some opportunities on the field, let that get away. What do you think, though, about the answer regarding CeeDee Lamb and really not being a factor there for a couple of quarters?
Yeah, I mean, they sat down as a staff and tried to go through, play by play, what could have been done differently. Could there have been a different play call? Were they right in their what they believed in their preparation for that week on down and distances? Was there something that they missed? Did they play Lamb any differently? Did they play Lamb special? These are things they probably all could have picked up during the game, but as they did their deep dive into it, I'm sure that they realized that they could have gotten more out of that. They could have gotten more out of that matchup. We talked about going into the game that the one thing that you really kind of worried about was if, in fact, that Ramsey was going to travel with him. That was the big story all week. And then Vic Fangio and others, even, Ramsey said, well, if Howard plays, probably not going to travel. And we're all thinking, oh, maybe he's BSing us here.
Being a little coy with us.
Yeah, being a little coy. And then Vic Fangio came out and says, if Howard plays, we're probably not going to travel. So Vic Fangio was not being coy. He was being honest, and I'm sure if you asked him. But I know my eye, just watching it, I didn't see anything. I just noticed there were a couple different times where they passed him through the zone. There was a couple of times where they took Long, the linebacker, and tried to shove him a little wide, make him have to run through a zone to get to another area. There was nothing really exotic when it came to, let's play a guy short and let's play a guy over the top. No, there wasn't any of that. And they've got to figure out, and I'm sure they will, but Miami's twist game and Miami's blitz affected them in this football game. And it affected them to the point that that they didn't function as a normal offense. And I think that's what has to be a little bit, concerning that, Vic Fangio, I'm sure Mike kind of called him out last time they played for, well, we have the blueprint. And I'm sure Vic's probably telling people over a beer and a cigar that, this is what I did to him again. And I just didn't see anything exotic. I think that Dallas missed an incredible opportunity to attack with CeeDee Lamb against Howard, who wasn't, I think, at his very best, and Kahu. I don't think those were two quality players for the Dolphins yesterday.
No, I mean, we got a text in from, some Dolphin fans saying like, hey, Xavier Howard has not been the same player. And of course, we're not watching Miami down and down out like we are with the Cowboys.
Thanks for texting in. You're right.
He didn't look like it.
He didn't look like it. He looked like a very rusty player yesterday. He didn't look like he was really totally, he was doing his coverage things and stuff like that. But as far as being that shut, now that guy Ramsey, he'll compete. He competed to the point where he drove Cooks out of bounds down on the goal line.
Saved a touchdown.
So I think that Mike McCarthy, I think the coaching staff have to look at two things. The defensive coaches have to look at, were we too locked in to not giving up the big play that we weren't willing to blitz Tua? Because it was clear when he was pressured or blitzed, he was a different player. And the second thing is Mike McCarthy is, for 2 quarters, why did we not get CeeDee Lamb the ball 15 times?
Yeah.
Why did we go away from that? Or why did our quarterback go away from that? Or why was our play calling reflective of him not being involved as much as he should have been?
Stephon Gilmore limited, according to Coach McCarthy today. He's part of their group that typically gets this veteran day off. Also saying Mike McCarthy saying Tyron Smith and Jonathan Hankins are getting better. They both have a chance to go this week against Detroit.
Hopeful was the word I heard.
Yep, and I think we're all very hopeful on that, especially with the way that the Lions can run the football. Jahmyr Gibbs having another excellent game. Then you have David Montgomery.
He's a good rookie.
He's been fantastic.
Yeah.
In fact, Mike McCarthy saying that he thinks this is going to be their biggest challenge of the year based on what they've seen from Detroit early on in their
It's a good offensive line. I'm looking forward to watching them tonight.
Penei Sewell and Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
That is going to be a fun matchup.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
and we'll see how much off-ball linebacker that Parsons plays.
Sure.
Because they were actually pretty effective, with the couple of plays that he got, him being able to move and find the ball. When Parsons gets in trouble, and we said this before, when they run the ball at him, when he's an edge, he's so aggressive that he gets caught down inside, and then they find ways to pin him inside. That's the biggest issue that he deals with.
All right, let's do a little 2 guys, 1 booth. The best way to relive a 9-hour game day broadcast here on 105.3 The Fan. That's next.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. 1.2 million downloads. Secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Now time for some two guys, one booth as we roll into hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus. We got Lucius Alexander and you, our Turn It On and Leave It On listeners. Shout out to all of you who, if it's your first time listening, welcome. If it's your long time listening, we appreciate you and we love you for it. We do have a giveaway coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. We will be giving away a couple of party pass tickets to Lions and Cowboys at home this Saturday night. Jimmy Johnson getting inducted into the Dallas Cowboys Ring of Honor.
I don't think we're outside in the pregame show this week.
Not outside.
I don't think so.
Too chilly.
I don't know. I think something's going on with the Cotton Bowl going on. And they don't want us hanging.
Friday night is the Cotton Bowl.
And they don't want us hanging around outside.
That's a quick turnaround, man. Friday night, you've got the Cotton Bowl with Mizzou and Ohio State. And then, boom, Saturday night, we got a big night of Cowboys football.
Yeah. You and I will be down the Miller Lite.
We'll be at the Miller Lite Club. Yeah, if you're ever at the game, you're able to get down to the Miller Lite Club for post.
Make sure you come by and talk to Zach while he's on the air.
Yeah, say what's up.
He loves to do that.
That's a big fan.
His lips are moving. Just ask him a million questions about the game. He loves that.
And I'll just be like, hey, hold on 1 second. And we'll talk right afterwards. But we do have
It's always funny, the reaction of the people. Like, oh, I'm on air.
Because they don't realize. Yeah, they're like, oh, no, I'm so sorry.
And they feel bad. Yeah,
it's okay. It's okay. No big deal. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It's all right. But we do have a 9-hour game day here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. So we like to do a segment we call Two Guys, One Booth. It's mostly Brad and Babe during the game, but if anything happens in pregame or postgame, shout out to Ross, who does a good job cutting
Or
this.
one of your reads, one of your postgame
One of my reads, which I've definitely messed up a lot. But let's do it. It's time for a little Two Guys, One Booth.
But go ahead and do that, and then we'll.
I'll do this.
Oh yeah, I'll do that.
You want me to do this, or you want me to do this?
You do that,
Do
and
that.
then we'll do. Then
I'll do this, and then we'll come and do that other.
Do that other.
Ah, yes. Two Guys, One Booth. I'll eat a donut. Yes, you will, Brad. Now, this one a little bit better than what happened last week in Buffalo, but the Cowboys certainly left an impression on Brad Shane because he couldn't help but recap what happened the week before there against the Bills.
Because they always talk about playing complementary football, and last week in Buffalo they did. Their offense stunk so bad that the defense couldn't do anything, and the defense stunk so bad that the offense couldn't do anything.
Really good.
That's being honest.
That is honest.
Yeah, gotta like that, man. Right? We like when our home announcers are honest, right?
Very honest. I mean, you can't have one side of the ball just be
No.
way better than the other.
I
So
think
both of them just equally performed badly.
I feel like he got it right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Babe chimed in on that, and I don't know what the Bills did, but what's going on here, Babe?
And I kept waiting for teams to go pound them, and Buffalo finally did it.
They did.
Yeah.
They pounded them.
Pounded him.
They sure did, Babe. Thank you very much.
That's it. Football again, you know?
Football. We probably should start doing this maybe. And Lucius, actually, you did for LA Live. Like the interesting things
where
that are
do
said
these
during
things
football
come
games.
from? Yeah.
I think that should be something we do now every year. Like, that's hilarious. Because there's so, like, football, there's so many ways. If you're not sure what's being said, you're like, hold on a second. What was that description there? What was just said?
I've seen like TikTok videos before of women watching football games, and they're like, it's Troy Aikman, and Troy will come out with a few of them, and they're all like, that's interesting. Yeah, we should be watching football more here.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to the opening drive. It was really good for the Cowboys until it wasn't, as they get down to the 1. And Dak giving it to Hunter Lipke, who clearly was a part of this game plan, earned himself more playing time, and did he get into the end zone?
First down and goal. Lipke behind Prescott. Fumble as he tried the handoff to Lipke, and the Dolphins have recovered the fumble. Safety Brandon Jones recovered the fumble, and the Cowboys go all the way to the lip of the cup and hit the ball in the leg.
Hit the ball on the leg. Such a good call.
That is a good call.
From Brad right there. But it was, oh my goodness, they went on such a great opening drive. Yeah. I thought Pollard got in the play before. I mean, half of his body was in there. And then you see, like, nope, he was just short. We've talked about it. Maybe he just takes it to the edge, goes to the pylon there, trusts his speed. Probably in hindsight would have been the better way to go about it. He didn't. And then you had that play.
Trying to be too cute.
Try to get too cute.
Gotta get too cute, bro.
Tried to give it to Lipke.
Follow the lead blocks, dog.
Oh, man. And they fumbled. And
this is written out for you.
It really was.
It's written out for you, bro.
Right there, man.
It's right there.
It's just, it's killing. And who knows what happens? You get up 7-0. They took the ball. We talked about that in the pregame. Like, with how important it is to play with the lead, should they just take the ball instead of deferring? They did. They said, bleep this. We want the ball. We're going to go down the field and score. 1 yard away. Just unfortunately gets down to execution. Again, details. As Mike McCarthy said, the details.
Attention to details. They lose that every once in a while.
All right, what's the stadium in which the Miami Dolphins play?
It's, what is it called? It used to be Joe Robbie.
It used to be. Now it's Hard Rock Stadium. Babe,
not Joe Robbie anymore?
Babe called it something else.
Hard Rock Cafe, 721 Hard Rock Cafe, Hard Rock Stadium. I have been to the Hard Rock Cafe a number of times. So.
When's the last time you guys went to the Hard Rock Cafe?
Ooh, maybe about a year ago.
Yeah,
about a year ago in Orlando. Yeah.
Okay, that's the last one I went to too.
Yeah.
And it's actually pretty good. It's huge. That place is freaking massive in there.
Most expensive hamburger I've ever had in my life.
It's expensive.
I went to the one in London.
Oh, that must be kind of cool.
It was kind of cool, and most expensive hamburger I've ever had in my life there.
Was it good though? Was it worth it?
It really wasn't worth it.
Okay.
No. My expectations were. It was. I got to see some really cool memorabilia.
That's kind of what it is. It's all
the
about
food.
being there,
The food is very.
around.
The
They don't
food's
have
very
good food in London, bro, whatsoever over there in England. I say that respectfully. I do. I was over for a long time, and I eat the same thing every day. Fish and chips was great. Jamaican food.
Yeah.
And that's about it, bro.
Oh, by the way, I'm working on that Jamaican meat pie thing.
Oh, those
the meat
Jamaican
patties.
The meat. Yeah,
Dude, they look so good.
It's all about I'm learning. It's about. Lucius, let me ask you real quick. Scotch bonnet. It's that hot pepper. We need to put the hot. It's Scotch bonnet is part of.
Okay.
The meat.
I say we do. If you say so.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Scotch
so-
bonnet it up.
I just eat it, bro. You're talking over my head right now. I don't make it.
Okay. Well, I just
buy it and eat it.
Yeah, the Scotch bonnet is a pepper. It's pretty severe.
Let's do it.
All right, we're in. All right, I've got it. I've got
each other here.
We'll figure
I'm
it
down.
out. Yep, we'll figure it out. We got it.
Donovan Wilson, who you've pointed out a couple of times, maybe not quite making the right read. He was smacking people around.
He'll
though.
smack some people.
In fact, former teammate Cedric.
My bad, sorry.
Good tackle by Wilson on his old teammate, Cedric Wilson.
Wilson on Wilson.
Wilson on Wilson crime right there.
Wilson! It was. And Cedric had himself a couple of nice plays in this one.
I miss Cedric Wilson.
I do too.
Just because of all the things you can do with him in a game. I miss like him throwing the ball and stuff like that, you know?
214 is giving love to the mustard in London. Like their mustard game is way stronger than our mustard game. Just a weird thing.
Yeah.
Like, hey,
I will tell you this,
the food
though.
might suck with the mustard.
No. The texture, I think, is right. Because
the mustard.
When you do prime rib, English mustard is a good binder. Yeah, absolutely.
We go to
That's weed.
the touchdown to CD Lamb.
On first down and a 2nd and 6, Prescott a deep strike to Lamb over the middle, makes a cut inside, gets to the pylon, and it's a touchdown for CD Lamb. 49 yards on a catch and run for the first touchdown of the game.
On a TD Tuesday, CD Lamb.
I'll tell you what, great route by Lamb though. They caught the Dolphins right there, and a little bit of a coverage problem right there. They're trying to find a way to kind of man him up. It ends up neither one of the defensive backs handle it very well, and great throw by Dak to get him the ball. And then,
Great throw in the yak.
And
man.
then, but all of a sudden, man, he just outran the safety.
He did.
That safety took a poor angle, and he said, "Nope, not today."
You know, that play kind of reminded me of one of the few great moments of the 2018 divisional round playoff game in LA against the Rams. The Amari Cooper touchdown.
Amari Cooper,
to
yeah.
Put him up. Very similar on that one. All right, let's go to Brad and Babe talking about a little conference huddle there with the refs, and maybe Dak's trying to join in here.
I'm sure that's what the conference was the ball in the air when the flag was thrown. Now they're going to huddle up again. Crowd doesn't like it, but
Here comes Dak to join the huddle.
yeah, he'll put in his 2
What
cents.
a helpful lad. Hey, if you need an objective opinion.
Right. I'm not biased or anything.
I mean, I wasn't there, but
Very objective.
Yeah.
Hey, I just want to let you guys know, I threw the ball, and then he committed the foul. So, go ahead and just make sure this is the right call here. Well, maybe they should throw some flags on Micah Parsons being held.
Oh, my God.
That'd be nice. Can we get some of those, please? Can
8
we
out
get
of
some
8 out of
those?
15 games, they haven't drawn a holding call. as a unit.
It's unbelievable.
As a unit.
Yeah,
and they're
it's not even just Micah.
And they're one of the best pass rushing teams in the league. More pressure than anybody. It's
crazy.
Yep.
And then we had Brad once again talking about Vic Fangio and maybe just having Mike McCarthy's number.
So far, since the beginning of the second quarter, first 2 Dallas drives were outstanding, even though they fumbled at the end of one of them. Since then, the Dolphins Vic Fangio has basically tied Mike McCarthy's offense to a chair and slapped it across the face with a cold dead fish ever since.
Yeah. You ready to go out for a boat ride? Yeah. Out there and sleep with the fishies, huh?
Sleep with the fishes.
Oh, the gabagool.
It's when they send you the fish, right? That you're in trouble, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But a really good reference there. And again, we talked with him after the game, and Brad said, Mike's not going to admit this, but maybe Vic Fangio's in his head a little bit. Something went up with that offense for 2.5 quarters.
2.5 quarters.
Something certainly did.
They were not good.
Micah, not happy. We talked about the frustration with being held.
Yeah.
He was pretty frustrated as well with pass interference call. Or I should say roughing the passer
Roughing
call.
passer, yeah.
Tua's in the gun. Receiver in motion left. Throws the ball right to Cedric Wilson. Knocked down by Gilmore. The ball is at the goal line. There's a marker kind of back in the pocket. And DeMarcus Lawrence.
Foul, roughing the passer, defense number 11. The penalties half the distance to the goal, first down.
Parsons doesn't get many penalties, and he might get another one if he keeps talking.
Micah was livid.
Don't blame
livid, and rightly so. One, I didn't think that was weak, but two, he's also being basically tackled by 2 guys almost every play,
Just go
and you're
back.
not going to call it.
Just go back and watch basically the pass that Tua threw to Hill, that Hill dropped. Start the game.
It's a joke.
He gets tackled by 2 guys.
Crazy.
And it's just not held. He gets like rodeo maneuver, like around the neck, bulldogging and stuff like that. It's crazy.
Well, congratulations to Brandon Aubrey, who is still perfect on the season, and he's now setting Cowboy records. In fact, we all saw this coming, right?
And Brandon Aubrey now has more kicking points than any player in franchise history for one season.
Well, of course he does. You could see this coming when he was coming out of college.
I called it.
I watched him play soccer, and I said, there's your next kicker for the Dallas Cowboys.
Gosh, we all knew, right? Watching him at Notre Dame.
Hell no.
Of course we knew.
Hell
you
no.
Could tell.
I remember sitting on me and Amber Garcia, Derek Eagleton, and Patrick Walker doing the Cowboy break out there in Oxnard, and the ball, literally, we're like 15 feet left or right of the uprights, and we got hit with the ball like 4 different times.
Well, it was Maher. It wasn't him.
Oh, no.
Or it was Tristan Vizcaino. It
No,
wasn't him.
well, no, it was both of them. And literally, it's when Vizcaino got cut that he started making kicks.
Yeah. Like, okay, he's settled in. This is my
Settled
job
in.
now.
Yeah, exactly.
He's been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
Shout out to Plano's own Brandon Aubrey. Also, last night, Brandon Stevens, another fellow Plano Wildcat, had a hell of a game for the Baltimore Ravens at corner. Played running back at Plano. They moved him to corner at SMU, and now he's a starting corner for the Ravens.
Yeah, Ravens just plug dudes in.
Did
and
an
they
excellent
play at
job
high
last night.
level,
Really
yeah.
did. Brad, praising Gen Z for whatever reason.
Well, Gen Z, I hope you're happy. I'm going to go
yeah.
for 4th and 2.
That's a good call. It's the right call.
Ferguson in motion. 4th and 2 at the Miami 42. Play fake. Prescott rolls right, throws to Lamb, first down. And still running. Had him all the way. Great call, Mike.
Knew it. Should have gone for it on 4th down. And Brad was ready to just kill him, too, probably, if they didn't get that. But you throw the ball to C.D. Lamb, usually good things happen.
Usually, yeah. Get him involved, find a way to put the other team in a little stress.
And then it comes down to a final drive for the offense. Can they score? Can they take the lead? Bruised, beat up, Dak Prescott, gritty as hell. They had several chances. You had a holding call, one they missed on C.D. Lamb, where he's trying to get pantsed on the play. They come back. There's 2 different penalties in the secondary. They're able to keep the drive alive through that. And then you had Dak finding Brandon Cooks.
Snap is back, 3rd down. Throwing it left side of the end zone for Cooks. Leaping up. Cooks. Did he catch it? Yes! Touchdown, Cowboys! What a throw and catch from Prescott to Cooks with 3:27 left in the game.
And it was, without question, For both of them, a beautiful throw by Dak, but then
yeah.
Brandon Cooks going and snagging that ball was also gorgeous.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, man. A couple different things happened on that play too. Steele got beat inside by Van Ginkel, but for some reason, Chubb wasn't in the game for the Dolphins, so Ingram's rushing against Adoga. So that was a win right there. Adoga holds up. Really creative design with Lamb in the backfield and Pollard out wide. So they're going to run Lamb with a flat, Pollard through the picks, coming the opposite way. Cooks to the corner on Ramsey. That's what makes it even better.
Oh, it was beautiful.
So great throw against Ramsey, but perfect spot for the ball. And Cooks does a great job of getting the feet down the whole time.
Dak on tight window throws, and that was considered one, that 8-yard touchdown.
Yeah.
He was 6 of 10, 79 yards and a touchdown. He's thrown a season-high 6 tight window completions, which is the most in a game since Week 13 of 2021. So Dak was making it happen when he needed to. Unfortunately, the defense was not able to hold Miami off from going and kicking the game-winning field goal, which led to postgame. Obviously, we're not thrilled. We're not happy. We're not just going to go ahead and say, hey, guys, attaboy, we'll give you a smack on the rear and go get them next time. Well, we had a caller that, she wanted to get on us for being a little too negative, and Brian fought back. Let's go to Yvonne in OKC. What's going on? Merry Christmas, happy holidays.
Merry Christmas, happy holidays to you guys.
Thank you.
First of all, I've listened to this show forever. I'm a Cowboys fan. I've been around for every Super Bowl. I'm really upset with this radio station. Every show is negative. Whether we win, lose, or draw, it's negative. I saw just what you guys saw. The offensive line on the left-hand side was horrible. Terrence Steele didn't play well. Mike McCarthy got out schemed, got out coached for the first, second, and third quarter. But we saw exactly what you guys saw. But this station, to represent the Dallas Cowboys as the Dallas Cowboy radio station, you guys are too negative.
Ma'am, what do you want us to do? What do you want us to do? You want us to just homer this thing up the whole time?
Brian, I'm not asking you to homer anything. What I'm saying, as a person listening, you're negative.
Well, then I'm sorry.
Yeah, gets no love from this station, whether he wins or he doesn't.
I disagree. You don't listen all the time. Then you do not listen all the time.
I do listen all the time.
You do not, because
I work from home 11 hours a day, so
ma'am,
it's on 105.3.
Ma'am,
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, the thing about it is, I think the station has been fair when it comes to criticism of this football team. Well, I don't agree with you either, ma'am. I really don't.
That's fine. I'm not here to argue with.
I'm just.
That's what I'm doing.
No. You came towards us and you say that we're negative all the time. I don't think there's listeners to this station that like, if you sit there and homer it up all the time, it's like, well, wait a minute, what are you doing here? Why are you doing in that? I think we've been fair with this. I really do. Well, I think that we've been fair overall with how this team, when this team finds ways to win, when this team finds ways to lose.
Well said, Brian. And I'll hold it down for all the
I appreciate her listening.
Don't you worry. I got you guys.
I really do. I appreciate her.
Let's go, Cowboys!
Yeah, I appreciate her listening.
Super Bowl! Let's go, baby! Curse is lifted on this Saturday night. Jimmy going into the Ring of Honor.
There you go.
But I'm with you, Brian. That was, look, she listed down a lot of negative things, and I wanted to say, hey, what would you say last year?
She said a lot of negative things.
Bitching to be bitching sometimes.
Sometimes you're bitching.
First of all, you don't joke around with women.
All right, that's this week's edition of Two Guys, One Booth. Let's go ahead and do the top 10. I did see Iron Claw yesterday.
All right.
We'll talk about that, the legendary Von Erich family, and it made me think, all right, who are the top 10 greatest professional wrestlers of all time? Who's your favorite? We'll do that next on The Fan.
Quality sports takes with laughs along the way.
Sounds like a show to me.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
game. You never forget the way some things taste. Taste like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
All right, we're about to get into the Willy Willy Top 10 segment brought to you by Franklin Frankel and Soda. State-of-the-art weight loss. Shout out to Soda. What an outstanding movie The Iron Claw was. I saw it yesterday, and I say outstanding, but it's gut-wrenching. Like, man. And I knew it would be. I mean, if you know anything about the Von Erich family, and all of it's based in Dallas, they're from Denton, but goodness, it's something that it resonates with you. I've been thinking about it ever since, and it's a heavy watch, so just be prepared. Like, if you go into this thing blind, you don't know anything at all other than, like, okay, this is a wrestling movie, it can be a tough watch. Might not be one you're going to want to go back and relive over and over again, but really, really well done. Great performances. Zac Efron starring as Kevin Von Erich. Jeremy Allen White, who you might know from the TV show The Bear. He was also in Shameless, played Carrie Von Erich. As it details the entire Von Erich family. They did leave out one of the brothers, Chris, though. I think they ended up saying it was just time-based in the film. They weren't able to fit him in, but it's the tragic story of the Von Erich family. I mean, how into wrestling and going to the sportatorium were you guys at this stage?
Well, was Fritz part of the story?
Yeah, Fritz is definitely in it.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Now, see, that when I was growing up, that was part of my...
Okay.
That was okay.
So Fritz was the dad.
I'm just going to say, like, used to be able on Saturday nights here in Dallas, they had on like wrestling from the sportatorium, and then they had roller derby on after that. So you could watch like the LA Thunderbirds against the San Francisco, whatever they were. I can't remember what they were, but there was always, but that's my era of wrestling is like Fritz Von Erich.
Okay.
Flying Red Bastien was a guy. Ivan Putski was a guy.
Ivan Putski.
Yeah. We had guys. We had a guy that wore a mask, and it was always kind of a deal. It was like, it was always crazy because as a kid, you wanted to see the guy get unmasked, and you wanted to see.
Who's
it's and
who's behind the mask?
And Bill Mercer, who famous UNT professor,
absolutely,
teacher, mentor to a lot of broadcaster, icon. Yeah, he was the announcer.
And Bill Mercer's in the movie. I mean, the actual Bill Mercer, but there's a person acting as him.
Okay.
So he's doing all the interviews.
Yeah, so that, my experience, I went to the sportatorium one time, and it was crazy. I mean, crazy, the fans getting into all that. But you definitely had, like, the good and the bad, the good guy. And then it was always whatever conflict we were having with a country. Ivan Koloff was with Russia.
Oh, wow.
Iron
find a way
Sheik.
to kind of incorporate all of that?
Yeah, they always tried to find a way to make whatever conflict we were having with some country in the world, they had a wrestler that was conflict with your,
Okay.
So
he'd be like, I hate America. And everybody like,
exactly,
no,
yeah,
get him out of here.
exactly.
Somebody runs out there with a flag and everything.
Yeah, exactly.
America.
Yeah, that's exactly. But it was like that era of wrestling was like they wore the trunks and the black boots, and it was like
it's amazing. Man.
It wasn't as athletic, I believe, as what we have today with all the backflips and stuff that we see in the ring. That really the gymnastics part of it.
Yeah,
it was more of the special, like the Iron Claw, like Fritz Von Erich when he would sling somebody into the rope and then they'd come to him and they'd hit him with the Iron Claw and then it just demoralized whoever he was wrestling.
It's amazing.
Yeah, but their family story is tragic beyond tragic.
Yeah. It is, and that's why somebody texted in saw the movie. Probably I could understand why they left Chris out. It was just too much tragedy, and it really is. 817 said Carrie actually lived in the apartment complex down the street from me on Beltline in Irving. Carrie Von Erich's story alone, I feel like, could be a movie.
Yeah.
This guy was about to go to the Olympics, I believe, for shot put. And then they end up, the United States doesn't go to the Olympics, which I believe was in Moscow that year. And then Kerry
1980. Yeah.
Kerry comes back.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, well, let's go ahead and get you in the ring with your brothers. So they're winning the tag team titles, and now Kerry's got the opportunity. Obviously, what ends up happening to one of the other brothers, man, I don't want to spoil the whole story for you, although some of you just know it and you're going to see it, but it's incredibly well done. But it is a gut-wrenching movie to watch, but it is pretty cool because a lot of it is based in Dallas, obviously, where they're from.
Yeah.
And the Sportatorium, I mean, holy hell.
It's legendary.
That place looked epic to go watch.
I watched Willie Nelson have a concert there. It was actually really cool.
And I was wondering if the Sportatorium was still around. I did some research. No,
it's not.
Since not, it's been taken down. Could have made it into a museum or something. I think that would have been cool. But I remember, Hagee obviously got to go to the Dallas World premiere of this.
Yeah.
Got to go see it. So he was talking
He's
about
a wrestling dude.
Yeah, he definitely, I'm sure, could have
He
his
wrestled,
own
didn't he?
top
Was
10
he a
list.
wrestling guy?
Did he? I know Colby did.
Yeah.
Colby did some wrestling. I don't think
That's
Hagee-
wrestling.
It's wrestling.
That's wrestling. Wrestling is an Olympic sport. This right here is wrestling.
They're wrestling.
They're
They're
wrestling.
wrestling. I don't think Hagee did. I mean, he is super flexible. The guy doesn't want to show his legs, Brian. I don't
He can wear tights in a singlet, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to you can wear a T-shirt out there, can't you?
I
A
mean,
big
I bet
Hagee
you-
T-shirt.
You could.
Yeah.
You could. I don't. We'll have to ask him when he gets
I
back.
think
Did
Hagee.
Hagee wrestle?
Yeah, did Hagee wrestle?
I'm going to say no. Zac Efron, though, what he did.
Put you in the clutch and say, better.
My finishing move.
Sleep,
better.
sleep.
Man, but yeah, Zac Efron plays Kevin
Let's ask him. I'll text him and ask him.
Ask him. And the body transformation these guys went through, absolutely insane.
Oh, they didn't care. Steroids, whatever they had to do.
Did you like
Oh,
Fritz
okay.
von Erich? Because he kind of seemed like a D-bag.
Well, I was a kid.
He was probably a great wrestler, but when you go back and
he was a hero. He was a hero. I mean,
that's true. You're not seeing the behind the scenes, like how he is raising the kids and everything.
Yeah, he's I'm okay. I'm asking. In the movie, did it have like alcoholism and stuff like that? Did they show any of that?
They show some drinking.
Yeah, okay.
They do.
Right.
They show some drinking and some partying.
Yeah, partying going on.
Yeah.
Okay.
They do.
Yeah, I'm going to say. I mean, Fritz was he was an idol. He was. He like I say, they wrestled during a time where there was a lot of blood involved. Like the guys would cut their heads, with the little razor blade, and they'd bleed all over the ring.
Oh yes.
Yeah, it was one of those.
That's
eras.
something Colby has talked about when we used to have him on at night.
Jimmy Snuka. Jimmy
Okay.
Snuka was. Now I don't think Jimmy Snuka ever wrestled here. I don't think he did. The flying Jimmy Snuka.
Jump out the top rope.
Top rope. He was the acrobat. He was the acrobat dude before there was the acrobat dudes.
Yeah. Well,
it'd be like 4 flips before I pin you.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Flying Fijian.
If it weren't for Fritz, we wouldn't have the legendary Von Erich family. And now they're since in the Hall of Fame. And I think Kevin Von Erich, I think he's got 2 sons that are currently, he might even have a daughter as well. They're all still wrestling right now.
How many are still with us?
Kevin's the only surviving brother.
Yeah.
And it's tragic. I mean, he's got a line in there where he's like, at one point I had 5 brothers. Now I'm not a brother anymore.
Yeah.
Like, gosh, I mean, it
Crazy. Man.
It's tough, man.
Crazy.
It's tough.
We're asking Hagee if he wrestled professionally, right?
But the top 10 greatest wrestlers of all time, 877-881-1053. Rey Mysterio getting some love. Bruiser Brody. Yes, Bruiser Brody's in the film. 972. Kabuki from the 469.
He blew green dust.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, Kabuki had green dust he would get you with.
Best wrestler of all time is Sabu from ECW. And if I said that wrong, I apologize, 214. Sting, Hillbilly Jim.
Can I tell you a story real quick about Sting?
Yeah, let us know.
Okay, he came over to the Cowboys. We're at the Star, and he was doing a promotional thing with us. Like Shannon Gross and all them set it up. Like Sting is going to be. It's like follow Sting at a day at work for the Cowboys. So Sting had on his whole gear, right?
Oh, that's pretty badass.
So I'm sitting there watching tape of practice one day, and I'm like, I just was sitting there. And the next thing I know, I hear this, man, Romo's throwing the ball pretty well there, huh? And I turn around, and it's Sting. He's got full Sting gear on. I didn't even hear him come in.
That must have stunned you.
He was just sitting at the table behind me, and I didn't even know he was sitting there.
That's amazing.
But he had his bat, and he had on the full Sting gear.
It's like, what the hell's going on?
And I looked at him, I go, yeah, he is throwing it pretty well. He looks like
you start breaking it down with him.
Sting's like sitting there watching tape with me, breaking down film.
Krusty's Corner with Sting.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
He was actually a super nice guy. I think he lives in Waxahachie now. He's like retired in Waxahachie, I think.
Yeah, Kevin was wrestling barefoot. Yeah, we got some texts in that Sting's living in Waxahachie right now. Absolutely. And we got a text that said Carrie, his daughter's the one that is wrestling Lacey Von Erich from the 817. And they were coming out to Stranglehold. I never realized that. They're playing Stranglehold. Here come the Von Erich brothers. I'm like, let's freaking go. This is awesome.
Yeah.
Hulk Hogan is an honorable mention.
I don't think Hulk Hogan ever wrestled like at Sportatorium.
I don't know if he was that.
No, I think
he was afterwards.
I think he was way after that.
Eddie Guerrero is an honorable mention.
yeah.
Andre the Giant.
Yeah.
Triple H, who of course is still big time. Mike Foley is number 11.
Is that Mike Foley or Mick Foley?
It's Mick. I
Mick
apologize.
Foley, yeah.
It's Mick Foley.
How do I know that?
You probably watched more. I mean, I had a couple of years with Triple H, Kurt Angle, and The Rock where I was watching as a kid. Otherwise, I'm not going to pretend like I'm we need Alec Medford.
Somebody told me going to WrestleMania is an absolute blast.
Oh, I bet it would be.
They say that it's just
what they had here, it looked
non-stop action the whole time.
I bet it's a fantastic show. Number 10 is Chris Jericho, who I think we just had in studio.
He was in studio, yeah. He's a Hall of Famer.
Number 9, we got Sting, an undeniable icon.
My guy.
His finishing moves, Scorpion Deathlock and Scorpion Death Drop.
Yeah.
That's badass. How about number 8, Roddy Piper?
Yeah. He was pretty good.
Yeah.
T-shirt and the kilt.
The sleeper hold. Yeah. Number 7 is Macho Man, Randy Savage.
Yeah.
Perfect mix of charisma and skill. The diving elbow drop was his finishing move. Number 6, we got Bret, the Hitman Hart.
Yes.
The sharpshooter was his finishing move. Number 5, Ric Flair.
Ric Flair drip.
Woo!
Limousine riding, jets flying, kiss stealing, wheeling and dealing, son of a gun.
Go off.
And I'm having a hard time holding these alligators down.
I'll tell you what, man. He's been doing a lot of podcasts lately.
Yeah.
And he's being really honest about all these people he's been hanging with.
He said they actually asked him to come down to Dallas when they were filming the Iron Claw. He just couldn't make it. The guy that played him I didn't think was great, like in terms of casting. They could have gotten a better guy to play Ric Flair because he's such a badass.
But yeah, he is all about, like, he's now spilling the tea.
So I've gotten to go to Nick and Sam's like twice in my life. The second time I ever went.
Man, you're pretty lucky.
Was with Sean. And Ric Flair was at the bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course he was. Of course he was.
Was he just drinking a neat?
He was, and the talent surrounding Ric Flair.
Yeah.
My man still got it.
Yeah.
Woo! Still got it. Troy Hughes as well. We used to be a shout out to Troy. Big time wrestling fan. Number 4, Shawn Michaels, Mr. WrestleMania. Number 3, Dwayne The Rock Johnson took wrestling to Hollywood.
Yeah, no question.
People's Elbow and Rock Bottom. The Undertaker is number 2. They say he's got the most impressive streak in wrestling, and he was inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame in 2022.
He's the guy that came back from the dead, right, all the time?
Yeah. Tombstone Pile Driver was his finishing move. But number 1, greatest wrestler of all time, Stone Cold Steve Austin.
There you go.
Defining wrestler of the Attitude Era. We've had a lot of people texting in, man, I was watching during the Attitude Era. Shout out to y'all. Absolutely fantastic. But Stone Cold Steve Austin comes in at number 1. Stone Cold Stunner, his finishing move. So appreciate you indulging. If you guys go see the Iron Claw, let me know what you think. I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. Definitely, though, want to let you know, hey, it's heavy. So.
Yeah. Sorry, somebody said the Bushwhackers. I used to love how they walk to the ring. I used to love that walk, bro.
Crazy
I
Bushwhackers.
thought I was being ball sacked. I didn't know that was.
Yeah, it's really, they were a group.
Oh, gosh, the Bushwhackers.
Shout out to Jake the Snake.
The DDT, right?
The British Bulldog. I used to love the British Bulldog.
Yeah, British Bulldog.
Razor
The
Romance.
Junkyard Dog.
Getting texts in. A lot of good ones here.
Yeah,
All right.
Razor Ramon. He's like a Miami Coke dealer.
Yeah.
But he was a fighter.
All right, coming up on the other side, let's go around the bases. Porsches, rumors, and new rules. That's next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, we've got your power rankings at 8 o'clock, plus how the NFL has screwed this season up. It's a hump day edition on The Fan.
'Tis the season for a lot of folks to put on holiday weight. Holiday calories.
105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year number 1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, LA. Shout out to Franklin. Franklin, of course, our friends over at Soda. State-of-the-art weight loss. About to do a round the bases here on your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. Then we'll do some football's finest coming up on the other side. But I did see this because a lot of people have been texting and asking about former Charger defensive tackle Sebastian Joseph Day, who was cut last week. He is now signing with the San Francisco 49ers as he's going to go and help the interior run defense for the 49ers. So I don't know if the Cowboys really had much interest there, but he did clear waivers in the 49ers.
Former Ram, right? For a long time.
Won a Super Bowl with the Rams.
Rams, Chargers, and then, 49ers.
So he's covering all 3 California teams. So
he's got them all. He didn't want to leave California.
Yeah, just stay. Why not? Yeah. He likes the weather there, and I don't blame him for doing so. All right, let's go ahead and go around the bases, and we did get some news during the Cowboys game, actually, that the Rangers are losing another member of their 2023 defending World Series championship team, as Mitch Garver has agreed to a 2-year deal with the Seattle Mariners. So Garver, who spent the last 2 seasons playing mostly DH, but some catching as well, is now going to go to the American League West rival. It's a $24 million contract. But shout out to Mitch Garver, and we love you, Garv Sauce. You'll always be remembered fondly here, and you'll always be a champion to us.
Yeah, hit that grand slam, right?
Yep.
That was awesome.
A couple of really big home runs for this club during their run.
You know what? When they were in some need, right? They were dealing with injuries and stuff like that. Guy played a pretty big role.
He really did.
Yeah.
And I know he probably wanted an opportunity to catch more, and I don't know that he was going to get that here necessarily, but we'll miss him. We will. And they've got somebody, in DH, whether it's Justin Foscue or, their rookie that's coming up, Wyatt Langford. It could be a guy that earns that job out of spring training, but yeah, Garver, 31 home runs, Silver Slugger in 2019 with the Twins, and during this past run, in 87 games, he had 19 homers, an on-base percentage of .870.
Yeah.
And then he had, as you mentioned, that huge series against Baltimore.
He was great.
With the big grand slam that propelled the Rangers to a 9. It was 5-2. He hits the grand slam, and it was over. 9-2.
Yep.
Can you take me higher? Yes, you can. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Garv Sauce. We got that iconic Matt Hicks call from him. So we'll miss you. And best of luck in Seattle. Just not too much luck.
Yeah, when you're playing the Rangers, don't hit so well.
So go ahead and don't do anything there. I think you actually told me this. We saw this on Sunday as well. So Joe Kelly wore number 17 with the Dodgers. So Shohei Ohtani obviously is number 17. He's going to get that. But the question was, all right, do you do anything to get that 17 away from Joe Kelly? Apparently, Kelly didn't ask for anything.
Nope.
But Ohtani went ahead and said, all right, well, I'll gift your wife, Ashley, with a brand new car. There's a video of it. She's in complete disbelief. She goes outside, sees a car parked in front of her home in a video that the Dodgers media posted, and it's yours from Shohei.
That's unsolicited?
Yeah.
It's like, hey, man, I'm going to just hook your old lady up with something instead.
Well, matter of fact,
is that weird?
Yeah.
She was leading the campaign for him to sign here. Like, she was, on social media and stuff. Like they were like, yeah, let's get Shohei.
Yeah, she started the hashtag #OTake17 campaign.
Yeah, he bought her a car and everything.
Yeah,
Joe.
I put an Apple tag on his car if I was him. Like, oh no, I'm watching both of you guys.
Yeah, are you
campaigning hard for this fool? Then he bought you a Porsche. I'm just saying.
You a fan of my wife? But yeah, got her.
Shohei seems like he's really a big fan of sitting on the couch and hanging out with that dog.
Yeah, he seems like
it's just kind of
doesn't need a lot of high-end stuff.
Maybe we don't know a lot about Shohei.
No, we don't. We don't know. He's kind of a mystery man.
Yeah.
Like the Dos Equis commercials, the most interesting man in the world.
All right, Lucius, you got me thinking now.
No, you're not going to buy my old lady a car, bro. Hey, you said he took his number too?
Well, he gave it. No, he gave it to him.
17.
What's going on?
He gave it to him. Like Kelly gave him the number for no price.
Gave him the number, and then you buy him all. Give me something. Buy me a GMC.
I guess he didn't want anything, so he gifted the Porsche to the old lady. But I would definitely feel a little like, what
I would
the
have
hell?
nipped that in the bud real
What's
quick.
going on here?
That's a good suggestion and everything, but nah, roll that to me, bro.
I sent that po' boy home to your wife the other day. Did I do something wrong?
Nah, she vacuumed that thing down too, bro. Got about 45 minutes of silence in the house. It was amazing.
Did you enjoy that?
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, I just got I know she likes the charcuterie board, which I like to put together too. So
Good stuff.
I got to be careful sending that home. Lucius might be
good, bro.
side-eyeing me.
Yeah, you good, bro.
Like,
Hey,
what are you doing, man?
Just don't give her a damn Porsche while I'm walking
Hey, go ahead
home.
and keep to yourself. We do have some new rules that are going to happen here in Major League
Oh,
Baseball.
they're not messing with the time of the game, are they?
Maybe a little bit.
Oh,
It's going to be good. It's not a bad thing.
I was getting used to this 2 hours and 18 minutes.
We'll still get that. So they're
Okay.
widening the running lanes, approaching first base to include a portion of fair territory, which is changing a more than a century-old rule that caused a little bit of World Series controversy over interference calls. So I think that's a good thing.
Wow.
They're also going to shorten the pitch clock with runners on base by 2 seconds to 18.
Okay.
Which is and they're further reducing mound visits in an effort to speed up the game.
Wow.
So you're going to get it probably even faster.
Kind of digging that.
Yeah, me too. I'm all for that. So another change adopted last week by the 11-man competition committee requires a pitcher who warms up on the mound before a half inning to face at least one batter.
Okay. That's okay.
I think all of these are fine.
God, I can't remember. God, I mean, we had Mike Maddox on, right?
Yeah.
He was so good, and I wish I would have remembered everything he said about the pitch clock. Remember, he went into this whole, I asked him a question, he went into this great, it sucks getting old, but he's like, he goes in this whole, like, I need to go back and listen. Because he had a whole idea about.
He did have a really good breakdown. Kind of the strengths.
Everything we asked him, he had a good answer for.
Yeah, but like he
I need
gave
to
us
go
the
back
pros
before
and the
baseball
cons.
starts and listen to that again. And
The one thing that will be fascinating, and I know it could be like a prisoner of the moment deal, but we did have so many injuries this year to pitchers.
I know, but he was saying something was going on. I think he was talking about the spin rates.
Yes.
He was talking about.
So it might not be the pitch clock. It might be what they're asking these guys to do.
Yeah.
But Maddox was amazing, and I'm sure we'll get Mad Dog on again.
I think he kind of liked us a little bit.
I think so. I think he had fun. I think John Gray absolutely did as well.
Hagee said he didn't wrestle. Hagee was not a professional wrestler. You're right. Colby Sapp did.
Colby.
Yeah. Colby was a wrestler, but not Hagee. I thought Hagee was like the one-man gang.
Hagee.
Hagee was the one-man gang or something like that. Maybe?
Yeah. He's just out there taking everybody on. Hey, go ahead. Tag team world champ. Step into the ring with me, Kevin Hagelin. Hey, Hagee texted me back. I was like, hey, if you want to call in, we're doing the top 10 wrestlers. I know you'd probably crush it. He said, just saw this. Yeah, let him enjoy vacation. Yeah. There was an article of biggest questions for every team entering the offseason. Let's see if you think the Rangers have answered this question. It's probably going to be no. They haven't done much.
No.
Actually, I think, yes. I think we did get this answer. For the Texas Rangers, the question
Montgomery,
was,
yes.
Will they keep spending? I think that answer is no.
I will say this. I like the fact, and watch Montgomery sign in the next 10 minutes or something like that. I think
wait it out.
I think the longer this goes where he doesn't sign, that the Rangers might get him on a 1-year deal. Do you think? Would you think? Would you hope?
I would have loved it. I would.
Or maybe they get him on a 2-year deal, but a little bit more upfront money.
Yeah,
like
just go ahead and front load it.
Yeah,
I could see it. I mean, there's a lot of interest in him right now out there, but
nobody's signing
we haven't
him
heard
yet.
anything.
That's what I'm saying.
Like right now, the Giants are kind of pivoting. They're looking at Blake Snell. That's kind of a rumor. The Angels are drawing interest in Luis Rengifo as a possible trade. Red Sox are interested in Teoscar Hernandez, former Seattle Mariner, but you're not hearing a lot of buzz right now on Jordan Montgomery at all.
I kind of hope that it goes very silent and we get closer and closer, and then all of a sudden we're doing radio, and then one day they go, oh, here we go. Tom Verducci. It gives you like, Montgomery signs 1-year deal.
He's going back to the Rangers.
Yes, that's what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear.
The Amazon rumors are true, 972, of Amazon maybe becoming a new home for some of these Major League Baseball teams if the Bally stuff doesn't work out.
Man, the Rangers need to get that $100 million back somehow, some way. I mean, their owner has money, and the fans, you guys did a hell of a job of showing up. I mean, I know every time we broadcast out there were a lot of you coming through those gates and buying merch, too. Keep doing that. That helps. You know,
I mean,
it helps the guys.
Now they're charging $20 for Fan Fest. They used to just do that for free.
All right,
you got to try and do what you can.
But it's a World Series team, right?
Yeah, it's worth it. It's still worth it.
Let's go. Yeah,
with your guys.
But keep going to the games. Keep buying merch.
Yeah.
Keep stopping by and
Do
saying
your
hello
part.
when we're out there broadcasting.
You guys have done an excellent job at coming out to the ballpark as well. I mean, even when the team
Spring
wasn't
training.
very good, they're still drawing some great numbers.
Can't wait to see people for spring training. That'll be fun. Looking forward to that.
I'm excited to get Brian's Ballpark food reviews back. We had fun doing that.
They had a lot of fun doing that.
We did.
Had some good food.
It was a blast.
Yeah.
Eric liked to try and just go ahead and stand in the back of every shot.
He did. I've never seen a guy eat a foot-long hot dog in basically 3 bites.
It's not surprising, though, for
He
him.
He
loves his wieners, man. All right, let's do some football's finest coming up on the other side. We'll carry over Brian's Cowboys-Dolphins film breakdown, as the Finns did indeed break our hearts on Christmas
Flipper
Eve.
got us.
Jerry talking a little bit this morning with Bobby and RJ. CD going missing. What were his thoughts there? Maybe we mix in some college football. That's next on The Fan.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from two-time Stanley Cup champion.
number 4 of the G-Bag Nation, rolling on here on your home of Dallas Cowboys football and your World Series champion Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander, and you are turned on, leave it on listeners. Gavin Dawson, Eric Chiafalo on his son, family duty. So our guy Carter Freeman, he's actually at the First Responders Bowl right now.
That's right, he does. He goes to these bowl games. It's a pretty day out there, too.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
It's Rice, it's Texas State. Hell of a season for Texas State. And
looks
right
like a
now,
pretty good game. It's on TV right now.
yeah, it's on ESPN.
Yeah.
Carter's there with his dad. His dad looks absolutely thrilled to be there. And I say that like, no. He looks like, what the hell did my son just drag me to? He posted this out. I'll retweet
My man
it.
Carter needs to be a bowl game representative is what he needs to do.
Man.
Because he loves the college bowl games.
He's in it. I mean, he really, and he's living it right.
Yep.
He's going to all these things. It's his 3rd bowl game in a week.
Yeah. When's the last time you had a whole check to yourself? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Must be nice out there in these streets.
That's true.
A whole damn check.
I can afford to
It's
splurge.
been 20-something years since I've even seen something like that. Oh, Carter, live it up, buddy.
Yeah, enjoy.
You think he's got dad paying for the ticks?
No.
He's like, tricks dad to go. Dad, buy the ticks, and I'll go with you. I think Carter just likes to support the local bowl games.
I think so, too.
He went to that one game one year, didn't it? It was like 5 degrees.
Yeah, he goes to all of them. Any bowl game is going to be in this area, he'll be there. And if it's driving distance, he'll be there.
He's got to go to the Cotton Bowl,
I wonder if he's going Friday to the Cotton Bowl.
Got to go to the Cotton Bowl, right?
I had a guy with a ticket offer. I mean, like, I'd pay for the ticket.
I'd give him tickets if I had them.
Now you got a lot of people that are sitting out at the bowl game.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
Hey, I mean, I'd have to leave the show early to go, so I have not committed to going yet. But, hey, Mizzou, I'm sure Mizzou's going to bring a big-time amount of people here to AT&T Stadium on Friday. It's been a while since they've been in. I don't know if they.
Ohio
ever have
State's
been
already here, right? They've been working
Ohio
out.
State's
Yeah,
here,
they've been
I've
working
seen
out.
one of their guys on TikTok likes to go and show us what they're eating.
Yeah,
Every morning.
it looks
See
like
that guy
chicken strips, right?
For breakfast.
I was kind of like, yeah,
I don't mind it.
There we go.
I did see this as we get into some football finals. Then Brian, I'll throw things over to you for whatever you want to do in terms of continuing your breakdown against the
Yeah, I
Dolphins.
want to talk about Curse getting moved.
So the Cowboys are going to wear their navy blues on Saturday night.
Yeah, white helmets
at home. They're going to go with the white helmets.
Yeah, I saw them out. Yeah, they had them out last week working with them. Yeah, Bucky puts them out early and they work with them. So they break them in a little bit. Yeah.
And then the Lions are going to wear their white
All
uniforms.
white. Yeah.
So that'll
No
be
Honolulu blue.
I mean, Jimmy Johnson going to the Ring of Honor. I don't know. I kind of would have liked to have seen the Cowboys in their traditional home whites, but okay. I mean, they've had some success in the Navies recently.
Yeah.
As long as they get the win.
Need to find a way to win.
That's all that matters.
However,
you're
win.
at home.
Just win.
Go to 16 games.
Well,
at AT&T.
Mike's always talking about the 11th win, and he's right. They haven't, they've had 2 shots to get the 11th win and came up empty both times.
How about this? And it probably doesn't mean much because this is a very different Lions team. But our buddy John Machota, who is from the Michigan area, most wins Dak Prescott has against any NFC East opponent or just any NFC opponent, the Detroit Lions.
4-0.
4-0.
Yeah.
80 of 118. He's got a 67.8 completion percentage, 280 passing yards per game, 9 touchdowns to no picks, and his passer rating's over 123. Pretty damn good. Pretty efficient against the Detroit Lions. They're going to need that because they're going to present a lot of problems offensively. We'll have time to break that down. But, yeah, what do you want to talk about with Jaron Kearse, who...
Is our booth shaking? Can you feel the table?
I don't feel anything.
You have an earthquake here?
I don't feel anything. I think we're good.
You think?
I'm hoping.
Can you?
I felt one about 15 years ago in Irving.
That'd be awkward.
Oh, I did too. I remember. I know because we were working at Valley Ranch, Lucius, when that happened. I felt like everything was kind of moving there for a second. I don't know. All right.
That's weed. That's weed.
Maybe so.
Or is it the Blue Dolphin?
The island of the Blue Dolphin.
You holding out on us again, Brian?
Yeah, holding out again. Hey, yeah, you know what? It's funny. Not funny.
It sounds funny to me.
I just was kind of going through this game, and I was thinking about how the creativity, and the lack of at times for the Cowboys in this game. But I was thinking about another one when what the Dolphins did against Kearse, and this was when Tua throws the ball to Wilson for 18 yards in this game, and I was sitting there thinking, man, this is the kind of stuff that the really good teams are doing offensively. And what happens is they've got Kearse in coverage, and I was just sitting there, and I go, Kearse is in coverage. He's lined up over Hill, the tight end, just kind of a backup tight end dude, Because Smythe just friggin'
Smythe had, I think, a career high for catches.
He just lit you up. Hill, the tight end, they motion him like, okay, so Curse is on Hill, so you don't think it's like, okay, that's it. We're be okay here. But the Dolphins motion him away. So the Cowboys bump the coverage.
Okay.
So Hill now gets taken by Gilmore. And then that makes Curse have to take Wilson.
He's got to switch on Wilson. Okay.
Switch on Wilson. And then Wilson just runs away from him across the field too and finds him. It's an 18-yard gain. See, that's the kind of things that, I mean, we've seen that from the Cowboys, but you talk about the really good play callers in the league and how they find ways to match your players, your maybe not your great guy, maybe not your best cover
you want
guy.
to get that mismatch.
Yeah, the mismatch.
The Cowboys had it a few times.
Yeah.
It seemed like with that Cahoose, the nickel back.
Yeah, they a ton of, and I'm just like, I was just totally amazed with just watching the Dolphins. But I'll say this though, Zach, I feel like that the Cowboys really missed something in not blitzing this guy. Just watching, and you'll see. I think you get your tape tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
But I just feel like that the Cowboys missed an opportunity here when they could have put more pressure onto it, and shame if they were feeling like that they were going
to get burned in the secondary.
They were going to give big
But
plays.
the problem is, I mean, you could see when Tua starts to get under, he's not a guy that's going to really be able to roll out by time at all. We talked about that. He's kind of a stationary pocket passer.
Right.
And that's when you start to see, especially on the outside hashes, just really inaccurate throws.
Yeah.
And he wants to just throw it away.
Yeah. I just was kind of like, watching him play, it seemed like even when it was close pressure or near pressure, or it affected the way that you could see his throwing the ball. It wasn't like he was getting into it.
Yeah.
And so
there's not a lot on it.
Yeah. I mentioned, here I was talking about with the Dolphins, but the pass that kind of got Lamb going back into going the right way was in my notes I put, finally McCarthy's able to scheme Lamb open. Remember, it was a 3rd and 6 play. They go trips right, and Tolbert is in the trips and motions away to the sideline. There you go. This is going to clear Howard out of the way, and they run the route behind. Needham is the nickel, and Needham cannot cover CeeDee Lamb. See, this is now where I think the Cowboys really missed opportunities. When they were able to match up Lamb on guys that can't cover him, and there were Kahoo was one of them that couldn't cover him. No way he could cover him. And I just didn't feel like they did enough in this game of taking advantage of that. That's the thing when you watch the tape, that you're going to be really, really disappointed in that situation. Just not getting it done with not doing enough to create opportunities for Lamb. They did early in the game, but not until the second half of the game. A little bit disappointing there. Yeah. I'll give you one more too that a little bit disappointed. This was on Prescott.
Okay.
They're going to run a double screen.
Oh, it's just the one where they had one on the right side with Lamb and then one with Gallup on the left?
Yeah.
Okay.
This play is a good design. And this is where I think Dak went the wrong way. And I think Lamb reminded him that he went the wrong way. Because you're going to run double screen. So you get the lineman going left, lineman going right. Numbers would say it's a poor decision by Prescott. Lamb was opposite the side with the 4 blockers. So in front of Gallup, they only had 3 blockers, and Udoka was late getting out to help on Chubb. Now, what Vic Fangio did was he took his 2 rush outside backer guys and put them in the flat. So he actually extended them out into thinking that they were probably going to get a screen call or maybe a quick slant or something. They put him out there to be disruptive where Dallas was on the field.
Yeah.
And so maybe it's one of those things where Prescott has to go, okay, this is probably a bad idea. But he threw the ball to Gallup, and there's not enough blockers out there. And then the blockers were late getting out there. And you could see on the backside, Lamb was like looking at Dak like,
well, I mean,
what are you doing, bro?
Pre-snap, you probably should have just said, this is a better play no matter what. Even if you don't have the numbers, I'm going to give this to CD, not to Michael Gallup.
Yeah, 4 blockers again. Yeah, the way that Gallup was feeling it, absolutely give him the ball, But that's a decision. He threw to the 3 blocker side and not the 4 blocker side. And now, you get stopped for a negative play there. And there was just some decision making with the coaches, what to do. That indecision with the offensive line and who to pick up.
Yeah, I mean,
quarterback indecision,
critical third down miss from Chuma Edoga.
You know what? I think Dallas's biggest issue. You want to know what their biggest issue is attention to detail.
Well, and Mike McCarthy talked about that during his presser earlier today.
I mean, I think we even talked about it I know on Cowboys Break this morning. Our crew was talking about it as well, and I said, they go, what's the problem? I go, it's attention to detail. I go, at critical times in games, the attention to detail is not there.
Not where you need it to be.
Not where you need it to be.
The illegal shift penalty was one.
That was strange. That was really strange because on film, you see Lamb ask the official.
Yeah.
And the official puts both palms down like, settle.
Okay.
And so Lamb's foot goes back as
Ferguson starts to motion from right to left.
Right. You see the official, like Lamb looks at him and he tells him, move up. And so Lamb moves up and then moves his back foot. And then the motion starts. But you could see the official clearly go palms down, like what they do. What's it like? Little guy cover me?
Mm-hmm.
Little guy.
Too small.
Too small. Yeah, too small. Official goes settle, like puts his palms down. And then that's when you get the foot and the motion. And then immediately he throws the flag. But he's telling Lamb.
He told him, yeah.
He told him he had to move. And it was just that little bit extra of Lamb getting set that caused.
It just threw the timing off.
Yeah,
and there's no way for Ferguson to know, hey, CD is now resetting.
Usually sometimes you'll see quarterbacks know that there's movement going on.
So he'll wait.
And he'll wait.
Yeah.
But Dak, that's to his left. He's already
looking right.
Yeah. But it killed a big game.
Yeah, it did.
It killed a big game.
It absolutely took away a first down.
Yeah.
Really, really a killer penalty there. I mean, there were a couple of big ones. And look, there were 6, but and the Micah Parsons one, I know people will gripe about. I will as well. I didn't think that was
so
a roughing the
close.
passer.
I mean, he is a half a stride away.
It's just so tough,
man.
He
closes so quick.
He does, and he wins so easily off the line. It's a tough deal.
Yeah.
It really, really is. But hey, they got to figure out some of that stuff. Now, the stock report for the Cowboys, stock ups, CD, DeMarcus Lawrence.
He played really well in this football game.
I thought Jordan Lewis played a great game.
Jordan Lewis played very well. They needed somebody on the edge, somebody on the perimeter to play. Hooker played well when it came down to having to make, and trust me, I've been the most critical player.
And they needed him.
They needed him to play, and he absolutely played. I think Wilson kind of let him down. He might be a stock down. I don't know, just on my tape.
No, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what it is. It's just, off. What do you think of Tyler Smith's game?
I don't think it was anything that I would think that was dominant.
Yeah, it seemed like they struggled in the middle.
What happened was they struggled in the middle because of Biotish.
Okay.
I thought Biotish was the one that struggled the most.
Christian Wilkins was giving Dak fits all game.
Yeah, well, Christian Wilkins is a really good player, as we all know. So I'm just kind of like, I expected, but the whole thing with, I think that Biotish reverted back to some of the early season games where
he was on a good run.
He was on a great run.
Yeah,
he really
was.
Yeah.
And we'll have plenty of time to preview the Lions. 214. Hey, can I hear some positives about my Lions? We're going to give the Lions are a good football team, and congratulations to them.
I picked him as a bet payoff, right?
Yeah,
I picked them to win the division. I
win a
picked
playoff
them to
game.
win a playoff game,
So
too.
they got one of them done.
Yeah.
Can they win a playoff game? And right now,
I might get immunity on that.
You might. Right now, it's pretty awesome because it would be the L.A. Rams and Matthew Stafford.
All right, here's
going
my
to Ford Field.
Here's my. I'm kind of hoping that, well, if Dallas doesn't get the second seed, maybe you want Philadelphia to go get the second seed. You know, and this is just me feeling it out here. I think the Rams could go to Philadelphia and win. And I think the Rams could also go to San Francisco and win.
I do too.
I mean, this is if you just want like
way they're playing right
hopium
now.
to try and knock the 49ers out, and maybe now that means you would have to go to Tampa, and then you would probably have to
figure out this road deal if they want to get to where they want to go.
And then you would probably have to go to Ford Field yourself to go get a victory.
Yeah. All right, caller number 10, we do have some tickets for you, so listen up right now. Caller number 10 can win a pair of party passes, standing room only tickets to see your Dallas Cowboys take on the Lions as Jimmy Johnson gets inducted into the Cowboys Ring of Honor this Saturday night at AT&T Stadium, courtesy of Miller Lite. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Caller number 10, congratulations to you, Lucius. We'll pick up that phone, get your information, and you'll be able to go see your Dallas Cowboys.
See history.
Yep, see history, absolutely. Big game this coming Saturday. Let's keep the Cowboy conversation rolling. The great Todd Archer of ESPN joins us next here on The Fan.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial-free all the way to the top of the hour. Coming up next,